Introduction. Zha Bing, accompany your brother-in-law to Yushu Palace to seek justice. By Li Jing, A.O. Guan. Ning Yuan awakens one morning, startled to find himself in the early Zhou dynasty at the end of the Shang. It is now the 8th year of King Zhou. The Nuwa Temple has been adorned with passionate verses, while the nine-tailed fox lies in wait. The Marquis of Jizhou has yet to rebel against the Shang, and the plum blossoms aid the Yin family in nurturing their offspring. Ning Yuan, however, brushes past the celestial beings of the Chan sect. The battle for deification is on the horizon, with only a year remaining until the demon child descends. The daughter of A.O. Run is searching for her mother, while the crane youth remains a mere celestial crane. Princess Longji has secluded herself in the mountains, as Fairy Yunxiao watches over her younger sister. What fate awaits Ning Yuan, the son of a wealthy family? System: Los negotiatino mundane martial arts. Might I exchange it for a cultivation technique? No cultivation? Anything akin to it will suffice. I shall practice on my own. Mundane martial arts continuously transcend the ordinary. Upgraded to the Celestial Path version. The North Sea Divine Art absorbs spiritual energy. The Lingbo Weibu allows me to traverse the heavens. Taiji Fist divides Yin and Yang. The movement of stars is truly justified. Immortals and saints emerge in succession. Can an ordinary person herald the overture of the extraordinary, or will they compose an elegy of the mundane? All begins with intercepting Su Daji. Chapter 1. The wealthy heir of the Shang dynasty cultivation. In a vibrant spring of March, not far from Yangzhou, across the vast expanse of land, a grand caravan moves steadily forward. The brilliant sunlight gradually tilts to the west, its slightly yellow rays piercing through the thin clouds, casting a sacred golden glow upon the ancient road paved with yellow earth, adding an ethereal quality to this journey. The caravan consists of dozens of wooden carts, each drawn by strong oxen or horses, while 3 scantily clad slaves push from the rear and sides, exerting all their strength. The carts are covered with thick hides, obscuring the goods within, yet the occasional clinking sound of goods colliding escapes during the jolting ride. The sound of clashing goods captures the attention of the caravan's middle-aged leader, who sits astride a tall black horse, draped in a resplendent brocade robe. He turns his head sharply and admonishes, "Be careful. These glasswares are worth a fortune. One can exchange for 10 slaves. Yes, slaves like you." With that, he lashes his whip at the nearest robust slave, hoping to set an example. The 20 or so knights clad in leather armor and wielding long spears prepare to chuckle, anticipating a spectacle. In this world, slaves are deemed lower than pigs or dogs. Even the oxen pulling the cart hold greater value than the 3 slaves pushing from behind. In a flash, a long sword, sheathed, strikes precisely at the handle of the middle-aged leader's whip, missing his jade ring-adorned hand by mere inches. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Facing such a flexible weapon as a whip, the most effective strategy is to target the vital points directly. The knights involuntarily tense up, but upon recognizing the jade inlaid on the sword, they feel a sense of relief. The sword is wielded by a young boy. Clad in simple white attire, he rides a small white horse alongside the black steed, even slightly ahead, clearly indicating that his status far surpasses that of the caravan leader. Beneath the glow of the setting sun, one observes the young man, with his striking brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of elegance. His complexion is fair and unblemished, his limbs long and powerful, though his features may appear somewhat youthful. They already hint at an extraordinary grace. The youth nonchalantly sheathed his long sword and slowly spoke, his voice characteristic of one undergoing the throes of adolescence resonating in the ears of all present. "Uncle Gio, how many times must I say it? Slaves are also human. They toil for us, and in return, we ensure they are well-fed, clothed, and able to survive. Why resort to violence against them?" The middle-aged leader, affectionately referred to as Uncle Gio, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. As the nephew of the family head, the youth excelled in every aspect, displaying an extraordinary intellect from a young age, truly a fortuitous blessing bestowed upon the clan. Since his birth, the Ning family's fortunes had soared. Under the astute leadership of the family head, the Nings had ventured beyond the borders of the Chuntang Pass, their commercial endeavors flourishing in every province of the great merchant kingdom. Notably, when the young master was merely 12, he inadvertently devised the manufacturing process for a remarkable substance known as glass, propelling the family to become the wealthiest in the kingdom, amassing riches that rivaled those of entire nations. Noblemen and affluent merchants of the realm clamored for these exquisite, translucent glass artifacts, generously parting with their fortunes. At the age of 14, the young master further innovated by creating glass mirrors, which, at an affordable price, infiltrated the homes of the common folk, completely supplanting the traditional copper mirrors of higher value. Even among the ordinary citizens of the merchant kingdom, it became commonplace to possess a clear and visible Ning mirror in their households. Thus, the name of the Ning family spread far and wide alongside this mirror. Now, as the sole heir of the family head, the young master had been entrusted to his uncle, Uncle Jio, to embark on commercial ventures in Jizhou City, carrying with him the unique glass artifacts of the Ning family. However, despite his many virtues as looks and intellect marking him as a paragon among men, he often uttered peculiar phrases, such as "we are all like cattle and horses, why make life difficult for them?" And slaves are also human, which left many incredulous. Slaves? Are they truly human? They are no different from cattle. No, cattle are far more valuable. At least one cow could be exchanged for a glass cup, yet a slave could not even be bartered for a piece of glass the size of a palm. The caravan leader, Uncle Ning, chuckled wryly, saying, "My dear nephew, I understand well your compassionate heart. However, we have traveled a great distance to deliver this cargo, and the branch store in Jizhou City is eagerly awaiting its arrival. The shopkeeper has already signed contracts with numerous nobles in the city, agreeing to deliver by the end of the month. Should any complications arise, our family may not have the opportunity to provide a replacement." Despite Uncle Jio's earnest entreaties, he received no response from the young master. Nevertheless, he dared not reveal any dissatisfaction, merely observing as Ning Yuan gazed contemplatively at the setting sun, lost in thought. It was well known among the Ning family that when the young master Ning Yuan fell into deep contemplation, it was prudent not to disturb him, for each moment of his profound reflection could potentially yield immense wealth for the Ning family. Crafts such as glass manufacturing, winemaking, and iron smelting are exemplary of the ingenuity of the era. Moreover, there exists the secretive high-furnace steelmaking technology carefully guarded by the Ning family. For instance, the longsword wielded by the eldest son, forged from exquisite steel, boasts an unparalleled sharpness, capable of severing a hair and effortlessly outmatching bronze swords in combat. In all honesty, the greatest wealth of the Ning family, the richest in the Shang kingdom, does not lie in their extensive shops, lands, or estates scattered across the provinces, but rather in the remarkable intellect of their eldest son, Ning Yuan. A saying circulates within the Ning household. The young master is believed to be a reincarnation of a celestial being, a deity presiding over wealth. Ning Yuan spoke at the tender age of 1 and composed poetry by 3. At 5, he astutely observed the growth of wild grasses stimulated by manure, advising the family's tenants to enhance their slash-and-burn agriculture with the addition of cow, horse, or even human fertilizer, resulting in harvests that more than doubled. Had it not been for Ning Yuan's tendency to remain hidden within the mansion, diligently researching various techniques without showcasing his commercial acumen, the head of the Ning family might have long since abdicated in favor of him to revel in riches. Witnessing his elder brother's son distracted, the 9th son of the Ning family, Ning Jiao, began orchestrating the slaves to fill the spaces between glass crafts with straw for cushioning. As dusk approached, fully aware that they could not reach Jizhou City by day's end, Ning Jiao resolved to establish camp on the spot. He planned to set off the following morning, estimating their arrival by noon. Subsequently, Ning Jiao instructed the slaves to light a fire for cooking, while the knights dismounted to rest. Unbeknownst to them, within Ning Yuan's mind, a mysterious presence resonated with a notification. "Ding! Automatic cultivation attempts have been refreshed. Please utilize them promptly." Indeed, Ning Yuan is a time traveler, having transitioned from the early 21st century era of nascent communism to the distant past of the late Shang dynasty, a society entrenched in slavery. Chapter 2. Li Jing a Chintang Pass? Seeing is believing. Revised. Why assert it is the late Shang? Simply because it is the 8th year of King Xian's Zishou reign. Yes, the very same king whose poetic expressions incited the wrath of Nuwa, whose entanglements with the nine-tailed fox sowed chaos throughout the realm, intertwining the cataclysmic events of the Fengshan tribulations with the struggle between Shang and Zhou, ultimately leading to his demise and his ascent to the Fengshan list. Yet Ning Yuan begins as an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, he is not alone in this journey. At the moment of merging his 2 lifetimes' memories, he awakened a system. It is known that a system is the most formidable trump card for any time traveler. inexplicably bestowing them with strength. Particularly noteworthy is the check-in system, capable of summoning even the primordial purple chi, a quintessential tool for those transcending time. Or consider the affection system, which allows for charming exchanges with beautiful celestial maidens, thus granting treasures and cultivation, leading one to the pinnacle of a life filled with wealth, prestige, and prosperity. However, regrettably, Ning Yuan's system is neither of the aforementioned varieties, but rather the seeing is believing hero system. This system represents the latest AI framework in the high-dimensional realm beta version. Upon the host's initial acquaintance with a renowned individual in this world, they shall acquire a martial art and possess the option to cultivate it automatically to the pinnacle of perfection. Upon meeting the esteemed General Li Jing of Chuntang Pass, the host shall gain access to the Dugun 9 swords. Shall one commence learning immediately? Upon learning, one may cultivate automatically once in the morning and once in the evening. As the system first activated, the aforementioned information resonated within Ning Yuan's mind. Being the son of the wealthiest family during the Shang dynasty and a resident of Chuntang Pass, the young master Ning Yuan naturally had the opportunity to meet the highest military commander, Li Jing. In reality, half of the military supplies at Chuntang Pass were generously donated by the Ning family, while the other half was funded by the imperial treasury from Chaoga. In Chuntang Pass, the status of the Ning family was on par with that of Li Jing. Moreover, the head of the Ning family, Ning Yuan's father, was known for his astuteness and cultivated relationships, maintaining a profound friendship with the general, thus binding the two families in a strong alliance. Furthermore, the Ning family was both affluent and benevolent, holding a respectable reputation. Young Ning Yuan, possessing wisdom from 2 lifetimes, was not the type to become arrogant upon achieving success. Consequently, Li Jing, renowned for his integrity, held a favorable impression of Ning Yuan. Even Lady Li, of Yin clan, jested that if she had a daughter, she would certainly wish for Ning Yuan to become her son-in-law. Long before the complete awakening of his memories, Ning Yuan frequently visited the general's residence, feeling as at home, and the entire family was quite familiar with him. In summary, the amalgamation of Ning Yuan's memories from his 2 lives within the 8 years of King Zhou's reign at Chuntang Pass led to the awakening of the system upon encountering General Li Jing. Regrettably, it was a martial arts system that bore no resemblance to the worldview of cultivation. At that moment, Ning Yuan had questioned the system. System, you're truly disappointing. This is the world of Fengshen. Deities soar through the skies, and demons roam the earth. This is undoubtedly a high magic cultivation realm. Are you wishing for my demise? Naturally, there was no response. Ning Yuan wished to locate the manufacturer of this faulty system to leave a scathing review and seek a refund. In recent days, he had communicated countless times with the system, requesting a transition to a cultivation system. Alas, this system was merely a beta version, with even the interactive interface poorly developed. After futile exchanges with the inept system, Ning Yuan glanced at the merchant convoy that was setting up camp and addressed its leader, Ning Zhilong. Uncle Jiu, you carry on with your tasks. I shall practice my swordsmanship. Bai Shui, let us depart. With that, Ning Yuan guided his steed, a spirited white horse, towards the forest adjacent to the camp. Before his departure, old Ning had specifically chosen an excellent horse for Ning Yuan, valued at 100 slaves. This horse could traverse 1,000 miles a day, yet its temperament was somewhat haughty and unyielding to riders. Nevertheless, the indulgent father, hopeful for a positive outcome, gifted it to his beloved son. Unexpectedly, after Ning Yuan caressed its coat and employed the method of taming horses used by Empress Wu Ziqian, the initially restless white horse became calm and docile, akin to a newlywed bride. Due to its pure white coat, without a single blemish, Ning Yuan aptly named it Bai Shui. Be back in half an hour. Upon catching a glimpse of Ning Yuan's retreating figure, Ning Zhilong casually called out a loud reminder to him, before continuing to command the slaves to set up camp and prepare a meal. Simultaneously, half of Ning Zhio's thoughts were occupied with Ning Yuan. This esteemed nephew of his, after spending 17 years as a tech enthusiast, had suddenly awakened to a newfound interest in swordsmanship, diligently learning from the family's guards. He even commissioned the family's blacksmith to forge a fine sword, resulting in the creation of a long blade. It is worth noting that during an era when the armies of the Great Shang Kingdom predominantly wielded bronze swords, the iron swords produced by the Ning family were in high demand, exclusively supplied to the nobles of Chaoga and the garrison troops defending the royal capital. This time, Ning Zhio's mission was directed towards the city of Jizhou. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, But Ning Jiao sensed that his nephew had chosen to heed the arrangements made by the matriarch only upon hearing the name of their destination. Otherwise, it was likely that Ning Yuan would have taken a separate team of his own. Among the guards of the merchant convoy, one particularly strong swordsman hesitated before addressing the leader, saying, "Master Jiao, should I go protect the young master?" Before Ning Jiao could respond, another guard leader burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Dinyo, you wish to protect the young master? Perhaps it is the young master who should safeguard you. How can you claim to be the finest swordsman among the guards of Qintang Pass, when a young master has only trained with you for 10 days and has already rendered you utterly defenseless? And you dare suggest protecting him?" This remark incited a chorus of laughter from the other guards. The members of the merchant convoy's long-term higher protection were recruited through various channels by the Ning family, forming a solid backbone for their operations. This group included wanderers, retired soldiers from various cities, and even some formidable local bandits. However, the Ning family placed great emphasis on character assessment when recruiting talent. Those guilty of crimes, especially heinous offenses such as arson, murder, and pillaging, were categorically excluded from employment. The Ning family offered generous compensation and enjoyed a stellar reputation among the populace. Many who had turned to banditry out of economic desperation ultimately surrendered and became law-abiding citizens. Yet unlike Dinyo, other guards who also hail from the retired soldiers of Qintang Pass did not join in the laughter. One of them countered, "Brother Dinyo is indeed the strongest swordsman among us." His voice then lowered. "However, the young master is a true genius. The military sword techniques that Brother Dinyo taught him have transformed into something beyond our comprehension. Even if we all teamed up, we would stand no chance against him." Several sword-wielding guards nodded in agreement, and the remaining guards, though still skeptical, began to waver. Some continued to mutter defiantly, "Surely you're not suggesting that you are letting the young master win simply because he is the future head of the Ning family? A novice defeating a group of 10? It is utterly absurd." Another retorted, "You may scoff, but the young master is truly extraordinary. The success of the Ning family today is largely due to his intellect. It is said that he is a celestial being descended from the heavens, learning everything with remarkable speed." Chapter 3. Su Daji, the young miss arrives. Revised, the guards of the Ning family displayed expressions of agreement. Ning Zhulong, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. Gazing at Ning Yuan's silhouette gradually vanishing into the woods, his demeanor tinged with an inscrutable emotion. Having mastered both literary and martial arts, it is often said that one should align oneself with the imperial family. Yet, this nephew from the main branch, despite being exceptionally talented in both skills and martial prowess, still lacked many qualities necessary to inherit the vast enterprises of the Ning family that spanned the Great Shang Kingdom. One notable instance occurred 10 days prior, when Ning Yuan, the eldest son of the Ning family's main line, unexpectedly shed his previous image as a reclusive tech enthusiast and fervently urged the family patriarch, Ning Dalong, to relocate the entire household from Qintang Pass. Unfortunately, Ning Yuan could not articulate a compelling rationale. His feeble mention of the threats posed by the East Sea Dragon clan and the underwater beasts failed to mitigate the ramifications of such a departure, ultimately leading the family head to disregard his only son's counsel. At that moment, Ning Jiao, being the youngest among the 9 brothers, observed the entire scene with keen interest. He, too, found himself in agreement with his elder brother's perspective. After all, the Ning family's roots lay firmly in Qintang Pass. With their ancestral hall located in a manor just beyond its borders, how could they so easily forsake their homeland? Although Qintang Pass served as a military stronghold, ostensibly safeguarding against the East Sea Dragon clan, it was noteworthy that since ancient times, the Dragon clan had entered into a covenant with the human Emperor Huang, never once venturing ashore to oppress the Huaxia populace. The residents of Qintang Pass had long regarded the East Sea Dragon clan as mere backdrop, akin to ancient legends. It is much like the perpetual typhoons that visit the coasts. The coastal inhabitants cannot simply uproot and relocate inland. Subsequently, Ning Yuan sought permission from his father to embark on a journey of experience. Concerned for her eldest son's safety, the matriarch decided that accompanying the Ning trade caravan would be the most prudent option. The Ning trade caravan was widespread throughout the Great Shang, dispatching merchants nearly every month to various states, transporting the family's exquisite glass crafts while bringing back local specialties. Ning Zhulong was the overseer of this caravan. As the youngest among the 9 brothers, with a restless spirit eager for exploration, he took on the responsibility of managing the supply of goods across the 800 cities of the Great Shang, occasionally leading the expeditions himself. Ultimately, through this request, both Ning Dalong and Ning Jiu recognized that Ning Yuan was not an all-encompassing talent. The question of his suitability as heir required careful consideration before any decisions could be made. Fortunately, the Ning family's 9 brothers were still young and could afford to support the younger generation for a few more years. Casting aside the discussions surrounding the Ning trade caravan, Ning Yuan ventured into the forest. Truly, in ancient times, the quality of the air was remarkable. With a deep breath, he felt invigorated. As Ning Yuan activated the system and acquired the Dugu 9 swords, a deluge of knowledge related to swordsmanship and mental cultivation surged into his mind. However, this information was merely rote memorization, and he found himself unable to execute a single move. In essence, upon first triggering the system, Ning Yuan resembled a low-tier version of a martial arts treasure trove. He could recite the techniques and principles of the Dugu 9 swords flawlessly, yet remained a giant in theory and a dwarf in action, a quintessential theorist. Thus, he could only learn the Dugu 9 swords through the system. Host chooses to learn Dugu 9 swords. Current realm, 0, utterly clueless. Please, host, promptly utilize the system's fully automated cultivation feature to enhance your realm. Only by continuing to use the system's automatic cultivation capabilities or by relying on one's own enlightenment to comprehend sword techniques can one hope to achieve mastery and reach the pinnacle. Having journeyed from Qintang Pass, Ning Yuan sought guidance from the guards on swordsmanship merely to elucidate the rapid advancement of his skills, rather than to divulge the systems by daily external cultivation. Ning Yuan arrived at a clearing in the woods, dismounting from his little white horse, allowing it to roam freely. There was no need to tether it. The creature was quite intelligent, capable of foraging without losing its way. He then positioned himself in the center of the clearing. Relaxing his body, and mentally intoned, system, commenced cultivation of Dugu 9 swords. In that instant, Ning Yuan's stillness transformed into a dynamic flurry, his form seemingly becoming an elusive afterimage. The techniques, breaking sword style, breaking blade style, breaking spear style, breaking whip style, breaking rope style, breaking palm style, breaking arrow style, breaking chi style. Indeed, the 9 swords have no fixed forms. Formlessness surpasses form. Each technique harbored profound martial philosophy, and during his cultivation, Ning Yuan felt as though he fused with the sword intent of the cosmos. Each swing of his sword appeared effortless, yet imbued with immense power. The essence of the 9 swords revealed to him that true swordsmanship lies not in the form, but in the application of sword intent and energy. Formlessness indeed surpasses form, representing the pinnacle of Dugu 9 swords. Having departed from Qintang Pass for over 10 days, Ning Yuan initially sought counsel from the sword-wielding guards of the merchant caravan daily. Concurrently, he diligently practiced swordplay at dawn and dusk, demonstrating remarkable dedication, and his skills visibly advanced at a rapid pace, earning him admiration from the guards of the Ning family. Although Jin Da's martial prowess merely epitomized the peak of a mortal cultivator for Ning Yuan, who relied solely on modern scientific methods for physical training, it represented a significant enhancement, sufficient for him to emerge as a vanguard under General Li Jing. However, possessing the techniques of a mortal's pinnacle, Ning Yuan's aspirations did not lead him to enlist in the military to defend against the Dragon Clan of the East Sea or the underwater demon tribe from the walls of Qintang Pass. Thus, Ning Yuan found himself outside Jizhou City, practicing swordplay amidst the woods. Meanwhile, in the same grove, the young maiden Su Daji, with the assistance of her maid, stumbled through the forest, and, alas, her delicate figure fell to the ground after twisting her lotus foot. "Ah, my lady." The maid, robust yet graceful, swiftly lifted Su Daji, cradling her tenderly, her expression taut as she scanned the encroaching crowd with growing apprehension. "Haha, these 2 little girls have finally stopped running," chuckled a rather unsavory-looking male human. TSK, run, why not run anymore? I haven't had my fun yet." He cackled ominously. A bare-chested man chuckled lewdly, drool at the corners of his mouth, his hungry, wolf-like eyes incessantly scrutinizing the 2 women, particularly fixating on the graceful figure of the elder lady. While the words of the first 2 individuals merely instilled fear in the women, the third presence plunged them into despair. The third being was no human at all. It was a colossal werewolf, towering at 2 meters, its wolf head and human body resembling a majestic mountain, standing ominously before Su Daji and her maid. Barely 3 paces away, the werewolf, silhouetted against the setting sun, cast a vast shadow over the slender, delicate figures of the 2 women. In the land of Huaxia, although humanity reigned supreme, malevolent spirits and demons roamed freely. Some demons, aspiring to righteousness, spent millennia striving to transform into human form, seeking acceptance from humankind to further cultivate themselves into immortals. Yet, the majority of these creatures, having trained for countless years, desired only to wreak havoc upon the world. Chapter 4. The Cause and Effect of Ning Su. The young maiden Su Daji trembled in her maid's embrace, quaking in fear, as the werewolf opened its massive jaws, uttering strange words. "Ah, tender little human girls, today I shall feast." As it spoke, a foul stench wafted from its mouth, spraying towards the two women, with blood and flesh dripping from its gaping maw, falling to the ground like rain. The women, gripped by terror, nearly fainted, unable to fathom that the blood and flesh dripping from the werewolf's jaws belonged to the guards who had escorted them from the city. Upon hearing the werewolf's proclamation, the last man interjected hastily, "Hold on, mighty wolf. My brothers haven't feasted in months. Let us have our fun first, and after we are done, we shall prepare a meal for you." With that, 3 scoundrels among the humans cackled maliciously, their minds already envisioning the 2 women, particularly the most beautiful one, as their next prize. Su Daji felt despair engulf her. Would they violate her before being devoured by the werewolf? Meanwhile, Ning Yuan remained unaware that a tragic, inhumane event was about to unfold in the same forest. Although he could not communicate with the intellectually impaired, he gleaned considerable information from the system prompts. By befriending notable figures from the investiture of the gods, he could acquire powerful techniques. For instance, he could meet Jing, the future king of heavenly captures. Fortunately, mere acquaintance sufficed. Had he needed to establish a deep bond with celestial maidens or forge life-and-death friendships with mortal heroes of the great Shan kingdom to obtain such techniques, he would have to become a social butterfly akin to Jiangxia or Shingongbao. "Fellow Taoist, please wait. I have long admired you. Brother, come. Let us engage in a battle." "Ding. You have acquired a technique." Wasn't this akin to aimlessly wandering in a game, triggering dialogues to complete quests and gain items? How bothersome. It was far simpler to merely establish acquaintance. Understanding that enhancing one's strength necessitates befriending the notable figures of the Fengshan world, Ning Yuan once again sought permission from his frugal father to embark on an expedition. However, his cautious mother was reluctant to let her precious son venture out alone. Thus, accompanying the Ning family caravan became the most prudent choice. The Ning family caravan was widespread throughout the great commerce, dispatching trade convoys to various state cities nearly every month, delivering exquisite glass crafts unique to the Ning family and returning with local specialties. Consequently, Ning Yuan resolved to join the caravan bound for Jizhou City, primarily due to the esteemed Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou. In the future of this realm, Su Hu would ascend the Fengshan list, being conferred the title of Eastern Dipper Star Lord, reigning as the foremost among the 4-star lords, overseeing the affairs of the mortal realm and safeguarding life. If he could cultivate a connection with Su Hu, one could only wonder what kind of techniques the system might bestow upon him. He hoped for methods pertaining to the cultivation of immortality. Yet, Ning Yuan's motivations were not solely driven by curiosity. He also yearned to witness the enchanting allure of Su Daji, the source of chaos in a world rife with turmoil. At this moment, it was the 8th year since the ascension of King Zhou Dixin, and Su Daji had yet to enter the palace, remaining a hidden gem, little known to the world. Viewed through a modern lens, she was merely a youthful girl in her first year of high school. Of course, Ning Yuan felt no particular intrigue regarding this. If Su Daji were born in contemporary times, would those so-called internet celebrity school beauties and star idols not pale in comparison? In essence, this encapsulated Ning Yuan's rationale for accompanying the Ning family caravan to Jizhou. His father had notably selected his capable assistant, the 9th son of the Ning family, to lead this caravan, primarily to look after his beloved son, ensuring he garnered more experience while retaining some innocence. Safety was paramount, as articulated by the matriarch of the Ning family. Meanwhile, Su Daji found herself engulfed in despair, although her father and brothers were exceptionally skilled in martial arts. As the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, her training in combat alongside her maidens had largely been a mere pastime. Furthermore, the female martial instructors in the estate dared not truly challenge the young lady, and having been the cherished daughter of her family since childhood, during martial exhibitions, the instructors or her brothers often deliberately held back, leading Su Daji to mistakenly believe she possessed commendable martial prowess, sufficient for self-defense. Today, she fortuitously overheard her usual companions discussing the imminent arrival of the Ning family's latest floor-length dressing mirrors in Jizhou City. The Ning family had remarkably reduced the price of their glass mirrors, making it feasible for even ordinary households to acquire a palm-sized mirror. However, the larger the mirror, the more exorbitantly it escalated in price. The pricing strategy of the Ning mirrors was astutely calculated. A common household required merely a small mirror for daily needs, while only the daughters of nobility and wealth could afford a half-length dressing mirror. As for the full-length mirrors, they were sought only by royal ladies, burdened with numerous garments, often spending entire days deliberating over their attire. Among Su Daji's circle of well-acquainted friends, all had already procured such mirrors, dazzling at gatherings. Only Su Daji, raised under strict guidance, found herself hindered by her mother, the Marquis's wife, who was not adept at financial management, resulting in her limited allowance. Despite possessing a dressing mirror, Su Daji found herself unable to procure the new floor mirror from the Ning family, leaving her feeling inferior in front of her friends. Previously, after much effort, she had finally saved enough to purchase the mirror, only to discover that the Ning glass shop had run out of stock. This young lady from the Jizhou Marquis eagerly awaited the arrival of her reserved floor mirror, which was set to arrive the following day. However, the very next morning, her friends were to gather for a meeting, compelling Su Daji to select the most suitable attire. When it came to beauty, she was unrivaled in Jizhou City. Yet, in terms of clothing coordination, she found herself at the very bottom. All of this was the fault of the Ning family, with their exorbitant prices. How wonderful it would be if the Ning glass shop were a family enterprise. The inherently kind-hearted daughter of the Jizhou Marquis found herself, for the first time, harboring thoughts of cunning theft. Yet, such an act was ultimately impossible. Driven by an uncontrollable impulse, Su Daji made a regrettable decision, without informing her family. She clandestinely left the city with only her maidservants. This naive noblewoman believed the world to be peaceful, unaware that within 100 miles of the Jizhou city she had known since childhood, bandits roamed freely. Fortunately, just before departing the city, she had taken 2 guards from the Marquis with her. When they encountered the robbers, the guards remained loyal and dutiful, sacrificing their lives to buy precious time for the 2 delicate ladies to flee. However, fate was unyielding. As the 4 figures closed in, the maidservant cried out in desperation, "Help! Someone please!" Returning to Ning Yuan's perspective, moments earlier, he was still immersed in an automated training system, lost in a multitude of insights regarding the Duga 9 swords. His muscle memory had absorbed the sword techniques, allowing him to visibly witness his own growth and progress. Chapter 5. Who can save Su Daji? In Ning Yuan's previous life, a prevalent notion circulated. Compared to studying, games were far more likely to ensnare students, primarily because the progress in learning often lacked immediate visibility. A student might toil for extended periods, yet their examination results might not reflect significant improvement. Conversely, games constantly provide players with a sense of gradual enhancement, whether of themselves or their characters. Ning Yuan found himself in a state akin to swimming through a game, particularly blessed with an extraordinary advantage. By utilizing the system's fully automated cultivation, his mastery of the Duga 9 sword soared as if he were cheating, filling him with an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. Training complete. Duga 9 sword's current level, 9, transcendent. Indeed, the system proved to be the finest of advantages. The grind of monster slaying and leveling up had long lost its appeal to readers. Contemplating this tedious thought, Ning Yuan felt his body revert to its original form. With an influx of sword techniques surging through him, transforming his limbs into the poise of a seasoned swordsman, as if with a mere thought, a devastating assault would crash upon his adversaries. Regrettably, there were no foes before Ning Yuan to vanquish, only the radiant sunshine and the little white horse, by Shui, who let out a gentle snort. Ning Yuan absent-mindedly stroked the mane beneath the horse's chin, eliciting a look of contentment from the creature. He fell into contemplation. Traversing through time and space was one thing. As an ordinary laborer of the 21st century, accustomed to finding solace in reading web novels, who hadn't at some point, imagined embarking on countless adventures through such narratives? Ning Yuan's mode of transmigration was rather peculiar. He had undergone a soul exchange even before his birth, thus entering a new existence. Yet, perhaps due to the overwhelming nature of an adult's soul inhabiting an infant's body, his memories awakened gradually. Initially, it was the knowledge that resurfaced, followed by his values, and ultimately, his personal experiences. It was only 10 days prior that a sensational news item reached his ears. The wife of General Li Jing of Qintang Pass, Lady Yin, was with child for the 3rd time, yet she bore a monstrous fetus, her belly having swelled for a full 16 months without giving birth. This revelation finally ignited the full spectrum of his former memories, plunging him into a profound despair. General Li Jing of Qintang Pass, the 3rd son. A monstrous being, could it be Nezha? A cascade of keywords flooded his mind. compounded by recollections of the previous year when King Xin of the Shang dynasty had worshipped Nuwa, the goddess, just a few years into his reign. On the 15th day of the third month, the king, enchanted by Nuwa's beauty, had composed a poem in her honor, within the splendid phoenix and dragon canopies. Resplendence unfolds, adorned with intricate designs of clay gold. Winding mountains shimmer in verdant hues as fluttering sleeves dance in the rosy light. Pear blossoms, drenched in rain, vie for beauty, while peonies, shrouded in mist, display their alluring charm. Although the common folk of the Shang had not grasped the entirety of the poem, they believed their king to possess a pure-hearted affection, akin to a child's innocent praise for a mother. However, it was rumored that Nuwa was greatly displeased, unleashing her wrath and causing a drought that afflicted the region surrounding Chaoga for 3 months. Astrologers even prophesied the downfall of the Shang, which led to the king ordering the sacrifice of several individuals to appease the heavens, a turmoil that persisted for half a year before it finally subsided. This was the most recent occasion when the subjects of the Shang dynasty had witnessed the divine manifesting their will, and it was none other than the revered Nuwa. From this, Ning Yuan deduced, indeed, he had traversed into the world depicted in Fengshan. It was the nascent phase of the grand calamity of the Fengshan, the prologue of the tale just beginning to unfold. King Xin, through his poetic tribute, had incensed the saintly Nuwa, prompting the lofty deities to intervene in the affairs of mankind under the pretext of the Zhou dynasty's encroachment upon the Shang. Thus commenced the grand spectacle of demons, gods, and supernatural beings taking center stage. The conflict between the Chan and Jie sects, known as the Fengshan War, would see some emerge unscathed while others risked eternal entrapment upon the divine list, subject to the celestial jurisdiction. The heavenly realm, where mortals and deities vied for supremacy, reflected the schisms among the saints. Even in death, the immortals aspired to ascend the divine list, securing a position in the heavenly realm, thereby extending their existence alongside the cosmos, a notion that had been firmly entrenched since ancient times, 3,000 years past. Yet, amidst the strife of countless deities, it was the innocent commoners who bore the brunt of the suffering, their demise rendered utterly senseless. The souls condemned to the afterlife are destined to consume the Mengpa soup, reincarnating only to become beasts of burden once more. The vast population of humanity is regarded merely as cannon fodder, utterly disregarded in the celestial being's calculations. Firstly, Ning Yuan's misfortune lies in his ordinariness. He is but an exceedingly common human, neither of royal lineage nor a feudal lord, merely the son of a merchant, his status slightly above that of a commoner. Fortunately, prior to Ning Yuan's awakening, his childhood knowledge and memory amassed considerable wealth for the Ning family. In other words, aspiring to emulate his father's success, Ning Yuan sculpted himself into a wealthy heir, indeed the most affluent of his generation. Secondly, Ning Yuan's further misfortune is that, in the face of the impending 30-year celestial conflict, such wealth appears trifling. The most favorable outcome would be to strive to stand alongside the victors, exhausting his family's resources to support the mortal army of Shiqi during the Shangzhou War, hoping that, with the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the Ning family might attain a share of glory. However, all of this lies 30 years in the future. For now, Ning Yuan can only rely on this rudimentary system to augment his meager means of survival. The last rays of the sun linger on the horizon, piercing through the treetops and falling upon the youth's pristine garments. Ning Yuan strides towards his little white horse, preparing to return to the merchant caravan, when he suddenly notices Bai Shui's long ears perked up. Just then, a faint cry for help emerges from deep within the forest, the voice seemingly belonging to a woman. Ning Yuan furrows his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. His body instinctively leaps onto the little white horse, gripping its belly with his legs, gently tugging the reins, causing the horse's head to turn towards the plea for aid. Bai Shui, let us go? The little white horse gallops forth like an arrow shot from a bow, racing into the depths of the jungle. The maidservant, accustomed to the chores of the marquis residence, possesses robust physicality and ample stamina. Yet what significance does that hold? The burly man chuckles derisively. Huh, you call for help? Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. Su Daji, being the daughter of a marquis, in her despair whispers, Xiao Ling, you are unhurt. Seize the chance to flee. The maidservant Xiao Ling, head bowed and voice tinged with tears, replies, Miss, how could I abandon you? Unbeknownst to them. As she speaks, Xiao Ling's eyes lift, scanning for the sparsest point in the encircling bandits, her arms subtly tensing as if she were about to thrust the one she protects into the abyss. Su Daji, having surrendered, leans against her maidservant, her body limp. Countless thoughts flood her mind. Who can save Daji? Mother, father, brother, forgive me. I can no longer stay with you. Alas, Daji has yet to encounter her beloved, nor has she tasted the sweetness of love. Chapter 6. Ning Yuan. With me here, fear not, revised, within the encroaching shadows of the werewolves, Su Daji. The eldest daughter of the Jizhou Marquis stares blankly into the distance, towards the city of Jizhou, myriad thoughts racing through her mind. Just then, a rustling sound breaks the silence. A sudden neigh of a horse resonated like thunder from a clear sky, abruptly shattering the stillness. Before the echo faded, a figure, akin to a white lightning bolt, interposed itself between the werewolf and the two women. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, when two resounding thuds reverberated through the air. The horse's front hooves were raised violently, striking the werewolf squarely in the chest. The immense force unleashed sent the towering 2-meter werewolf soaring over 10 paces. Simultaneously, the knight atop the steed unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes, the sound of slicing air whistling as it repelled the remaining 3 bandits. The scene seemed to freeze in time. Su Daji gazed in a daze at the spectacle before her. The glow of the setting sun bathed the white horse and the figure clad in white. His chiseled profile illuminated by golden light, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. The razor-sharp sword reflected dazzling sunlight, resembling a divine entity punishing the wicked. In that moment, Su Daji realized that no matter how many lifetimes she lived, she could never forget this soul-stirring image. Just as the moment passed, the young knight dismounted with grace. The ethereal white horse circled behind the two women, forming a protective barrier with its master, who turned to face the werewolf. Positioning himself close to the women, with a calm yet slightly magnetic voice, he reassured them, "Do not fear, for I am here." Upon hearing those 5 simple words, Su Daji's heart inexplicably settled, her lips parting slightly, when suddenly, her maid Shaoling cried out urgently, "Young master, be careful." As the maid's warning barely escaped her lips, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted before the young man. 10 days prior, Ning Yuan had implored his father to withdraw their family from Qintang Pass, not out of alarmism or unfounded fears, but because only a time traveler would understand that the peaceful days of the Ning family were numbered, with merely 4 years remaining. When Nezha was born, chaos would ensue, leading to Nezha's confrontation with the Dragon King's 3rd son, resulting in dire consequences for Qintang Pass as it faced the wrath of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Nezha's profound background ensured that even in death, he was resurrected by his master, Taiji Fist, utilizing the lotus and lotus root to reclaim his form, becoming a vanguard in the counterattack against the kingdom of Zhou, fighting valiantly until his family achieved physical sanctification. Yet, what of the common people of Qintang Pass? The Ning family found themselves ensnared in the turmoil, beneath a collapsing nest. How could any eggs remain unscathed? Moreover, Ning Yuan was oblivious to which version of the investiture of the gods he had traversed into. If this were a parallel world from later adaptations, where Nezha, the destined spiritual pearl, transformed into a world-destroying demon, it was entirely conceivable that Qintang Pass would be left desolate, reduced to ashes. Ning Yuan lamented his inability to awaken all his memories sooner, which had caused him to miss the chance to ally with Jin Jia or Mu Jia within the ranks of the Chan religion. Had it not been for the eldest son of General Li, who left home at the tender age of 3 to train with his master, Ning Yuan might have secured powerful connections early on, leading to a life of ease. General Li's eldest son was Jin Jia, while his second was Mu Jia, both disciples of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan religion, with deep-rooted lineage and boundless potential. The term boundless had been tarnished by a certain peach tree spirit. When the Chan religion's immortals visited the general's residence to take in disciples, young Ning Yuan was merely an observer. Indeed, it is plausible that Ning Yuan possesses rather mediocre qualifications in the realm of cultivation, failing to capture the attention of the celestial beings of the Chan sect, and thus not being selected for the illustrious path of immortality. Consequently, he finds himself reigning as the king of children within the general's residence, perpetually followed by a gaggle of little ones. Among them is the general's niece, who incessantly trails behind him, calling out "A Yuan, and inadvertently offers him a peculiar pill that leaves him suffering from a prolonged bout of stomach troubles. Additionally, there is the general's grandson, as well as a group of unruly youths from the Qintang Pass, all devising schemes to deceive Ning Yuan into giving them candied hawthorns. However, in his youth, Ning Yuan merely employed a few quirky tricks from the peculiar memories in his mind to befuddle the children, who then regarded him as their elder brother. Despite his futile attempts at persuasion, Ning Yuan is acutely aware that his only reliance lies within the system. Nevertheless, the worlds of martial arts and the divine do not seamlessly intertwine, do they? The pinnacle of mortal martial arts pales in comparison to the ethereal might of immortal beings and demons. At that time, Ning Yuan voiced his grievances to the system. Yet it remained unresponsive. Could it be that this is indeed a beta version? It lacks even the most rudimentary user interface. After attempting several inquiries without receiving any answers from the system, Ning Yuan was left to navigate this enigmatic realm on his own. What then? Could the mortal martial arts endowed by this mysterious system, combined with a modern steel sword, achieve in the world of gods? The Duga 9 swords. The foremost technique in the world of deities. The adversary before him was an incompletely transformed man-eating wolf demon. The colossal beast swung its razor-sharp claws, lunging at the young swordsman who was attempting to snatch food from its maw, its fearsome claws reflecting a terrifying crimson glow in the flickering firelight. What followed was an encounter with unparalleled swordplay, the broken palm technique. The sword light flowed like water, and in a fluid motion. The young swordsman's figure darted around the massive form of the wolf demon, elusive as a specter. The wolf demon roared, its cry resonating through the dense forest. Yet the youth's sword technique was even more ferocious, each strike aimed precisely at the demon's vulnerabilities. The rhythm of battle unfolded within mere breaths, the clash of sword and claw creating an unspoken symphony of conflict. At this moment, the remaining 3 bandits, having regained their senses, adjusted their stances, preparing to coordinate their assault alongside the wolf demon. Their past experiences had taught them that as long as the wolf demon acted as the vanguard, absorbing all damage with its extraordinary demonic form, the 3 of them could provide flank support and still dare to engage even the patrolling squads of Jizhou City. However, as they were about to act, a series of anguished howls erupted from the wolf demon, accompanied by a torrential downpour of blood. Its arms weakened. It could scarcely believe that such a sharp and formidable weapon existed in this world. The standard bronze swords of Jizhou City's regular army could not even breach its resilient hide. Little did it know, the long sword in Ning Yuan's hand was forged using revolutionary high-furnace steel-making techniques, far surpassing the strength of the bronze swords of this era. The wolf's claws whirled out, striking down one of the bare-chested bandits, rendering him unconscious upon the ground. The disheveled man recoiled, just as another claw whirled past the crown of his head, taking a chunk of scalp with it. The last man, momentarily stunned, was swiftly seized upon by the opportunity. As the little white horse delivered a powerful kick with its hind legs, its body extending to over 2 yards in an instant, striking the man squarely in the chest. A swift takedown. The formidable prowess of the steed could result in grave injury or even death. Indeed, the final man spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed with a resounding thud, his chest concaving, breathing laboriously, and soon succumbing to his injuries. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, the notorious wolf demon gang, which had terrorized the outskirts of Jizhou for over a year, suffered 1 death and 3 injuries. The wolf demon, deprived of both arms, let out a wretched howl, yet its legs did not falter as it fled rapidly from the white-clad youth. A creature that had lived for a millennium is not foolish, nor reckless. Upon seeing the futility of its struggle, it retreated with haste. As humanity wisely states, where there are mountains, there is no fear of firewood. The disheveled man, sensing the tide turning against him, took advantage of the moment when the white-clad youth confronted the wolf demon to stealthily withdraw. Just as the wolf demon was about to vanish into the forest, a massive net suddenly descended upon it. Simultaneously, the disheveled man found himself ensnared by 2 spears poised at his throat, rendering him utterly dumbfounded. Observing this, the youth sheathed his sword and stood still. Soon, a dozen burly men appeared in the clearing, causing Daji and her maid to instinctively tense. "Young master." A sword-wielding man approached briskly, followed closely by a magnificently dressed middle-aged gentleman. Chapter 7. The pure and innocent maiden Daji, the elegantly attired man, greeted the white-clad youth from a distance, and upon seeing the lad unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief as he drew near. The white-clad youth smiled gently and said, "Uncle Gio, Daniel, I am fine. Please handle the situation." After speaking, he turned to the 2 young women in the clearing. "Ladies, are you all right?" The white-clad youth, of course, was Ning Yuan. It seemed that Ning Yuan's demeanor and words had touched the 2 maidens, as the noblewoman, aided by her attendant, slowly rose to her feet, gently adjusting her slightly disheveled attire from her flight, and gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you for your rescue, kind sir. I am immensely grateful." As her words faded, the noblewoman lifted her delicate head, revealing her true beauty. The scene fell silent, Even the guards binding the wolf demon paused to gaze in awe at the unfolding sight. Before Ning Yuan stood a breathtaking tableau, akin to a pear blossom amidst rain, graceful and sorrowful, with a myriad of charms. Her delicate waist reminiscent of a willow swaying gently. Her hair, like dark clouds, framed a face of apricot and peach hues, with the gentle contours of spring mountains evoking the intoxication of moonlit begonia. Countless expressions coalesced into a singular thought. She was no less than a celestial being descending from the jade pool, akin to Chang'e departing from the moon palace. In Ning Yuan's eyes, the enchanting maiden could be simply described as possessing a voluptuous figure and exquisite beauty beyond compare. Her gaze exuded a naive purity, akin to a delicate white flower. Her aura, undoubtedly cultivated through wealth, radiated the essence of a top-tier affluent beauty, and her figure, the epitome of golden proportions, with a bust that surely exceeded 34. Absolutely stunning. The embodiment of pure desire stands before me. If I were to assign a score to the beauty of this enchanting lady, I would bestow upon her an astonishing 99 out of 100. The sole point deducted is due to the expression in her eyes. As for the maidservant accompanying this young lady, although she possesses a commendable beauty that could earn her a score of 7 or 8, she pales in comparison to the captivating maiden, merely serving as a backdrop to the vibrant flower, rendering her virtually unnoticed and overshadowed by self-doubt. However, Ning Yuan, having encountered numerous internet celebrities and countless images of flawless goddesses in his past life, had developed a certain immunity to such beauty. While this lady is indeed striking, Ning Yuan merely paused for a moment before regaining his composure, bowing with his sword in hand, and stating, "My lady, there is no need for formality. It is our duty to assist those in distress. I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your aid." Upon hearing these words, the pure and alluring maiden's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing that the handsome young man before her was not only courteous but also possessed a profound sense of justice. His eloquent expression of philosophy and heroism resonated deeply with her. The noble upbringing of the ancient beauty quickly steadied her demeanor, and she graciously responded, "Thank you, esteemed benefactor. Your words are too generous. Had it not been for your timely arrival, my companion and I might have fallen victim to dire circumstances." In her words, the pure maiden expressed a lingering fear. The threat they faced was not merely perilous. Before meeting their demise, the two young beauties would have endured unspeakable torment, ultimately falling into the jaws of danger. The leader of the merchant caravan, Ning's ninth uncle, was a man of considerable experience. Having savored many a feast, he was not easily swayed by the allure of beauty, and soon regained his focus, commanding his guards to bind the captives, intending to deliver them to Jizhou City the following day. Such bandits posed a significant threat to the local populace, and as fate would have it, the Ning family's caravan was headed to Jizhou City, making this an opportune offering for the Duke of Jizhou. Meanwhile, noticing the lingering fear in the ancient beauty's eyes, Ning Yuan quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, you are now safe. By the way, I am Ning Yuan. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" In the era of the Shang dynasty, still rooted in primitive tribal customs, Confucian ideals had yet to emerge, and notions of gender etiquette were non-existent. Ning Yuan, akin to modern times, felt no impropriety in directly asking the maiden her name. Indeed, the ancient beauty responded without hesitation, "I am Su Daji, and this is my maid." Xiaoling, unmindful of her maid's expression and demeanor, Ning Yuan's mind was suddenly filled with the system's announcement. The host has made the acquaintance of Su Daji, daughter of the Duke of Jizhou. You have acquired Lingbo Weibo. Will you learn it immediately? Upon learning, you will automatically cultivate it twice daily. Ning Yuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of brightness, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose affirmation. After a brief contemplation, Su Xian immediately countered, "Our merchant convoy's destination is Jizhou City, where the Marquis also bears the surname Su. I wonder if there is a connection to you, my lady. In this era, it is inconceivable for one with a surname to belong to the servile class. Commoners may possess surnames, but often prefer single-character names. Only the nobility has both surnames and the relatively rare double-character names. While double-character names do not exclusively indicate nobility, triple-character names are predominantly held by the aristocracy, often those of noble lineage. Therefore, it is not surprising that Ning Yuan instantly associated Su Daji's surname with that of Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou, and such insight would earn him the admiration of the noble young lady, particularly in light of his merchant background. Su Daji smiled slightly, pressing her lips together before performing a curtsy. "Indeed, he is my father." Before her words could fully settle, the maid Xiaoling, seemingly unwilling to remain in silence, interjected, "Our lady is the sole daughter of the Marquis. Young master, having saved her, will surely be handsomely rewarded by the Marquis upon our return to Jizhou City. The members of the Ning family convoy, upon hearing this, turned their gazes towards Su Daji. This young lady, it appeared, was the daughter of the esteemed Marquis of Jizhou, one of the top nobles among the 800 lords of the Great Shang Kingdom. This status placed her in stark contrast to those of common birth, or even those descended from slaves. During the Shang dynasty, the title of princess, in Wangzhou, referred to the daughters of feudal lords. Given the prominent standing of the Marquis of Jizhou among the 800 lords, it was entirely reasonable for his daughter to be designated as a princess. It was only in later dynasties, such as the Song, that the term specifically denoted the daughters of princes, while the daughters of marquises and earls, unless officially conferred titles, were simply referred to as Miss or Young Lady. In that moment, the expressions of those present varied, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. However, Ning Yuan and Ning Jiu's gazes distinctly sparkled with a different light. Despite Xiao Ling's voice being as melodious as that of a songstress from a previous life, her words struck an unsatisfactory chord. Firstly, it implied that Ning Yuan expected a favor in return. Secondly, it came across as overly eager. Given that Ning Yuan had heroically rescued Su Daji and her maid, and was himself a gentleman of noble standing, it was only natural for him to see them safely returned to the Marquis's residence in Jizhou City without needing any prompting from a maid. Chapter 8. Su Daji, spending the night in Ning Yuan's tent. Thus, there was no need for the maid to speak further. In contrast, the more esteemed Su Daji did not rush to demand that Ning Yuan escort them back to Jizhou City or to seek a favor. Xiao Ling, acting beyond her bounds as a maid, clearly overstepped her role. Nevertheless, considering the pair had just escaped peril, Xiao Ling's eagerness to ensure her lady's safe return to the Marquis's residence could be understood. Ning Yuan, now softly speaking to himself, let his thoughts whirl like lightning, slightly raising his head to glance at the oppressive darkness beyond the forest. The guards and slaves of the Ning family had already lit torches, their flickering light casting a clear illumination upon the youthful features and demeanor of the boy. Su Daji keenly perceived Ning Yuan's thoughts and swiftly pulled her maid behind her, once again bowing gracefully as she spoke. We must not put our benefactor in a difficult position. At this moment, as dusk descended, the journey back to the city loomed long, and traveling by night only increased the perils. Suddenly, Su Daji's words faltered as she recalled the absence of any female companions in the merchant caravan, rendering it rather inconvenient for her and her maid to reside in a camp filled with men. The innocent and delicate girl nervously toyed with the hem of her garment, murmuring, "We can manage to stay at the edge of the camp for just one night." Her voice was barely audible, betraying her lack of confidence about sleeping outdoors. Ning Yuan responded with a hearty laugh. "Miss Su, you are too polite. My Ning family's caravan may lack in many things, but an extra tent can certainly be spared." He fell into contemplation, aware that while the caravan would carry several spare tents to shield against the elements, bedding was typically personal, and he could not allow Miss Su and her maid to use the bedding of the guards or servants. At this moment, Uncle Ning, ever the supportive figure, chimed in. "Ah Yuan, before we left, sister-in-law mentioned that your bedding is infused with fragrance daily." Ning Yuan smiled brightly and swiftly reached a decision. "If Miss Su does not mind, you may use my tent and bedding. I shall find elsewhere to stay." Before Su Daji could voice her refusal, Uncle Ning flashed a broad grin. "Ah Yuan, why not share a night with your Uncle Ning?" Ning Yuan rolled his eyes. "No thanks, uncle. Your snoring would keep me awake." He raised his voice at the end, calling out for the burly man known as Daniel. The swordsman promptly appeared, bowing with respect. "Young master." There was no room for disrespect. Daniel had witnessed his young master evolve from a novice in swordsmanship to a formidable fighter capable of overcoming 4 opponents, one of whom was a wolf demon. Whereas the guards of the Ning family had once held mere respect for their master, they now regarded him with awe. It was understood that, given the current strength of the caravan's guard, facing such a wolf demon would likely result in significant losses, even if they emerged victorious. The physical prowess of the demon race was, in the words of their young master, a case of dimensionality reduction strike. Thus, as the guards bound the captive, they could not help but regard their master with reverence. As for the stunning beauty who drew the attention of many hormonally charged men, her lively conversation with their young master soon caused the onlookers to avert their gazes, lest they intrude upon their intimacy. Many of the quick-witted guards pondered privately. Could it be that their young master, who had never even had a maid by his side, had finally found enlightenment? Was the Ning family on the verge of welcoming a young mistress? Alas, poor Miss Suan, who had harbored feelings for the young master for years, yet never dared to speak. Had she been thwarted by the young lady of the county? The fleeting moments of youth and romance seemed to have descended upon him unexpectedly. Indeed, this notion echoed the words of the young master himself, whose insights were always so astute, his expressions simple yet piercingly accurate. Their young master, being young, wealthy, handsome, and talented, would it not be reasonable to take another wife? As a throng of guards exchanged glances laden with gossip about their young master, the oblivious Ning Yuan continued, "Dinyo, lend me your bedding. You can squeeze in with the brothers." "Of course, young master." Ning Yuan's commanding presence and resolute demeanor sparked a glimmer of admiration in Su Daji's eyes. In him, she discerned the echoes of her father and brothers. The youthful heart of a maiden is often poetic. Having had little interaction with young men aside from her family, Su Daji's heart fluttered like a startled deer, completely forgetting to decline. After all, that very night, she would share Ning Yuan's bed with her maid, Xiao Ling, while Ning Yuan himself would not be present. That night, within the merchant camp, Ning Yuan's tent was centrally located, slightly to the right of the tent belonging to the merchant leader, Ning Jiu. Upon their return, under Ning Jiu's guidance, the slaves collaborated to erect a spare tent closer to Ning Yuan's, on the left side. The guard, Dinyo, delivered his bedding there, knowing he would have to share the night with his fellow guards. Naturally, all the guards accepted this gladly, as it was for the sake of their young master. The noble young lady of a feudal lord could not dine with a group of men around the campfire, and with no women in the merchant entourage. Ning Yuan personally delivered the grilled meat to the lady's tent. Before entering, Ning Yuan cleared his throat. "Miss Su, it is I. Wait a moment. Just a moment." Su Daji's slightly anxious voice mingled with the sounds of water. After entering Ning Yuan's tent, the maid Xiao Ling prepared a basin of warm water for the weary young lady to wash up. This basin of water had been arranged by Ning Yuan's guards at his behest. As the two women praised Ning Yuan's meticulousness while adjusting their appearances, they heard the voice of the very person they were discussing. Su Daji, rather than being annoyed, felt a flush of shyness and, worried about keeping Ning Yuan waiting, quickly called out. Embarrassed, she was in the midst of washing in Ning Yuan's tent, surrounded by his belongings. Her innocent mind uncontrollably conjured images of Ning Yuan's activities within the tent, as if he were an observer of her disarray, causing her cheeks to burn with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. At that moment, Ning Yuan's warm and resonant voice reached her ears. The youthful Su Daji felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing into Xiao Ling's embrace. Imagining the scene in the tent, Ning Yuan calmly reassured her, "Miss Su, do not worry. I shall not enter. Your dinner is at the door." With that, he placed down the tray and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 9. Ning Yuan. Am I under nighttime siege? Joking aside, staying even a second longer would be a significant test of his composure. The allure of the first beauty of the divine was no trivial matter, even if Su Daji had yet to reach her full potential. Using a mobile phone as a metaphor, at this moment, Su Daji is not yet the embodiment of the future fox spirit, nor is she the version transformed by the grace of heaven. She is merely a youthful standard edition, albeit a limited one. Nevertheless, Su Daji's allure still delivers a profound psychological impact on Ning Yuan. Shortly after Ning Yuan departs, the tent flap is lifted, revealing the lovely face of the maid. Xiao Ling, not seeing the person she yearned for, she cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment as she stoops to retrieve a tray and returns to the tent. "My lady, the young master has already left." "Left?" Su Daji's response carries a hint of regret, mingled with a sigh of relief. Her exquisite face a tapestry of conflicting emotions. As the most beautiful woman in Jizhou City, Su Daji is acutely aware of her own beauty. Even if she has remained hidden away, the occasional whispers of her renown are enough to ignite the imaginations of eligible young men within the city. Since their acquaintance, Ning Yuan has consistently behaved with utmost courtesy. Even in his own domain, amidst a crowd of 100 or so, it is Ning Yuan's word that holds sway. To speak frankly, even if Ning Yuan were to abduct Su Daji and sequester her away in a gilded chamber, no one would be the wiser. Yet, Ning Yuan has unfailingly treated Su Daji with the gentleness of a spring breeze. On one hand, Su Daji feels a deep sense of comfort. The young man she has taken a liking to is indeed not a frivolous or reckless individual. On the other hand, she cannot help but harbor some doubts about her own charm. Could it be that her benefactor does not favor her? Lost in her thoughts, Su Daji remains oblivious to the resolute expression that crosses the face of her closest maid, who has grown up alongside her. In the dead of night, Ning Yuan tosses and turns, finding it difficult to fall asleep. He is particular about his sleeping arrangements, a trait he has carried from his previous life. The bedding that Su Daji and her maid now occupy in his tent is the same one he had grown accustomed to over a year, specifically brought along for this journey. Now, in a different bed, even clad in his garments, Ning Yuan struggles to drift into slumber. Unable to sleep, he resorts to conversing with the system in his mind, which in reality is merely self-talk, for the system never attends to him. Such a fool. An internal beta version? How long will this testing phase last? An announcement would be appreciated. The system has only bestowed upon him swordplay and footwork, yet has not granted him any internal cultivation techniques. Otherwise, he could meditate to calm his mind. Although he has acquired the skill Lingbo Weibu through his encounter with Su Daji, having already utilized his 2 training opportunities today, Ning Yuan must now wait until dawn for automatic cultivation to commence. In the stillness of the night, just as Ning Yuan drifts into a drowsy state, he suddenly senses someone approaching the tent entrance. Startled, he sits upright and calls out, "Who goes there?" The campfire outside casts a slender silhouette. The figure replies, "Do not be alarmed, young master. It is I." Xiao Ling frowning slightly, Ning Yuan rises from the bed and walks towards the tent flap, inquiring as he approaches, "Has something happened to your lady?" As soon as the words leave his lips, the tent flaps part on their own, and a graceful figure leaps into Ning Yuan's embrace. Warm and delicate, as if made of jade, Ning Yuan spread his arms wide, signaling his intent to avoid misunderstandings, and calmly remarked, "Xiao Ling, as a young man of the 21st century, what spectacle have I not witnessed? I am well acquainted with the schemes employed by a girlfriend's confidant to test one's resolve." The voice of the maid Xiao Ling echoed softly from within Ning Yuan's embrace. "Previously, you saved me, master. I have nothing to repay you with, but I humbly offer myself to warm your bed." This notion of warming the bed was merely a euphemism, laden with implications that were all too clear to those who understood. During the era of slavery, it was customary for hosts to present young and beautiful female slaves to guests for this very purpose, a basic form of hospitality that is not surprising in this age. However, they were in the wilds, far removed from the city of Jizhou. A faint, albeit slightly cold, smile graced the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth as he gently inquired, "Was it Miss Su who sent you?" "Yes," Xiao Ling replied ambiguously, her meaning obscure. Were Ning Yuan truly lost in the long night, devoid of sleep, he might entertain her proposition with a half-hearted acceptance. Yet, having lived 2 lives, he was not so easily swayed by desire. His past experiences rendered him far from naive in matters of the flesh. However, he dared not let his guard down around Su Daji. It was crucial to remember that without Ning Yuan's intervention, this woman could indeed become a calamity for the world. Even with his interference, the fate of Su Daji might remain unchanged. After all, the enchanting beauty of Su Daji was but a fade, veiling the cunning spirit of a 9-tailed fox. "Did Miss Su send you here?" Ning Yuan reiterated, his tone slightly frosty. "You may not be aware, but my mistress has taken a liking to you." Xiao Ling did not provide a direct answer to Ning Yuan's question, but instead broached a topic that would captivate any man's interest. "The daughter of the Jizhou Marquis, Su Daji, has feelings for you." Just imagine, hearing such words would surely stir one's heart, igniting a wave of excitement. Yet Ning Yuan maintained his composure, simply responding, "Oh? Did she express this to you directly?" The beauty in his arms hesitated for a moment before stating, "I grew up alongside my mistress. Her emotions are written all over her face, and I can discern that she holds you in high regard. If you reciprocate her feelings, I would be willing to act as a matchmaker, intertwining the fates of you and my mistress. Should she marry you, I would serve as an accompanying maid." Xiao Ling's words brimmed with temptation. Had Ning Yuan been any other unmarried man from Jizhou, he might have succumbed to the allure of entangling himself with Su Daji and her maid, leading to a romantic liaison. The maidservants of noble ladies often became their husbands' concubines, stepping in when their mistresses were indisposed. If Su Daji truly harbored feelings for Ning Yuan, and he was equally inclined to pursue her, then Xiao Ling's offer of warmth, or, to put it plainly, surrender, would be inevitable. Yet, Xiao Ling neglected to mention that all of this hinged on Ning Yuan not only winning Su Daji's affections, but also securing the approval of the Jizhou Marquis for their union. Yes, it was indeed a matter of marrying down. In this realm, Ning Yuan's identity is merely that of a merchant's son. Although he is not an ordinary commoner, nor a slave, he is still worlds apart from the 800 lords of the Great Shang Kingdom. Typically, the daughters of these lords marry their sons, sometimes even being sent to the royal palace to become consorts or queens. Chapter 10. Morning meditation is truly a humanly oppressive activity. This is akin to the primary consort of King Dexine, Queen Jiang, whose father was the foremost among the 800 lords of the Shang Kingdom, Lord Jiang Huan of the East. Thus, even if Su Daji harbors deep affection for Ning Yuan, According to the aristocratic laws of this world, achieving a harmonious union poses considerable challenges. However, none of this was mentioned by Xiaoling. She seemed eager to warm Ning Yuan's bed and spoke in deliberately ambiguous terms. With this thought, Ning Yuan's mind raced, and he resolved to take action, gently pushing aside the shoulders of the charming maid. He gazed into Xiaoling's shy yet expectant eyes and reflected on his own restraint in rejecting a natural beauty. He spoke softly. The intentions of the princess and Xiaoling have been duly noted. Please convey to the princess that I shall surely gain the approval of the lord and openly pursue a union with Miss Su Daji. You may return now, Xiaoling. Xiaoling, her voice tinged with urgency, saw Ning Yuan shake his head. As she pondered her next move, Ning Yuan reached out to caress her youthful, collagen-rich face, pressing down on her slightly pursed lips, revealing a warm smile. A girl's body is the most precious of treasures. Xiaoling, do you wish to alter your fate? Do you desire to live for yourself? Upon hearing Ning Yuan's enticing words, Xiaoling's heart raced, feeling as though he could see straight through her. Just as Ning Yuan had surmised, Xiaoling yearned to change her destiny as a female slave. The Great Shang Kingdom did not entertain the notion of a working-class spirit. Aside from nobles, one was either a commoner or a slave. Lost in a daze, Xiaoling found herself turned around by Ning Yuan and pushed outside the tent, witnessing him fastening the rope of the tent door from within. Time passed, and a cold breeze sent a shiver down Xiaoling's spine, awakening her from her reverie. She glanced back at the dark tent, feeling an indescribable mix of sweetness and fear, and hurriedly returned to the tent that belonged to Ning Yuan, burrowing inside. The thick fabric of the tent shielded her from the coolness of April, and aided by the faint glow of the campfire seeping through the seams. Xiaoling gazed upon her lady's sweet sleeping visage, a wave of guilt washing over her. Miss Su Daji maintained a regular routine, rising early and sleeping soundly, which contributed to her delicate and flawless skin. Furthermore, she had no bad habits regarding sleeping arrangements, perhaps finding an unusual comfort in the bedding imbued with Ning Yuan's scent. Cautiously, Xiaoling slipped into the already warmed bed, her racing heart gradually settling. Sensing the coolness of a body beside her, Su Daji instinctively tightened her embrace around Xiaoling. Xiaoling? Su Daji murmured sleepily. Where have you been? Xiaoling quickly replied in a hushed tone. I got up for a moment, Mississippi. Please go back to sleep. In the stillness of the night, a gentle call of nature beckoned, and within the confines of the tent, a humble chamber pot awaited. Without receiving any unexpected response, Su Daji soon succumbed once more to her sweet dreams, leaving her maid, Xiaoling, to toss and turn through the endless night. The night passed in silence. Ding. Today's automatic cultivation sessions have been refreshed. Please utilize them in a timely manner. As dawn broke, Ning Yuan, who had only just entered the realm of slumber, was abruptly roused by the sudden chime of the system notification in his mind. This system, reminiscent of an insistent alarm clock, would ring at precisely 6 o'clock from his previous life, heralding the commencement of his automatic cultivation mode. Alas, it could not be silenced. Rising early truly felt like an affront to humanity. Ning Yuan mechanically stood, stretching slightly to alleviate the stiffness that had settled in his body from a night of unrest. He donned his garments, grasped his long sword still sheathed, unfastened the ropes of the tent, and lifted the curtain to step outside. Within the camp, aged and feeble slaves had begun to kindle fires and prepare corn porridge. The night guards dozed off, exchanging duties with the early risers. Ning Yuan cast a glance toward the tent that had once belonged to him, but had been occupied by a young maiden and her attendant the previous night. A faint, inexplicable smile graced his lips as he performed a few chest-expanding exercises before making his way out of the camp. Approximately 15 minutes later, the curtain of the tent that was rightfully Ning Yuan's was gently lifted, revealing a graceful figure. Her gaze fell upon the tent that he had temporarily occupied, only to find it vacant, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. She then inquired a few words from a guard before gracefully gliding in the direction that Ning Yuan had departed. Her light steps and swaying form captivated the attention of those who had risen early, yet, upon recalling her connection to their young master, they quickly averted their gazes and returned to their tasks. Such was the allure of this woman. It was truly overwhelming. Deep within the forest lay the site of Ning Yuan's gallant rescue the previous day. Taking advantage of the automatic cultivation opportunity granted by the system, he began to practice the newly acquired technique, Lingbo Bu. System, commence cultivation of Lingbo Bu. The technique evolved according to the orientations of the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, requiring each step to be executed in a specific sequence aligned with the hexagram's directions, forming a complete circle from the first step to the last. Its footwork was peculiar, necessitating spins and leaps in every direction, harmonizing with the essence of the technique. Moreover, Lingbo Bu could not be performed by one lacking profound internal strength. For instance, Duan Yu, upon first acquiring it, could barely complete half a circle. Only after absorbing the internal energy of 6 formidable masters could he execute the technique. However, with the system's assistance, Ning Yuan faced no such obstacles. Current proficiency of Lingbo Bu, 0, commencing automatic cultivation. Approximately 15 minutes later, the system announced, cultivation complete. Lingbo Bu is now at level 1, initial understanding. Ning Yuan has already discerned some operational patterns of this mute system, whether it pertains to swordplay or footwork. Ascending from a complete novice to the initial threshold of understanding, level 1, requires the expenditure of 1 automatic training opportunity. Advancing to level 2, the stage of genuine comprehension, necessitates the consumption of 2 opportunities. This pattern continues accordingly. From level 9 to level 10, a substantial 10 automatic training sessions are required. It is imperative to recognize that as one delves deeper into martial arts, the pace of advancement slows considerably. If Feng Qingyang were still alive and learned that Ning Yuan could ascend from utter ignorance of the Duga 9 swords to the pinnacle of mastery in just over 20 days, he might be driven to leap from the cliff of regret and despair. What a waste of 70 or 80 years. After utilizing today's first automatic training opportunity, Ning Yuan must wait 6 hours, 12 hours in total, before the system refreshes his training sessions again. Chapter 11. A sister named Su falls from the sky subsequently. Ning Yuan began to execute the Duga 9 swords once more. Presently, his skill in this technique had reached the extraordinary level of 9. Even though the system's automatic training sessions were on cooldown, he could still practice independently. Immersed in the exquisite artistry of swordsmanship, Ning Yuan was suddenly startled by a faint crackling sound. Realizing someone was approaching, he sheathed his sword and turned to investigate the source of the noise. Before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful scene. As the morning sun rose, the fresh scent of dawn enveloped him, accompanied by the delicate fragrance of a youthful maiden. A lovely girl, with hands gently covering her cherry lips, had stepped back onto a branch, inadvertently producing the sound. What unfolded before Ning Yuan was a rare and enchanting portrait. Her flowing dark hair, almond-shaped face, and rosy cheeks resembled the spring mountains, while her eyes shimmered like autumn waters. With a graceful figure, slender waist, and long, elegant legs, she surpassed the beauty of flowering crab apples, intoxicated by the sunlight. Like pear blossoms in the rain, her pure demeanor, combined with her alluring physique, exuded an irresistible charm. Who else could it be but Su Daji? It is no wonder that the nine-tailed fox, in fulfilling the task set by Nuwa, chose to borrow Su Daji's form and beauty to sow discord in the Shang dynasty. Evidently, as a youthful precursor to the future enchanting consort of the Shang, Su Daji had just been startled by the gust of wind created by Ning Yuan's swordplay, causing her to step back and onto the branch. Ning Yuan approached with deliberate grace, exuding an aura of elegance and warmth. Su Daji lowered her gaze, her shoes barely visible, uncertain and flustered. He extended a hand towards her, and her heart raced like a startled deer, unsure whether to retreat or remain. Ning Yuan's hand brushed through her flowing hair, gently plucking a tender green leaf and presenting it before her. Su Daji gazed at the leaf, her heart caught in a whirlwind of emotions, neither wholly joyful nor entirely disappointed. "Miss Su, have you been hurt?" he inquired, to which the innocent flower-like girl quickly shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed, rendered speechless. Seeing the pure and adorable visage of the future seductress who would captivate the world, Ning Yuan felt a stirring in his heart and continued softly. "What brings you here alone? Where are your maidens?" "Xiao Ling is still asleep," she replied. At last, Su Daji spoke, her voice soft and melodious, akin to a lark, imbued with a dreamy haze. It seemed she was either lamenting to her beloved or playfully teasing her elder brother as she continued. "Previously, Xiao Ling was always diligent. Perhaps she was overly startled yesterday, and now she sleeps like a log." Suddenly realizing that her choice of words might be a tad improper, Su Daji discreetly glanced at Ning Yuan. Seeing no sign of disapproval, she felt reassured and a touch proud as she added, "I usually rise early and sleep early. Moreover, I am not incapable of handling things without Xiao Ling, so I tidied myself up. After inquiring with the guard about your whereabouts, he pointed me in your direction. Hence, I came to seek your company." Ning Yuan, however, was oblivious to Su Daji's subtle emotions, lost in contemplation of the young maiden's previous words. It appeared that last night's warmth of Xiao Ling's presence was entirely her own initiative. Su Daji was utterly unaware of what had transpired the previous evening. Thus, one wonders whether this Xiao Ling possesses profound intentions or is merely a pawn in a larger scheme that remains to be seen. Hello? Ning Yuan was drawn to the sight of a delicate, fair hand flailing about before him. When he regained his composure, he found Su Daji glaring at him, her eyes sparkling with clarity, devoid of any bashfulness that one might expect from a girl whose affections were known to her beloved. Given Su Daji's innocence, had she indeed used Xiao Ling as a subtle hint to express her feelings, she would not display such transparency. Ning Yuan gently rubbed his nose, attempting to mask his internal awkwardness. I apologize. I was momentarily captivated by the beauty before me and failed to pay heed to your words, Mississippi. Upon hearing Ning Yuan mention beauty, Su Daji mistakenly believed he was complimenting her looks, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she playfully chided, "My benefactor." Her voice was sweetly intoxicating. Who could withstand such charm? The morning, being a time when the human spirit is most vibrant, prompted Ning Yuan to take a deep breath, suppressing the fluttering in his heart, and swiftly shifted the topic. Miss Su, I would prefer if you refrained from calling me benefactor. It sounds rather peculiar. You may simply call me by my name. Evidently, Su Daji had already contemplated the matter of address, responding playfully, "Then may I ask how old you are?" "Young Master Ning?" 17, he replied with nonchalance. "I was born in September, and I shall soon turn 18. It is well known that the best way to deepen one's connection with a girl is to respond to one inquiry while veiling another topic." Su Daji's dark eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? Then you must call me sister, for I have already turned 18. Ning Yuan gazed silently at the charmingly innocent girl, his expression somewhat grave, remaining silent. Su Daji's age was inscribed within the annals of the investiture of the gods. Daji, daughter of Su Hu, summoned into the palace by King Zhou, encountered a nine-tailed fox, ultimately meeting her demise at the age of 16. Recalling this, Ning Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. At this moment, it was the 8th year of King Zhou's reign, and at some point this year, the radiant girl before him was destined to meet a tragic end. However, the gravity of Ning Yuan's expression seemed to have been misinterpreted by the girl, prompting Su Daji to amend her statement. "All right, you've seen through me. In truth, I am 2 years your junior, currently 15. However, my birthday falls this April, and by the end of the month, I shall be 16, leaving only a year between us. Hee hee." The young maiden appeared particularly delighted to find herself closer in age to Ning Yuan, her delicate features blossoming with a joyful smile. Fortune smiled upon her. In the noble circles of Jizhou City, none were unaware of the renowned Marquis's daughter, Su Daji, who was celebrated for her icy beauty and haughty demeanor. Yet, in this fleeting moment, her smile surpassed even the radiant expressions of the past month. Ning Yuan collected his thoughts and turned to the young lady, speaking with refined grace. "In that case, you may call me Brother Yuan. May I address you as Sister Su?" "Indeed, a heavenly Sister Su has descended. Brother Bao is suited for Sister Lin, and Brother Yuan is a match for Sister Su, no doubt about it." However, the maiden pouted her cherry lips, expressing her discontent. "I have no issue with calling you Brother Yuan, but I prefer you to call me Sister Daji or simply Daji." Unbeknownst to her, the demeanor and tone she exhibited at that moment were reminiscent of the endearing behavior she reserved solely for her mother. Seemingly resolved, Ning Yuan nodded. "Very well. I shall call you Daji from now on." "Yes, Brother Yuan." Daji smiled brightly. Chapter 12, The Butterfly Effect? A kiss seals the fate. Ning Yuan and Daji exchanged knowing smiles. "By the way, Daji, what prompted your exit from the city? Yesterday was exceedingly perilous. Had I arrived just a moment later?" Curiosity swelled within him. The original narrative had never alluded to Su Daji encountering such a predicament. Were it not for his unexpected intervention as a time traveler, the ensuing tale of the enchanting Daji's turmoil would likely never unfold. Of course, now that he had promised to be her brother, Ning Yuan would not stand idly by as she entered the palace, nor would he allow her to be possessed by the nine-tailed fox, leading to her tragic demise. Daji, slightly bashful, hesitated before revealing her impulsive venture outside the city in search of Ning's full-length mirror. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan was left utterly speechless. Could it be that this is my fault? He pondered. If not for the memories brought by his time travel, which led to the creation of glass during the Shang dynasty and the subsequent series of butterfly effects, Su Daji would never have left the city and faced such calamity. Truly, every action has its consequences. Noticing Ning Yuan's subtle expression, the astute Daji immediately connected the dots. "Brother Yuan, your surname is Ning. And you mentioned yesterday that the merchant caravan's destination is Jizhou City. Could it be?" Ning Yuan, filled with reflection, nodded. "Indeed. The Ning family glassworks is the enterprise of my family. Among the goods we are transporting is the very full-length mirror that you desire, Daji. Ah. Su Daji's adorable lips parted in surprise, momentarily forgetting to cover her mouth, revealing a glimpse of her tender tongue, leaving Ning Yuan with an overwhelming urge to tease her. Ning Yuan touched his nose to mask his thoughts and smiled. Since it is for my sister, I shall take it upon myself to gift you the mirror. After all, glass is merely sand, of little value compared to the silver backing that adorns the mirror. What holds true value is the craftsmanship. This, however, does not bode well. Su Daji is acutely aware of the exorbitant prices of the wares sold by the Ning family's glass shop. With her benevolent nature, she remains oblivious to the possibility that the Ning family glass shop may indeed become an enterprise under her management in the future. The young master of the Ning family quickly perceives Su Daji's intrigue and boldly states, "It is but a mirror, as long as my dear sister is fond of it. That suffices. No matter how radiant the mirror, it cannot reflect Daji's unparalleled beauty." Listening to her brother is undoubtedly wise. This pronouncement not only provides a rationale for Su Daji to accept the gift, but also cleverly extols her beauty, leaving her in a state of indecision, neither able to shake her head nor nod in agreement. In any case, Su Daji is left elated and bashful by his words. My dear sister is not as commendable as my brother claims, she concedes with respect. The modern, somewhat cheesy expressions of affection employed in the context of the Shang dynasty could be seen as a significant contrast. Subsequently, their conversation grows increasingly light-hearted and casual, with Ning Yuan recounting several humorous anecdotes from his previous life, elegant yet amusing in nature. Naturally, some of the vocabulary has been artfully adapted to fit the expressions of the Shang dynasty. Ultimately, these tales elicit laughter from Su Daji, causing her to shake with mirth. And unbeknownst to them, the distance between her and Ning Yuan gradually diminishes. Throughout her 15 years of life, Su Daji has never encountered a peer as witty and humorous as Ning Yuan. Within the confines of the Jizhou Marquis' residence, as a daughter of nobility, she is not lacking in suitors who consider themselves her equals. Yet, those superficial individuals can only offer shallow compliments on her appearance, never truly addressing her inner desires. Su Daji never imagined she could engage in endless conversations with Ning Yuan, finding no tedium in their exchanges, and instead losing track of time. What is that fluttering sensation within her heart? The emotions of a blossoming maiden, feelings she has never experienced before, surge forth from her very core. As the sun rises, Ning Yuan calculates that the time has come. The merchant caravan has long prepared breakfast and is ready to embark. Perhaps out of respect for their young master conversing amiably with the young lady of the Jizhou Marquis' house, no one dares to interrupt. Thus, the young man takes the initiative to conclude their discussion, suggesting they return to the camp to dine before escorting Su Daji back to the city. Upon hearing the mention of returning to the city, a wave of reluctance washes over Su Daji, causing her thoughts to wander, and she stumbles slightly as she turns to walk away. Having encountered wolf demons and bandits the previous day, she inadvertently twisted her ankle. Although the injury is not severe and does not greatly hinder her normal walking, it is an unbearable pain for this delicate young lady. Be careful, Ning Yuan says softly, wrapping his arm around Su Daji's slender waist and leaning close to her ear. The robust male presence envelopes her, leaving Su Daji's gaze dazed. Her arm instinctively draping over Ning Yuan's shoulder, and her eyelids fluttering shut. Were there a third party present, this man and woman would appear as the closest of lovers. Poised to, Ning Yuan, of course, cannot resist the allure so near at hand. No one could, unless they were a eunuch. Lowering his head, Ning Yuan pressed his lips against Su Daji's delicate cherry blossom mouth. A soft murmur escaped Su Daji, who seemed both hesitant and inviting, entranced in Ning Yuan's embrace. A kiss sealed their fate. Time slipped by unnoticed until the whinny of a horse broke the spell. Coming back to their senses, Ning Yuan and Su Daji noticed a bright little white horse not far off, its gaze towards them tinged with a hint of mockery, causing their cheeks to flush. Fortunately, the little white horse was not human. Ning Yuan nonchalantly released Su Daji, assisting her to stand steady, and cleared his throat. Bai Shui, when did you arrive? The little white horse let out an ambiguous sound and turned to trot back towards the camp. What an extraordinary horse, Ning Yuan mused, scratching his head, and tentatively asked Su Daji, can you walk by yourself? Or should I carry you? In modern times, he would have simply swept her up in a princess carry. But given the ancient setting of the Yin Shang, he was reluctant to act too hastily and offend the fair maiden. After all, the mark had been made. Su Daji was destined to be his. Feeling the pain in her delicate foot and envisioning the scene of being carried back through the crowd by Ning Yuan, Su Daji's face flushed crimson, a hint of steam rising from her cheeks. The pure-hearted girl gently shook her head. Please hold my hand, Brother Yuan. With that, she extended her left hand, intertwining it with his larger one. He replied, let us return. Su Daji whispered, her gaze fixed on their tightly clasped hands. Her eyes brimming with sweetness and joy, as if savoring the moment and entrusting everything to Ning Yuan. Rest assured, I shall visit the Marquis of Jizhou at the earliest opportunity, Ning Yuan promised earnestly. Yes, Su Daji's face, once tinged with trepidation, instantly radiated warmth and light. Indeed, a girl in love is the most beautiful scenery. Upon returning to the camp, they spotted the maid Xiao Ling had already risen, eagerly waiting on tiptoe. Upon seeing her young mistress hand in hand with Ning Yuan, Xiao Ling's face reflected a whirlwind of emotions. Her eyes sparkled with joy at the couple's progression. Yet she could not meet Ning Yuan's gaze, anxiety gnawing at her as she wondered if he had disclosed the events of the previous night to the princess. Xiao Ling hurried towards her mistress, and upon observing Su Daji's expression remained unchanged, with no hint of alteration in her demeanor, she finally felt relieved. Miss Su was innocent and carefree, her emotions readily apparent. If she were to learn of Xiao Ling's nighttime visit to Ning Yuan, she would undoubtedly not appear so composed. After breakfast, the caravan set forth once more. At this juncture, they faced yet another dilemma, the lack of carriage space for the two young ladies and their maid. Although the caravan boasted a considerable number of ox-drawn carts, it was necessitated to allocate a separate cart solely for the 4 bandits captured yesterday, particularly the exceptionally strong wolf demon. Apart from the bandit who had met his demise, the remaining 2 thieves and the wolf demon were securely bound, their mouths gagged. The wolf demon, in particular, was tightly shackled with specially crafted iron chains, its powerful claws positioned beside a corpse. Consequently, Su Daji and her maid were compelled to mount their steeds, which were originally intended as spare mounts for the caravan. However, one young lady expressed, I cannot ride a horse. Su Daji murmured softly. Xiao Ling hesitated, then revealed a benevolent smile, saying, my lord, my lady, do you see? The innocent young lady has learned to tell lies. Truly, love makes one grow. Ning Yuan, unperturbed, gently replied, then, Daji, you shall ride with me. Su Daji nodded obediently. Though she could not ride, being a dignified princess allowed her this privilege of sharing a mount with Brother Yuan. How clever you are, Su Daji. As for the members of the Ning family caravan, they remained silent, maintaining their focus on their own tasks. Ning Yuan first assisted Su Daji onto the snow-white steed, positioning her near the horse's neck, then turned to the young maid. Xiao Ling, quite composed, stated, young master, I shall sit behind you. Ning Yuan chuckled, choosing not to unveil her intentions, and readily helped her onto the horse, creating just enough space between the 2 ladies. Holding his sheathed sword, he took a deep breath and leaped. Although Ning Yuan's Lingbo Weibu had only recently reached the threshold of understanding, it sufficed for ordinary agility. His body soared swiftly, ethereally like a deity, dancing upon the waves as he landed gracefully between the 2 women, firmly gripping the horse's belly. Not having contemplated seizing dominion over the world, Ning Yuan refrained from using the saddle and stirrups, simply sitting upon the horse's back. Su Daji twisted her torso on the horse, nearly turning 180 degrees, showcasing her slender waist's remarkable flexibility, her starry eyes gazing at her handsome companion as he descended, akin to a delicate flower falling into Ning Yuan's embrace, exuding warmth and softness. Behind Ning Yuan, the maid Xiao Ling wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, her well-developed upper body pressed against his back, creating a front and back embrace. Ning Yuan mused inwardly, relieved that both women were slender, their combined weight hardly matching that of a hefty ox. The caravan, now prepared, continued along the main road towards Jizhou City, the sound of wheels rolling forward resonating in the air. The trio of Ning Yuan and the 2 ladies rode at the heart of the procession, with his beloved in his arms. Ning Yuan controlled the reins with one hand while the other encircled the pure-hearted young lady's slender waist, regaling them with delightful anecdotes and jokes from his past, eliciting joyful laughter from both women. Xiao Ling, in the rear, was content, as no new rewards were forthcoming. Yet, Su Daji was so amused that she trembled with delight, moving restlessly in Ning Yuan's embrace. Ning Yuan thought to himself that Su Daji had never felt such joy in her life, and wished that this journey would stretch into eternity. However, that was impossible. Approximately an hour after the merchant convoy set off, the faint outline of a city came into view in the distance. The members of the caravan erupted in excitement, and the guards seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the sky was clear, visibility was excellent, and it was estimated that they could reach Jizhou City, a mere 10 miles away, in half an hour. Gazing at the familiar city, Su Daji was suddenly engulfed by a sense of dislocation. This was Jizhou City, her place of origin. It was where she had sought refuge when confronted by the wolf demon. Yet, at this moment, it was the last place she wished to return to. The saying goes that one feels apprehensive when nearing home, especially when accompanied by a beloved. Ning Yuan, sensing the girl's emotions, leaned in closer to whisper in her delicate ear, his voice rich with magnetism. Daji, do not worry. I will take care of everything. Yes, Brother Yuan, I trust you. We still have some time. Let us cherish it. She replied with enthusiasm. However, it seemed that fate had no intention of granting this young couple more time together, or perhaps it desired to test them further. At that very moment, a troop of cavalry came galloping towards them from the direction of Jizhou City. Chapter 14. Su Daji, Brother No? The cavalry, weary from their journey, covered the hundreds of yards in an instant, propelled by their powerful steeds. As they approached within mere yards of the merchant convoy's vanguard, a young knight raised his fist high and firmly reined in his horse. The cavalrymen, witnessing this, followed suit, demonstrating the discipline and high caliber of their training. The young cavalry leader, his face betraying urgency despite his fatigue, did not pause to inquire about their origins. Instead, he called out to the merchant convoy's guards, demanding, "Has anyone seen 2 guards escorting 2 young girls?" Before he could finish, one of his subordinates urgently interrupted him. "Young lord, the princess is there," pointing towards the middle of the caravan, where Ning Yuan and Su Daji rode alongside their servant. The remaining cavalry members turned their attention to Su Daji nestled in Ning Yuan's arms. In the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Surprise, relief, and fury all mingled together. The young cavalry leader, referred to as the young lord, instantly brandished his spear, directing it at Ning Yuan as he charged forward on horseback. His eyes blazing with rage as he shouted, "Villain, release my sister." At that moment, Su Daji, having caught sight of Jizhou City, instinctively straightened her posture. No longer fully nestled in her beloved's embrace, yet still close to him, her expression tinged with sorrow and reluctance, as if she longed for home but could not return. Furthermore, Ning Yuan held the reins in one hand while the other rested around the slender waist of the innocent maiden. To an uninformed observer, it appeared as though Ning Yuan had taken control of Su Daji. Additionally, the young lord was well aware that his sister was capable of riding a horse. It was indeed their father who personally instructed them. Consumed by fury, the young lord rode forth uncontrollably, thrusting his spear towards Ning Yuan and Su Daji. It was not merely a loss of sanity for the young lord. He was even prepared to slay his own sister. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Ning Yuan towered over Su Daji, who measured only 1.6 meters. The sweeping spear was poised to strike down upon Ning Yuan's crown, yet it would spare his sister. Su Daji's complexion paled, and she cried out, "Brother, no!" The guards of the merchant caravan also turned pale, collectively shouting, "Young master, nephew." Just as their voices faded, the spear was upon them. In that critical moment, unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, his sword had already been drawn from its sheath, and with a deft motion, he executed a rising slash. This was the breaking spear technique. Rather than confront the young lord's formidable assault head-on, Ning Yuan employed the exquisite skill of the Dugu 9 swords, leveraging the force of the attack to deftly elevate the young lord's silver spear by a few inches. Though it seemed a minor adjustment, in the realm of masters, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences, and the silver spear narrowly missed Ning Yuan's head. The gust from the spear's passage ruffled Su Daji's flowing black hair, and the young girl, momentarily forgetting her own peril, widened her almond-shaped eyes in alarm, turning towards her beloved, terrified that he might have already met his demise. Upon seeing Ning Yuan's solemn expression, unwavering and steadfast as a mountain, she exhaled in relief and quickly turned back to finish her words. "Brother, you misunderstand. Ning Yuan saved me." Fortunately, there was no melodramatic scene akin to those in internet dramas, where misunderstandings linger for dozens of episodes without resolution. Su Daji succinctly clarified the misunderstanding to her brother, the young lord. Ning Yuan's seemingly effortless maneuver left the young lord astounded. His thrust was one that even their father would not dare to confront directly, opting instead to evade its lethal edge. Yet, this young man before him had managed to withstand it. Although he had cleverly redirected the spear's trajectory, it remained an incredible feat. The young lord clearly absorbed his sister's words. After his thrust, he ceased his assault, yet maintained a combat-ready posture, scrutinizing her for any signs of coercion in her words. In the fleeting moments of their exchange, the guards and cavalry had drawn their weapons, arrows nocked, the atmosphere thick with tension, the battle on the cusp of eruption. Had Ning Yuan not intercepted that strike, and the princess not swiftly clarified the misunderstanding, combat would undoubtedly have ensued. Lower your weapons. Observing the young lord's lingering skepticism, Ning Yuan decisively commanded the guards of the caravan to disarm, his voice firm and indisputable. At the behest of their master, the Ning family's guards complied, relinquishing their weapons. Simultaneously, Ning Yuan distanced himself from Su Daji, vaulting gracefully from his mount while sheathing his sword, deliberately landing well away from the little white horse and the young lord. The young cavalry leader, whom Su Daji referred to as brother, was undoubtedly the son of the Marquis of Jizhou. Ning Yuan had long harbored plans to engage with the family of the Marquis of Jizhou, yet he had not anticipated such swift developments. Bowing with his sword in hand, he spoke with clarity. Young Marquis Rong Bing, I am Ning Yuan from the Ning family of Qintang Pass, delivering goods to Jizhou City. Yesterday, I fortuitously encountered your esteemed princess in peril, and fortunately, my guards and I arrived in time to rescue her. As he spoke, he gestured towards the rear of the caravan, where the captured bandits were confined, continuing, those over there are the ruffians who pursued the princess. I implore the young Marquis to take heed. The young Marquis turned his gaze towards the bound ruffians and corpses at the back of the caravan, his pupils constricting at the sight of the wolf demon bound in iron chains. One of the cavalrymen stepped forward to inspect the scene and exclaimed, Young Marquis, this is the man-eating wolf demon that the Marquisate has been pursuing for 3 months. And its vile accomplices. My heavens, the last time a squad from the city defense army encountered them, they could not withstand their ferocity and lost 5 brothers, including my own sibling. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. The cavalryman's face twitched, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks, as he finally witnessed the day of capturing the foe who had slain his brother. Upon hearing the term man-eating wolf demon, every member of the cavalry shuddered in unison. The young Marquis once again scrutinized his sister, relieved to find her unharmed. As the cavalryman concluded his emotional recount, the tension in the air dissipated. He lowered his weapon, clasped his hands in salute, and introduced himself. I am Su Chuanzhong, son of the Marquis of Jizhou. He promptly dismounted, leaving his weapon secured on his horse, and stood firm, bowing deeply once more. I, Su Chuanzhong, am eternally grateful to young Master Ning for saving my sister. His swift bowing and introduction reaffirmed his father's esteemed reputation. His dismounting and relinquishing of arms signified his gratitude as an elder brother for the life-saving deed rendered to his sister. Chapter 15. Ning Yuan. I have deemed this brother-in-law worthy. Seeing that the young Marquis had dismounted, although no orders had been issued, the cavalrymen gathered their weapons but remained mounted. Confronted with the formidable figure of Su Chuanzhong, destined for the divine ranking, Ning Yuan smiled in acknowledgement. At the moment of Su Chuanzhong's self-introduction, a notification echoed in Ning Yuan's mind. The host has made the acquaintance of Su Chuanzhong, son of the Marquis of Jizhou, and has acquired the 9 Suns True Classic. Would you like to study it immediately? After studying, you may automatically cultivate once each morning and evening. Commence learning. The host has chosen to study the 9 Suns True Classic. Current level, 0 comprehension. Please utilize the system's fully automated cultivation feature promptly to enhance your level. Ning Yuan was filled with joy. In addition to sword techniques and lightness skills, I finally possess inner strength. And it is the renowned, all-encompassing 9 Suns divine skill. Truly, Su Chuanzhong is remarkable. I have surely found a worthy brother-in-law. Just then, a voice interrupted Ning Yuan's reverie. Oh dear. Everyone turned towards the sound. It appeared that Su Daji was eager to dismount, but in doing so with the standard technique, her long legs inadvertently struck one of her maidservants, causing Xiao Ling to cry out in pain. As a result, the princess lost her balance and was on the verge of falling from her horse. According to reason, at this moment, Su Chuanzhong was closest to his younger sister, and his body instinctively moved. However, he realized it was too late. Just then, Ning Yuan, from a distance of 10 feet behind, swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, arriving first to catch Su Daji. It was not a princess carry, but rather a half-embrace, which he quickly relinquished, placing her gently on the ground. Your Grace, Xiao Ling, unable to maintain her pretense of not being able to ride a horse, hastily dismounted and knelt in apology. I'm sorry, miss. It is my fault. Although Xiao Ling too was an innocent victim, suffering from a pain in her ribs after being swept by Su Daji's leg, she was merely a lowly servant. In front of her brother, Su Daji dared not display too much intimacy with Ning Yuan. Seizing the opportunity, she adjusted her stance and calmed her breathing, softly saying, It's all right. It was my carelessness. Xiao Ling, Please rise. Thank you, Your Grace. Xiaoling immediately stood up, cautiously supporting Su Daji. While the two often referred to each other as sisters in private, fostering a sense of ease. Xiaoling was acutely aware of the need for decorum in the presence of others, especially before the Duke of Jizhou and his son. Seeing that the maid had taken over caring for the young lady, Ning Yuan did not linger, releasing his hold on Su Daji, but not deliberately distancing himself. Instead, standing with his arms crossed at a respectful distance. From Su Chuanzhong's perspective, Ning Yuan was an elegant figure, and Su Daji was extraordinarily beautiful. Together, they made a striking pair, a match made in heaven, with the charming maid merely serving as a backdrop. At that moment, the young lord felt a strange sensation, as if the small quilt he had cherished for 16 years was about to be taken away. What was a quilt anyway? The Deshang kingdom had yet to discover cotton. It was Ning Yuan who broke the peculiar tension in the air, his handsome face breaking into a warm smile. I had originally intended to escort the princess back to the Duke's residence after entering the city. Since I have encountered the young lord, I shall return her safely. He almost let slip a reference to an ancient anecdote about returning a priceless jade. A tale from the Eastern Zhou dynasty over 300 years ago. Having spoken, Ning Yuan stepped away from Su Daji. She, appearing somewhat anxious, urged, Ning Yuan, please return to the city with us. I must express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Ning Yuan shook his head, unfazed. Princess Daji, you and young Lord Su should return home first. I will make a special trip to the Duke's residence later to pay my respects to the Duke and the young lord. Seeing that Ning Yuan had made up his mind, the inherently gentle girl felt a pang of reluctance and said, very well, but you must come. I will be waiting for you. Ning Yuan nodded with determination. Observing Ning Yuan's upright demeanor, Su Chuanzhong finally set aside most of his doubts, suppressing his inexplicable thoughts, and said, thank you, Mr. Ning, for your noble deed. Bring the horse. A cavalryman dismounted and led his horse closer, presenting it to Su Chuanzhong. Su Chuanzhong led his horse towards Su Daji, saying, sister, come back with me. Our mother is quite worried about you. After speaking, he handed the reins to Su Daji, clearly expecting her to ride on her own. Upon hearing about their mother, Su Daji suddenly remembered that she had not returned home for a night, and surely the wife of the Marquis of Jizhou must be anxious about her. Without further thought, she reached out her small hand to take the reins. However, the young princess suddenly recalled something, turning to Ning Yuan with a flushed face, and whispered, elder brother, have you forgotten? Daji is not very skilled at riding. Su Chuanzhong replied, is it true that the only daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou cannot ride? Who is the lady that rides every day in the training grounds of the Marquis' residence? Seeing Su Daji's flustered expression, Ning Yuan could hardly suppress a chuckle. He managed to hold back his laughter, touched his nose, and said, Princess, riding is quite simple. You were sitting quite well just a moment ago. How about this? Su Xiaoho, the princess may be better suited to my little white horse, so let her ride back with Xiaoling Bai Shui. I will visit the Marquis' residence later and retrieve Bai Shui then. After speaking, Ning Yuan deftly took the reins of the little white horse and placed them into Su Daji's small hand. Naturally, Su Daji followed Ning Yuan's arrangement without hesitation. Her heart filled with joy. This way, Ning Yuan had yet another reason to visit her home. After all, a steed like this is a rare treasure that must be returned to its rightful owner. Brother Yuan is truly clever. Su Daji's beautiful eyes sparkled as she discreetly untied a small sachet from her waist. Seizing the opportunity while taking the reins, she slipped the sachet into Ning Yuan's hand and whispered, Brother Yuan, come find me soon. The sachet was exquisite and delicate, adorned with the character Su, and the stitches were somewhat uneven, clearly crafted by a young girl's hand. Ning Yuan accepted the sachet, still warm from her touch, and smiled gently, giving Su Daji a warm glance. Su Chuanzhong scratched the back of his head, utterly perplexed by the unspoken connection between his sister and Ning Yuan. However, since his sister had been found and was about to return under his protection, he said no more, instead suggesting, in that case, Ning brother, ride my horse to Jizhou City. We will exchange them upon your arrival at the Marquis' residence. Su Chuanzhong referred to the brown steed he had ridden over. Before anyone else could speak, Miss Su's little head nodded enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. Young Master Yuan, you must ride my brother's horse. It was a gift from our father to him for his coming of age when he turned 20. You must return it to him. In an inexplicable twist, with Su Daji as the intermediary, Ning Yuan and Su Chuanzhong exchanged their horses. In ancient times, noble horses were akin to luxury cars. To exchange horses between a man and a woman typically signified a romantic relationship, while between men, it suggested a bond of deep brotherhood. As for Ning Yuan and Su Chuanzhong, in Su Daji's eyes, they were destined to become future relatives. Daji felt an inexplicable joy. With the assistance of her maidservant, Su Daji swiftly mounted the white steed of Ning Yuan, while Xiao Ling also mounted her horse, positioning herself behind the princess. A gentle tug of her delicate hand on the reins prompted the obedient white horse to advance, leading them away from the merchant convoy. Just as the steadfast Su Chuanzhong was about to bid farewell to Ning Yuan, he heard the latter call out, "Wait a moment, young Marquis." In response to Su Chuanzhong's puzzled gaze, Ning Yuan smiled and said, "These 4 formidable individuals should also be entrusted to the Marquis's estate. Ning, my brother, you may not be aware that there is a bounty on each of these 4. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Since we have encountered them, it is more fitting for the young Marquis to take charge. As merchants, we value harmony in commerce. Bringing such bloodshed into the city may tarnish our future dealings." At this moment, the true leader of the merchant convoy, Ning Jiao, nodded in agreement, his expression one of admiration. His nephew's words were indeed insightful. A bounty is trivial for the Ning family. However, we must not leave a negative impression on our customers. Had we not encountered the young Marquis of Jizhou, the threat of apprehending robbers would offset any unfavorable impressions. Yet, since we have come across official matters, it is better to err on the side of caution. The young master's foresight in this regard signifies his competence as the future heir of the Ning family. Su Chuanzhong pondered this and subsequently instructed his subordinates to take custody of the bandits. The handover was completed swiftly, and with Su Daji casting reluctant glances back, the entourage of the Jizhou Marquis headed towards the city. The Ning merchant convoy continued on its journey as well. The speed of the convoy was incomparable to that of the cavalry. Even with the captured bandits in tow, they had no obligation to consider the comfort of the prisoners. Approaching noon, the Ning merchant convoy finally entered the city. As the foremost city of Jizhou, Jizhou City was remarkably grand. The midday sun enveloped the sound of cowbells drifting down to the city gates, where the guards were huddled beside a pile of fodder, rubbing their frostbitten hands. As they queued to enter the city, the guards used their long spears to lift the coarse burlap covering the cargo, the blade glinting in the sunlight. Ahead of the Ning family convoy was a merchant operating independently, who, with a forced smile, presented his passage bamboo slips, his silver fish pendant slipping from his sleeve, causing the young guards to squint. This tactic was well known among merchants. The Ning family's convoy was renowned far and wide, having traversed countless cities. Merchants understood the principle that while the king of hell may be forgiving, troublesome ghosts were not. The steward at the front of the Ning convoy had already prepared a gratuity to offer the guards. However, today was different. The scarred gatekeeper, upon recognizing the Ning convoy, waved his hand and allowed them to pass, his smile akin to that of a long-lost uncle. Clearly, the young Marquis, Su Chuanzhong, had given specific instructions upon entering the city, which prompted the gatekeeper to abandon any thoughts of extorting the wealthy. Nonetheless, with Ning Laojiu's shrewdness, he still provided the customary gate fee, adding, "My young master says this is for the brothers to enjoy some wine on behalf of young Marquis Su." The gatekeeper hesitated briefly but accepted the offering with a smile, as it was presented under the young Marquis's name. However, all of this was of little concern to Ning Yuan, who had no time to admire the grandeur of Jizhou City. If history had not been altered, this city would soon be engulfed in the flames of war originating from Chaoga. Along the journey, he pondered how to salvage the fate of Su Daji while simultaneously preventing the conflagration from spreading to Jizhou. Having sealed their bond with a kiss, he could not allow King Zhou to seize her. In other words, Ning Yuan intended to intercept the favored concubine that historically belonged to King Zhou of Shang. As described in Feng Shan, in the 4th month of the 8th year of King Zhou's reign, 800 feudal lords journeyed to Chaoga for an audience. The Jizhou Marquis, Su Hu, had not bestowed favor upon the treacherous Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who, harboring resentment, conspired against him. Seizing the opportunity when King Zhou sought to select beauties for his court, they devised a malicious scheme. Whispering deceitful words into the king's ear, it is said that Su Hu has a daughter, Daji, whose beauty is unparalleled and whose character is gentle. Should she be chosen to serve in the palace, she would be most obedient. This insinuated that Su Hu's daughter, Daji, was exceptionally beautiful and virtuous, and that the Jizhou Marquis would remain loyal to the king should she enter the palace. However, upon hearing this, Su Hu refused and composed a satirical poem at the noon gate of Chaoga. A ruler who undermines his ministers shall lead to the collapse of virtue. Su Hu of Jizhou shall never serve the Shang. Initially, the actions of the Shang king in coercing his subjects to offer their daughters were discreet, and most were unaware of the underlying circumstances. Yet, Su Hu's poem exposed his dissent, making it known throughout the realm that he opposed the Shang. At this time, the Shang dynasty was at the height of its imperial power, and an enraged King Zhou dispatched two of the four great lords, the northern and western dukes, to quell Jizhou. In the beginning, Su Hu and his son managed to prevail. However, as the main forces of the two dukes converged, the situation deteriorated, leading to the siege of Jizhou. Su Hu's eldest son, Su Qianzhong, was captured, and in a desperate moment, Su Hu contemplated taking his daughter's life in a fit of rage, but ultimately could not bring himself to do so. At this critical juncture, the western duke, Ji Chong, sent a messenger named Sen Yixing to persuade Su Hu to send his daughter to Chaoga. Left with no choice, Su Hu complied. Yet, en route to Chaoga, the 16-year-old Su Daji fell victim to the claws of the nine-tailed fox demon. The embodiment of the fox demon, Daji, entered the palace and sowed chaos across the land, ultimately leading to the demise of the Shang and the rise of the Zhou. Su Daji was the first character to perish in Fengshan, but due to the fox demon's influence, her reputation was tarnished, and she was forever condemned, failing even to be included on the divine roster. Bearing a legacy of infamy. How lamentable, how pitiable. As the merchant caravan entered the city and traversed the main thoroughfare towards the inner city, the opulence of Jizhou unfolded before them. The proprietor of a grain shop leaned out from a second-floor window, puffing on a pipe, while the aroma of mutton wafted from taverns above, blending with the sound of pipa music, and the wine sellers clinked their earthenware bowls loudly. From the crevices of the stone market, patches of yellowing wild vegetables emerged, while children in split trousers chased after the caravan's cattle and horses, scavenging for dung. Memories from Ning Yuan illuminated the fields of the Ning family, where the use of organic fertilizer yielded bountiful harvests, a method that soon spread throughout the Shang. Chapter 17. Ning Yuan, a world that sends away daughters must be destroyed. The beleaguered farmers greatly valued the dung from the merchant caravan's cattle and horses. As they feasted upon the finest fodder, the caravan swiftly navigated through the bustling streets of the city, arriving shortly at the Ning family shop in Jizhou. Ning Yuan entrusted all commercial matters to Uncle Jiao, relinquishing his role as a carefree young master. He arranged for gifts, specifically instructing the inclusion of two full-length mirrors, one for Su Daji and the other for Lady Ho. Regardless of the era, it is a fundamental duty to win over one's mother-in-law. Along the journey, Ning Yuan contemplated with clarity. The causes of Su Daji's tragic fate were manifold, yet two fundamental reasons stood out. First, Su Hu had offended a treacherous minister, who seized the opportunity presented by the king's search for a consort to expose Su Daji's name before King Zhou of Shang. It would have sufficed for Su Hu to refuse, as the esteemed Marquis of Jizhou among the 800 feudal lords. Even the most rational of advisors would hesitate to push the king, who, mindful of political repercussions, would refrain from extreme measures. However, Su Hu's public recitation of a rebellious poem altered the situation's nature. King Zhou, with justification, sought to punish the disloyal, compelling Su Hu to willingly send his daughter to Chaoga. The second reason was King Zhou's provocative verses, which incurred the wrath of the goddess Nuwa. In retaliation, Nuwa dispatched the three demons of Xianyuan Fun to wreak havoc upon the Shang dynasty. The leading agent, the nine-tailed fox, awaited the opportune moment to usurp a suitable vessel. As Su Hu sent his daughter to Chaoga, the nine-tailed fox seized the chance to claim Su Daji's corporeal form, thereby embarking on a path of seducing the sovereign to disrupt the realm. Thus, two pivotal points emerged. Firstly, Su Hu must not publicly recite rebellious poetry. The conflict must remain concealed. Should it escalate to armed confrontation, the consequences would be dire. Su Daji could not escape her destined fate of entering the palace. Secondly, if circumstances necessitated a visit to Chaoga, Ning Yuan must safeguard Su Daji from the nine-tailed fox's possession. Furthermore, it was imperative to ensure that Su Daji herself did not fall into the clutches of King Zhou. Otherwise, this world would be devoid of purpose. In a realm where protagonists offer their daughters, it would be preferable for it to perish. Each step proved arduous. Thus, he resolved to commence with the first task. Ning Yuan instructed the shopkeeper to prepare a carrier pigeon for the journey to Chaoga and requested fine silk and rabbit hairbrushes from the accountant to commence his writing. Carrier pigeons have served as messengers for over 5 millennia in Huaxia. However, during the Yin and Shang periods, the prevalent form of writing was oracle bone script, primarily inscribed onto bones or turtle shells with a knife, making it cumbersome to transport. Silk was exceedingly precious. Hence, the widespread use of carrier pigeons for communication was not feasible. For the Ning family, silk was hardly an issue. In Ning Yuan's era, it was initially believed that the brush was invented during the Qin dynasty. Yet increasing evidence suggests that brushes fashioned from fine animal hair were already in use during the Shang period. Now, Ning Yuan could inform those archaeologists. Your assertions hold merit. Even if the Shang dynasty lacked brushes, with Ning Yuan's extraordinary journey through time, both the brush and the carrier pigeon became vital tools for the Ning family to convey important and urgent messages. It must be noted that, prior to Ning Yuan's full restoration of memory over the past decade, his knowledge had already significantly altered this world. After penning several letters, Ning Yuan entrusted the fragrant sachet gifted by Su Daji to the shopkeeper, repeatedly urging that it be delivered to Chaoga with utmost haste. The Ning family shops spanned the realm, and naturally, Chaoga was no exception. Subsequently, Ning Yuan summoned his trusted confidant, Dinyo, and meticulously conveyed his instructions for an extended period. Alone, Dinyo mounted 2 horses, spurring them onward with great haste towards Chaoga, fervently hoping to arrive in time. Once all arrangements were meticulously completed, Ning Yuan silently reflected within himself. Yet, deep down, he was acutely aware that his timing for intervening in this matter had regrettably come too late. It was now mid-April. The current situation with Su, who was likely one of open hostility against the 2 duplicitous ministers, Fei Zhong and Yu Han, and it was possible that his relationship with King Zhou of Shang had deteriorated beyond salvage. Had he been able to recover his memories sooner, or had he taken action immediately upon recollection 10 days prior? Ning Yuan believed that rectifying the situation would have been effortless. After all, were not duplicitous ministers merely motivated by the allure of bribes? The Ning family, with their extensive commercial network, was not lacking in wealth. Indeed, they had ample funds. Furthermore, those corrupt ministers, compared to upright individuals, were far more favored by merchants. After all, once bribed, these unscrupulous individuals indeed fulfilled their tasks. In truth, from Ning Yuan's recollections, his father had been a frequent guest at the banquets of Fei Zhong and Yu Han while conducting business in Chaoga, and it was no exaggeration to state that most dignitaries of the city had received gifts from the Ning family. Only the loyal and upright officials, like Wang Shu and Baigan, abstained from accepting gifts and refrained from engaging in such dealings. As long as the Ning family conducted their business legally and paid their taxes, all would be well. However, it was futile to dwell on such thoughts now. Until yesterday, Ning Yuan had never anticipated that his journey to Jizhou would lead him to an unexpected encounter with Su Daji, who had seemingly fallen in love with him at first sight, sealing their fate with a kiss. Given this turn of events, let him, as a time traveler, seize the opportunity to intercept Su Daji at the very beginning of the tale of Feng Shun. The Ning family had always adhered to their own established methods in commerce, not requiring the direct involvement of the young master, Ning Yuan. In other words, to Ning Jiushu. The most pressing task for his nephew was to immediately carry extravagant gifts to the Jizhou Marquis' residence,
striving to secure the esteemed daughter of the Marquis as a virtuous partner for the Ning family's young master. No.
There was no expectation for the young lady to do anything. As long as she entered the gates of the Ning family, she would be venerated as a goddess. There was no need for her to concern herself with anything. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to elevate the family lineage. In the Shang kingdom, where slavery was prevalent, the pathways for the lower classes to ascend were few and far between. Marriage was the most direct, yet challenging means of advancement. For the merchant family of Ning, to wed a noble lady, a daughter of a lord, would profoundly enhance the family's standing. The young nephew truly embodied the auspicious spirit of the Ning family, and on his inaugural venture into commerce, he was presented with such a monumental opportunity. With keen political insight, Ning Laojiu promptly discerned the implications and personally undertook the preparations for Ning Yuan's first visit to the Marquis' residence with gifts. He fully understood that should the union between the Ning family's young master and the Su family's princess be successful, the Ning family would not hesitate to forego an entire year's profits. Thus, under the urging of Uncle Jiu, everything was arranged within half a day, and by evening, Ning Yuan, along with the generous offerings, was delivered to the entrance of the Jizhou Marquis' residence. As the common folk passed by the vicinity of the Marquis' residence, they did so with trepidation, fearful of inadvertently offending the nobility. In stark contrast stood Ning Yuan, composed and unruffled, his gaze fixed upon the imposing gates of the Marquis' mansion, which boasted a considerable grandeur in contemporary terms. Chapter 18. On the Self-Cultivation of a Prospective Son-in-Law, Part 1. It was a jest. In his previous life, Ning Yuan had encountered edifices far more magnificent than the one before him. He had even set foot in the Forbidden City. Even the entrances of modern residential complexes surpassed the threshold of the Jizhou Marquis' estate by a significant margin. Ning Yuan's extraordinary demeanor undoubtedly attracted the attention of the gatekeepers. These sentinels, possessing keen eyes, quickly discerned that the youth before them was no ordinary individual. They eschewed the common trope of looking down upon others, and instead politely inquired about his identity and purpose. Upon learning that the chestnut horse he rode belonged to the young marquis, one of the gatekeepers suddenly smacked his thigh in realization, exclaiming how familiar the boy appeared. Another swiftly retreated to inform the inside. It was no small matter. How could a youth granted the privilege of borrowing the young marquis's cherished steed have an unremarkable background? This revelation caused Ning Yuan to miss the essential step of masquerading as an inconspicuous traveler. Before long, the grand vermilion gates of the Jizhou Marquis' residence swung open with a resounding crash, startling the gatekeepers who stood vigil outside. How astonishing it was that someone could compel the young marquis to order the opening of the main gate for a visitor. The sight of the white-clad youth only served to accentuate his noble stature. The marquis had departed for an audience with the emperor, leaving the affairs of the estate in the capable hands of the young marquis. Indeed, as soon as the gate opened, a hearty voice rang out from within. "Ha, Brother Ning, you truly are a man of your word. You've returned the horse so swiftly. Come, please step inside." Before he had finished speaking, he was already by Ning Yuan's side, placing a hand upon his shoulder and ushering him inside. One could not help but acknowledge that while Su Chuanzhong appeared rugged, his mind was astute. To onlookers, it seemed that Ning Yuan's visit was merely due to his connection with the young marquis and had no bearing on the esteemed Lady Su Daji. After all, the matter at hand pertained to the reputation of a noble lord's daughter. In truth, to this day, the entire city of Jizhou remained oblivious to the fact that the young Lady Su Daji had once gone missing, and that she had spent that night in the company of the visiting youth. Moreover, no one was aware that the recently apprehended pack of man-eating wolves was linked to both Ning Yuan and Su Daji. Considering Ning Yuan's act of returning the horse, the surrounding uninformed spectators could only deduce that the Ning family caravan had fortuitously met and conversed with the young marquis during their travels to and from Jizhou City. Consequently, the young master of the Ning family had formed a bond through the borrowing of the marquis's horse, which he now sought to repay with a gift upon his visit. Su Daji, who was she? The daughter of a noble family, delicate and precious, raised in seclusion. How could she ever be accessible to a merchant's son, steeped in the stench of commerce? It was implausible. As Su Chuanzhong guided him into the main hall of the marquis's residence, Ning Yuan beheld a visage as radiant as a blooming flower. "Young Master Yuan." The pure-hearted young maiden swiftly approached, stopping just within 3 feet of Ning Yuan, greeting him with delight. The maid, Xiao Ling, naturally followed closely behind, casting a subtly suggestive glance towards Ning Yuan. "My lord, it is a pleasure to see you again," Ning Yuan remarked with a bow, playfully using a formal address. "The young marquis is right beside us." Awakened by Ning Yuan's deliberate distancing in his address, Su Daji quickly regained her composure, transforming from her innocent exuberance into a demeanor of modesty and decorum, performing a graceful curtsy. "My benefactor, have you forgotten? You may simply call me Daji in private. Young Master Yuan is indeed my savior." It had been over half a day since their return to the marquis's residence, during which Su Daji had recounted the details of her perilous encounter and subsequent rescue to her elder brother and the marquis's wife. Though she omitted the matter of their mutual affection, nonetheless, the Su family understood that for Su Daji and the Su clan, Ning Yuan's act of heroism transcended mere gratitude. It was akin to a rebirth. Had Ning Yuan not arrived in time, the marquis's young lady would not only have faced disgrace, but could have also met a dire fate. The mere thought of such a possibility sent shivers down Madame Su's spine, leaving her shaken with dread. However, while assisting her daughter with her bath and changing her attire, the marquis's wife had personally confirmed that her daughter remained untouched, fostering a deeper sense of gratitude and inexplicable trust towards the Ning family, particularly Ning Yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Chuanzhong once again bowed solemnly, stating, "The gratitude we owe to Brother Ning for saving my sister is something the entire household will never forget. Should you or the Ning family encounter any troubles in Jizhou City, do not hesitate to seek me out." Ning Yuan gently lifted Su Chuanzhong, smiling. "It is the duty of a good man to aid the weak and relieve the distressed. There is no need for such formality, Brother Su. Speaking of which, Miss Daji's misfortune is somewhat related to our family's mirror." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Su Chuanzhong inquired with curiosity. It seemed that Su Daji had not fully disclosed the reason for her excursion outside the city to her family. Yet, Ning Yuan was determined not to leave such potential risks unaddressed. Thus, under Su Daji's bashful gaze, he explained the matter of the fallen mirror, prompting Su Chuanzhong to understand at last. However, he reasoned that his younger sister's recklessness was to blame, rather than the mirror seller. Su Chuanzhong, being no idle spendthrift, never placed blame on others. Considering that his sister had already endured sufficient fright, he chose not to further chastise her, instead saying, "Alas, my sister's impulsiveness has caused Brother Ning distress." Su Daji stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Her brother, who bore a striking resemblance to their father and was usually quite stern, was surprisingly lenient today. Yet, Ning Yuan remained composed, remarking, "It is no trouble at all. By the way, during my visit to the Marquis's residence, I specifically brought 2 of the latest floor mirrors, one for Miss Daji and the other as a gift for the Marquis's wife to appreciate." Upon hearing that she would receive a gift, Su Daji was overjoyed, but when she caught the latter part of Ning Yuan's statement, her eyes widened even further. Su Chuanzhong was also aware of the price of the Ning family's mirrors and exclaimed in astonishment, "How can you bestow such a generous gift?" Ning Yuantai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "In truth, the materials for this item hold little value. They are hardly worth mentioning. Xiaoling, please arrange for someone to deliver it to the young lady and her mother." The princess's maid, Xiaoling, brightened at his words, suppressing a smile as she curtsied and departed. It was evident that she had already recognized the young lady's future fiancé and understood the importance of winning over her prospective mother-in-law. As for the Su siblings, they had long been captivated by Ning Yuan's grandeur, completely oblivious to the fact that the princess's maid had already turned her allegiance, bypassing her own mistress to heed Ning Yuan's command. After Xiaoling left, Ning Yuan, Su Daji, and Su Chuanzhong engaged in casual conversation when the young Marquis suddenly interjected, "By the way, Ning brother, I must apologize for my impulsive actions towards you this morning." Chapter 19, Sparring Chapter 1. Acceleration System. Nezha heard a woman's anguished cries ringing in his ears. "Nezha, Nezha, I am not Nezha," he thought, bewildered. Was this woman reciting lines, or perhaps so engrossed in a performance that she had become entranced? Her incessant shouting was unbearable. "I must survive." The woman's voice grew increasingly desperate. The immersion was commendable, and her dedication was worthy of admiration, yet he wished she would refrain from yelling in his ear, particularly since he had worked late into the night. Though he remained silent, internally he was seething. Strangely, a wave of melancholy surged within him, emotions spiraling out of control, and he found his eyes inexplicably moistening. What on earth? This is madness. He opened his eyes and turned to discover the identity of the woman. However, as his eyes opened, it was as if a switch had been flipped, triggering a torrent of memories that flooded his mind. Pain, excruciating pain. Yet alongside this torment came layers of astonishing recollections: the fire deity, the divine deer, Jing, and Yin-Yang. As the memories poured in, he struggled to grasp a semblance of understanding. Indeed, this body was the true incarnation of Nezha, yet he was the reincarnation of the fire deity, not the spiritual pearl under Nuwa's dominion. How fortuitous, he thought with a wry smile, finding the circumstances utterly surreal. Suddenly, his mind began to churn, and he realized that this situation bore a striking resemblance to a certain film in his memory, a low-budget adaptation of the ancient myth. However, the memory that flooded him swiftly dispelled this notion. Despite the fact that this Nezha was not a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, 6 saints still existed in this realm. The teachings of the heavenly court and the Western teachings were all present. A medley of minor factions thrived, with humanity reigning as the protagonists of this world. Numerous cultivators soared through the skies, and bizarre divine beasts far exceeded the 4 from the low-budget adaptation. Even the howling celestial dog could not be counted among them, relegated to the ranks of exotic beasts. Thus, this world should be referred to as a composite of the ancient myths. Although it was a composite, the narrative was strikingly imbalanced compared to the original. The king of Shang is not a tyrannical figure. Rather, he is remarkably valiant. He possesses the strength to subdue one of the heavenly kings, Huang Feihu, and can hold his ground even against Jing. This may be attributed to the fact that the Shang king has only recently ascended to the throne, and his ambitions have yet to be fully unleashed. At this moment, distant echoes of tiger roars resonate ominously. It is only now that Nezha realizes he is seated upon a patch of yellow earth, surrounded by uneven mounds of soil, with towering, jagged cliffs looming in the distance, sparsely adorned with a few bird nests. Scattered across the undulating terrain lie the bones of unknown beasts. Nezha is jolted awake, and by the trajectory, he deduces that he is in Feihu Gorge, the very place abandoned by Jing and Yin-Yang. Yet, he cannot afford to dwell on this. The roars in the distance are growing closer, as the pack of tigers ventures forth to hunt, placing him in grave danger. Instinctively, his face pales. He must leave this place, immediately. Nezha is acutely aware that his current form is merely that of a child. Despite his future prowess as the formidable third Prince Nezha, or the legendary figure capable of easily vanquishing the Dragon King's third prince at the tender age of 7, none of that applies at present. He is not the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, but rather of the fire deity, lacking the formidable physical constitution of the Spirit Pearl. Possessing only the nascent three flavors true fire, which he cannot wield even to 1% of its potential. He stands no chance against the tigers. Without hesitation, he leaps to his feet and dashes away from the direction of the roars, running for his life. Fortunately, while this body may not possess the incredible resilience of the reincarnated Nezha, it surpasses that of an average adult. He continues to sprint for several minutes without losing his breath, although he remains unaware of how long he has been running. Only when the sounds of the tigers fade into silence does he come to a halt, feeling a slight fatigue. This is truly a dire predicament. It feels like the beginning of an apocalyptic scenario, and he is at a loss for what to do next. Nezha sighs in exasperation. Ding. Congratulations, host. For safely departing from Feihu Gorge, the acceleration system has officially activated. He stands momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the announcement. The acceleration system has completed its initialization and will take 1 minute to explain its functions to the 10-086 hosts. Nezha is bewildered. As the name suggests, this system possesses a singular function, acceleration. As Nezha regains his composure, he cannot help but exclaim in disbelief. This is exceedingly simplistic. Merely one acceleration function? Indeed, it is just that. Any entity belonging to the host, including living beings, items, skills, and so forth, can be accelerated through the use of acceleration cards. How does one acquire these acceleration cards? Nezha awakens to the realization. Ding. The educational portion has concluded. The reward phase is about to commence. Nezha, the sole recipient of the reward, has commenced the distribution. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Divine Acceleration Card 1 and 10 Level 1 Acceleration Cards. Ding. The random tasks are now being issued. The host must choose a path. What does this mean? Ding. Task 1. Follow the original course and proceed to the Valley of Serpents to await the passage of the 4 great kings of the Shang dynasty, with a reward of 3 Level 1 Acceleration Cards. Task 2. Reject the original direction and choose freely, with a reward of 5 Level 1 Acceleration Cards. The host is required to choose one of the two. Task 3 has a countdown of 30 seconds. If the host fails to make a selection before the countdown concludes, the system will deem it an automatic forfeiture of this task. The countdown begins. 30, 29, 28, 27. Nezha, this is utterly devoid of opportunity for me. I have never encountered such an overbearing system. Although I harbor a flurry of grievances, Nezha must temporarily acquiesce. After all, he can only rely on this acceleration system for now. Yet, he finds himself perplexed regarding his choice. Should he opt for Huang Feihu or select another path? Choosing Huang Feihu would likely confine him to slaying the Dragon King's third son and becoming a lotus root person, severely limiting his cultivation. However, choosing otherwise introduces an abundance of uncertainties. I choose option 2, a different path. Gritting his teeth, Nezha made his decision. He would not accept becoming a lotus root person. Even if he could later obtain the celestial water for restoration, who knows if there would be any after effects. The future Nezha would undoubtedly lack the formidable prowess of his earlier self, easily suppressed by anyone. Although option 2 is fraught with uncertainties, Nezha is, after all, the son of destiny in this realm. As long as he avoids reckless behavior, he should be able to navigate perilous situations. Moreover, he feels that option 2 is the correct choice. Chapter 2. The Spiritual Pearl Outside Ding. Selection successful. The system detects that the host has taken a step towards a location outside of Feihu Gorge. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 Level 1 Acceleration Cards. Ding. The host must swiftly distance themselves. The character panel is now officially activated. The host can enhance their basic attributes and skills within the character panel. The moment Nezha successfully made his choice, an electronic panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. However, was it somewhat trivial to consider this as task completion? He merely staggered forward half a step, and that counts as completion? Regardless, the task is completed, so let us now examine the character panel. Nezha, physique, pseudo-demigod, reincarnation of the fire virtue star lord, spiritual pearl, awakening pending, divine ability, 3-flavored true fire, awaiting awakening, 3 heads and 6 arms, awaiting awakening, talent. Items. Upon seeing the physique section, Nezha's heart nearly leapt from his throat. He was not surprised by the pseudo-demigod physique. What astonished him was that he possessed the bloodline of the spiritual pearl, albeit still unawakened. This revelation was enough to leave him in a state of shock. To comprehend the situation, it is essential to note that the original entity is a reincarnation of the fire deity, bearing no connection to the Lingzhu of the Nuwa Palace. The inexplicable acquisition of a Lingzhu constitution leaves him perplexed. System, could you elucidate the constitution section? Nezha inquired, placing his hopes in the system. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes elapsed, yet the system remained silent, offering no explanation. This lack of response left Nezha somewhat disheartened, pondering the inadequacy of the system in providing even the slightest clarification. System, how do I utilize this acceleration card? Receiving no answer, Nezha decided to change his line of questioning. Ding! He silently chanted in his mind, specifying which acceleration card to apply to which attribute. This time, the response was so swift that it elicited an eye roll from Nezha, and he begrudgingly understood one thing. The information pertaining to secrets was never divulged by the system. Isn't there a divine acceleration card? Please apply it to the Constitution section. To ascertain the truth, Nezha resolved to test it with one card. The reason for selecting Constitution stemmed from his recollection of a certain formidable individual who had embodied their very essence. Moreover, enhancing his physical attributes was of utmost necessity. Attaining the prowess to tear a dragon asunder would significantly improve his current predicament. Divine acceleration card usage completed. As the system's voice resonated once more, an uncontrollable surge of warmth erupted from Nezha's body, rapidly enveloping his limbs and bones. Though intense, it bore no hint of pain. Simultaneously, he observed a transformation in the Constitution section. Constitution, Ling, Chaos Pearl, unawakened. Not only had the demigod Constitution vanished entirely, but an attribute of the Chaos Pearl had also emerged. Furthermore, even the innate divine abilities underwent a change. The dormant 3 flames had been activated. This left Nezha even more bewildered regarding the true efficacy of the acceleration card. Did it possess the capability of evolution alongside acceleration? Otherwise, what could explain the appearance of the Chaos Pearl? Deciding to experiment further, Nezha resolved to use 5 more acceleration cards on the Constitution section. The notification confirming successful usage of the acceleration card sounded, yet there was no alteration in attributes. Why is there no change? 10 minutes later, having utilized all the acceleration cards, Nezha began to grasp the situation. It was not that the acceleration card's efficacy was lacking, but rather that the level 1 acceleration card's effect was woefully inadequate. Within those 10 minutes, he employed each acceleration card on different attribute sections, witnessing the changes that illuminated his understanding. Additionally, due to the use of the final 10 acceleration cards, his 3 heads and 6 arms transitioned from awaiting awakening to 3 years, indicating that it would only truly awaken after 3 years. With the acceleration cards depleted and lacking other attribute sections to focus on, Nezha chose not to dwell on the system any further. He began to stride forward, familiarizing himself with the sudden enhancement of his strength. When hunger struck, he feasted on wild fruits and roasted meat. When thirst beckoned, he quenched it with mountain spring water. Despite his tender age, in this moment, he was imbued with the fully awakened essence of the 3 flavors true fire, enabling him to hold his ground even against formidable beasts of the wild, perhaps even overpower them. Almost instantaneously upon unleashing the 3 flavors true fire, his adversaries were reduced to ashes. This elucidates how his original form would later contend with the 4 great kings of the Shang dynasty using this extraordinary power, even managing to gain the upper hand while remaining concealed within the Linglong Tower. However, given the current backdrop of the primordial chaos, the likelihood of such occurrences is minuscule. Yet, the toll it exacts is considerable. Under ordinary circumstances, each use of the 3 flavors true fire depletes 1% of his stamina, though seemingly insignificant. The consumption escalates over time. He surmised that this might be attributed to his lack of rigorous training. Possessing magical energy, the exertion of the 3 flavors true fire naturally draws upon his physical vitality. Alternatively, it might be that his innate magical energy exists, being of the spirit pearl constitution, though he remains oblivious to its proper application. According to certain theories, he requires a technique to cultivate and regulate the magical energy within, allowing for its correct release. Regrettably, he currently lacks any means to acquire such teachings, unless he is willing to tread the path of his original self, which is evidently implausible. As for the levels of cultivation, Nezha has yet to encounter any relevant individuals, and the system, which typically remains dormant, has not issued any tasks, leaving him rather uninformed. Thus, in pursuit of acquiring a useful technique and attaining a deeper understanding of this world, Nezha commenced a wandering journey, evading figures such as Taiji Fist. while seeking the path of immortality. Unbeknownst to him, half a year slipped by in this manner. One day, clad in disheveled childlike armor, Nezha arrived at a mountain ridge, or rather, a burial site, the Yin Yuan tomb. At last, he had reached this place. Gazing at the increasingly proximate Yin Yuan tomb, a smile gradually graced the corners of his mouth. His purpose for coming here was to seek the potential existence of a spiritual treasure, the firepoint spear, transformed from divine arrows. In the future, Jing would come here to retrieve 3 divine arrows for the stability of the Daji. Consequently, Nezha would acquire the righteous firepoint spear through Jing's archery trials. While the unfolding of this narrative amid the overarching primordial chaos remains uncertain, the appearance of the spiritual treasures, such as the Qiankuan circle and the Muntian silk, prompted Nezha to try his luck here. After all, he was at a loss as to where to go next. However, he pondered whether the so-called 3 demons of the Yin Yuan tomb also lingered here. Aside from the possible 3 divine arrows, if they were indeed present, how would Nezha contend with them given his current strength? This realm is indeed the amalgamation of primordial chaos, and those 3 demons are beings of profound cultivation, having practiced for millennia. Thus, the outcome of such an encounter remains highly precarious. Certainly, there exists a semblance of hope. May the 3 flames of true fire bestow upon me a delightful surprise. Indeed, it is the 3 flames of true fire that Nezha relies upon. This extraordinary fire exerts an immensely powerful suppression over spirits. Even those spirits who have undergone orthodox cultivation find themselves greatly challenged in its presence. Let us not forget that the once rebellious son Wukong was nearly consumed by the 3 flames of true fire wielded by the Red Boy. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, it sufficiently illustrates the terror of the 3 flames. With the awakening of his Lingzhu constitution, Nezha has come to master the true fire entirely. Coupled with the enhancement of the fire elemental treasure, the mysterious heaven silk, his 3 flames possess strength that only increases. I sincerely hope the existence of 3 divine arrows is indeed true. Should I encounter those 3 demons, this endeavor would be in vain. Nezha steels himself, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a colossal azure figure, ablaze with flames, soared rapidly through the air, its speed astonishing, akin to a fleeting flash of blue light. Ning Yuan waved his hands in dismissal, having already formed a conjecture about what Su Chuanzhong wished to convey. Indeed, Su Chuanzhong shifted his tone and remarked, "I have witnessed Brother Ning's exquisite swordsmanship, and the more I ponder it after returning home, the more I yearn for a sparring match. Might you be interested in exchanging a few moves with me?" Before Ning Yuan could respond, Su Daji interjected, stamping her delicate foot in playful reproach. "Brother, how can you behave thusly? The moment a guest arrives, you wish to draw weapons." She then turned to Ning Yuan and added, "Do not take offense, Brother Yuan. My brother is merely a martial enthusiast." In her moment of urgency, Su Daji forgot to amend her address, but fortunately, Su Chuanzhong, being rather unrefined, paid it no mind. Ning Yuan, however, responded nonchalantly, "Miss Daji, it is of no concern. I too am eager to engage and learn from the esteemed young lord's prowess." Their gazes collided in the air, a silent acknowledgement between passionate young men, united by their martial spirits. Moments later, in the courtyard of the Jizhou Marquis' residence, within the training grounds, the two prepared for their spar. As it was merely a friendly contest, there was no need for sharpened weapons. Thus they each selected suitable arms from the weapon rack. Ning Yuan opted for a bronze sword, while Su Chuanzhong chose a bronze staff in place of a spear. On the sidelines, Su Daji clenched her small fists, anxiously observing the standoff between Ning Yuan and Su Chuanzhong. As evening approached, the setting sun cast a sanguine glow upon the bronze weapons, the earth of the training ground exuding a palpable heat amidst the twilight. As Ning Yuan swirled his sleeves, the sound of clinking bronze scales filled the air, the 3-foot azure blade slicing through the atmosphere like a crane's cry in the heavens. Su Chuanzhong dragged his lengthy staff along the ground, stirring up dust as if a dark bird were trailing its tail across the earth. The young lord spoke with conviction. "Though I am a few years your elder, I invite you to make the first move." The 17-year-old nodded, not overestimating his capabilities. In truth, he had only practiced martial arts for a little over 10 days, and without the aid of a system, he was hardly qualified to spar with the seasoned Su Chuanzhong. "Forgive me." The ultimate technique of the 9 swords of Dugu. The sword's edge first moves like a silkworm spinning its thread, weaving a silver net of myriad cold gleams, ensnaring the opponent. Su Chuanzhong roars like thunder, his bronze staff circling like a full moon, instantly stirring up a whirlwind of yellow dust, forcefully cleaving a rift through the curtain of blades. Ning Yuan's toes lightly touched the ground, as if stepping upon the mystical tortoise shell of the Luo book. His form twisting with an uncanny elegance reminiscent of the fractured patterns on divinatory bones, the sword's tip darting towards his opponent's throat like a viper striking. The Duga 9 swords possess no defense, only the relentless offense, attacking where the enemy seeks to evade. The staff suddenly halts, and Su Chuanzhong, leveraging the recoil, flips into the air, the tip of his staff barely meeting the spine of the sword. The clash of metal rings out as the bronze sword, almost alive, spirals down the staff, sparks illuminating their grave expressions. The Duga 9 swords, breaking the lance technique. The two figures swiftly separate and converge, the sword moving with the perilous precision of engraved runes, while the staff carves the profound patterns of celestial offerings. Amid the interweaving cold light, the ground beneath them becomes inscribed with intricate divinations. Unbeknownst to them, they have exchanged numerous blows. Su Daji's face reveals tension. On the field, one is her beloved, the other her brother. Either suffering pain would be a sight she wishes to avoid. Just then, the girl senses a familiar presence beside her, turning her gaze to see and hurriedly whisper, "Ah, mother." The silent martial arena, upon her soft exclamation, is instantly swept by a gust. The young man's steps suddenly shift, executing an incredible arc as he advances towards the youth. Lingbo Weibu, Duga 9 swords, suddenly in front, then behind, shifting left and then right. The young lord finds himself on the defensive, besieged solely by Ning Yuan, compelled to whirl his staff rapidly, sending gusts of wind in all directions. However, the Duga 9 swords, as the culmination of swordsmanship in later generations, encompass all, capable of countering nearly every technique in existence. Clang. The sword appears at an astonishing angle, targeting Su Chuanzhong's wrist amidst the whirling staff. At this moment, the last glimmer of daylight sinks beneath the high walls of the Marquis's residence, and the arena falls silent. All that can be heard is the soft rustling of the red-tasseled spear on the weapon rack, akin to the bone-wind chimes of the Yin people during the season of divination. Su Chuanzhong, with a wry smile, acknowledges his defeat. "I have lost." Brother Ning's swordsmanship is exceptional. He is a man of integrity, accepting loss without seeking excuses. Ning Yuan sheathes his sword and stands with a smile, saying, "You are too kind. I merely took advantage of the footwork. In a direct confrontation, within 10 moves, I would surely surrender. Of course, in a life-and-death struggle." Ning Yuan would not engage Su Chuanzhong head-on, but would instead dismount and employ Lingbo Weibu to first strike at the horse's legs. The two exchange smiles, and applause erupts. Suddenly, the arena is surrounded by the guards of the Marquis's residence, with the first to applaud being the leading military general under the Marquis of Jizhou, followed by the enthusiastic clapping of the other guards. Su Daji cheers exuberantly, grasping her mother's hand in excitement. "Mother, Brother Yuan has won. My brother has lost." Upon observing the enigmatic smile of Lady Ho, the young maiden realized her reaction was inappropriate. How could she still feel joy after her own brother's defeat? Su Chuanzhong and Ning Yuan returned arm in arm, bowing to the noblewoman. "Mother." He then introduced the young man by his side. "This is my son as friend, Ning Yuan." He proceeded to introduce the noblewoman. "Ning brother, this is my mother." Due to the presence of guards, Su Chuanzhong refrained from disclosing that Ning Yuan was his younger sister's savior, merely presenting him as a friend of the young lord. Ning Yuan clasped his fists in respect, bowing deeply. "I am Ning Yuan, honored to meet Lady Ho." "No need for formalities. Please rise," Lady Ho replied. The mother of the Su siblings remained unnamed in the investiture of the gods, and at this moment, no one would inform Ning Yuan of her name. Thus the system did not trigger. Truth be told, investiture of the gods is rather unkind to married women, a reflection of its feudal origins. Su Chuanzhong waved to the captain of the guards at the side, and upon his approach, he introduced, "Ning brother, this is the captain of the guards for this month, and also the leading general of our Jizhou city, Qin Jizhen. Host has made the acquaintance of the vanguard general of Jizhou, Qin Jizhen, and has obtained the Tianshan 6 Yang Palm. Would you like to learn it immediately? Daily automatic cultivation is available upon learning. Learn. Host has chosen to learn Tianshan 6 Yang Palm. Current level, 0, completely ignorant. Please utilize this system's fully automated cultivation function promptly to enhance your level." Chapter 20. On the self-cultivation of a prospective son-in-law, Ning Yuan pondered. So, in the eyes of the system, being formally introduced by an intermediary counts as an acquaintance with a notable figure from investiture of the gods. Although General Qin Jizhen plays a minor role, he is nonetheless a named mortal leader in the original text. General Qin Jizhen clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, Young Master Ning, your swordsmanship is impressive. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. General Chun, you flatter me. Following this, Qin Jizhen wisely took his leave, leading the guards to resume their duties. Ning Yuan accompanied the Su family back to the main hall. After dismissing the servants and retaining only the maid, Xiao Ling, Madame Su finally spoke. Young Master Ning saved my daughter. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Yet, you have presented such a lavish gift, making me feel even more indebted. Indeed, with the Lord absent, Madame Su found it inappropriate to meet with a man outside the family. However, the generosity of Ning Yuan was overwhelming. Even the pampered Lady Ho had never beheld such opulent gifts, far exceeding mere tokens of acquaintance. They could easily be perceived as a betrothal gift. Although the quantity might seem lacking, the quality was undeniably splendid. One could only say that Uncle Ning had truly spared no expense. Ning Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Just a small token, not meant as a formality. No gift could ever match the grace of Lady Ho, the innate beauty of Miss Daji, or the remarkable valor of the young lord. Flattering words are always pleasing to the ear, particularly when a mother is praised for her children, which brought a broad smile to Madame Su's face and further enhanced her favorable impression of Ning Yuan. Su Chuanzhong, slightly displeased, remarked, Brother Ning, given our mutual rapport, there is no need for such formalities as young lord. I am 10 years your senior. Thus, you shall call me brother, and I shall regard you as younger brother. Ning Yuan clasped his hands in salute. Such is my wish. I would not dare to impose. Brother Su, younger brother Ning. At this moment, as Ning Yuan and Su Chuanzhong exchanged brotherly sentiments, Madame Su suddenly seemed to recall something, casting a teasing glance towards her daughter, and quietly inquired, Daji, what was it you just called Ning Yuan? I believe I heard you refer to him as Brother Yuan. The last 3 words were muffled by Su Daji's hand covering her lips, yet the mother and daughter understood each other perfectly. Mother. Su Daji leaned against her mother. Acting coyly, her expression imbued with shyness as she unconsciously gazed at the handsome Ning Yuan. As a woman of experience, Madame Su naturally perceived her daughter's feelings and scrutinized Ning Yuan with a discerning gaze, akin to a mother-in-law assessing her future son-in-law. Oblivious to this, Su Chuanzhong continued to engage in spirited conversation with Ning Yuan, demonstrating martial skills. Ning Yuan, noticing Madame Su's keen observation, met her gaze without trepidation, his eyes resolute and his demeanor upright. This only served to further satisfy Madame Su. Her daughter had grown up, evidently beginning to experience the stirrings of young love. Ning Yuan possessed exceptional character, intellect, and martial prowess. She had never encountered a youth who could match her son in skill, especially one of similar age to Daji. The only potential concern was his humble origins as a merchant's son, which might cause hesitation for the lord. However, seeing her daughter's feelings plainly etched on her face, even in her mother's presence, and the way she exchanged glances with Ning Yuan across her brother, Madame Su sighed inwardly. So be it. My daughter is already smitten. Moreover, Daji remains unblemished, indicating that Ning Yuan has treated her with respect. Thus, she resolved to bear the burden as a mother. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, the purpose of his visit had already been largely fulfilled. The evening banquet at the Marquis's residence was, of course, a joyous occasion for all. Amid Su Daji's reluctant gaze, Ning Yuan bid farewell to the Marquis's household and took his leave, riding away on his beloved white steed, Snow. Fortunately, the next day, under the pretext of sparring with the young lord, Ning Yuan returned to the Marquis's residence early in the morning, granting Su Daji the chance to alleviate her longing. With the assistance of Xiao Ling, Su Daji discreetly led Ning Yuan to her private chamber, where their story continues, left to the imagination. In any case, they could do little more than embrace and exchange tender caresses. Yet, just as Su Daji was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, nearly losing herself in passion, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Brother Yuan, where's the sachet I gifted you? You have not brought it with you? That sachet was her token of love. One should not underestimate a young girl in the throes of romance. Her intuition is sharp, and she can detect even the faintest trace of her beloved, let alone a sizable sachet. Under Su Daji's suspicious gaze, Ning Yuan first gently pecked the innocent girl's delicate lips and replied calmly, the sachet is currently in the Marquis's possession. Su Daji never anticipated this answer, her complexion paling. Father? Could it be that he has already discovered our affair? The girl, feeling guilty, glanced towards the doorway of her chamber. Ning Yuan pinched her cheek. So delicate it seemed to exude moisture, dispelling her unease. The Marquis is still in Chaoga. He will not appear unexpectedly. Su Daji exhaled in relief, patting her cheeks, and pouted playfully. Brother Yuan, you frightened Daji to death. What on earth is going on? Ning Yuan gazed into Su Daji's enchanting eyes and replied calmly. The true reason cannot be divulged at this moment. We shall discuss everything upon the Marquis's return. Trust me. Daji, I am strategizing for our future. In the company of her beloved, the young girl found no topic more delightful than dreaming of their shared future. Enchanted by Ning Yuan's assurances, Su Daji nodded eagerly. Yes, Brother Yuan, Daji will always believe in you. They indulged in tender exchanges, the intimacy of which was not meant for outsiders. Brother Yuan, if that is the case, I shall make you a scented pouch. The other one can be discarded. The innocent girl added with a pout. The pouch I gift you must not be touched by any other foul man, not even my father. Indeed, Su Daji was one who forgot her father in the presence of her lover. Very well. Observing the girl's pure and simple gaze, Ning Yuan recalled something and asked, By the way, you mentioned your birthday is at the end of April. Which day specifically? Hee. Brother Yuan remembers. The girl was elated, delighted that her beloved cherished every word she spoke. It's the 28th of April. Don't forget, that day I shall turn 16. Ning Yuan quickly calculated the days in his mind and mystically proposed. Then, on your birthday, let us have a private date. A date? Su Daji was filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, as the image of the graceful young gentleman Ning Yuan steadily endeared himself to the inhabitants of the Jizhou Marquisate in Chaoga, outside the noon gate, the master of the Jizhou Marquisate, Su Hu, stepped forth, lifting his gaze to the glaring sun, feeling a deep despondency. Since the end of March, during the audience in Chaoga, Su Hu had faced the greatest humiliation of his life. He was openly extorted by a sycophant who threatened resentment upon refusal. The king desired to enrich his harem, to gather beauties, and urged the lords to present eligible maidens, particularly those with unmarried daughters of suitable age. After counsel from his ministers, the king rescinded his intentions for a selection. However, a villainous plot ensued, revealing Su Daji's beauty to the king. The king summoned Su Hu privately, expressing his desire to take Su Daji into the palace, which the Jizhou Marquis resolutely rejected. The king then intended to execute Su Hu. Yet, he abruptly changed his mind, issuing an edict for Su Hu to leave Chaoga. Nevertheless, the messenger Fei Zhong subtly hinted to Su Hu to voluntarily present Su Daji to the king upon his return, to preserve the dignity of both sovereign and subjects. After Fei Zhong departed, Su Hu returned to the family and was questioned regarding the king's summons. In the presence of his trusted generals, Lord Su Hu of Jizhou divulged the turmoil festering within his heart, elucidating the circumstances that led to his plight. The generals, aflame with righteous indignation, expressed their sentiments vocally, with some uttering impassioned remarks that only served to incite Su Hu's ire further. In his vexation, for lines of verse emerged in his mind. When the sovereign transgresses, the ministers falter. It contradicts the five constants. Su Hu of Jizhou shall never acknowledge the merchants as sovereign. Essentially, this conveyed that when a ruler undermines the established order and compels his subjects to act contrary to the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith, then Su Hu of Jizhou shall forever reject the merchant's rule. With a thunderous voice, Su Hu commanded, "Bring me ink and brush." He then led his generals towards the woman gate. Had fate followed its predetermined course, Su Hu would soon inscribe a 20-character counterpoem at the woman and depart with dignity. Upon learning of this poem, King Zhou of Shang would be incensed, thus finding justification for military action, dispatching 2 of the 4 great lords to besiege Jizhou and compel submission through the offering of women. However, at this juncture, the tale took an unexpected turn. As Lord Su Hu and his generals made their way to the woman, a general approached, presenting a fragrant sachet to the lord. Su Hu instantly recognized it as a sachet embroidered by his daughter, marked with the character Su. Upon untying the sachet, a piece of silk was revealed, and as he unfolded it, Su Hu's countenance changed dramatically. The note inscribed, "Daji is in peril. Remain at ease. Do not speak of rebellion, for the lords encircle Jizhou." With trembling hands, Su Hu quickly regained his composure. Having held the title of Marquis for many years, he was not lacking in political acumen. What he lacked was the counsel of a wise advisor amidst his fury, rather than the mindless rage of his brawny generals. Those 16 words struck Su Hu's impulsive mind as if they were hammers of gold, awakening him to clarity. The sachet was indeed his daughter's. Yet the handwriting was not hers, nor that of his wife or eldest son, who, then, had received his daughter's sachet and issued such a timely warning. Moreover, who had discerned his plight and dissent. A chill ran down Su Hu's spine. With a fierce gaze, he inquired of his generals, "Who delivered this sachet? Bring them to me at once." The generals complied, soon returning with a breathless middle-aged man, adorned in splendid brocade, who respectfully bowed and stated, "Ning Wulong, at your service." "My lord." Su-hu pressed urgently. "How did you come by this sachet?" "It arrived from Jizhou City this morning, sent by my elder brother's only son, Ning Yuan." Su-hu continued, "Is there any further news?" "The young master also mentioned that if he could meet with you, he implores you to return to Jizhou promptly. For he has a plan, and asks that you endure what others cannot." After delivering his message, Ning Wulong performed a deep bow. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, his elder brother's son had managed to establish a connection with Lord Su-hu and even offered sage advice. Lord Su-hu fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on Ning Yuan's ability to endure what others could not. After a prolonged period of thought, he dismissed Ning Wulong and resolutely made his way toward the woman. With a determined heart, he approached the palace of Chaoga. "Who can inform me about Su-hu?" King Zhou, also known as Deification, was in a state of agitation, consumed by his yearning for beauty. Ever since he laid eyes upon the divine visage of the goddess Nuwa, he had been seized by the desire to emulate the Yellow Emperor, who had the pleasure of consorting with 3,000 maidens. To put it in contemporary terms, his hormones had taken over, rendering him oblivious to all else. Though Empress Jiang was once a rare beauty, she was now a mother of two. Her allure faded with time, leaving her bereft of the king's affection. He initially planned to summon the daughters of 800 feudal lords to his court, believing that the more, the merrier. However, his ministers vehemently opposed this scheme. Misled by the counsel of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, he resolved to take Su-hu's daughter, Su Daji, as his sole concubine. For a minister, becoming the father-in-law of the sovereign was a matter of great prestige and could enhance one's political prospects. For instance, Dongguo Jiang Huan Chu ascended to prominence thanks to his daughter, who became an empress. Yet, Su-hu declined the offer. This infuriated Deification, leaving him in a predicament. Although he initially displayed indifference towards the idea of having Su Daji, having merely heard of her beauty without a clear understanding of its extent, being repeatedly snubbed by a subordinate was unacceptable. Thus, Deification resolved, "The maiden I wish to take as my concubine shall be none other than Su Daji." Upon hearing the king's inquiry, the attending courtiers exchanged glances. Even Fei Zhong and Yu Han found themselves in a precarious situation. The current state of affairs was not what they had hoped for. After all, Su-hu was one of the feudal lords. Should word spread of Deification's coercion to offer his daughter, the king's reputation would suffer, and the blame would fall squarely upon the two of them. They inwardly resented Su-hu. How could he not only fail to present a gift, but also refuse to willingly offer his daughter? If she were to bear the royal offspring, he would at least secure a noble status, elevating his own standing as a father-in-law. He ought to be grateful to the two of them. Now, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Last year, Yuan Futong of Beihai had rebelled, and the Grand Tutor Wenzhong had quelled the insurrection, hoping that the Marquis of Jizhou would not follow suit and incite rebellion as well. At that moment, a courtier from the inner chamber approached with urgent tidings. "I have a matter of great importance to report to His Majesty." "Speak." Deification, seated upon the throne, replied with irritation. "Your Majesty, Su-hu of Jizhou has led his household troops to kneel before the midday gate, performing 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. He then departed towards the direction of Jizhou. Su-hu kneeling at the midday gate. Before whom was he kneeling?" Deification's eyes widened in confusion. What could this mean? Fei Zhong and Yu Han, upon hearing this, were overjoyed and exchanged glances, stepping forward to bow. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. We rejoice in Your Majesty's fortune. Su-hu must be grateful for Your Majesty's mercy and has wholeheartedly returned." Deification laughed heartily. "Excellent. Su-hu is indeed perceptive. I have spared him. Yet, concerning Su Daji, Yu Han suggested, why not send an envoy to bestow a decree upon Su-hu, directly elevating his daughter to the rank of noble consort?" Fei Zhong added, "Indeed. This would provide Su-hu with a graceful exit. As a loyal subject, he will undoubtedly accept the decree." King Zhou remained skeptical of Su-hu's earlier fury and hesitated, pondering, what if Su-hu refuses to accept the imperial edict? Yu Han interjected, "That would be an act of defiance." Fei Zhong added, "It indicates Su-hu harbors treasonous intentions." King Zhou considered this, acknowledging that the imperial decree is a sacred command, imbued with heavenly authority. Should Su-hu rebuff the edict and fail to present the maiden, it would indeed constitute a breach of the fundamental loyalty between sovereign and subject, warranting a campaign against his disloyalty. Thus, King Zhou proclaimed loudly, "Summon the scribe, draft the edict." Earlier that day, in Chaoga, at the Wu Gate, Su-hu knelt, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times towards the gate and the royal palace. The assembled generals, perplexed by the situation, followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads. As one of the 800 lords, Su Hu silently reflected. This bow marks the severance of the bond of loyalty between ruler and subject. After rising, Su Hu led his household troops away from Chaoga. Days later, en route back to Jizhou, Su Hu received a message from the direction of Jizhou, sent by his eldest son, reporting that his daughter, Su Daji, had gone missing, and the young lord was personally leading a search through the night, imploring Su Hu to return swiftly. Su Hu felt a mix of astonishment and joy, for the news from the messenger aligned with the warning from Ning Yuan. And there was further assurance. All is well, do not worry. This reinforced Su Hu's faith in the latter part of Ning Yuan's warning. He pondered the grave implications had he indeed recited a rebellious poem at Wu Gate, which would have provided King Zhou with a pretext to suppress treason. The dire consequence of the lords besieging Jizhou could have become a reality. At that moment, Su Hu was drenched in sweat. Although the strength of Jizhou was formidable, ranking among the top 10 of the 800 lords, it paled in comparison to the might of the four great dukes: Duke Jianghuan of Donglu, Duke Yichongyu of Nanchu, Duke Jichong of Shiqi, and Duke Chonghohu of Beichong. Any of these powerful dukes, accompanied by one or two minor lords, could easily overwhelm Jizhou. What if all 800 lords converged? The more Su Hu contemplated the situation, the more he felt fortunate. Fortunate that a young man, Ning Yuan, had timely sent word, preventing him from publicly expressing rebellion and steering the situation away from an irretrievable abyss. Rebellion is rebellion. Did not Qing Tang rise against the tyrant Xiajie? Yet, who would openly declare, I intend to rebel? If the monarch does not seek your demise, how could the world not echo of your treason? Su Hu mused, what can you achieve if you cannot even manage rebellion? The following day, as the Jizhou lord's retinue journeyed home, they encountered a figure riding 2 horses. Upon sighting the Jizhou lord's banner, the newcomer approached Su Hu and bowed respectfully. The newcomer, towering at 6 feet and robust like an ox, introduced himself as Denyo, sent by the young master Ning Yuan. When Su Hu inquired about his purpose, Denyo swiftly countered, the young master wishes to know, has the lord spoken of rebellion? Su Hu's expression darkened at the question. Traditionally, it is the superior who poses inquiries, while the subordinate provides answers. Wherein lies the logic for a subordinate to retort to their superior before even responding? However, considering that the visitor represents Ning Yuan and is a trusted confidant, he restrained his anger and, exuding an unspoken authority, replied, not at all. Denyo sighed in relief. Since that is the case, I shall convey to the Marquis that the second message from the young master, which I was entrusted to deliver to you, was not spoken in opposition. Thus, it is akin to a deceptive transformation. In this era, there exist no idioms like Li replaces Tao or the weasel changes places with the prince, compelling Ning Yuan to resort to the simplest of phrases for expression. Su Hu, sensing a revelation, pressed further, and Denyo, with a foolish earnestness, stated, the young master only uttered that one sentence. I do not comprehend its meaning. He simply instructed me to memorize it, repeating it 30 times before I could navigate past Denyo. The Marquis of Jizhou, simultaneously vexed and amused, felt a stirring in his heart and inquired, what if I had spoken in opposition? Denyo, with a mournful expression, replied, the young master's first statement compelled me to repeat it 50 times. If he had indeed spoken in opposition, I would immediately proclaim the preceding circumstances to the world, thus seizing the moral high ground. Instantaneously, the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, rose with astonishment, his eyes wide and his countenance shaken. Truly, he was a peerless statesman. With his political acumen, the Marquis discerned the crux of the matter as soon as Ning Yuan initiated the discussion. If he had composed a counterpoem, and if he were to be ashamed of revealing the underlying circumstances to the public, it would undoubtedly suggest to all that Su Hu harbored treasonous intentions, glaringly apparent. Other lords could act on the king's decree to punish disloyalty. However, should he unveil the emperor's intention to take a minister's daughter as a consort, or even coerce a lord, to the world, it would strip King Zhou of his righteous authority, thus leaving room for negotiation. The Marquis of Jizhou, filled with excitement, began to pace, and suddenly recalling something, he turned to Denyo and queried, tell me, what is the relationship between that lad Ning Yuan and the princess of our marquisate? Denyo scratched his head, instinctively realizing that revealing the truth at this moment could lead to undesirable consequences. He refrained from embellishing the rumors circulated among the caravan guards and, instead, simply stated, that evening, when we were half a day's journey from Jizhou City, the princess was pursued by a man-eating wolf demon. Thankfully, our young master happened upon her and rescued both the princess and her maid. The following morning, while escorting the princess back to Jizhou City, we encountered the young Marquis. My young master and the young Marquis hit it off immediately, almost coming to blows, sharing a mutual admiration and exchanging steeds, agreeing to visit each other another day. The Marquis of Jizhou discerned the pivotal detail and, gritting his teeth, softly inquired, "You mentioned the following day? Where did the princess rest that night?" Daniel replied earnestly. The young master provided his fragrant tent for the princess and her maid, whilst he himself took up residence in an auxiliary tent. Additionally, he borrowed my bedding, stating that it ought to be washed and aired the next morning. Chapter 23. On the self-cultivation of a prospective son-in-law, as the saying goes. Even a fool may glean wisdom through a multitude of experiences. Daniel, having been foolish for the better part of his life, truly excelled today. In truth, upon hearing about the princess and her maid, the Marquis of Jizhou felt a significant portion of his worries dissipate. Although the maidservant was skilled in schemes and had a strong sense of self-interest, she had accompanied the lady throughout her upbringing, sharing both glory and misfortune. It was unlikely that she would allow her daughter to suffer any blemish on her honor. Once the conversation concluded, Su-Hu felt a sense of relief. Under the circumstances, Ning Yuan's handling of the situation indeed took into account both Su Daji's safety and reputation, demonstrating thoroughness. Even as a lord, he could not unjustly criticize Ning Yuan for failing to deliver the princess to the Jizhou Marquis' residence before sunset. However, unbeknownst to Su-Hu, although the maid Xiao Ling had preserved the princess's innocence, she had sacrificed her own purity, ever ready to act as a matchmaker between the Su family princess and the young master of the Ning family. After inquiring about the most pressing matters, when Su-Hu asked about the concept of stealing the sun and swapping the moon, Daniel could provide no further explanation. Realizing that this man was merely a messenger, Su-Hu ceased to press him and instead began to inquire more about Ning Yuan himself. The Marquis of Jizhou was indeed quite curious about Ning Yuan. Previously, he had known of the Ning family's merchant shop, believing it to be an ordinary trade establishment. Yet he was astonished to discover that the eldest son of the Ning family was well-versed in martial arts and strategies. In terms of martial prowess, he could resonate with Su Chuanzhou. In the realm of intellect, he could devise plans to bring stability to the realm. Although he was still unaware of the true nature of the stealing the sun and swapping the moon strategy, Su-Hu harbored a vague confidence. Ning Yuan would surely find a way to resolve the crisis between Jizhou and Su Daji. Little did Su-Hu know that, in later times, a saying would emerge. Curiosity is the beginning of a woman's love for a man. By analogy, curiosity also marks the beginning of a man's acknowledgement of another man. Subsequently, Su-Hu learned from Daniel about a prodigious young talent. Able to speak at 1 year old, composing poetry by 3. At 5, he discovered the virtues of farmyard manure. By 12, he had developed glass. The Ning family became immensely wealthy due to this child. From a young age, he maintained a close friendship with the general of Qintang Pass, frequently visiting the general's residence as if it were his own. The general's wife, Mrs. Yin, even jested that it was a pity she had no daughters, and could only seek to match her niece with Ning Yuan. Recently, at the age of 17, Ning Yuan experienced an epiphany and resolved to pursue martial arts. For over 10 days, he diligently practiced, surpassing his instructors. Of course, from Su-Hu's perspective, Daniel was unworthy to be Ning Yuan's master, merely serving as an introduction to swordsmanship. Moreover, Ning Yuan exhibited great compassion. On the journey to Jizhou City, he rescued an injured crane, personally caring for it until it recovered, before releasing it back into the wild. Furthermore, young Master Ning safeguarded Su-Hu's daughter and her maidservant from an assault by man-eating wolves and 3 formidable foes, even managing to counterattack one and seriously injure 3 others. The little white horse could also be considered a testament to Ning Yuan's prowess, embodying the unity of man and steed. The more Su-Hu heard, the more exhilarated he became, and he finally slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "Such a remarkable young man is currently in my Jizhou city. Bring forth the men. Depart immediately and return to Jizhou." Ning Yuan remained unaware that, due to Daniel, his future father-in-law had already been half won over. When Ning Yuan eventually learned of today's events, he could only express to Daniel a single remark: the Ning family's foremost fortune-bringer. In the present day, Ning Yuan finds himself unable to attend to matters far afield in Chaoga. Beyond the systematic cultivation sessions at dawn and dusk, he is preoccupied with nurturing relationships with the Su family. His mornings are spent visiting the Marquis' residence, where the doormen no longer require formal introductions, allowing him to enter with ease, truly a case of familiarity. Breakfast is shared with Su Daji, followed by several rounds of sparring with Su Chuanzhou, and then accompanying the young Marquis to the military camp outside the city, where he meets the generals of the Jizhou army. The host meets General Zhao Bing of the Jizhou army and acquires the Taiji sword technique. Would you like to learn it immediately? Upon learning, you may cultivate automatically each morning and evening. The host meets General Sun Ziyu of the Jizhou army and acquires the life and death talisman. Would you like to learn it immediately? Upon learning, you may cultivate automatically each morning and evening. The host meets General Zheng Luan of the Jizhou army and acquires the great shift of the universe. Would you like to learn it immediately? Upon learning, you may cultivate automatically each morning and evening. The third, Zheng Luan, is indeed a name inscribed upon the divine list. Famed for wielding the demon-suppressing staff and possessing arcane abilities, capable of exhaling white vapor to subdue foes, he is destined to become one of the illustrious Hanga generals. Even Zhao Bing, whose name seems as ordinary as that of a passerby, will also find his name among the divine list in the future, standing alongside Su, who is one of the Eastern dueling 4-star lords. The specifics of his title, however, escape Ning Yuan's memory. At noon, Ning Yuan returns to the Marquis's residence for a meal, engaging in delightful conversation with the Marquis's wife. Su Daji observes this with joy in her heart, perceiving Ning Yuan's deliberate closeness to her mother as a means to curry favor with her future mother-in-law. The innocent and naive Su Daji is blissfully unaware that in later times, a delectable dish known as Gai Fan will be favored by the infamous Chow Chow. Moreover, Ning Yuan's camaraderie with Su Chuanzhong has grown so profound that they are nearly brothers, bound by an oath of brotherhood. Unbeknownst to Su Daji, who is oblivious to the preferences of modern-day young ladies, Ning Yuan remains entirely composed. As her mother and brother increasingly accept Ning Yuan, Su Daji grows more assured about their future together, leading to an escalating intimacy in their interactions during afternoon outings. Publicly, they appear as a couple, and privately, they are inseparable, allowing Ning Yuan to feel the grandeur of their bond. Particularly at gatherings hosted by the noble ladies of Jizhou, Su Daji brings Ning Yuan along. His handsome visage, witty conversation, and substantial family wealth leave the noble women in awe. The very revelation of his status as the young master of the Ning family causes their eyes to sparkle, prompting subtle glances and even overt attempts to vie for his attention. Although Ning Yuan remains resolute and unyielding, clearly expressing his singular devotion, he finds it challenging to resist the enthusiasm of the young ladies, prompting Su Daji to hesitate bringing him to gatherings with her friends. Were it an era of WeChat, it is likely that Ning Yuan's friend requests would have been overwhelmed. Even if Su Daji refrained from inviting him to social events, the allure of online flirtation would persist. The wisdom of guarding against fire, theft, and meddling friends transcends time and culture. By evening, after dining at the Marquis's residence, Ning Yuan bids farewell and returns to rest in the courtyard of his own establishment. Ning Jiao was commanding a merchant convoy, procuring local specialties from Jizhou City for their next destination, without even inquiring if his nephew wished to continue honing his skills with the caravan. Does the future Ning clan truly require such experience? Marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman is the greatest training one could undertake. Chapter 24. A date with Su Daji. Ning Jiao was indeed cautious. Apart from informing the clan leader, Ning Yuan's father, about Ning Yuan's budding connection with the princess and various dealings from this expedition via carrier pigeon, he refrained from disclosing any further details to the other brothers. Consequently, he received a proclamation from the clan leader, disseminated to the heads of shops across the provinces. Henceforth, Ning Yuan is authorized to mobilize up to 10% of the resources from each shop without the need for reporting, to be executed immediately. The Ning family is wealthier than nations. 10% of the resources equates to the combined assets of 80 lords, excluding the 4 town lords. To speak candidly, if Ning Yuan devoted all his efforts to providing military supplies for the Jizhou Marquis, the matter of Su Hu's countertrade could still be navigated. Yet, everything has changed now. On the 28th of April, with the sun high in the sky, as the bright sunlight caressed every corner of the Marquis's residence, Ning Yuan walked briskly into the estate. Upon entering the reception room, he encountered an elderly man with a gaunt appearance, half squinting and leaning against a flagpole, basking in the sun. Before Ning Yuan arrived, the old man had sipped from his cup of hot tea. "Old Master Jiao, you are here this morning?" Ning Yuan inquired. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, old Master Jiao's face broke into a radiant smile. "Young Master Ning, you have arrived a bit late today." "Yes, I was confirming some gifts, which caused the delay." This venerable man, known as Jiaoda, had long served the Jizhou Marquis's household, being a confidant even before the Marquis ascended to his title. He managed trivial affairs and, when necessary, took to the battlefield, only to later oversee the household. Now, Having aged, Jiao occupied a more leisurely role within the estate, often wandering about to prevent the inexperienced youth from offending noble guests and bringing calamity upon the Jizhou Marquis' residence. Old Master Jiao, wise with age, had already discerned the budding relationship between the princess and Ning Yuan. Upon hearing his words and recalling the significance of the day, his smile widened. Oh, so it is this day? You mustn't tarry with this old man. Go swiftly. Very well, take care of yourself. Ning Yuan replied. He made his way with familiarity to the door of Su Daji's chamber. According to the arrangements made in advance, the Marquis' wife had consented to grant them the entire day for their private world, excluding the evening. Upon entering the young lady's boudoir, Ning Yuan found Su Daji standing before a floor-length mirror, appraising her attire for the day. Sensing his arrival, she turned her delicate head, her lips curving into a playful smile. Brother Yuan, you are so slow today. My apologies, I was delayed by some matters. The maid, Xiaoling, maintained a composed demeanor as she stepped aside, allowing Ning Yuan to effortlessly position himself behind Su Daji, encircling the delicate waist of the pure and enchanting maiden. Together, they admired the beauty reflected in the mirror, a noble young lady who had just turned 16, now devoid of the layers of vermilion-dyed silk garments she usually wore. At this moment, she was clad solely in a narrow-sleeved short garment of blue-dyed plain hemp, with only a silk undergarment to shield her delicate skin. The cloud and thunder pattern adorning the edges was clearly designed for those of noble birth rather than common folk. 3 green agate ornaments embellished the diagonal opening of her attire, while her dark, wide-legged trousers were cinched at the ankles with silk ribbons. Her lotus-like feet were adorned with silk stockings, paired with hemp shoes featuring a base crafted from 3 layers of tanned rhinoceros hide, allowing her to traverse rocky streams without harming her tender soles. Her cascading black hair was intricately divided into 7 sections by twisted rami cords, and her earlobes were graced by pendants of peacock stone that shimmered softly, harmonizing with the jade pendant of a koalong design around her neck that chimed gently. This was the epitome of opulence in an era defined by scarce natural resources. A radiant flower of wealth nurtured in such a limited environment that even the simplest attire represented the annual needs of an ordinary family. All of this served to accentuate Su Daji's innate beauty. My Daji is truly exquisite, Ning Yuan whispered near the maiden's ear, placing a gentle kiss upon her porcelain-like cheek. Hee, as long as Brother Yuan likes it. With the praise from her beloved, Su Daji's smile blossomed even more beautifully. Feeling justified in having begun her preparations an hour early, merely for the promise of a world shared with Brother Yuan, the two rode upon a small white horse, slowly departing the city and casting aside the clamor of Jizhou. This marked Su Daji's first venture beyond the city since the incident with the wolf demon. Initially, she had believed she would never dare to step outside the city walls again. Whenever she recalled the past, an indescribable fear surged within her, particularly at the memory of the wolf demon's drool dripping from the flesh that came from them. She had even witnessed it being devoured by the wolf. Reflecting on the ordeal, the maiden could not help but feel a pang of guilt, wondering how she had not slain Bo Run, yet he had perished because of her. A shiver of dread coursed through her. She had nearly fallen victim to the wolf demon herself. However, now, with Ning Yuan's companionship, she discovered a newfound fearlessness within her. As they shared a horse, they reveled in the scenic beauty along the way, their laughter and intimacy weaving a close bond until they arrived at a tranquil hillside on the outskirts. Ning Yuan softly instructed Su Daji to close her eyes and draped a delicate silk cloth over her star-like eyes. Though curiosity brimmed within her, she obediently followed Ning Yuan's guidance, allowing him to take her hand as if surrendering everything to her beloved. Be careful, there are stones beneath your feet. Take larger steps here. Watch out, there's water ahead. I will carry you across. In the darkness, one instinctively relies on the nearest companion. At that moment, Ning Yuan's tenderness was Su Daji's sole salvation. Her heart raced in anticipation of the surprise that awaited her. Finally, Ning Yuan whispered, "We have arrived." As Su Daji's blindfold was lifted, a dreamlike scene unfolded before her. The azure sky was clear and vast, clouds billowed gracefully, a crystal-clear stream babbled softly, and the verdant grass carpeted the ground. From the summit of the hill where they stood, a panorama of vibrant flowers at the base of the slope created a magnificent tapestry of colors. Within this floral expanse, an array of multicolored blossoms artfully formed a prominent inscription, "Happy Birthday, Su Daji." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Daji was overwhelmed with a blend of astonishment and joy, her heart brimming with indescribable emotion and bliss. In an era 3 millennia ago, such a romantic gesture was unprecedented. The shock and delight it evoked far surpassing the commonplace romantic expressions of later generations. Ning Yuan gazed at the expression of surprise and joy on Su Daji's face, fully aware that all his efforts were worthwhile. He hoped that this day, this extraordinary birthday, would become one of Su Daji's most cherished memories. Chapter 25. The true Su Daji after this birthday. Until she liberates herself from the shadows of King Shang and the nine-tailed fox, Su Daji would not attain true freedom. For now, let them relish this beautiful day to the fullest. The pure-hearted maiden was indeed filled with joy, as if she might take flight, forgetting her restraint. And for the first time, she embraced Ning Yuan, bestowing upon him a sweet kiss. Su Daji understood that she would never forget this day, just as she would eternally love Ning Yuan. Thereafter, the valley became their private world, marked by their cheerful footprints. They fished together, foraged for wild fruits, kindled a fire for a picnic, and prepared delectable dishes with their own hands. For this pampered noble lady, every experience felt extraordinarily novel and delightful. She even yearned to flee with Ning Yuan, escaping the turmoil of the mundane world. It is a common affliction among young ladies of privilege, accustomed to a life of ease, when a humble young man enters their sphere, bringing with him a radically different experience. Even a bowl of plain porridge is misinterpreted as the price of love, leading them to believe they can share a frugal life with their beloved. However, Su Daji had yet to realize that the discovery of this idyllic valley and the transplantation of those flowers were not solely due to Ning Yuan's efforts. Such endeavors required immense human and material resources. As the wealthiest heir of the Shang dynasty, Ning Yuan was unmatched in his means, especially in the eyes of a love-struck Su Daji. Though he employed certain methods, it was ultimately Su Daji who fell for Ning Yuan at first sight, enchanted by his heroism, while Ning Yuan was captivated by her innocence. All these elaborate efforts were merely to elicit a smile from the fair maiden, deepening their bond. After all, the original portrayal of Su Daji, unpossessed, was rather superficial. It was through these shared experiences that Ning Yuan came to know the true Su Daji, a figure starkly different from history. Time always slips away swiftly in moments of happiness. At the conclusion of the birthday gathering, under Ning Yuan's suggestion, Su Daji delicately wove a splendid floral crown using flowers adorned with her name, which she solemnly presented to her mother upon returning home. Mother, my birthday coincides with your day of suffering. 16 years ago, you endured great hardships and risked your life to bring me into this beautiful world. I am sincerely grateful to you. As she spoke, she placed the floral crown upon the head of the Lady Ho. These heartfelt words brought tears of emotion to Lady Ho's eyes, and she tightly embraced her daughter, overwhelmed by a blend of joy and sentiment, tears streaming down her face. What she had once perceived as her little girl nestled at her knees had, overnight, transformed into a grown woman, now filled with gratitude. Realizing that all these accomplishments were attributable to someone special, Lady Ho's satisfaction with Ning Yuan deepened considerably. It could be said that she had wholeheartedly approved of the union between Ning Yuan and Su Daji, awaiting only the formal proposal from the Ning family. As the ancient Emperor Xinyuan once proclaimed regarding marriage, the command of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Of course, for Ning Yuan, there was still the matter of passing the scrutiny of the Marquis of Jizhou. After enjoying dinner at the Ho residence, Ning Yuan intended to take his leave. After all, no matter how much Lady Ho recognized him, it was improbable that she would allow him to stay overnight at the Ho residence before the marriage. However, Su Daji called out to him mysteriously, "Brother Yuan, come with me." Ning Yuan followed Su Daji to her boudoir. The decor of the young lady's chamber was exquisite. Imbued with the aristocratic air of the era, a glass lamp cast a warm yellow glow upon a wooden table with beastly feet, while scarlet curtains dyed with madder fell gracefully at the corners, their folds revealing glimpses of dragon patterns adorned with shell pieces. The walls, constructed from azure clay, were embedded with a large embroidered cloth, intricately depicting the totem of a mystical bird in flight, with remnants of peach wood scattered from the spring festival still clinging to its feathers. In the corner stood a square vase adorned with Taotai patterns, filled with freshly cut magnolia and white mugwort, the rising fragrance intertwining with the copper ornaments suspended from the beams. The night breeze flowed through the room, causing the ornaments and eaves bells to resonate, reminiscent of a priestess swaying a staff adorned with jade pendants. The dressing mirror, crafted from crystal-clear glass, reflected Su Daji's beauty in exquisite detail. These were the conveniences brought to the young lady by Ning Yuan, the time traveler. At the vanity, a jewelry box unfolded in layers, resembling a magnificent palace, with a bright red agate hairpin resting atop, and below it lay strings of gemstones and gold and silver adornments. Su Daji took Ning Yuan's hand and crossed the screen painted with the mystical bird design, revealing her most intimate space, a brocade couch with horned rhinoceros leather. The edges of the couch were inlaid with turquoise cloud patterns, and the quilt and pillows were woven from the fine hairs of the unicorn and silk from ice silkworms. Their colors reminiscent of dusk clouds steeped in the waters of the Huan. With her beloved witnessing her lying there each night, a slight blush graced Su Daji's exquisite face. She hadn't thought much of it, only wishing to surprise Ning Yuan, but now there was no time for concealment. However, within the innocent heart of the young maiden, Ning Yuan was destined to be her husband, and witnessing all of this was of little consequence. Su Daji lifted her soft pillow, beneath which lay a fragrant sachet, its colorful threads intricately weaving two characters, Daji. The young girl cradled the embroidered sachet, adorned with her own name, in her palms and presented it to Ning Yuan, saying, "Brother Yuan, look, this is the exclusive sachet I have re-embroidered for you. Please do not give it to anyone else." Her tone was imbued with the charming innocence of a child presenting a treasure, as if imploring him to praise her. Ning Yuan, of course, would not dampen the maiden's spirit. He picked up the sachet and brought it to his nose, inhaling the delicate fragrance of white plum blossoms. The young man jested. "It pales in comparison to the natural scent that emanates from you, Daji." The maiden's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a playful fist, she gently tapped his chest. Lifting her chin slightly, her watery eyes clouded with unspoken intentions. Su Daji had become enamored with the sensation of kissing. Ning Yuan indulged her, guiding her toward a transcendent experience, leading her to a realm of celestial wonder. In this extraordinary moment, having experienced a romance unlike any before, the heart of the young maiden Su Daji was utterly captivated. Were this the previous life of Ning Yuan, the atmosphere would have been more than sufficient. Su Daji, lost in her feelings, would have surrendered entirely to her beloved, allowing him to claim the pure and exquisite maiden. Fortunately, a vestige of reason still lingered within Ning Yuan. Where were they? The residence of a feudal lord. Should her future mother-in-law catch sight of her daughter's unguarded actions, a swift change of heart would be inevitable. Chapter 26. The schemes of a beauty, however, the Ning Yuan from a future age possessed knowledge of numerous alternative methods. He gently leaned in close to the pure-hearted maiden's ear and whispered, "Daji, today Brother Yuan will teach you how to ascend to the realm of the divine." Daji responded, her mind clouded with confusion. Soon, Ning Yuan found himself on Su Daji's embroidered couch. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. As the bright moon began to rise, leaving Su Daji poised on the threshold of a new world, Ning Yuan finally departed from the fragrant chamber of the young maiden. With Xiaoling leading the way, lantern in hand, they made their way to a secluded area. Suddenly, Xiaoling halted, turned, and embraced Ning Yuan, saying, "Young master, your union with the young lady is nearing fruition. Do not forget about Xiaoling when that day arrives." Ning Yuan reciprocated the embrace lightly, holding the beautiful handmaiden for a moment. The early summer night was cool as water, and while Xiaoling felt the warmth of the young master's body, her heartbeat remained surprisingly calm. A faint smile graced Ning Yuan's lips, its nature ambiguous. Was it tender or mocking? Xiaoling then produced an item, placing it gently into Ning Yuan's embrace, whispering, "Xiaoling will be waiting for you, young master, on the day you wed the young lady." With that, she turned and hurriedly departed. Riding a small white horse, Ning Yuan left the lord's residence. Along the way, he retrieved 2 sachets, one crafted by Su Daji's hands, the other a recent gift from Xiaoling. In terms of the intricacy of embroidery, Xiaoling's craftsmanship is undoubtedly superior. However, Ning Yuan faintly perceives that the sentiment embodied in the sachet gifted by Xiaoling pales in comparison to the profound emotions conveyed by Su Daji. Thus, Ning Yuan has developed a comprehensive understanding of Xiaoling's true nature. This young maid, devoid of any external manipulation, harbors thoughts that are far from simple. Whether it was her initial initiative to warm Ning Yuan's bed in the middle of the night, her constant facilitation of Ning Yuan's pursuit of Su Daji, or the seemingly heartfelt sachet she presented, Xiaoling's affections for Ning Yuan are not born out of pure admiration or love. Rather, they stem from a more utilitarian motive. She aspires to leverage Ning Yuan's influence to alter her fate as a slave. From their very first encounter, she proactively offered to warm Ning Yuan's bed, partly due to her belief that Su Daji harbored feelings for him, and as a maid, she willingly used herself as a bargaining chip to foster a relationship between Ning Yuan and Su Daji. Should the distinguished young master and the noble young lady eventually unite, Xiaoling would undoubtedly achieve her desires, securing a place as Ning Yuan's concubine, given her long-standing companionship with the lady, even if the outcome were less than ideal. With the princess marrying another, Xiao Ling, having lost her innocence, could still seize the opportunity to transition to Ning Yuan's side, thus rewriting her destiny. Xiao Ling bears a resemblance to the character Qingwen from Dream of the Red Chamber, ambitious yet constrained by her status as a female servant. However, she is far more proactive in seeking change, viewing the marriage of the young lady as a stepping stone to ascendancy. She also shares similarities with modern-day online influencers, whose choice of partner is often dictated by material needs rather than true love. Evidently, Xiao Ling has indeed facilitated many aspects of the future for the princess and Ning Yuan, all while making sure to highlight her own contributions, constantly reminding young Master Ning of her existence. Ultimately, those who strive are blessed by fate. The smoother the relationship between Ning Yuan and Su Daji, the brighter Xiao Ling's future becomes. Nevertheless, Xiao Ling, given your long service to Daji, I shall not hold your utilitarian motives against you. I shall ensure you find a place of belonging. Moreover, with Daji's innocent and carefree nature, your presence will serve as a reminder to prevent her from being deceived or exploited, with me as the exception. Ning Yuan suddenly recalled a certain naive yet cunning girl from his memories at Shintang Pass, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Su Daji's future. Carefully stowing one of the sachets into his bosom, he controlled his horse with one hand while tossing the other sachet up and down with the other, humming an unknown melody. The sun shone brightly on his white horse. La 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 la, as the youth clad in white and his steed gradually disappeared into the encroaching darkness. The night was as dark as ink, mirroring the unfathomable future ahead. 20 days after Ning Yuan's arrival in Jizhou City. Morning. At the Ning family shop, the temporary residence of the young master. Ning Yuan awakened from his meditation, carefully attuning himself to the changes within his body, while silently invoking the system to display his current martial arts cultivation. Host Duga 9, Sword's current level, 9, Transcendent Mastery. The host of the Yin-Yang scriptures is currently at level 5, mastering it with ease. The host of Lingbo Weibu is currently at level 4, skillfully maneuvering. The host of Qianquan de Nuwa is currently at level 3, becoming proficient. The host of Tianshan Luyang Palm is currently at level 3, becoming proficient. The host of Taiji Swordsmanship is currently at level 2, entering the realm. The host of Life and Death Talisman is currently at level 2, entering the realm. Utilizing the system's external assistance to cultivate a martial art, progress is rapid at first, but subsequently slows down, following a geometric progression. Over the course of 20 days, Ning Yuan has managed to elevate the most crucial and frequently utilized skills to level 4, achieving a state of proficiency. Other less critical martial arts were merely practiced a few times for amusement, perhaps to be useful in certain situations. Of course, for these less essential martial arts, such as Tianshan Luyang Palm, Ning Yuan can continue to practice independently, thereby enhancing his proficiency at a slower pace. It appears that the system's external assistance is best utilized for internal skills that are challenging to refine or for the initiation into advanced martial arts. Once martial arts techniques reach a certain level, independent practice is advisable, reserving the external assistance for breakthroughs when sufficient practice opportunities arise. After concluding his practice, Ning Yuan suddenly felt a sense of awareness, approached the door, and opened it, only to find Uncle Jiao just stepping outside. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Uncle Jiao beamed with genuine delight, his plump round face obscuring his eyes as he held out an invitation card, exclaiming excitedly, "Dear nephew, this is an invitation just received from the Duke of Jizhou, personally inviting you to his residence for a meeting." Chapter 27. The son-in-law pays respect to his father-in-law. Although Ning Yuan had become a familiar face at the Duke of Jizhou's residence, reporting for meals daily and practically feeling at home, this was an official invitation from Duke Su Hu, of entirely different significance. Ning Yuan calmly accepted the invitation and casually inquired, "Has Daniel returned? He entered the city last night." Fortunately, he was with the Duke. Otherwise, the city gates would not have opened for him, and Daniel would have had to sleep outdoors. Ning Jiao quickly responded. Ning Yuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Have Daniel come to see me, and please assist me in preparing a gift." Ning Jiao replied, "Uncle Jiao understands, leave it to me." For his first visit, the gifts he planned to bring were primarily for the Duchess and her daughter, consisting mostly of items suited for women. However, for the Duke, he could select weapons such as swords and spears to present to the Duke and his son. When it comes to gifting, one should always choose the finest quality within their means. Ning Jiao, feeling quite pleased with himself, remarked, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to send a message to Chuntang Pass via carrier pigeon, and I also arranged for several high-quality weapons and armor to be sent, made of high-quality steel. Just as Ning Yuan was about to make arrangements, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, Xiao Yuan, due to your matter, I have lingered in Jizhou City for quite a while. I have long felt restless and am planning to head south to Jiangnan. Businessmen thrive on commerce. There is no trade that does not involve business. The itinerant merchants, by their very nature, transport goods from one locale to another, replenishing local specialties before either returning to their homeland or journeying onward. Their profit derives from the disparities in information. However, during the Shang dynasty, when the official currency system was still in its infancy, these merchants primarily engaged in barter, utilizing small denominations such as shells and metals as common equivalents. Unlike the paper currency of later generations, which derives its value solely from official credit, these equivalents possessed intrinsic commodity attributes and value. To digress, itinerant merchants seldom linger in one location for too long. Uncle Ning, leading his team from Qintang Pass, recently handed over the family's glass products to the local Ning family shop. He had been procuring local specialties in Jizhou City, preparing for their imminent departure to another destination. The youngest of the Ning clan, ninth uncle, was restless and thus delighted in the life of a merchant. Unlike his 8 elder brothers who had settled in a specific state city, focusing solely on their shops. Recently, due to Ning Yuan's matrimonial matters, ninth uncle had remarkably remained in one place for over 20 days, a rare occurrence indeed. Ning Yuan, fully cognizant of this, smiled and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, uncle. The next phase belongs to me. I wish you safe travels. By the way, when my nephew marries, you must join us for a toast at the wedding." Ninth uncle laughed heartily. "I shan't drink. You must wait for the princess to serve me tea." With that, he strode away. Ning Yuan smiled as he watched him depart, feeling the warmth of family and kinship. No wonder, throughout the 5 millennia of Huaxia, the culture of clans has endured. Shortly after ninth uncle left, the imposing figure of Dinyo appeared outside Ning Yuan's chamber. "Young master, Dinyo has returned." The table in the outer hall was already laden with breakfast, untouched, and upon hearing Dinyo's voice, Ning Yuan did not lift his head, but warmly invited. "Dinyo, you've worked hard. Sit down and eat with me." The burly man, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Young master, you waited to eat with me?" Although Ning Yuan was always amiable, treating his subordinates with respect, and even dining together, it was indeed the first time he had deliberately waited for a guard to share a meal. Dinyo felt he could boast about this for a month. As they dined, Ning Yuan inquired meticulously about Dinyo's interactions with the Jizhou Marquis. While eating, Dinyo responded. After listening to his account, Ning Yuan fell into a contemplative silence, internally exclaiming, "Truly, a fortunate general." After a round trip of over 20 days, Dinyo had delivered a remarkable assist. His future father-in-law was already half won over. Adding to that with a 95% approval from his future mother-in-law and 90% from his future brother-in-law, along with a 99% from Su Daji, it rounded up to suggest that Su Daji was already part of the Ning family. However, due to Ning Yuan's timely intervention, Su had not declared a war against commerce, but had merely resolved half of one of Su Daji's crises. Additionally, during these days, intelligence relayed via carrier pigeons from the Ning family shop in Chaoga had provided crucial information. If Ning Yuan had not miscalculated, the envoy from King Zhou of Shang, who was to proclaim the selection of a consort, had followed closely behind the Jizhou Marquis and was nearing Jizhou City. The intelligence gathering had concluded. Ning Yuan set forth towards the Jizhou Marquis, accompanied not only by the lavish gifts prepared by Ning Jiu, but also by a magnificent ox. After all, he was familiar with the Marquis, which would facilitate matters. Young Master Ning arrived at the Marquis with a retinue bearing gifts. Although the guards at the entrance immediately recognized Ning Yuan, they remained stern and pretended not to see him, sternly declaring, "No noise outside the Marquis. The esteemed Marquis is within. Retreat if there is no business." The last remark was specifically directed at Ning Yuan, lest he, oblivious to the situation, attempt to enter as he had done previously. Should he inadvertently offend the Marquis, even with the protection of the young Marquis, the guards would find themselves in a dire predicament. Ning Yuan paid no heed to their demeanor and produced an invitation from his sleeve, presenting it to the guards. Upon seeing the Marquis's handwritten note and seal, the guards were taken aback. Their esteemed Marquis had only returned home at midnight the previous night, yet had already sent an invitation to the young master of the Ning family to visit for a discussion. Moreover, the young master had brought such an abundance of gifts. Could it be that the rumors circulating among the guards about the young Marquis and the matron's intentions to marry the young lady of the county to Ning Yuan were indeed true? Had the Marquis consented so swiftly? Truly, Ning Yuan was a figure shrouded in mystery, effortlessly managing the esteemed marquis without a hint of fanfare. The gatekeeper guards, no longer daring to be negligent, respectfully ushered Ning Yuan inside, while sending word to the marquis. Upon entering the familiar main hall of the marquisate, Ning Yuan encountered the father and son of the Jiuzhou marquis, along with the marquis's wife and Su Daji. To receive Ning Yuan, the Su family had gathered in full force. The guards and maidservants dared not breathe a word, their gazes towards Ning Yuan filled with reverence befitting a noble steed. Among them, the leader of the maidservants, Xiao Ling, was particularly sweetened with delight. Xiao Ling had placed her bets wisely. Young Master Ning was indeed the one who could alter her fate. As Ning Yuan stood firmly in the main hall, he performed a grand salute. I, Ning Yuan, son of the Ning family of Qintang Pass, pay my respects to the esteemed marquis, the young marquis, the lady, and the county princess. His demeanor was courteous and dignified, neither servile nor arrogant, his voice resonating with clarity. The only elder among the four, stroking his slightly graying beard, nodded in satisfaction and boomed, "Nephew, no need for formalities. Please, take a seat. Servants, bring forth the finest tea." Chapter 28, A Deceptive Exchange? Although tea became fashionable during the Sui and Tang dynasties, with Ning Yuan's presence as a time traveler, and considering the Shang dynasty's diet primarily consisted of meat, how could tea not be invented to alleviate the nation's greasiness? In short, within the constraints of limited productivity, anything that could generate wealth in daily life emerged from Ning Yuan's memories. For Ning Yuan, wealth was merely a number. The riches of the mortal realm paled in comparison to the worth of a single finger from an immortal. More significantly, the system announced, host has made the acquaintance of the Jiuzhou marquis, Su Hu, and has acquired Beiming Divine skill. Shall it be learned immediately? Once learned, it may be automatically cultivated twice daily. Ning Yuan, system, you are indeed quite intelligent, even without explicitly stating names. As long as we are aware of each other's identities, a formal meeting and greeting count as an acquaintance with notable individuals. The system remains silent. It is merely a test version, still a fledgling. System, I wish to learn the Beiming Divine Art. Host has chosen to learn Beiming Divine Art. Current level, utterly clueless. Please utilize the system's fully automated cultivation feature promptly to elevate your level. However, it seems that in this world, no one possesses inner strength. Whom shall I absorb my Beiming Divine Art from? Am I to draw from the air? Or perhaps siphon the magical power of cultivators and deities? That would certainly be exhausting. Presently, Su Daji is the happiest girl on site. It appears her father holds a rather favorable impression of Ning Yuan. Having spent considerable time with Ning Yuan, she has also acquired many peculiar phrases such as first impression. For instance, her beloved often describes her as a pure and innocent girl, yet her body radiates an alluring desire. This infuriated Su Daji, and she ignored him for 3 minutes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Lord suddenly remarked, "This time, during my pilgrimage to Chaoga, there are some unusual matters. My dear nephew, do you have any insights to share?" Upon hearing this, Su Chuanzhong and the lady of the house were both astonished. Why would the Lord inquire about state affairs first from Ning Yuan? Su Daji felt a simple joy for her beloved. Her father holds Ning Yuan in high regard. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, confidently clasping his hands. "You honor me, my lord. I would be glad to alleviate your concerns." Just as the Jiuzhou marquis was about to speak, his gaze swept over his daughter and wife, and he promptly changed his words. "Let us proceed to the study to discuss this matter. Chuanzhong, you shall accompany us." A flicker of disappointment flashed in Su Daji's eyes. While the lady of the house exhibited the grace of a noble woman, well versed in the ways of supporting her husband and educating her children, she proactively suggested, "Daji, your father has pressing matters to attend to. Come with me to the kitchen and see how we fare today, for Yuan shall dine here." Although they had dined together multiple times, today held exceptional significance. Had the Jiuzhou marquis, Su Hu, not valued Ning Yuan, he would have merely served tea and sent him on his way. "Yes, mother." Reluctantly, Su Daji departed. Since Su Daji had gifted her mother a floral crown on her birthday, the lady of the house had grown increasingly affectionate toward Ning Yuan, even altering her form of address to Yuan, akin to how she referred to her own son. In the study of the marquis's residence, upon witnessing his son's perplexed expression, the Jiuzhou marquis began to recount the events surrounding the audience of the 800 feudal lords. When he heard that King Zhou of Shang sought to have his younger sister serve in the palace, Su Chuanzhong erupted in fury. "King Shang dares to desire my sister? What a delusion! The Empress Jiang has already borne him 2 sons. How can he still covet my sister?" In truth, a ruler's lustfulness is not entirely unacceptable. The issue lies with the Su family's disapproval of King Zhou's coercive demands. Nevertheless, the Jizhou Marquis did not allow his anger to resurface, for he had contemplated this matter thoroughly on the journey back. What he most wished to ascertain was how Ning Yuan planned to navigate this predicament. Esteemed nephew, you have alerted me with the fragrant pouch of Daji and subtly insinuated a substitution of the heavens. You must surely be aware of the intricacies at play here? Su Chuanzhong gazed at Ning Yuan in astonishment, somewhat perplexed. Brother Ning, what do you mean by an alert? These days, we have been enjoying each other's company daily. When have you communicated with your father? The Marquis of Jizhou also interjected. Indeed, upon returning home, I inquired in detail from my wife and Xuanzhong regarding Daji's perilous situation. Calculating the timing, which coincided precisely with the day King Dixin demanded Daji from me. Even if you had just met Daji and earned her trust, acquiring a token, how could you possibly convey the fragrant pouch and the warning to Chaoga in a single day, let alone acquire intelligence from 1,000 miles away? The father and son of the Marquis of Jizhou fixated their gaze on Ning Yuan, eagerly awaiting his response. During the time spent awaiting the Marquis's return home, Ning Yuan had contemplated their current dialogue thoroughly and replied without hesitation. My Ning family has shops throughout the realm, with sources of information and carrier pigeons for transmitting vital news. He elaborated on the characteristics of the carrier pigeons, which left the Marquis both astonished and delighted. Is it truly so? These pigeons possess a keen sense of direction and can fly 1,000 miles. In military terms, advanced knowledge of enemy movements is of utmost importance. The Marquis of Jizhou, amazed by the convenience of pigeon messaging, refrained from further probing into Ning Yuan's detailed knowledge of the court visit. Su Chuanzhong inquired, then, dear brother Ning, did you also have a plan regarding the king's interest in my sister? Pray enlighten us. As the elder brother, Su Chuanzhong was particularly concerned about his sister's happiness. Although he had only perceived a hint of the budding connection between Ning Yuan and Su Daji, he did not dwell on it. As matters of marriage were traditionally the domain of parents, not his to dictate as the elder brother. Su Hu also chimed in. Indeed, esteemed nephew, on the journey back, I have been pondering your words about substituting the heavens. I cannot grasp the essence. Please, elucidate. Ning Yuan replied calmly. The crux of the matter lies in last year. When King Zhou offered incense to Enhua, captivated by her beauty, he developed an insatiable desire for a vast harem, wishing to compel the feudal lords to present their daughters for his indulgence, only to be thwarted by the loyal ministers of the court. He then recounted in detail the saga of King Zhou's grievances with the Su family, including the detrimental role of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, which left the father and son of the Marquis of Jizhou enlightened. Observing their understanding of the unfolding events, Ning Yuan continued, the pivotal issue is not Daji herself, but rather King Zhou's disdain for Empress Jiang, whose youth has faded and whose demeanor has become tedious. He seeks a young and beautiful companion, not necessarily Daji, for it could just as easily be Li Daji or even someone else named Su. The Marquis of Jizhou slammed his thigh in realization. Then I simply need to seek out a beauty to take Daji's place in the palace. As long as I can win King Zhou's favor, this matter shall be resolved. Chapter 29. The strategist immerses himself in the game, half a move ahead of destiny. Su Chuanzhong was equally elated. However, Ning Yuan shook his head. If King Zhou's interest had just sparked, such actions might have spared Daji from entering the palace. But now that events have escalated to this point, King Zhou, for the sake of his own dignity, will undoubtedly require Su Daji's service. At this juncture, Ning Yuan paused, observing the grave expressions on the faces of the Marquis and his son, and added, if my conjecture is correct, the imperial edict from the Shan King is already on its way, perhaps even trailing closely behind you, and will soon arrive at the Marquis's residence. The father and son of Jizhou exchanged glances, and the Marquis struck his thigh in frustration. It is my fault. My impatience has left no room for Emperor Xine's dignity, leading to an irretrievable situation. Su Chuanzhong quickly interjected, I believe father is not at fault. When a ruler is blind, it is imperative to admonish him. During the reign of the late king, Shang Rong, Baigan, and Lu Xiong repeatedly voiced their criticisms without facing reprimand from the king. Ultimately, the king's incompetence necessitates the counsel of loyal subjects. Ning Yuan smiled softly. The limitations of feudal monarchs have been extensively analyzed by future scholars, and he did not wish to elaborate further. He continued, thus, Daji cannot avoid a journey to Chaoga. Upon hearing this, the father and son of Jizhou were instantly alarmed. The young Marquis hastily exclaimed, Ning, my brother, Daji is akin to your own sister. You must not harm her. Do you need to remind me? I am already vying for the affections of the Shang King. Fear not, allow me to elaborate. As a strategist, dealing with the impetuousness of the Marquis and his son is indeed taxing. The crux of the matter lies in providing a graceful exit for King Zhou. My strategy unfolds in two phases. First, Daji shall be personally escorted by Jizhou, but en route, she must feign death. The envoy will report to King Zhou that the noblewoman is unable to bear the king's great fortune and has tragically passed away, asserting that such an unfortunate soul is unworthy to serve the monarch. Secondly, from this day forth until Daji's arrival in Chaoga, we must promptly seek a substitute and train her accordingly. The Marquis and his wife may even adopt her as a foster daughter. Once Daji has feigned her death, a new maiden will be sent to the palace in her stead, fulfilling the obligations of both the sovereign and his subjects. This approach not only provides King Zhou with a graceful exit, but also ensures a satisfactory resolution. After all, once a person is declared deceased, King Zhou cannot possibly demand the resurrection of Su Daji. Moreover, a foster daughter will have been presented to him. What more could he desire? Would he wish to further press the Marquis of Jizhou? This would surely incite rebellion among the feudal lords. King Zhou truly shows no regard for the lives of his subjects. The father and son of Jizhou grew increasingly animated as they listened, with the Marquis clapping his hands in admiration. "Noble nephew, you are indeed a man of great wisdom." Ning Yuan smiled silently. Fortunately, the Su father and son are not particularly astute and fail to see the numerous flaws in this plan. For this is not a true case of substitution, but at best a mere exchange. The schemes of the nine-tailed fox are too clandestine to disclose to the Marquis and his son. After all, this matter is far more secretive, and with the intelligence channels of the Ning family, they would never uncover it. In Ning Yuan's mind, he harbored an even deeper scheme of substitution, which included the nine-tailed fox spirit. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's own allies. The current facade of substitution serves primarily to secure the absolute trust and cooperation of the Su father and son in the forthcoming plans. Once the Marquis and his son have digested this initial scheme of substitution, Ning Yuan added, the method of Daji's feigned death. If the journey were to be entirely escorted by Jizhou, one could feign death due to illness. However, considering that the side of Chaoga might dispatch officials to conduct an autopsy, or even send a retinue to welcome the bride, it would be wiser to opt for a demise caused by an accident or an assassination. The Lord was taken aback. Assassination? Ning Yuan, with great confidence, turned to Su Chuanzhong. Brother Su, is that wolf demon still imprisoned in the dungeon? Su Chuanzhong replied honestly, of course. I arranged it personally. Ning Yuan continued. The wolf demon possesses immense strength. Should it break free and escape outside the city, harboring a grudge against the princess, it could launch a surprise attack, resulting in the princess being utterly lost, and the wolf demon would vanish without a trace. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Su Chuanzhong slapped his thigh. Indeed. Brother, your strategy is brilliant. The Duke of Jizhou had heard of the wolf demon, but was not well versed in the details, expressing doubt. But what if the wolf demon is beyond our control and is too frightened to approach Chaoga? Ning Yuan responded with calm assurance. Once outside the city of Jizhou, whether the wolf demon attacks the princess becomes irrelevant. As long as everyone believes that it was the wolf demon that killed her, our plan will succeed. As long as the wolf demon does not reappear before the public, it cannot vindicate itself. The Lord and his son both praised. Excellent. Indeed, this is the truth. Ning Yuan added, to maintain secrecy, it is imperative to eliminate both the wolf demon and the true assailant of the princess, and I have reflected on this matter. Only I can undertake this task. A strategist entering the fray is akin to a chess player gaining half a victory in his pursuit to outmaneuver Su Daji. Ning Yuan was willing to explore every possible avenue, even at the risk of his own involvement. Moreover, to protect Su Daji from being possessed by the nine-tailed fox, Ning Yuan must remain by her side. The Lord remarked, I have heard from Chuanzhong that my talented nephew surpasses him in martial skills. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. My nephew is both scholarly and martial. He is indeed a rare talent. Su Chuanzhong questioned, how can my clever brother, skilled in swordplay, masquerade as the wolf demon to slay the one pretending to have killed my sister? Ning Yuan replied, young lord, do you still possess the wolf claws that I entrusted to you? They are still in my possession. The city defense forces mistakenly believe that I have slain the wolf demon. I specifically instructed that they be preserved as trophies, kept in my chamber. Su Chuanzhong suddenly realized, you can use the wolf claws to simulate the wolf demon committing murder. My brother truly possesses profound foresight, immune to the praises bestowed by the Lord and his son. Ning Yuan continued, it would be best for the Lord to select a surrogate daughter for Daji from the common folk, or even a slave will suffice. With a little training, one could easily captivate the tyrant. This serves two purposes. It ensures greater secrecy, and considering that this involves the fate of a young maiden, helping a slave alter her destiny and enjoy a few years of peace can be considered a form of compensation. Hearing this, the Lord and his son nodded slowly. Initially, they had contemplated selecting someone from the wealthy or minor nobility, but upon reflection, maintaining confidentiality would indeed be challenging. Only a common girl or a female slave would be easier to control. Suhu remarked, "Not only is my nephew well-versed in both civil and martial affairs, but he also possesses a compassionate heart. This way, everything is indeed well planned." Facing the increasing accolades from Suhu, Ning Yuan smiled humbly and continued, "In fact, the Lord's surrogate daughter could bear the name Daji. After all, as long as King Zhou remains in power, the true Daji can never reveal herself to the world. Faking the existence of one Daji while presenting another to King Zhou serves merely to silence the naysayers." The Lord and his son fell silent. This is the cost of resisting monarchic authority. The genuine Daji must vanish from public view, at least from Jizhou City, and be condemned to a life of anonymity. Chapter 30. Daji is no mere decorative figure. Su Qianzhong could not help but inquire, "Dear brother, is there truly no better solution? My sister is far too pitiable." Ning Yuan blinked and replied, "Indeed, there is." The Lord and his son rejoiced. If Daji were to change her name and identity, she could re-enter society, something the Lord could facilitate. The Jizhou Lord, perplexed, responded, "Nephew, I find myself bewildered. How could I accomplish such a feat?" Ning Yuan, with an air of leisure, remarked, "It is well known that the Western Marquis, Ji Chang, has one legal wife and countless concubines, with a total of 99 offspring. Is it so unreasonable for the Jizhou Lord to harbor a hidden illegitimate daughter among the populace? To bring her back to the estate in the absence of his legitimate daughter, thereby enjoying familial bliss?" The Lord and his son exchanged glances, both bemused. Su Qianzhong interjected, "My father and mother share a bond of unwavering loyalty. He would never entertain a mistress. Let us not tarnish his good name." The Lord countered, "Perhaps not. But one could feign such a circumstance. For Daji's sake, what harm is there in that? Moreover, it is merely a pretense. I am certain my wife would understand." He continued, "Nephew, your tireless efforts for the benefit of Jizhou have yielded this most ingenious plan, and I am profoundly grateful." Then, as if struck by a thought, Suhu regarded Ning Yuan with a teasing glint in his eye. "However, dear nephew, it seems your elaborate schemes are perhaps more for Daji's sake, are they not?" Su Qianzhong, bewildered, remained in the dark, but Ning Yuan, aware of the Jizhou Lord's perception of his relationship with Daji, sensed that his future father-in-law had already taken notice. Or perhaps, it was the Jizhou Lord's wife who had whispered in his ear. Ning Yuan remained unperturbed, exuding grace as he stated, "I initially intended to wait until the matter of King Zhou had settled before formally seeking your blessing. Yet since you have already perceived my intentions, the youthful lord, muscle-bound and contemplative, was pondering the notion of a proposal when he witnessed Ning Yuan rise from his seat. Adjusting his attire and performing a grand bow, Ning Yuan has long admired the esteemed county princess Su Daji and wishes to ask for her hand in marriage. I implore you, my lord, to grant your approval." Silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Qianzhong gaped, utterly astonished. The Jizhou Lord, Suhu, maintained an impassive demeanor as he regarded Ning Yuan's upright stature, lost in thought. Ning Yuan remained composed, holding his bow. Suddenly, Su Qianzhong comprehended the events of the past few days. It dawned on him that Ning Yuan harbored feelings for his sister Daji. No wonder he visited the Lord's estate daily. He had thought he came merely to spar with him, but in truth, he had used that as an excuse to see his sister. Furthermore, his mother frequently inquired about his opinion of Ning Yuan, to which he had always praised his character and martial prowess. It became clear why Ning Yuan had gone to such lengths to celebrate his sister's birthday and constantly sent gifts to their mother. It was all part of a well-laid plan to curry favor with his future mother-in-law. "Ah, Ning Yuan, I regarded you as my brother, yet you pursue my sister?" If the young lord were a modern man, such words would surely escape his lips. After a prolonged silence, Suhu finally spoke. "Do you know?" Suddenly, the study door was forcefully flung open, creating a loud clamor, accompanied by a clear, youthful voice. "Father, I shall not marry anyone other than brother Ning Yuan. Please, father, grant me this." As her words faded, a graceful figure stood beside Ning Yuan. It was Su Daji. A hush fell over the room. None of the three had anticipated Su Daji's abrupt intrusion at such a critical moment. Yet, Ning Yuan was the first to regain his composure. He rose and grasped Su Daji's delicate hand, their fingers intertwining without a hint of hesitation, as though the Lord and his son were mere specters. With a gentle tone, he inquired, "Daji, when did you arrive? What have you heard?" In response to Ning Yuan's question, the father and son of the Jojo Marquis simultaneously pondered. How much had Su Daji truly overheard? Was it merely the last statement, or had she comprehended everything? The Su family had deliberately kept the two women in the dark while contemplating the matter of King Zhou demanding Su Daji, wishing to devise a plan and reach a consensus without causing chaos among them. After all, the king's selection of a consort was a significant affair for the court. In a patriarchal society, where men operated externally and women managed the interior, it was only natural to shield them from excessive knowledge for their own good. Yet, who would have thought that the typically obedient and compliant Su Daji would eavesdrop? Was this a deviation from her character? In truth, Ning Yuan was quite astonished. Ever since he had cultivated the 9 Yang true scriptures, his senses had become remarkably acute, yet he had failed to perceive Su Daji's approach. Even though he held no defenses against the young lady, her talents might transcend the mere facade of a delicate flower. The historical records of Feng Shun do not elaborate, as the genuine Su Daji exited the narrative far too early. After 3 chapters, the true Daji departs, and the fox Daji emerges. In that moment, the gazes of the 3 men converged upon the young woman, whose significance to each of them was profound. The Su County princess was fixated on the entwined hands of her and Ning Yuan, her heart racing like a startled deer. She never imagined that Ning Yuan would display such intimacy before her father and brother. This was not merely a show of affection. It was an overt exhibition of their bond. Strikingly, her father and brother seemed oblivious to this display of affection, appearing not to oppose their closeness. Upon introspection, if a man were to suddenly entwine arms with his daughter or sister in the presence of her father or brother, surely the elder would erupt in fury. Yet, what was transpiring now? Although Su Daji was innocent and carefree, her instincts urged her that something was amiss. Just as she overheard Ning Yuan's inquiry, she instinctively responded. Regarding her beloved, the young lady naturally spoke without reservation. "You have conversed for quite some time. Sensing you may be thirsty, I prepared to bring you tea." To her astonishment, upon arriving at the entrance, she overheard her brother Yuan addressing the Marquis to formally propose. After a prolonged silence, their father remained unresponsive, prompting Daji's concern, leading her to face the situation alongside her brother. Upon hearing her excuse, the 3 men exchanged glances, rendered speechless. It was as if they were parched. Did she deliberately concoct a pretext to convince herself to eavesdrop? The more the young lady spoke, the redder her face became, until she could no longer continue. Her countenance lowered to her chest, unable to meet the gazes of her beloved and her kin, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground, yet simultaneously yearning for the entire world to know of Ning Yuan's declaration. After all, she, Su Daji, was the one whom Ning Yuan sought to marry. Initially, the young girl believed that Ning Yuan would take time to get to know their father before making his proposal. Little did she anticipate that he would propose at their very first meeting. "Brother Yuan, are you so eager to marry Daji?" Chapter 31. The Imperial Edict arrives. This indicates Brother Yuan's profound affection for Daji. Oh, how shy she felt. Thus, Daji resolved to stand alongside Brother Yuan. In modern parlance, Su Daji could be considered somewhat infatuated. Moreover, any young girl experiencing her first love tends to exhibit such infatuation, particularly at the tender age of 16 or 17. When her first love becomes her entire world, one need only look to the future, where countless young men surround beautiful maidens. The secret often lies in early pursuits and the ease of flattery. Once the charming girl transforms into an ethereal beauty, capturing her heart becomes a formidable challenge. If the young men can achieve it, surely a time traveler possesses even greater qualifications. Since their acquaintance, Ning Yuan had struck every chord of Su Daji's heart, leading the innocent young lady to fall irrevocably in love, ready to defy the world for the sake of her affection. Furthermore, in her eyes, Ning Yuan had already taken the initiative for their future, and thus the innocent girl felt no fear. It is also worth noting that societal customs had not yet fully permeated the world. In ancient times, particularly during the Shang dynasty, women were relatively open-minded, expressing their affections and desires without hesitation, unlike later periods marked by stringent rituals and blind marriages, where individuals remained unaware of their partners prior to wedlock, let alone having the freedom to choose. More importantly, through their time spent together and the stories of love Ning Yuan occasionally shared, his modern perspective had, to some extent, influenced Su Daji's worldview. This is why she dared to break away from tradition and boldly stand with Ning Yuan, appealing to their father for approval of their marriage. Soft yet resilient, delicate yet strong, she appeared as a mere ornament, yet was truly a diamond. This is Su Daji in her purest form, untouched by the influence of the fox spirit. However, in stark contrast to the determined thoughts of the bashful young lady, her beloved and kin within the room were entirely oblivious to her heartfelt declaration of love. Instead, they collectively exhaled in relief. Since Su Daji had only heard Ning Yuan's final proposal and mistakenly interpreted their father's silence as disapproval, she courageously stepped forward to advocate for their happiness. Upon observing his graceful daughter alongside the dashing youth, the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, was suddenly struck by a poignant realization. The tender green shoots have matured and are now at risk of being swept away by another's swine. In truth, the previous night, upon returning to his residence, the Marquis had engaged in a conversation with his wife regarding the recent happenings. Although Lady Su did not explicitly mention the budding romance between their children, she nonetheless alluded to it, remarking how Ning Yuan triumphed in martial contests against Su Chuanzhong, with their daughter cheering for her elder brother's rival. What kind of sentiment could lead a young maiden to support another young man instead of her own brother? Those familiar with the ways of the world are not easily deceived. Moreover, the fact that their daughter's cherished scent pouch had somehow ended up in Ning Yuan's possession is telling, if not due to coercion. It must be a token of affection. Thus, the Marquis felt compelled to inquire whether Ning Yuan's reluctance to enter the palace was indeed for the sake of Su Daji herself. He pondered tirelessly on how to extricate her from such a predicament, even contemplating opposition to royal authority, when Ning Yuan openly declared his intention to marry Su Daji. The Marquis' silence served as a subtle warning. Once the two were betrothed, should the king of Zhou indeed take Su Daji as his consort, the Su family might navigate the storm unscathed, but Ning Yuan would find himself without an escape route. For the family of the bride, becoming a national patriarch or uncle is not an unacceptable prospect. Rather, it garners public admiration and envy. However, should the world learn of Ning Yuan's rivalry with the king for a woman, and that he had willingly surrendered his fiancée, it would become a source of mockery. Worse still, if this incited the wrath of King Zhou, it could result in the annihilation of his family line. Originally, the Marquis believed Ning Yuan to be astute and rational, intending to wait until the matter with King Zhou was resolved before formally proposing. This thought exemplified his wisdom. Yet, unexpectedly, Ning Yuan boldly acknowledged the situation and openly sought Su Daji's hand in marriage. Was this youth out of his mind? To be fair, this young man is indeed exceptional, excelling in talent, martial prowess, interpersonal skills, and strategic acumen. His only shortcoming lies in his humble origins. Although he is the son of the wealthiest merchant in the realm, the Ning family's fortune does not belong solely to him. Unreservedly speaking, Ning Yuan's background pales in comparison to the Marquis of Jizhou's daughter, who hails from one of the top 10 noble families among the 800 lords. Nevertheless, Su Hu is not one to despise the poor in favor of the rich or to seek favor with the powerful. Otherwise, he would have readily acquiesced to King Zhou's demand for Su Daji. Ultimately, Su Hu is merely an ordinary father, grappling with the sudden realization that his daughter has grown into a woman, returning with her suitor to propose marriage, a notion he finds difficult to accept. Compared to the current crisis facing the Su family, Ning Yuan's proposal seems trivial, lacking the maturity and wisdom expected, appearing rather impulsive. If Su Hu were merely an outsider, such as the North Marquis or the Chao State Marquis, who were forced by King Zhou to surrender their daughters, the Jizhou Marquis would undoubtedly not consider risking his fortune and life to assist the young man, Chong Hutu, son of the infamous Chong Heihu. However, Su Hu, being directly involved, had the very jewel of his heart taken by King Zhou. In this context, Ning Yuan's resolute determination becomes all the more commendable. After all, Ning Yuan, with his extraordinary intellect and remarkable martial prowess, stands by the Su family, supporting his daughter in resisting the tyrannical and misguided rule of King Zhou, thus ensuring a much more secure path forward. Ultimately, one's position dictates one's perspective. The vantage point one occupies shapes the allegiances one considers. Therefore, in light of the current circumstances, Su Hu ponders privately whether the union of his daughter with the eldest son of the Ning family might not be entirely unacceptable. Despite his repeated contemplation, he finds it difficult to fathom Ning Yuan's true intentions, to the extent that the Jizhou Marquis, Su Hu, forgets that this was initially an occasion for a marriage proposal, a moment that calls for a definitive response, acceptance, rejection, or a request for further consideration. At last, Su Hu breaks the silence. My dear nephew, concerning your marriage to Daji, might we set this matter aside for the time being? After all, I have yet to meet your esteemed parents. It appears that the old Marquis has opted for a delaying tactic, unsure of how to respond. He chooses to defer a conclusion. Ning Yuan smiles faintly, about to speak, when an elderly man rushes in from outside, bowing and saying, "My lord. A messenger from Chaoga has arrived to proclaim the royal edict. Please, my lord, hasten to the main hall." Su Hu and his son spring to their feet, both turning their gazes towards Ning Yuan. Just as their private discussion began, Ning Yuan had anticipated that the royal decree from King Zhou would soon arrive. Who would have thought it would come to fruition so swiftly? It seems the entourage is indeed following the Jizhou Marquis back to Jizhou. The reason for the delay of the edict was that Su Hu had hastened his pace, arriving half a day earlier than the messenger. This youth, with such formidable intellect, is truly a man of the nation, strategizing and anticipating the enemy's moves. The Jizhou Marquis suddenly feels fortunate. Such a young man is set to become his son-in-law. Wait, is Ning Yuan truly to be his son-in-law? When did he agree to the marriage? Chapter 32. Enduring what ordinary men cannot endure. In stark contrast to the expressions of the Su family, Su Daji is filled with pure astonishment. She never imagined that King Zhou's decree would bear any connection to her. As for Ning Yuan, he is the first to inquire, "Old Master Jiao, who is the messenger?" As a staunch ally of the Jizhou Marquis and his son, Old Master Jiao is a familiar face, as Ning Yuan has frequented the Marquis's residence in recent times. At this moment, he observes Ning Yuan holding hands with the princess in front of the Marquis and the young Marquis, which further solidifies his belief. Instantly treating this young man as the future son-in-law of the Marquis's household, replying to young Master Ning, "The messenger is Fei Zhong. I cannot be mistaken. I encountered him several times during the pilgrimage to Chaoga with the Marquis 2 years ago." Upon hearing these words, Lord of Jizhou rose abruptly. His massive fists clenched as if ready to strike the envoy's head with ferocity. Beside him, the young lord was equally indignant, wishing nothing less than to feast upon the flesh of the traitor. Fei Zhong, a favored minister of King Zhou, a cunning and treacherous man, was particularly adept at amassing wealth. The crux of the matter was that this individual, harboring resentment because Su Hu failed to present him with gifts, conspired with another sycophant to betray Su Hu's daughter. A mere phrase, a beauty of unparalleled grace and serene disposition, ignited King Zhou's unchecked desires, culminating in the present predicament. Furthermore, in the court of Chaoga, these two men had repeatedly humiliated Lord Jizhou. Yet, it was precisely such a sycophant who held King Zhou's trust, almost enjoying his every command. It is worth noting that King Zhou had never laid eyes upon Su Daji. He relied solely on the 8 words of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, without even a portrait to guide him. Yet, he insisted upon taking this woman, indicating his profound trust and favoritism towards these two ministers. Ning Yuan, however, was the only one present with the composure to discern the gravity of the situation. Without a moment for formalities, he spoke directly. "My lord, time is of the essence. Please proceed to the main hall to accept the decree immediately. Young lord, you must soothe the lady of the house. Additionally, gather some portable treasures, place them in a small chest, and send them to the main hall. Old Master Jiao, please disperse the servants nearby and ensure that no whispers circulate." In this urgent moment, Ning Yuan bypassed the lord, issuing commands with decisive authority, even arranging for Lord Jizhou and his son to instinctively nod in agreement. Even Master Jiao, witnessing the respect shown by the father and son towards Ning Yuan and their compliance, had no choice but to acquiesce. The assembly within the hall was awed by Ning Yuan's commanding presence, a scenario that also captivated Su Daji. However, what she feared the least were the affections of her suitor, who had always showered her with kindness. Observing Ning Yuan pause, she curiously inquired, "Brother Yuan, what is Daji to do?" Ning Yuan pondered briefly before bowing his head and kissing her lips. Before the eyes of Lord Jizhou and the steward of the house, he openly kissed the young lady of the Jizhou household. Yet, under the influence of Ning Yuan's authority, no one dared voice dissent. Breaking the kiss, Ning Yuan, adopting a tone markedly different from before, instructed, "Daji, go find your mother and stay with her. Moreover, remember this, regardless of what transpires, I, the Lord, and Brother Su shall always protect you. Off you go." Finally, Ning Yuan adjusted her position slightly, nudging her waist towards Su Chuanzhou. As he observed the Su siblings retreating towards the inner hall, Ning Yuan turned back, offering a slight bow to Lord Jizhou. "My lord, when receiving the decree, please endeavor to delay Daji's departure. Remember, a moment's patience can safeguard a grand strategy. You must endure what others cannot." Upon hearing this, Su Hu was taken aback, casting a complex gaze towards Ning Yuan. This was a piece of advice delivered to Lord Jizhou by Ning Yuan, entrusted by the Ning family of Chaoga. Thanks to Ning Yuan's timely intervention, Lord Jizhou Su refrained from openly opposing the merchants and did not compose a counter-poem at the noon gate. Otherwise, the one arriving now would not be the esteemed Fei Zhong delivering the imperial edict, but rather the formidable Shi Bo Ho, one of the four great dukes, leading the grand army of Bei Bo Ho. Without awaiting a response from Jizhou Ho, Ning Yuan rose with a smile, saying, "Our Ning family of Changgu has had considerable dealings with Lord Fei Zhong. As the young master of the Ning clan, it is only fitting that I pay my respects to him. My lord, I shall accompany you to receive the edict." Su cast a deep glance at Ning Yuan, his voice resolute. "Very well." As they made their way to the main hall, servants hurriedly passed by, bowing quickly before moving on. It seemed that Jiao Da had already followed Ning Yuan's instructions, dispersing the servants near the main hall. In silence, Su Hu and Ning Yuan proceeded, the former's expression complex, his peripheral vision occasionally darting towards the youth beside him. If Su Hu, coerced into offering his daughter, managed to retain his composure before the instigator, it was a fortitude beyond that of ordinary men. In contrast, Ning Yuan exhibited a resilience that transcended the common experience. After all, the edict issued by King Zhou was for Su Daji, the very woman Ning Yuan held dear, for whom Su, who had even publicly sought her hand in marriage. The notion of avenging a father's death and reclaiming a wife is a grudge that cannot be shared lightly. Ning Yuan, fully aware of the underlying circumstances, could not allow King Zhou to perpetrate such tyranny. Should the king become aware of Ning Yuan's existence, he too would not permit him to persist in this world. The wrath of a monarch can lay waste to millions. Ning Yuan was neither a lofty deity nor one of their disciples. He was but a commoner, the son of a merchant, an ordinary man. As long as he remained within the realm of the Shang, there existed no possibility of opposing King Zhou. Reflecting upon this, Su Hu felt a chill within, unable to fathom Ning Yuan's motivations. After much contemplation, the only conclusion he could draw was that his love for his daughter, Daji, was so profound that it mirrored a moth drawn to the flame. If this matter were to be settled, then it would align with his daughter's wishes. Perhaps Ning Yuan truly was a worthy match for her, a person to whom she could entrust her life. Furthermore, with a son-in-law of such extraordinary wisdom, perhaps Jizhou City could emerge as the most powerful of the lords. Just as Jizhou Ho was contemplating the future of Ning Yuan and Su Daji, he caught sight of a treacherous scoundrel who incited nothing but disdain within him. In the main hall of Jizhou Ho's estate, Jizhou Ho gritted his teeth and murmured, "I, Su Hu of Jizhou, humbly welcome the imperial decree. I was unaware that Lord Fei had come personally. I beg your pardon for my unceremonious greeting." As a close minister to the king, Fei Zhong possessed an unparalleled acuity in reading expressions. How could he not discern that Jizhou Ho's clasped hands trembled, and his countenance was rigid, indicative of a heart that did not align with his words? Nevertheless, to have a duke verbally concede was a source of great satisfaction for Fei Zhong. "There is no need for such formality, my lord." Once Jizhou Ho stood upright, Fei Zhong shifted his gaze to the youthful figure behind him, inquiring with curiosity, "And who might this be?" Having met Su Quanzhong, Fei Zhong recognized that this was not Su Hu's son. Yet, such a gallant young man appearing in the duke's residence was indeed a sight to behold. The handsome youth then beamed a radiant smile, greeting warmly, "I am Ning Yuan of the Ning family, honored to meet Lord Fei in person. I have long heard my uncle speak of Lord Fei, a loyal minister to the king, distinguished in appearance and exuding an imposing presence. Here, I shall omit 800 words, for otherwise, both Ning Yuan and the esteemed audience would surely be overwhelmed." Chapter 33. To shatter the canine skull of Fei Zhong. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Today, upon meeting Lord Fei Zhong, he truly lives up to his reputation. Although Ning Yuan understood that once he activated the Nine-Sun scripture and unleashed a strike from the Tianshan Six-Sun palm, this loathsome, portly figure before him would meet an immediate demise, the pressing circumstances compelled him to endure for the time being. Fei Zhong was already dazed by Ning Yuan's series of compliments, instinctively replying, "Well said, well said. So, you are a scion of the Ning family. Indeed, you possess extraordinary insight." At this moment, Ning Yuan received a system notification. "Host has made the acquaintance of the minister Fei Zhong, acquiring the Kuwait Flower Classic. Would you like to learn it immediately? Upon learning, you may automatically cultivate once in the morning and once at night." As the system prompted, a flood of phrases surged into Ning Yuan's mind, the foremost being, to practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Terrified, Ning Yuan promptly selected no, thus avoiding an unfathomable abyss. How could he bring happiness to Su Daji if he were to learn it? This flawed system from a higher dimension, albeit a beta version, still retained a degree of humanity. The martial arts offered could be learned or disregarded. To neglect them would be akin to Wang Yuyan, who comprehended theory yet could not execute a single move. However, he could not simply forget them, treating them as mere frivolous memories to be cast aside. Returning to the realm of reality, having listened to Ning Yuan's words, Fei Zhong's tone softened considerably. After all, everyone appreciates flattery, especially when it pertains to oneself. Even if one knows it to be insincere, it is still delightful to hear. Yet, he remained somewhat puzzled and inquired, "Young Sir Ning, what brings you to the residence of the Marquis of Jizhou?" In response to Fei Zhong's query, Ning Yuan smiled and replied, "Lord Fei, my family has some business in Jizhou City, and I share a camaraderie with the young Marquis of the Su family. We connected instantly. Hearing that the Marquis has returned home, I came to pay my respects. How fortunate I am to behold Lord Fei's majesty. Truly a stroke of luck." In truth, if Ning Yuan were to reveal the reality that he was seeking to marry the Princess Su Daji, Fei Zhong's expression would surely be one of delight. Alas, he could only invoke the golden shield of the young Marquis, Su Chuanzhong, as the perfect justification for his presence here. It is said that recently, Ning Yuan had frequented the Marquis's residence daily, winning over his future mother-in-law, all thanks to the brotherly bond he shared with the young Marquis. "Su Chuanzhong, I knew you came to see me daily for a reason. It turns out you are here to pursue my sister." However, the above was merely conjecture. Ning Yuan still needed to bide his time and develop cautiously. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's praises, Fei Zhong's expression brightened. Upon further reflection, it was indeed reasonable. The Ning family conducted substantial business, having sent numerous gifts to establish a presence in Chang'e City, and similarly, they must show respect to the Su family to gain a foothold in Jizhou City. Moreover, this lad, no matter how he responded, always managed to twist his words into compliments directed at him, making him quite endearing. Fei Zhong smiled broadly, resembling a wrinkled orange. "So it is. The young man from the Ning family indeed has a wide circle of acquaintances. The Ning family has a promising future. Upon arriving in Chaoga, do visit my residence frequently alongside your fifth uncle." Ning Yuan promptly seized the opportunity. "Of course, I shall accompany my fifth uncle to pay respects to our elders. It would also be beneficial to seek their wisdom." However, these words, upon reaching Fei Zhong's ears, transformed into an implication that Ning Yuan equated him with Ning's fifth uncle, albeit subtly, as he did not explicitly mention Fei Zhong's name. Consequently, the favored minister of King Zhou responded amiably, "My dear nephew, astute and eager to learn. Should an opportunity arise, I shall certainly assist you. Under your guidance, the Ning family is destined for prosperity and success." Ning Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. "Such support from you is indispensable. The Ning family will be deeply indebted. I must confess my oversight in not preparing a gift for you upon our meeting in Jizhou. Next time I come to Chaoga, I shall make amends." "Well said." Fei Zhong relished the compliments, his demeanor brightening, blissfully unaware that Ning Yuan had merely issued an empty promise. Su Hu remarked, "Listen to Fei Zhong. He treats Ning Yuan as if he were his own kin. Here is a noble lord of the Shang, yet his response to Su Hu is so brusque. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan receives such warmth and cordiality. Moreover, this young man's flattery was so practiced it was chilling. I wonder if my earlier decision to consider marrying my daughter to him was hasty? Such cunning and worldly wisdom in a youth is indeed remarkable." Yet, upon reflection, Su Hu considered Ning Yuan's merchant background, which likely endowed him with the art of eloquence, a skill not surprising given his lineage. Fei Zhong then turned his attention to Lord Jizhou, stating, "Well then, I must attend to official matters. Lord Su, please receive the decree." It must be noted that due to Ning Yuan's playful interjections, Fei Zhong's demeanor towards Su Hu no longer appeared adversarial, but rather remained strictly professional. Most importantly, the biting sarcasm he displayed during their time in Chaoga dissipated, greatly improving Su Hu's mood, who knelt in preparation to receive the decree. At that moment, Ning Yuan interjected, "Minister Fei, I have never encountered such a situation. Should I kneel as well, or should I withdraw?" Given the prior context, Fei Zhong would not put Ning Yuan in a difficult position, responding without hesitation. "This is the royal edict directed to Lord Jizhou. Ordinarily, you should not be privy to its contents. However, with me present, no one will know. You may simply stand behind me and pretend you have not heard." Su Hu retorted, "Am I to kneel before my future son-in-law? Do you believe I won't immediately summon him? Let us see who holds closer ties to Fei Zhong, his esteemed nephew or my son-in-law." However, with Ning Yuan's diversion, Fei Zhong forgot to await Su Hu's kneeling, unfurling the silken royal edict to read aloud. With the blessings of our ancestors and the auspices of divination, the king decrees. I have heard that Su Hu, the lord of Jizhou, has a daughter, Daji, whose beauty is unparalleled, her character refined and virtuous. I am smitten and hereby appoint her as the rightful consort of Shoshin Palace. She is to enter the palace forthwith to meet me. Thus decreed. Su Hu remained silent, raising his hands. Fei Zhong, tired of mocking Su Hu, understood that once the Su girl entered the palace and was conferred as a consort, the man before him could very well become the second Dongbo Ho. Engaging in conflict with him would yield no benefits. Therefore, he directly placed the imperial decree in Su Hu's hands, stating, "Congratulations, Su Ho. Having accepted the decree, let us swiftly return to Chao Gu with the esteemed consort." Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Yuan lamented that this butterfly had brought about numerous changes. In the original timeline, prior to Su Daji's ascension as a consort, a series of events unfolded, including Su Hu's poetic defiance at the Wu Gate, the failed assault on Ji by the Chao Zhou Ho, and the subsequent encirclement of Ji by two prominent lords from the northwest. Su Qianzhong's capture, Ji Chang's dispatch of San Yixing to advocate for surrender, and Su Hu's reluctant offering of his daughter, along with the fox spirit's possession at the Anzhou post, all contributed to the narrative. It was precisely due to the rebellion in Jizhou that Su Daji, upon her entrance to the palace, was merely an ordinary princess, and it was only due to her exceptional favor that she was granted residence in the Shouxian Palace. Chapter 34. Su Daji, Brother Yuan. Do you no longer want me? It is noteworthy that before King Zhou ascended to the throne, he was titled Shou Wang, and Shouxian Palace was his childhood abode, a place where ordinary consorts were seldom permitted to dwell. However, in this world, with Ning Yuan's intervention, Su Hu's poetic defiance at Wu Gate never transpired, and he displayed remarkable loyalty. This led to King Zhou's immense delight, and when bestowing the title of consort, he directly conferred Su Hu's daughter as the principal consort of Shouxian Palace, ranking among the esteemed consorts. According to the original text of Fengshen, King Zhou presently has one empress and two favored consorts. The primary empress, Lady Jiang, is one of the four great lords' daughters, specifically Jiang Huanchu of Dongbo. The primary consort of the Western Palace, the favored consort, Lady Huang, is the sister of the late King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu. The primary consort of the Xinqing Palace, Lady Yang, lacks an introduced background and perished shortly after her appearance. Other ordinary consorts are scarcely mentioned, possibly existing, or perhaps not. Thus, according to the palace regulations of this world, the king's direct decree to confer Su Hu's daughter as the principal consort of Shouxian Palace is a monumental honor bestowed upon the Su family. Regrettably, Su Hu remained unwilling. Furthermore, Ning Yuan had preemptively intercepted Su Daji. Within the entire Jizhou city, no one was willing to accept this decree of consortship. Should such a person exist, it would mean enmity with Ning Yuan, Su Daji, and the familial ties of fathers and sons. With Ning Yuan's earlier instructions to delay Daji's departure, Su Hu had already formulated a plan, saying, "Lord Fei, my daughter has never left Jizhou city since childhood, attending to her mother. Now that the king's decree has arrived so swiftly, I fear that upon her arrival in Chaogu, she may miss her mother and weep daily, thereby dampening the king's spirits." Su Hu's reasoning was both heartfelt and logical, and Fei Zhong nodded in agreement. The sycophantic minister was adept at discerning the thoughts of those in power. Su Hu's daughter's longing for her mother was of no concern to him. However, if her sorrow were to indeed diminish the king's joy, he, Fei Zhong, would undoubtedly face repercussions. Continuing, Su Hu proposed, "Why not have you remain in Jizhou city for a month? My wife shall adorn our daughter, and then we shall set forth." Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong's expression darkened. "A month? That is far too long. No, I can hardly wait that long. I have been away from the capital, the Wang dynasty, for quite some time, and I am unaware of how many urgent matters have accumulated. The sycophant must undoubtedly be a close minister by the emperor's side, as the crux lies in the necessity of daily encounters with the sovereign to solidify the monarch's favor." He then added, "If only Yu Huan is present, it may not suffice to attend to the emperor's affairs adequately." Fei Zhong's words clearly revealed his concern about being away from the capital for too long, fearing he might be replaced or that the emperor might discover that his presence made no difference. Particularly with Yu Huan, although they often stood in unison, harmonizing their positions, they would not hesitate to cast the other down if given the opportunity. It is ultimately better for King Zhou to heed the counsel of two individuals rather than solely one. Su Hu, inwardly cursing the petty man, restrained his anger and politely said, "Minister Fei, your duties are demanding. I, a humble marquis, would not dare to delay you over personal matters." Would it not be prudent for you to return to the capital first to report? I shall have my son personally escort Daji into the palace. This statement was indeed quite fitting. When soliciting assistance, one must consider the other's perspective. Fei Zhong pondered for a moment before conceding, very well. However, a month is too long. We must set forth within 20 days at most. Marquis of Jizhou raised his eyes to look at Fei Zhong, but it was the young man in white behind the sycophant that he truly observed. Seeing Ning Yuan slightly nod, he then declared, in that case, let us proceed according to Minister Fei's arrangements. My son and daughter shall undoubtedly embark 20 days hence. Just as Marquis of Jizhou uttered these words, Su Chuanzhong entered the main hall, cradling a small box in his arms. The young Marquis, maintaining his composure, cast a glance at Ning Yuan, who merely gestured with his lips. Following this, Su Chuanzhong dutifully presented the box, and Marquis of Jizhou seized the opportunity to say, this time, Minister Fei is in a hurry, and there is little to offer you, but please accept this modest token of goodwill. Fei Zhong did not immediately take the box. Instead, he casually lifted the lid for a glance and was instantly beaming with delight, exclaiming, after this incident, the Marquis has finally come to understand. Rest assured, in the future, I shall look after the favored consort in Shoshin Palace. One day, it is not inconceivable that the Marquis may ascend to the rank of national father-in-law. Haha. Filled with pride, Fei Zhong accepted the box and departed with great flourish. Watching the retreating figure of such a sycophantic rascal, Su Hu and his son clenched their fists, veins bulging, wishing they could slay the villain on the spot. Suddenly, Ning Yuan felt something amiss. He turned to glance back and beheld a sorrowful maiden, her delicate hand covering her lips, her eyes glistening with tears. It was Su Daji. Ning Yuan frowned slightly. This is the second time. Su Daji has once again evaded the Yin-Yang divine technique's sensitivity to the surrounding aura and appeared near me. Once could be coincidence, but twice, however. What was more pressing was, Daji, what brings you here? Ning Yuan's tone remained gentle. Upon hearing this, the Su father and son turned in unison, rendered speechless. Unable to conceal her sorrow, Su Daji instinctively leaped into Ning Yuan's embrace, tilting her head upwards, her tear-filled eyes glistening as she spoke. Xiao Ling informed me that upon hearing the emperor's decree summoning me to the palace as a consort, I hurried here. Brother Yuan, do you no longer wish for me? Xiao Ling. The countenance of the Su father and son shifted subtly, their faces aflame with indignation. At that moment, they beheld Madame Ho entering the main hall, supported by a maid, none other than Xiao Ling. Behind them stood the awkwardly flustered Jiao Da. The Duke of Jizhou, unable to conceal his fury, inquired sharply, Jiao Da, were you not instructed to disperse the servants in the vicinity of the main hall? Jiao Da, at a loss for words, stammered, my lord. I indeed followed young Master Ning's instructions to send all the servants away and personally guarded the back door. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Ling would come through the window? Upon hearing this, the Su father and son simultaneously cast their gaze upon the maid beside Madame Ho. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan continuously caressed the back of the maiden in his arms, his indifferent gaze resting upon Xiao Ling. Unable to withstand the oppressive stares of the three most powerful figures in the room, Xiao Ling knelt on the ground, bowing her head as she pleaded. I inadvertently passed by and overheard the royal decree. Concerned for the princess, I informed Madame and the princess. I beseech the Duke, young Duke, and Master Ning to forgive me for my presumptuousness. The Duke was so enraged that words failed him. He had intended to arrange matters discreetly to minimize the impact on his wife and daughter, but unexpectedly, a maid had unraveled his careful plans. However, now was not the time to deal with the errant maid. Thus, Su Hu suppressed his anger and commanded, Jiao Da, take this servant and confine her to the woodshed to await punishment. Yes, my lord. Jiao Da seized Xiao Ling's wrists and led her toward the woodshed. Miss, madam, save me. I am devoted to the princess. Xiao Ling continued to plead, but Jiao Da silenced her with a cloth, preventing her from uttering any more words that could be deemed inappropriate. After Jiao Da escorted Xiao Ling away, only Ning Yuan and the members of the Su family remained in the main hall. Chapter 35. King Zhou, kneel like a dog. The fate of a mere maid was of little concern to the masters. Despite having served the princess since childhood, Xiao Ling was ultimately just a slave, and none paid heed to her desperate pleas. Madame Su remained silent, her sorrowful gaze fixed upon her daughter, the daughter she had painstakingly borne, now blossoming into adulthood. Grateful to her parents, a naive and innocent girl was about to be summoned by a royal decree into a ravenous palace, destined to serve a king scarcely older than her own husband, all while having to tread carefully to read the faces of others. Suddenly, Madame Su's expression shifted slightly as she realized, in her father's presence, her daughter was exhibiting such familiarity with Ning Yuan? Could it be? She looked at her husband and son, only to find them seemingly oblivious to the intimate interactions between Ning Yuan and Su Daji, their eyes devoid of sorrow, filled instead with resolve. Under the watchful gaze of the Su family, Ning Yuan tenderly stroked the glossy, dark hair of the maiden in his embrace, his demeanor as gentle as ever. Daji, have you forgotten? You promised me that you would always believe in your brother Yuan. Of course, I believe in brother Yuan. Su Daji's expression was one of deep sorrow as she hesitated and spoke. However, the edict of the king holds an unparalleled authority in this era for the common people, second only to the mandate of heaven. No one dares to defy it, nor can anyone challenge its legitimacy. Su Daji foresaw the direst of outcomes. Under the oppressive might of King Zhou, Ning Yuan would inevitably have to sever his profound affections, helplessly watching her enter the inner palace to serve a man who was but a shadow of her father in age. In the face of Su Daji's grief, Ning Yuan remained composed. He lifted his gaze towards the Marquis of Jizhou and spoke slowly. My lord, it is not insurmountable for the lady and Su Daji to comprehend the truth at this moment. After all, we have devised a strategy to tackle this situation, and its execution may require the full support of both the lady and the princess. The Marquis's wife glanced towards her husband, while Su Daji, with her enchanting eyes wide open, fixed her gaze on Ning Yuan, fearing that he might abandon her in the next moment. The Marquis of Jizhou let out a long sigh and proceeded to recount the details of his audience with the king, along with Ning Yuan's proposed countermeasures. He elaborated on how, without Ning Yuan's timely warning, he might have made egregious errors that could have brought calamity upon Jizhou City, unbeknownst to the Su family. Had it not been for Ning Yuan, the young man presently embracing Su Daji, all of this would have come to pass. In the original narrative during this time frame, Su Hu returned to Jizhou City after composing a poem of rebellion at the noon gate of Chaoga. Upon learning of the poem, King Zhou was incensed and seized a legitimate pretext to dispatch two of the four great nobles, the western and northern dukes, to besiege Jizhou and punish the disloyal. The northern duke's brother, the Duke of Chao, Cheng Heihu, led the vanguard to attack Jizhou first. However, Su Hu and Su Chuanzhong, with their formidable combat prowess, inflicted a crushing defeat on the Duke of Chao's forces. The Marquis of Jizhou and his son were filled with elation. Not long after, with the arrival of the main forces led by the northern Duke, Cheng Holong, the situation shifted dramatically as the capable generals and warriors overwhelmed their opponents, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Jizhou City was draped in mourning, and even the heir, Su Chuanzhong, was captured. In despair, Su Hu felt an overwhelming resentment, attributing the calamity to his daughter's beauty, and in a fit of rage, he stormed into her chamber with a sword, nearly taking her life in his fury. Ultimately, paternal instinct triumphed over wrath, and Su Hu could not bring himself to act. At that moment, the farthest from Jizhou, the Duke of Shiqi, Jichong, arrived with his army. He promptly sent his minister, San Yixing, into the city to deliver a letter urging Su Hu to surrender, stating, "You are overly concerned with trifles and, for the sake of a woman, are neglecting the greater principles of loyalty and righteousness. A true gentleman must forsake minor grievances for the sake of overarching justice." In essence, he offered Su Hu a means to save face, to concede personal matters for the sake of loyalty to the sovereign, to surrender immediately and send his daughter to the palace. King Zhou commanded, "Su Hu, kneel, offer your daughter, submit like a dog." Su Hu, overwhelmed, capitulated and personally escorted his daughter to Chaoga, seeking the king's forgiveness. At this moment, the wife of the Marquis of Jizhou was left utterly astounded, unable to fathom the multitude of tribulations her husband faced during this audience. As the primary consort of a feudal lord, Madame Su possesses a remarkable political acumen and insight. She is capable of envisioning the dire consequences that would follow if her husband were to compose a rebellious poem. With the fall of Jizhou, enduring humiliation merely to survive. Fortunately, thanks to Ning Yuan's timely warning, her husband avoided making a catastrophic error. However, what astonished her even more was Ning Yuan's audacious intent to defy the imperial decree and conspire with the lord and his son to orchestrate their daughter's feigned death to escape. Such treachery would be unthinkable for an ordinary person. Yet, Madame Su was unconcerned by such matters. All she knew was that her biological father had assured her that her elder brother had not abandoned her. On the contrary, he had exerted himself tirelessly and even placed himself in peril, solely for her liberation from suffering. As for relinquishing her title as a princess and living in obscurity, it was of little consequence. As long as her elder brother did not forsake her, Su Daji, that was enough. Su Hu's description also left Ning Yuan deeply moved. In Ning Yuan's perspective, Su Hu's actions to protect his wife and daughters, and his refusal to comply with King Zhou's demands for a concubine, were indeed commendable. However, the folly lay in Su Hu's impulsive act of composing a rebellious poem, without devising any strategic countermeasures afterward, and returning directly to Jizhou. The error was in failing to recognize his own strength while confronting the peak power of the Chao Gu dynasty head-on, lacking both strength and wisdom, coupled with impulsiveness. If Su Hu does not fail, who shall? Fortunately, with Ning Yuan's presence, the narrative took a different turn. The atmosphere grew still for a prolonged moment. At last, the Lord of Jizhou gazed upon the affectionate couple entwined in embrace and sighed deeply. Ning Yuan, prior to the imperial decree, you sought my permission to marry Daji, and I did not immediately acquiesce. My hesitation stemmed from concern that unforeseen circumstances might ensnare you in irrevocable peril. At this moment, I wish to inquire once more, do you still persist in your proposal? All eyes turned to Ning Yuan, particularly the young lady in his arms. He smiled gently and resolutely replied, my lord, my lady, I initially intended to assist the Su family in their time of need. However, to propose immediately might suggest an ulterior motive of repaying a favor. Thus, I believed it prudent to wait until all uncertainties had settled before making my intentions known. Yet, since my lord has discerned the situation and has inquired of me directly, should I hedge my words, it would imply insincerity towards Miss Su. Surely, neither you nor my lady would wish for a son-in-law who recoils in the face of adversity. It is far better to be forthright and unambiguous in expressing my feelings. Now that my lord has taken the initiative to ask whether I wish to marry Daji, my answer is. Ning Yuan's gaze locked onto the young lady in his arms, and in response to Su Daji's expectant eyes, he enunciated each word with conviction. When mountains crumble and the heavens and earth unite, only then would I dare to part from you. Chapter 36. The First Sword on Shore, a swift blade cutting the ties of affection. The couple of Jizhou and the young lord's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The once tearful maiden now bloomed like a night blooming Sirius, radiating an astonishing beauty. It was worth it. In such perilous circumstances, the vow made by Brother Ning brings Su Daji a sense of fulfillment in this lifetime. Ning Yuan, I express my gratitude to Aunt Xiongyao. May you journey well. Su Hu exhaled deeply, mustering a forced smile. Since my virtuous nephew possesses such resolve, regardless of the outcome, you shall forever be the son-in-law of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou. The Marchioness was equally moved to tears. As a woman, she was sentimental. Sharing the same gender, she felt immense relief for her daughter, who received such a promise from her beloved. The couple of the Marquis of Jizhou declared, we have firmly accepted Ning Yuan as our son-in-law. Su Chuanzhong remarked, I must remember what my brother-in-law said today. When I find my beloved, I too shall express these sentiments. Poor Su Chuanzhong, in his early 20s, remained unmarried. Ning Yuan confidently embraced Su's most beautiful princess, gazing at the Su family, and said, Marquis, you have just gained an additional 20 days. Let us proceed according to our plan. The selection of a substitute for Daji and the necessary training can be managed by the Marchioness. The young Marquis will select trustworthy confidants to form the wedding procession. The Marquis will oversee the affairs at the Marquisate, maintaining control of the situation. In 20 days, we shall set forth to Chaoga. Thus, the Marquis of Jizhou's household sprang into action. Although Ning Yuan did not articulate his thoughts, the Su family was well aware. Ning Yuan needed to reassure the crucial Su Daji. Miss Su was infatuated, easily comforted. As long as she was convinced that Ning Yuan would not forsake her, that would suffice. Everything would be arranged by her beloved. Su Daji, like a willow catkin, danced in the breeze until she found a haven that embraced her, taking root and flourishing, without regret for this life. Such a kind-hearted girl suddenly recalled something and said, Brother Yuan, since we are aware of the underlying circumstances, what about Shaoling? Ning Yuan sighed, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. Leave that to me. Perhaps it is time to give Shaoling one last chance. After a prolonged contemplation, Ning Yuan gently instructed Su Daji, upon Shaoling's return to you, do not divulge a single word regarding the plan of deception. If she has questions and you are unsure how to respond, simply state that I have a strategy in place, and there is no need for further elaboration. Although Su Daji felt perplexed, she still nodded in agreement. Daji will heed your words, Brother Yuan. In the heart of this budding young woman, the importance of her beloved eclipsed even that of her childhood companion, let alone a mere maidservant. Late at night, the Marquisate, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Su Daji, Ning Yuan acquired the key from Jiaoda and made his way to the woodshed. He pushed the door open, causing it to creak. The woodshed was dimly lit. with only the moonlight filtering through the door, illuminating Ning Yuan alone. To the ordinary eye, it was difficult to discern a graceful figure in the corner. She lifted her head and, upon recognizing Ning Yuan's silhouette, exclaimed with both shock and joy, "Young master, you have indeed come to rescue me. Xiaoling knew you would come." With a sigh, Ning Yuan unlocked the iron lock with a key, restoring Xiaoling's freedom. Possessing the Yin-Yang divine skill, Ning Yuan could effortlessly penetrate the darkness with his vision, and he observed that the young maid seemed remarkably assured that he would come to her rescue, revealing not a trace of surprise, but rather a smile that suggested everything was under her control. As he released the chains, Xiaoling stretched her body and cautiously inquired, "Young master, is it true that the young lady has been officially named the king's primary consort?" The moonlight intertwined with shadows enveloped the pair, casting an ambiguous aura. In response to Xiaoling's question, Ning Yuan sighed. "Indeed, the imperial decree has been issued and cannot be altered. Daji must enter the palace. Otherwise, the Marquis's household will face dire consequences." Xiaoling gasped, "Is that true? The young lady is to become the king's primary consort?" Her tone was laced with barely concealed excitement, but she quickly recalled something and asked hesitantly, "Young master, what will happen to you and the princess?" A faint curve of irony and bitter mirth appeared at the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth, illuminated by the moonlight. "What can I do? My family, the Ning clan, is merely a merchant household, while the other party is the king. Xiaoling, tell me, what can I possibly do?" Ning Yuan's words bore different meanings to different listeners. To Xiaoling, it was evident that this wealthy young man could not compete with the king for a woman. Lowering her head in contemplation, she remarked, "Young master, perhaps this is fate. In this realm, there exists a hierarchy among slaves, commoners, nobles, kings, and even the deities above. The Marquis's household cannot contend against the king's decree. Please take care of yourself. There will be other days." It must be said that Xiaoling's words held a certain wisdom. Ning Yuan sighed again and added, "Given the circumstances, it is futile to dwell on it. By the way, Xiaoling, with your young lady entering the palace, what will become of you?" Xiaoling was taken aback, her expression slightly contorted in the shadows. "Do I have a choice?" Ning Yuan placed his hands on her shoulders, causing her to instinctively shrink away. He continued, "I have requested the Marquis to transfer your status to me. Xiaoling, come with me." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan attempted to embrace Xiaoling gently, but unexpectedly, the young maid suddenly broke free, kneeling on the ground, her forehead touching the earth, her voice tinged with tears. "Young master, I have been with the young lady since childhood. I do not wish to leave her. I implore you and the Marquis to retract your command." Ning Yuan gazed down at the elegant figure prostrated before him, noting the slender fingers gripping the soil, whiter than those of many noble ladies. Having never performed arduous labor, her tasks merely involved serving the princess with tea, fetching buckets, and warming water. How arduous could her life have been? This maid, who had once been a slave, enjoyed a treatment that was scarcely inferior to that of the princess. Thus, Xiaoling could equally be regarded as fair, wealthy, and beautiful. From an angle unseen by Xiaoling, Ning Yuan retrieved a fragrant pouch from his bosom, the very one she had crafted, and gently placed it on the ground atop her head. His lips curled as if carved from ancient ice, a blend of pleading and a final desperate effort. "Xiaoling, I have long understood your sentiments. Now, with this opportunity, I can liberate you from your servitude and fulfill your unwavering affection for me. Do you not harbor feelings for me?" In that moment, Ning Yuan resembled a lovesick fool attempting to win back a fickle girlfriend from a past life. Suddenly, Xiaoling reached out and snatched the fragrant pouch, then bowed twice with a resolute thud. "Young master, in life I belong to the princess, and in death, I shall remain her ghost. Since you and the young lady are fated to be apart, I must reluctantly relinquish my love for you. Please, grant me this." The night was as cool as water, and Ning Yuan's heart turned as hard as stone. Chapter 37. The Art of Deception. Gazing down at Xiaoling's trembling figure, Ning Yuan felt an unexpected tranquility, accompanied by a sense of relief as he turned to leave. "Xiaoling, perhaps you are unaware of what you have rejected. Yet, I thank you for erasing the last remnants of my guilt." The scheme of deception he had presented to the Su residents was merely a facade, at best a superficial exchange. The true design, a hidden artifice, aimed to grant Daji a new lease on life. The key piece in this intricate game was indeed you, Xiaoling. If Daji and Xiaoling were to stand side by side for the choice of King Zhou, any man with sight would undoubtedly select the former. But if only one woman stood before the king, radiant in beauty and brimming with vitality, would this lecherous old man truly concern himself with whether she was named Daji or Xiaoling? In later times, Why did the princess only enter one at a time, allowing the guests to reject and replace? Perhaps, for familiar patrons, there was an understanding of the underlying intricacies, insisting on selecting a group at once. Ultimately, for a man like King Zhou, who was little more than a lecher, there was but one requirement for women: youth and beauty. Whether she was Su Daji was of little consequence. However, since deciding to intercept Su Daji, Ning Yuan, despite knowing that neither the Marquis of Jizhou nor an imperial edict would pose a true barrier, could not afford to be complacent. This was because the adversary he meticulously plotted against was no ordinary being. It was the ancient demon, the nine-tailed fox. Ning Yuan strode toward the gates of the Marquis's residence, where a towering figure stood at the entrance, akin to a triumphant commander awaiting his return. It was Su Chuanzhong, his brother-in-law. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Su Chuanzhong greeted him, addressing him with a different title than usual. Ning Yuan replied calmly, "Inform Lord Marquis not to concern himself with Xiaoling. Let Daji handle it. You may focus on other matters." He subtly altered his mode of address. Understood. Without questioning why, Su Chuanzhong recognized that Ning Yuan surely had his reasons. As the heir of the Marquis of Jizhou, he held deep affections for the city of Jizhou. Though a warrior eager to achieve great deeds, the thought of the city he had grown up in falling to flames and ruin was a sight he could not bear. He had lived here since childhood, every blade of grass, every tree, every person, and every event vivid in his memory. However, were the royal forces of Chaoga to arrive here, everything would be reduced to ashes. The arrow slits in the city walls are blackened by oil, and a broken sword half buried in the muddy road hinders the descent of horse hooves. The tavern where he often indulged is now run by a widow clad in mourning. For her husband, the sentinel on the city walls, has fallen into the moat, his body now swollen and lifeless. The city defense battalion he had diligently trained is stained with blood from tethered horses, while the cavalry has discarded their helmets and armor, their limbs mangled in a scene of desolation. The mere thought of the various potential outcomes should the lords encircle Jizhou fills Su Chuanzhong with anguish. Fortunately, none of this has come to pass. The presence of Ning Yuan has averted such dreadful possibilities. Perhaps Su Chuanzhong will never realize that, without Ning Yuan, all that he fears would have inevitably transpired. Brother-in-law. Just as Ning Yuan was about to step out of the Marquis's residence, Su Chuanzhong called to him, his voice low yet resolute. "Jizhou City, thank you. I entrust my sister to you. Leave it to me, elder brother-in-law," Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly, uttering a title he had never used before. Under the moonlight, the ground bore witness to two towering figures, each extending a fist. The gust of their punches sliced through the air, meeting in a gentle clash. This was a promise exchanged between men. Today's heir of Jizhou Marquis. The future Jizhou Marquis, Su Chuanzhong understood that when all the dust settles, as long as Jizhou City stands, so too will his sister. And he shall forever be grateful to this young man. Moreover, he would heed his words. Upon returning to the Ning family in Jizhou, Ning Yuan made arrangements for the merchant convoy. At this time, many guards within the Ning family's Jizhou merchant team were aware of his romance with the princess, necessitating careful planning. Fortunately, those in the know were either long-serving elders of the Ning family or slaves, possessing the authority to decide life and death with a word. Thus, organizing matters was not burdensome. In the following 20 days, Ning Yuan deliberately reduced the frequency and duration of his daily reports to the Jizhou Marquis's residence. Aside from daily utilizing the system's auxiliary function to automatically cultivate the supreme internal arts of Yin-Yang Manual and Beiming Divine Skill, it must be noted that the system's automatic cultivation frequency was rather verbose. So Ning Yuan drew inspiration from the settings of online games and decided to abbreviate it to skill points going forward. Every 6 hours, a skill point refreshes. Automatic cultivation is merely the process of allocating points. To progress from level 0 to 1 requires 1 skill point, which is achievable in half a day. However, advancing from 9 to 10 necessitates 10 skill points, requiring 5 days to accumulate. Simple, memorable, and easy to record. Once the skill points were exhausted, Ning Yuan diligently practiced sword techniques, palm techniques, and footwork. This was due to Ning Yuan's discovery that immersing oneself wholeheartedly in the cultivation of a particular martial art could equally enhance skill levels. For instance, Tianshan's Six-Yang Palm. Previously, Ning Yuan had effectively utilized the system's automatic cultivation, now referred to as skill points, to elevate the Tianshan's Six-Yang Palm to a level of ease at 5, after which he refrained from wasting system cultivation on this palm technique. Well, skill points. However, during this rigorous preparation for battle, Ning Yuan's complete dedication to martial arts training yielded results akin to those achieved through the system's point allocation. Certainly, The prerequisite must be wholehearted dedication. It is akin to utilizing the skill points of a system. An external force compels Ning Yuan to immerse himself entirely in his cultivation. This revelation filled Ning Yuan with immense delight. After all, it has been less than a month since he awakened his system and began his martial arts journey. And now he is faced with the formidable threat of the ancient demon, the nine-tailed fox. There is no way to evade this peril. As long as he seeks to intercept Su Daji, the nine-tailed fox will always loom ahead like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him no choice but to confront it head-on. At this moment, what Ning Yuan lacks most is time to enhance his own strength. Hence, he implored the Marquis of Jizhou to postpone Su Daji's journey to Chaoga. Presently, if he devotes himself entirely to cultivation, he will naturally achieve effects akin to accumulating skill points, thus bolstering his confidence against the threat posed by the nine-tailed fox. Moreover, Ning Yuan, having begun to grasp the fundamentals of the Beiming Divine Art, was eager to experiment. In this world, where mortal warriors possess no internal energy, what efficacy could the Beiming Divine Art possibly yield? Originating from the secret teachings of the Xinxia sect in demigods and semi-devils, it is a profound internal cultivation method that comprehensively encompasses the accumulation of internal energy, akin to the vastness of the Northern Sea. Its most remarkable attribute lies in its capacity to absorb the internal energy of others, converting it into one's own power. However, in this realm, humanity has yet to discover internal energy or true qi, the forces cultivated through the operation of one's own dantian and meridians. The mortal warriors of the Shang dynasty rely solely on brute strength for combat. There may be other factors, such as the silver-tipped spear wielded by Su Chuanzhong, which, according to the original text, was crafted by a master artisan, forged in the furnace of the Supreme Lord, renowned for its power to silence both ghostly wails and divine howls, claiming the lives of countless young men. This treasure is said to secure peace across the land, ensuring stability through its formidable might. It is rumored to have been refined in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord. Yet its journey into the mortal realm remains a mystery, now possessed by Su Chuanzhong. Nonetheless, Ning Yuan had no time to delve into the power dynamics of mortal warriors in this era. There were far more pressing matters at hand. In summary, as the mortals in this world lack internal energy and true qi, what could the Beiming Divine Art, granted by the system, possibly absorb? Therefore, Ning Yuan decided to conduct an experiment. Through his connection with Su Chuanzhong, Ning Yuan arrived at the dungeons of Jizhou City. Following the jailer, he reached a solitary cell, where a grotesque, man-eating wolf demon was imprisoned. An hour later, Ning Yuan exited the cell, leaving behind the severely weakened wolf demon, blood frothing from its mouth, glaring at him with a vengeful gaze as he departed. This experiment with the demon's essence yielded substantial rewards for Ning Yuan. The most significant discoveries were twofold. First, he confirmed that the Jiuyang divine art possesses a restraining effect on the demon clan. It appears that during their development, demons absorb in excess of Yin essence, rendering them inherently vulnerable to Yang-based internal cultivation. Secondly, to his pleasant surprise, the Beiming Divine Art could indeed absorb the magical power of the demon clan, or rather, their demonic energy. Although the initial grasp of the North Underworld divine skill can only absorb the trivial demonic power of the man-eating wolf demon, it has indeed succeeded. Moreover, through the transformation of the North Underworld divine skill, this demonic power has been converted into the inner strength familiar to Ning Yuan. However, this inner strength possesses a certain chill and a sense of ferocity, reminiscent of the dark arts in martial arts. The transformation of demonic power into dark arts is quite reasonable. Nevertheless, as the North Underworld divine skill is all-encompassing and inclusive, once the internal circulation within the body is established, this portion of dark arts' inner strength derived from the wolf demon's demonic power transforms into the balanced and serene inner strength of the North Underworld, truly becoming a part of Ning Yuan's martial cultivation. Ning Yuan is filled with overwhelming joy. With 20 days remaining, it is ample time for him to rely on his external aids to enhance the North Underworld divine skill to perfection. Furthermore, if the North Underworld divine skill can convert the demonic power of the demon race into dark arts' inner strength, thus becoming a part of the North Underworld divine skill, what about the magical power of cultivators? Could it correspond to the inner strength of the righteous sects in the martial world? And what if he could absorb the magical power of deities? Perhaps that of the Golden Immortals? The thought of absorbing the power of the primordial chaos great Luo Golden Immortal is still beyond imagination. After all, beneath the saint, all are but ants. Yet Ning Yuan cannot help but dream of utilizing the North Underworld divine skill to absorb the leaders of the two teachings in this world of gods, the Supreme Old Lord, the Western Church Master, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, and even the Emperor Haoyan, reducing them to mere mortals. At that point, even if Ning Yuan lacks the so-called exceptional qualifications for cultivation or profound fortune, possessing an infinite inner strength derived from the transformation of magical power would be enough to shatter the heavens. Consider Yang Jian and Nezha, both of whom achieved sanctity through their physical forms and extraordinary combat prowess, relying solely on the martial skills they cultivated as mortals. However, their inability to surpass the older generation of deities stems from their relatively short cultivation time. In a world where longevity grants more time for the enhancement of strength, eternal life is indeed the foundation of power. But what if the techniques provided by the system could allow Ning Yuan to acquire immense power in a short span? Coupled with the unparalleled martial arts of a different world, within a soft and fragrant boudoir of the Jizhou Marquis mansion, Ning Yuan, lost in thought about the promising future brought forth by the North Underworld divine skill, suddenly shuddered. I am a sage. Moments later, Daji, akin to a water snake demon, glided over, resting her head upon Ning Yuan's chest, her delicate fingers drawing circles. With a playful bite of her cherry lips, she licked her own lip, her neck rolling slightly like a delicate worm. In a tone tinged with melancholy, the pure and innocent maiden remarked, "Brother Yuan, today while playing games with Daji, your heart seemed to wander." Ever since that day of the pure maideness birthday, when Ning Yuan took her to the celestial realm, Daji has become enamored with this game. Yet, they have both found joy in it. Ning Yuan caressed Daji's collagen-rich face, and the maiden, extending her tongue like a kitten, playfully licked the palm of her beloved. Ning Yuan mused, this enchanting Daji. Could it be that her future ability to captivate kings is not solely derived from the nine-tailed fox, but also from her own extraordinary talents? Born with an enchanting allure, Ning Yuan was determined to minimize his visits to the, fearing that the tender embrace of its comforts might erode his resolve and squander the 20 days his future father-in-law had endured in silence to secure. Regarding Daji, who devoted her heart entirely to him, Ning Yuan felt no need for concealment, responding candidly, "As for my martial arts training, I find myself at a crossroads." He articulated the characteristics of the Juyang Divine Art and the Beiming Divine Art in terms that a young woman could readily comprehend. With a glimmer in her eyes, Daji delicately touched her crimson lips with her jade-like fingers and softly mused, "Brother Yuan, I confess my ignorance regarding martial matters. However, I believe it is better to rely on oneself than to seek assistance from others. Rather than hastily pursuing external aid, it is wiser to strengthen oneself first. That is the true path." Her words struck Ning Yuan like a bolt of enlightenment. Indeed, in the face of the threats posed by the nine-tailed fox and the three demons of Xuanyuan's grave, he had become somewhat impatient. Upon confirming that the Beiming Divine Art could absorb demonic energy, he greedily aspired to drain the power of the three demons, nurturing a thought as venomous as a snake. Yet, he had merely gained an additional 20 days, and with the journey to Chaoga taking over 20 days, it was insufficient to master all the higher priority martial arts such as Juyang Divine Art, Beiming Divine Art, Lingbo Weibu, and the Duga Nine Swords. He had to make choices. The inferior Beiming Divine Art could only absorb a minuscule amount of demonic energy from the wolf demon to fully drain the three millennia-old demons. A higher-level Beiming Divine Art was essential. However, the prerequisite was that Ning Yuan had to ascertain his ability to defeat the three demons, especially the nine-tailed fox, whose demonic prowess was unfathomable. With a mere 20 days left until departure, could Ning Yuan manage to enhance the Beiming Divine Art while also training in other martial arts? Or could he find numerous demon clans to absorb their demonic energy, thus advancing the Beiming Divine Art on his own? It seemed impossible, even with the Juyang Divine Art. Ning Yuan dared not claim he could triumph over the three demons and protect Daji. How could he then aspire for grand achievements, acting with haste to drain the three demons' power in one fell swoop? Chapter 39, Daji. If you dare to say Brother Yuan is not, it would be the greatest joke under heaven. It was prudent to proceed steadily, diligently cultivating internal strength to enhance his own combat power as a priority. Thus, utilizing the system to elevate the Juyang Divine Art, capable of countering the demon race to its fullest potential within the 20 days, emerged as the optimal strategy. Daji, thank you for enlightening me. Ning Yuan embraced the pure-hearted maiden and passionately pressed his lips against hers, their mouths intertwined like rich chocolate, indulging in a silky embrace. Ning Yuan felt a stirring within. Su Daji's legs brushed against him. Ahem. A soft cough from the outer chamber interrupted their tender moment, and Ning Yuan turned to see Xiao Ling's figure appearing by the screen at the bedside. Your Highness, the time is drawing near. Mr. Ning should be on his way. Unfazed by her words, the two continued their affectionate exchange before finally beginning to arrange their garments. Ning Yuan was the first to step out from behind the screen, only to find the young maid with her head bowed, silently performing a courtesy. Ever since Ning Yuan rescued her from the woodshed, Xiao Ling's true ambitions had been thoroughly unveiled. She yearned to alter her fate, to ascend the branches and transform into a phoenix. Yet, she believed that as a mere slave, such aspirations were unattainable. Thus, she chose Su Daji as her springboard. Initially, Xiao Ling thought that if the princess were to marry Ning Yuan, she could also become one of his concubines. However, upon inadvertently overhearing the decree from King Zhou, her ambitions shifted. Now, she envisioned Su Daji becoming the king's favored consort, while she herself might have the chance to become one of King Zhou's women. Perhaps even a concubine. The leap from a maid to a royal consort was the most favorable destiny Xiao Ling could aspire to attain. Therefore, having taken the shortcut to success, she swiftly severed her emotional ties with Ning Yuan. No, it would be inaccurate to label it as emotional ties. Throughout, Xiao Ling had only loved herself, with no affection for any man. Such a disposition, given a fortuitous background or opportunity, could likely transform her into a figure akin to Wu Zetian of the Shang dynasty. Ning Yuan found this intriguing. Yet, those musings belonged to a future yet to unfold. After bidding farewell to Su Daji, Ning Yuan returned to the courtyard of the Ning family shop, continuing his training in the Nine Sons' divine skill with the aid of his system. Meanwhile, in the boudoir of the princess at the Su Daji radiated springtime allure. Her attire disheveled as she languidly sat before the vanity, allowing Xiao Ling to remove the jade hairpin from her tresses. The steam from the bath was thick and warm, and through the intricately carved screen, the edges of the bathtub, adorned with golden threads, shimmered softly. Petals floated atop the water, releasing a delicate fragrance that mingled with the steam, creating an ambience of serene luxury. The mistress and maid, once inseparable in conversation, now exchanged glances through the glass mirror. Rendered speechless, supported by Xiao Ling, Su Daji reclined into the bathtub, emitting soft sighs of comfort. The innocent maiden gently played with the petals in the water, letting them slip through her delicate fingers. Such beauty was a sight reserved for only a single companion, a true waste of splendor. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Ling spoke suddenly. Princess, the king's decree has named you the rightful consort of Shou Xian Palace. You are now the favored concubine. Su Daji's left hand brushed against her right arm, and after a lengthy pause, she casually replied. Xiao Ling bit her lip, her expression turning sharp as she inquired. Princess, what will you do once you and Master Ning share such intimate relations in the palace? Su Daji fell silent for a moment before responding. Brother Yuan said he would find a way. Xiao Ling clenched her teeth and stated, Princess, please allow me to speak candidly. Su Daji replied coolly, speak your mind. Xiao Ling believed that Master Ning had no chance of persuading the king to rescind his decree, nor would he be able to be with the princess. Su Daji reiterated. Brother Yuan said he would find a way. Xiao Ling believed that the princess, having been elevated to the status of a noble concubine, should henceforth refrain from associating with men outside her court, dedicating herself entirely to serving the sovereign. This, she thought, represented the most prudent choice for the young lady. To speak candidly, in a primitive feudal society, a woman's most favorable destiny was indeed to wed the king, thereby affording her a life of luxury and grandeur, with the possibility that her offspring might ascend to the throne, ultimately becoming the Empress Dowager. Countless female protagonists in palace intrigue narratives have traversed this very path. Yet, Su Daji remained resolute, insisting that her elder brother Yuan would devise a solution. Princess, Xiao Ling's voice rose in urgency. Master Ning is merely deceiving you. The young lord and his father are preparing the wedding procession. The lady weeps daily. Master Ning has taken no action whatsoever. He is only after your physical allure. Once you enter the palace, he will continue to revel in his life as a wealthy heir, with no shortage of women at his disposal. The sound of water ceased abruptly, and in the stillness of the night, Su Daji's calm voice resonated like thunder on a clear day, startling the young maid. If you dare utter another word against my elder brother Yuan, you shall leave my side at once. Princess, the maid's complexion paled, and she immediately knelt, bowing her head several times. Xiao Ling has followed the princess since childhood and has nowhere else to go. I shall never speak recklessly again. I implore you, for the sake of our past bond, do not cast Xiao Ling away. I vow to serve you for all eternity. Xiaoling's heart brimmed with regret. In comparison to being a favored concubine of a wealthy scion, the chance to approach the king undoubtedly represented a remarkable opportunity to alter her fate. She could not allow this chance to slip away. It was imperative that she ensure the princess would take her into the palace. Everything else could be disregarded. The cunning maid swiftly weighed the stakes, concluding that as long as she had the chance to meet the king, nothing else mattered. After a prolonged silence, the sound of water resumed. "Rise. Assist me in getting up," Daji commanded, her tone as indifferent as the cold moon hanging in the night sky, her presence as majestic as the twinkling stars. Xiaoling promptly helped the princess rise from the bath. Once dressed in her undergarments, Daji nestled beneath the embroidered quilt, while Xiaoling extinguished the oil lamp, then quietly withdrew. In the dark of night, Daji gazed at the bright moon outside, which gradually morphed into the visage of Ning Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I shall always believe in you, and I shall not disappoint you." As time flowed by imperceptibly, the 20-day deadline set by Fei Zhong had quietly elapsed. Ning Yuan opened his eyes from meditation, and the system's notifications lingered before him. Host Yin-Yang manual current level 10, peak perfection. Host Duga 9 swords current level 10, peak perfection. Host Lingbo Weibu current level 5, proficient. Host Qiankuan de Nuwa E current level 3, skilled. Host Tianshan Luyang Palm current level 3, skilled. Host Taiji sword technique current level 2, proficient. The host death symbol is currently at level 2, having attained a significant level of expertise. The host Northern Underworld Divine Art is currently at level 1, having merely scratched the surface. The host still has martial arts to learn. Sunflower Manual. Chapter 40. The Su Family's Wedding Party. In the past 20 days, Ning Yuan, utilizing the system's external aid, diligently practiced the 9 Yang True Scriptures, successfully elevating the 9 Yang Divine Art from level 5 to level 10, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. At this moment, Ning Yuan's internal Yang energy surged with extraordinary vigor, daunting and formidable, driving away malevolent spirits. Continuing his experiments on the man-eating wolf demon, Ning Yuan approached the beast, and merely being within half a zhang caused the creature to writhe in agony, yet it could only emit faint whimpers. As Ning Yuan activated his powers with his left hand, upon touching the wolf demon's body, its skin emitted wisps of azure smoke, as if its flesh and blood vessels were evaporating entirely. Upon withdrawing his hands, the wolf demon bore the imprint of 5 fingers upon its body. This time, as Ning Yuan departed, the wolf demon's gaze shifted from malice to sheer terror. The demon race possesses formidable physical strength. The methods of ordinary humans are truly ineffective against them. However, this young man has repeatedly inflicted irreversible pain upon it. The nature of the wolf clan adheres to the law of the jungle, yielding only to absolute strength. Notably, Ning Yuan's floating wave steps was initially at level 4, lacking any skill points to allocate. While specializing in the 9 Yang Divine Art, he diligently practiced swordsmanship and footwork daily, achieving a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. After more than 10 days of such dedication, the system deemed his floating wave steps skill level had advanced by 1 tier. Furthermore, this morning, Ning Yuan experienced an epiphany. After merely allocating a single skill point, he elevated the originally mystical Duga 9 swords from level 9 to the pinnacle of mastery. Typically, reaching level 1 requires 10 skill points. This illustrates the equal significance of the system's external aid and personal effort. If one were to rely solely on the golden finger, Ning Yuan could never become a true powerhouse. The system merely grants a transcendent advantage to travelers. Without the resolve of a strong individual, one remains a puppet of the system. With preparations complete, Ning Yuan rode his small white horse to the Jiuzhou Marquis mansion, gaining entry effortlessly. The procession escorting Daji to Chaogu was already prepared to depart, with the leader of the guards being Su Chuanzhong. Before an opulent carriage, the Su couple bid a heartfelt farewell to their daughter Daji. Standing behind Daji, the young maid Xiaoling immediately noticed Ning Yuan's arrival, hastily lowering her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Lifting her head from her mother's embrace, Daji revealed a radiant smile to Ning Yuan. To an outsider unaware of the circumstances, it appeared as though the newly appointed princess, now recognized as the legitimate wife of the Shoshin Palace, was joyfully stepping into a realm of grandeur and prosperity. After acknowledging the pure-hearted maiden with a nod, Ning Yuan deliberately observed the vicinity of Su Madam. A young maiden stood quietly, clad in exquisite maidservant attire, yet unable to conceal her innate beauty. She appeared somewhat lost and bewildered, uncertain of how to respond. meticulously observing the behavior of the surrounding maidservants, seeking answers amidst their actions. If Su Daji is a beauty rated at a perfect score of 100, and Xiao Ling hovers around 90, then the newly arrived maid must surely surpass 95. This newcomer, with an alluring charm subtly reflected in her brows, bears a striking resemblance to the esteemed young lady of the manor. She is, in fact, the substitute for Su Daji, handpicked by the Su couple from the vast pool of slaves in Jizhou, in accordance with the scheme devised by Ning Yuan to orchestrate a switch. What was her name again? Oh well, it matters little, for she shall be renamed in due course. For now, let us refer to her as Xiaolong. Once Xiaolong was acquired by the Hou residents, she became the personal maid of Madame Su, accompanying her day and night. Whenever Madame Su spent time with her daughter, Xiaolong was present, allowing her to observe the esteemed young lady up close. Madame Su held high hopes for Xiaolong, sparing her from arduous tasks and instead nurturing her skills in embroidery and etiquette, treating her much like a second daughter. On occasion, Xiaolong overheard the elder members of the Hou family expressing envy towards her, in light of the impending entry of the young lady into the palace. She became the emotional anchor for Madame Su, ensuring her own comfort and security. Indeed, as the time drew near, news of the young lady Su Daji's imminent palace entry reached the servants of the Hou residence. Despite the strict orders from the steward, Jiao Da, to keep such information contained, it was common knowledge throughout the household. Investigations revealed that the source of the information appeared to be the young lady's personal maid. Yet without concrete evidence, Jiao Da found it difficult to act. Thus, Xiao Ling continued to assist Su Daji into the opulent carriage. With a command from Su Chuanzhong, the bridal procession commenced its slow journey through the gates of the Hou residence, traversing the streets of Jizhou and heading south towards Chaoga. Outside the city, a contingent of 500 soldiers awaited, merging with the bridal party as they advanced in grand procession. Ning Yuan, riding a petite white horse, followed at a distance, maintaining a watchful eye on the luxurious carriage. When they reached a point 20 miles outside the city, he finally joined forces with the escort and the bridal party, ensuring he remained within sight of the carriage. His identity went unchallenged, as he was regarded as a scout by the guard and assumed to be an escort by the scouts. The heir of the Jizhou Hou commanded strict discipline, and none of the soldiers dared to inquire further. Due to the delicate constitution of the young lady, the carriage moved at a leisurely pace, covering only 4 to 5 miles a day before setting up camp for the night. Under the cloak of darkness, Ning Yuan relied on his extraordinary agility to slip into the young lady's tent, alleviating Su Daji's pangs of longing under Xiao Ling's furious yet silent gaze. Su Daji ascended into a realm of ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial flower in a heavenly garden. Ning Yuan, with his eloquence and charm, resembled a gallant scholar. Together, they formed a perfect pair, embodying the essence of romantic harmony. Even a small white tiger might playfully engage with a great python from afar. On the third day since leaving Jizhou, as dawn broke and the light began to seep into the sky, Ning Yuan carefully extricated himself from the embrace of Su Daji, tidied himself, and with a nimble grace, departed from the fragrant confines of the young lady's tent. Still a pure and innocent young girl, she turned over and whispered, "Brother Yuan." Ning Yuan stepped onto the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, traversing the camp and arriving at the nearby woods. Under the radiant sun, a small white horse awaited silently. Seizing the opportunity to practice the Tianshan 6 Yang Palm with the aid of this morning's external training, Ning Yuan mounted the horse and galloped back the way he came. Inside the princess's fragrant tent, after Xiaoling rose, she instinctively glanced towards the sleeping quarters of the tent's owner, originally expecting to witness an indecent scene between the young lady and Master Ning. She was astonished to find only Princess Haitang peacefully asleep, her bare body exposed beneath a thin blanket. Master Ning was nowhere to be found. Xiaoling fell silent. After Su Daji arose, Xiaoling, as usual, prepared to groom and adorn the young lady, arranging her attire for the journey ahead. Sitting before the portable round mirror produced by the Ning family, Su Daji lazily yawned and casually remarked, "Xiaoling, just keep it simple today. After all, Brother Yuan isn't here, so there's no need to dress up." The maid couldn't help but cautiously inquire, "Princess, is Master Ning not going to Chaoga?" Xiaoling had initially thought that Ning Yuan would accompany the bridal procession to Chaoga, intending to claim the princess's virtue at some point along the way, obtaining the red pill to bestow upon King Zhou a green hat, only to subsequently abandon the princess. However, Xiaoling did not foresee that Ning Yuan had already departed this morning. Moreover, it seemed the princess was well aware of this matter, to the extent that she did not even bother to prepare herself. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Xiaoling mustered the courage to ask a question. Daji discerned the underlying meaning in Xiaoling's words, rolled her eyes gracefully, and, with a hint of irritation, pointed at the maid who had grown up alongside her. Noisy. Brother Yuan has matters to attend to and will return tonight. If this maid had experienced married life, she would recognize the princess's demeanor and tone. Akin to a virtuous wife, understanding that her husband was occupied with important affairs outside, waiting patiently at home. After uttering the previous sentence, Daji asserted with a commanding presence, I am hungry, let us dine swiftly. Xiaoling fell silent and busied herself. Ever since the Lord received the royal decree, the princess seemed to have changed, becoming someone unfamiliar, even fearful to Xiaoling. It was as if she had transformed from a sheltered, noble young lady into a queen who commands the world. No, it was an even greater transformation. She had become a tribal empress of ancient times. Her words, spoken with an air of authority, compelled Xiaoling to act instinctively, as if her body moved without heeding her mind's commands. Yet, the young lady remained the same young lady. Could the nightly encounters with Master Ning truly alter a young girl's essence? With Xiaoling's limited understanding, she simply could not fathom. Stepping out of the fragrant tent, the thoughtful Daji hummed an unknown melody, her clear gaze lifting towards the direction of home, Jizhou City. Outside the city, the once desolate space by the moat is now alive with the cacophony of voices. Numerous townsfolk from Jizhou have received word in advance and have gathered today to witness an execution. The condemned are none other than the infamous bandit, the man-eating wolf demon, along with his two despicable accomplices. Groups of citizens huddle together, engaged in animated discussions. Some wear expressions of trepidation as they recount the wolf demon's past atrocities, while others display a sense of vindication, feeling that justice will finally be served. On the city walls, vigilant guards stand ready, their keen eyes alert for any unforeseen occurrences. The sun casts its radiant glow upon the surface of the moat, where shimmering reflections add a touch of vibrancy to the solemn scene. Among the crowd, the occasional cry of a child pierces the air, only to be swiftly soothed by their parents as they refocus on the unfolding spectacle. As the sun reaches its zenith, the crowd erupts into a fervor upon the arrival of 3 prison carts. The first 2 carts contain ordinary robbers, their appearances unremarkable, possessing nothing more than 2 eyes and a nose. However, the crowd's attention is fixated on the last cart. Within it resides the legendary man-eating wolf demon. Fear mingles with curiosity and excitement among the onlookers. Children are tightly held by their parents, peering out with wide, inquisitive eyes, while brave hunters stand at the front, their gazes alight with a spirit of challenge and conquest. The tales of the wolf demon have long circulated among the people of Jizhou, yet many are witnessing its presence for the first time. Those who encountered the beast have already become its tragic meals. The mere appearance of the man-eating wolf demon once cast a shadow of terror over the entire region. Now, confined within an iron cage and bound by iron chains, its ferocity remains unmistakable. The crowd observes the creature, its mouth gagged yet revealing a bloodthirsty maw, furry legs standing upright, while its upper limbs are reduced to mere stumps. It is said that the hero responsible for capturing the wolf demon and its henchman is none other than the son of the Jizhou Marquis. Many in the crowd have watched him grow from a child into a formidable young man. The day the young Marquis escorted the wolf demon into the city, countless witnesses spread the tale among the populace, igniting disbelief and prompting many to seek confirmation near the dungeon. The rumors surged for over a month. Today, the truth is at last unveiled. It is their beloved Marquis himself who presides over the execution. Regrettably, the young Marquis is absent from the scene, leaving the citizens deprived of witnessing his valor. The executioner calls out, "Verify the identity." With that command, the doors of the 3 prison carts swing open. The prisoners from the first 2 carts are led to the center of the square, heads bowed, seemingly resigned to their fates. However, the door of the last cart remains stubbornly shut, and the crowd holds its breath, anxiously awaiting the emergence of the fabled man-eating wolf demon. The wolf demon was tightly bound by ropes and brought to the center of the execution ground. His eyes were a tumultuous blend of despair and resentment, yet overshadowed by a glimmer of hope, as if to say, "I shall grant you a chance. Whether you can escape depends solely on your prowess." Just a day prior, that devilish human youth had divulged these very words to him. Now, he found himself in this place, the iron chains that once restrained him replaced by coarse hemp ropes. Before the wolf demon could fully comprehend the situation with his feeble mind, the imposing lord on the platform bellowed with authority, "Here stands the man-eating wolf demon. Accomplices Zhang San and Li Si, guilty of heinous crimes. Today, they shall face execution to appease the souls of the innocent." The crowd, upon hearing this, surged forward, eager to witness the downfall of these notorious brigands. The city guards maintained order, ensuring that no one dared to cross the line. At this moment, none noticed the Lord of Jizhou discreetly retrieving a peculiar elongated tube, placing one end before his eye while closing the other. The far end of the tube pointed towards the horizon beyond the city, stretching towards the distant road. It was only when the tube revealed a young lad clad in white, mounted upon a snow-white steed, that the Lord of Jizhou lowered the tube and proclaimed, "Verification complete. Proceed with the execution." Simultaneously, a storm of emotions surged within Su Hu. "My esteemed nephew, my son-in-law, this telescope is indeed a divine artifact, allowing one to see dozens of miles as if they were mere steps away. What a boon it would be in military campaigns. Ning Yuan, truly the prodigy of our Su family. As my son-in-law, he brings hope amidst the tyranny of Dixian. Is it possible that one day, Jizhou too may hunt the deer?" The Lord of Jizhou's thoughts whirled, yet reason prevailed, and he did not betray his excitement. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, the decree was given, and the execution commenced. First was Zhang San. Two soldiers forced the bare-chested man onto the platform, his head drooping like a dead pig. Another, similarly bare, wielded a hefty sword and struck down. Soon after, another blow. The heads were tossed aside by the soldiers, rolling on the ground as the crowd erupted in cheers. Two wild dogs appeared from nowhere to seize the severed heads. Next, all eyes turned to the final spectacle, the man-eating wolf demon. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The front row of citizens gasped in astonishment as the wolf demon, fueled by an unknown strength, broke free from his bonds and charged through the surrounding soldiers towards the open space. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Yet, the soldiers remained composed. Those assigned to protect did so, while others prepared to attack. Before long, the wolf demon discovered a weakness in the encirclement and broke free, heading straight for the main road outside Jizhou. Witnessing the wolf demon's frantic escape, the Lord of Jizhou's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Prioritize the safety of the citizens returning to the city. If even one is harmed, you shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing the command, the soldiers halted their pursuit, turning back to shield the innocent citizens from the ferocious wolf demon, lest it return in a fit of rage. The denizens of Jizhou City, under the soldiers' protection, made their way back to the city, extolling the virtues of the Jizhou Marquis, who prioritized the safety of the common folk over personal glory. From this day forth, the name of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, soared to prominence within the city and beyond. Now, let us divert our attention from the affairs of Jizhou City to the man-eating wolf demon. Having shed its restraints, it bolted toward the nearby dense forest, elated, believing it had finally escaped the clutches of danger. However, shortly after entering the woods, a flash of white appeared before it like a bolt of lightning. The wolf demon's expression shifted dramatically. It could never forget the loathsome visage of the youth clad in white, whose name it recalled, Ning Yuan. "Do you still have the strength to flee?" Ning Yuan remarked, casually toying with the long sword in his hand as he cast a dismissive glance at his first adversary. It was noteworthy that this wolf demon had begun to take form, yet had not fully transformed, emerging to wreak havoc upon the innocent. Had it been confronted by a celestial being from the way of the celestial, it would surely have met an untimely demise long before now. Never to serve as Ning Yuan's initial experience in battle. Typically, demons that begin to take form have existed for approximately a millennium, commonly referred to by the people as great demons. However, not all demons of a millennium are equal in strength. The span of 1,000 years is merely a number, ranging from 1,000 to 9,999, yet their powers can vary significantly. Indeed, among the disciples of the way of the celestial who have trained for a century, there exist both the 12 golden immortals and those like Deng Hua and Xiao Zhan, who serve merely as fodder for the narrative. In this world, longevity does not guarantee superiority in strength. Otherwise, even the most common cultivators would find themselves unable to vanquish a tortoise. If the wolf demon were of the caliber akin to the 3,000-year-old entities of Xuanyuan's grave, Ning Yuan, relying solely on the Duga 9 swords and his steel blade, would have no choice but to flee at any opportunity. Presently, as he prepared to confront the nine-tailed fox spirit head-on, Ning Yuan regarded the wolf demon with utter disdain. Allowing it to escape would merely create the illusion of a desperate bid for survival. As the saying goes, nothing can happen too quickly. The man-eating wolf demon, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, let out a howl piercing the sky. Its tongue was lost, leaving only its body to respond. With a swift motion, Ning Yuan watched as the wolf demon propelled itself forward, racing away until its form was nearly swallowed by the depths of the forest. Only then did he pat the flank of his steed, white snow. I shall proceed first. Follow closely behind. No sooner had he spoken than he dismounted. The terrain of the forest was ill-suited for galloping steeds. It was far more conducive to the delicate steps of the Lingbo Weibo. Like a wisp of breeze, Ning Yuan pursued the wolf demon through the labyrinthine primordial jungle, his movements light and graceful, each step seemingly resting upon an invisible pattern of celestial symbols. Leaving no trace behind, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon his resolute visage, adding an air of mystery and tension to the chase. Ning Yuan's gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, fixed intently upon the fleeing wolf demon ahead. However, to his astonishment, as he maneuvered with agility, he caught a glimpse of a white figure closely trailing him. Bai Shui? The white shadow was indeed his steed, Bai Shui, who had silently joined him unbeknownst to him. Bai Shui resembled a legendary unicorn of the West, gracefully leaping amidst the gnarled tree roots, maintaining a pace that was scarcely diminished from that on the plains. Ning Yuan mused, could it be that this white horse has attained sentience? His interest piqued. He channeled the internal energy of the Nine Suns' divine skill, activating the lightly treading on waves technique to accelerate once more, creating a distance between himself and the little white horse. The voracious wolf demon, returning to its familiar jungle after several days, was certainly not fleeing in a straight line. It alternated between evasive maneuvers, direct sprinting, reckless dashes, and sudden concealment. Clearly, the wolf demon was attempting to confuse its pursuer. Yet, who was Ning Yuan? Such petty tricks would not deceive him. His eyes were keen, and his steps swift as the wind. Each leap seemed to grant him insight, allowing him to accurately predict the demon's hiding spots. At last, the relentless hunger and diminished vitality rendered the wolf demon incapable of further flight. After cresting a small hill, it tumbled downwards, landing in an open space. The wolf demon gasped for breath, utterly depleted of strength, and in despair, it beheld Ning Yuan approaching, sword raised, aimed at its wolfish head. The man-eating wolf demon, who had claimed countless lives, closed its eyes in hopeless resignation. Fellow Taoist, please hold. A voice called from behind Ning Yuan, causing the young swordsman to whirl around. A male voice. Who could it be? This marked the second life form to elude his perception since mastering the Nine Suns' divine skill. The first was Daji. This seemingly innocent girl held many secrets, her presence so ethereal that she must have been an assassin in a past life. Yet, Daji was a feast ready for consumption, and he could savor her at any moment, delving into the mysteries of her being later. Now, as Ning Yuan turned, he was met with the sight of a figure clad in black robes. The newcomer was slender, resembling the spine of a bronze sword. Dark gray robes intricately embroidered with gluttonous thunder patterns adorned his form, complemented by a jade talisman hanging from his waist. Upon closer inspection, his features bore a wild ferocity. His slit pupils glinted with a chilling light, while his unkempt hair resembled the mane of an untamed beast, with a sharp, taut nose resembling a bowstring drawn tight. What was most striking was how he stood, seemingly suspended 3 feet above the ground. A cultivator. Ning Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively assuming the stance of the Dugu Nine Swords. A figure cast a fleeting glance at the bloodied wolf demon sprawled on the ground. A flicker of astonishment hidden deep within his gaze. Sensing Ning Yuan's wariness, he hastily spoke, "Friend, do not misunderstand. I am a disciple of the Chan sect, traversing the world to capture demons." As he spoke, he deliberately revealed the jade token at his waist, adorned with a pattern resembling an eagle. The Chan sect? One of the protagonists in the world of function has finally made an appearance? Chapter 43, Shingongbao. Senior, please stay? Ning Yuan's mind was shrouded in confusion, difficult to unravel, yet he feigned a countenance of joy, slowly sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully. It is an honor to meet a senior of the Chan sect. I am Ning Yuan from Chintang Pass. May I inquire the esteemed name of the senior? The man in the black robe hesitated slightly, seemingly reluctant to disclose his name to a mere youth. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he returned the courtesy. I dare not claim the title of senior. I am Shingongbao. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that the title of senior is typically reserved for celestial beings or cultivators, and having addressed Ning Yuan as friend, he now realized that the latter was merely a mortal youth. A mortal under 20, capable of pursuing a nearly transformed millennium wolf demon? The assiduously trained Shingongbao could not help but develop a sliver of interest in Ning Yuan. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan was equally astonished. Not only was there a system reward notification, host has befriended Shingongbao, a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect, and gained Dao Heart Seed Demon technique. Would you like to learn it immediately? After learning, you may cultivate automatically once every morning and evening. but also the name with which he introduced himself, Shin Gongbao. Just now, you referred to me as friend, but it should have been please stay. The phrase friend, please stay is indeed a famous saying of Shin Gongbao from Fengshen. These 5 words are akin to a weapon of causality. Any chi refiners who hear this phrase ascend the Fengshen list. Fortunately, I am not your friend, and you did not utter the words please stay. Although Shin Gongbao's appearance diverged significantly from the portrayal in the Fengshen Yini television series and seemed somewhat familiar, it was ultimately a literary representation. Perhaps the true Shin Gongbao from Fengshen truly resembles this? After all, it has been over a decade since Ning Yuan's past life memories, so some discrepancies are to be expected. However, Ning Yuan's silence led Shin Gongbao to misinterpret the situation. Young friend, have you ever heard of Shin? Ning Yuan, coming to a realization, replied, Senior, please do not take offense. I was merely reminded of my childhood friends, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who have long since joined the Chan sect. I find myself somewhat lost, having languished in mediocrity for over a decade. Chintang Pass, Li Jin Jia and Mu Jia? You were childhood friends with them? Upon hearing these 2 names, Shin Gongbao could not help but feel a spark of curiosity. He descended to the ground, aligning his gaze with Ning Yuan's, and a seemingly amiable smile crept onto his lips. Jin Jia is a disciple of the Wulong Mountain Yunxiu Caves Munju Shri Guangfa Tianzuan, while Mu Jia is a disciple of the Jiugong Mountain Baihe Caves Puxian Jinren. Your friends are both disciples of one of the 12 golden immortals of my Chan sect. With an immeasurable future ahead, Ning Yuan revealed a shy yet reverent smile. I see. How envious I am of them. When I was young, the 2 immortal masters came to take on disciples, and I happened to be by the side of Jin Jia and Mu Jia. I am genuinely happy for them to have such esteemed mentors. Perhaps it was Ning Yuan's friendship with Jin Jia and Mu Jia that touched Shin Gongbao, for the latter's expression gradually relaxed. Upon noticing the wolf demon on the ground, he pondered for a moment and spoke in a tone befitting an elder. I am a junior disciple of the 2 esteemed brothers, Wenshu and Puxian. Since you are friends with their disciples, you may address me as senior. Ning Yuan immediately clasped his fists. To the senior, I offer my respects. In truth, Ning Yuan had long been curious about the distinctions between his martial arts system and the cultivation techniques of the practitioners in this world. Moreover, he harbored suspicions regarding the Beiming Divine Art's ability to counter the demon clan. If he could obtain a definitive answer in advance, it would bolster his confidence in dealing with the 9-tailed fox spirit. Now that he had finally encountered a cultivator with whom he could converse directly, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Thus, Ning Yuan exerted great effort to forge a closer bond. Gaining Shin Gongbao's acknowledgement brought a sigh of relief to Ning Yuan. Although Shin Gongbao's reputation was less than stellar and he was regarded as an ill omen, he was nonetheless a prominent figure among those below the 12 golden immortals, possessing exceptional magical power and insight. This was also the first cultivator with whom Ning Yuan could engage in dialogue. Feeling the respect of the young man, Shin Gongbao could not help but feel satisfied. Nodding with a pleasant demeanor, he remarked, I have heard that this demon is bloodthirsty and cannibalistic, displaying a savage nature. I have traveled great distances to apprehend it. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature. Dear nephew, if you could hand it over to me, I shall take it back to Yushu Palace for reformation, which would be the righteous course of action. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan maintained a calm expression, though he found the situation rather peculiar. The teachings of the Chan school advocate for following the will of heaven and the needs of the people, yet they are not overly pedantic. When confronted with demons wreaking havoc, the appropriate response would be to eliminate them directly. Was there a need to offer it a chance at redemption, merely imprisoning it for education? However, there was no necessity to create conflict with Shin Gongbao over a mere wolf demon. Establishing a good rapport and extending a favor was beneficial. So Ning Yuan raised his sword and proclaimed, Indeed, the Chan school is a renowned and righteous lineage, unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. I bow in admiration. I shall heed the senior's arrangements. Very good, very good. Shin Gongbao nodded in satisfaction, drawing out a long black whip with a swift motion from his waist. With a flick, he bound the wolf demon tightly. Raising his hand again, he wielded his formidable magical power, lifting the wolf demon into the air. He nodded at Ning Yuan and prepared to depart. Ning Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Was Shin Gongbao truly so decisive? Would he leave upon achieving his goal? He quickly called out, Senior, please stay. Shin Gongbao halted abruptly, turning to Ning Yuan with a perplexed expression. How refreshing it was to be the first to utter the words, please stay to Shin Gongbao. Setting aside the notion of witnessing history, Ning Yuan decided to be straightforward. He clasped his fists and performed a deep bow. Senior, I have diligently practiced martial arts and swordplay, and I hold great admiration for the soaring cultivators. Alas, My celestial fate is insufficient, and I remain in the mundane world. It is a fortunate day to encounter you, Senior, and I hope to receive your guidance. The system, lacking in wisdom, denies the transmission of cultivation techniques, while also forbidding Ning Yuan from seeking guidance from others. With just a few words, Shun Gongbao discerned Ning Yuan's earnest desire for the path of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well, if you can capture this demon for me, I shall owe you a favor. However, you will have but a quarter of an hour. How do you wish for me to instruct you? Ning Yuan, filled with a hint of excitement, replied, I am but a fool with clumsy words and do not know how to express myself. I hope to first learn a few techniques from my esteemed senior. Shun Gongbao, even with his vast experience, found himself amused by such a naive mortal as Ning Yuan, thinking to himself that he truly possessed the heart of an innocent, akin to a raw gem. He responded amiably, Very well, I shall refrain from using my magical powers and will spar with you unarmed. Let us keep it within bounds. Ning Yuan, clutching his long sword, was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the black whip wielded by the wolf demon in midair, inwardly lamenting, Is that the only weapon you possess? Shun Gongbao, I wish to witness the full prowess of the Dugun 9 swords and see how it compares to celestial weaponry. Aside from sword techniques, I have only the Tianshan 6 Yang palm to employ, so be it. With no other choice, Ning Yuan set his long sword aside and assumed the initial stance of the Tianshan 6 Yang palm. Chapter 44. Esteemed Senior, please instruct me. Shun Gongbao maintained the magical force that kept the wolf demon suspended, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Come forth. Ning Yuan, shedding any pretense of humility, understood he stood before Shun Gongbao, the primary antagonist of Fengshen. He declared resolutely, Esteemed Senior, I beg your forgiveness. Under the blazing sun, light filtered through the branches of the ancient locust tree. With a mighty shout, Ning Yuan's internal 9 Yang true chi transformed into a radiant golden vortex. He executed the Lingbo Weibu, moving with such swiftness that he became a mere shadow. With the full power of the 9 Yang divine art, he unleashed the first strike of the Tianshan 6 Yang palm, the Yangguan 3 overlaps. Shun Gongbao's pupils constricted, seemingly taken aback by the ferocity of Ning Yuan's palm technique, which contrasted sharply with his refined demeanor. His black robe billowed as he summoned his magical energy, reinforcing his right palm with bronze demon patterns, bracing himself against the strike. Shun Gongbao had previously stated that his magical power would not be used for offense, but defensive measures were not included in that stipulation. As their palms collided, Ning Yuan's palm strength cascaded in waves, layering upon itself. Shun Gongbao trembled but remained steadfast. However, a locust tree within a 3-zhang radius was reduced to charcoal, subsequently pulverized into dust. Excellent technique, esteemed senior. Once more, Ning Yuan bellowed, shifting his approach. His free right hand invoked the scorching essence of the Yang Song Tianjun, channeling the dual flames to tear through Shun Gongbao's protective magical barrier. In response, Shun Gongbao's pupils shimmered with jade-like lightning, his free hand moving with dexterity, forming ancient thunder seals. The demonic energy intertwined with celestial incantations, manifesting as bronze chains that ensnared Ning Yuan's right hand. As the two engaged, a dual-hued shockwave erupted, forcing Ning Yuan to retreat 7 steps, each footfall sending tremors through the earth, cracking the ground in a web-like pattern within a 5-zhang radius. Young one, prepare for my counterattack. Seemingly realizing that remaining passive may lead to his downfall, Shun Gongbao's fingers transformed into claws, striking towards Ning Yuan with the swiftness of lightning. Ning Yuan spun, employing his peculiar footwork, and countered by grasping Shun Gongbao's wrist. The 9 Yang true fire surged, ready to surge through Shun Gongbao's meridians. Wait, no meridians? He is not human? Ning Yuan was suddenly startled. Shun Gongbao emitted a low growl reminiscent of a wild beast, his left knee thrusting forth, enveloped in the phantom of a leopard's leg, only to be intercepted by Ning Yuan's yang and qizhi palm strikes. In a moment of desperation, Shun Gongbao leapt into the air. Ning Yuan, refusing to yield an inch, stomped his foot to harness the recoil and soared skyward, engaging in a close-quarters struggle with the alchemist of the Chan sect amidst the clouds. The sounds of their fists and palms clashing grew increasingly dense, like a torrential downpour, as the 9 Yang gale and the remnants of demon thunder etched a bizarre array of scorch and burn marks into the treetops. When the final strike of the 9 Yang, the setting sun melting gold, collided with Shun Gongbao's black robe, it triggered an automatic counterforce, causing blood to erupt from Ning Yuan's tiger mouth as he was thrown backward. Yet, The thunder patterns on Shun Gongbao's chest remained unperturbed. This exemplified the disparity in power between cultivators' magical artifacts and the martial arts of mere mortals. Shun Gongbao was pushed back into the air. Ning Yuan, treading upon the treetops, drew in his breath and leaped, resembling a fallen celestial. At that moment, Ning Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He noticed on the cliff's edge behind Shun Gongbao stood several figures. These individuals, of varying ages and both genders, bore solemn expressions, uniformly clad in golden Taoist robes, with green jade pendants hanging from their waists. Most striking was one individual holding a flag inscribed with the character for Chan. This is the demon hunting team. The unique display of the Chan sect instantly struck a chord with Ning Yuan's long-buried memories from 18 years prior. Ning Yuan was greatly shaken, his feet sinking as he fell toward the ground. However, he remained unfazed, executing a swift turn and landing lightly. Shun Gongbao followed suit, descending as well. The alchemist of the Chan sect sighed. I did not expect such remarkable martial skills from a junior, coupled with a unique constitution, radiating such yang energy that nearly exposed a flaw in my defense. In the world of function, there existed no martial arts internal energy cultivated by the human race, leading Shun Gongbao to believe that Ning Yuan was exceptionally gifted, with an extraordinarily powerful physique. Yet, a strange thought crossed Ning Yuan's mind as he clasped his fists solemnly. Your profound abilities have greatly benefited me, esteemed elder. Should I have offended you today? I beg your forgiveness. After speaking, the youth carefully examined the still imposing Shun Gongbao, his thoughts racing. So, this is the world of function. It seems I must pay particular attention to the demon core Nezha from now on, and also to the spiritual pearl Ao Bing, the future master of the spiritual pearl. Shun Gongbao exhaled and remarked, You are indeed rare. Although you lack the aptitude for cultivation, you possess the heart of a warrior. What other questions do you have regarding your practice? Speak freely. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before asking the question he longed to pose. Previously, when I captured the wolf demon, I discovered that my fiery energy within had a substantial restraining effect on the demon race. Yet I was uncertain whether this was due to the wolf demon not having fully transformed or due to insufficient cultivation. I implore you, esteemed elder, to enlighten me. Shun Gongbao contemplated briefly before responding. Your constitution is brimming with yang energy. Among mortals, you would possess the courage of 1,000 men. Given time, you will become the foremost martial general in the world. You are correct in your observation. Before demons fully transform, they absorb Yin's spiritual energy and incorporate it into their demon cores. Thus, their attributes are predominantly Yin, making them susceptible to your fiery yang energy. However, should you encounter a formidable demon of over 10,000 years, it would be prudent to run as far as possible. Ning Yuan clasped his hands and inquired further. What if confronted by malevolent spirits? The expression in Shun Gongbao's eyes revealed surprise, as if he were taken aback by the specificity of Ning Yuan's question, yet he answered nonetheless. It is the same principle. Just as malevolent spirits dare not appear under the blazing sun. Ning Yuan bowed again, but Shun Gongbao, beginning to show signs of irritation, waved his hand. Time is fleeting. We have but a quarter of an hour remaining, so ask your final question. Ning Yuan hastily inquired. If I have a beloved friend or family member targeted by a malevolent spirit, intent on seizing their body, how might I counter this? Shun Gongbao scrutinized Ning Yuan deeply before responding. Your beloved is a woman, is she not? Has she been wed? Ning Yuan readily acknowledged. Indeed, esteemed elder. She is my beloved, and her parents have already arranged our union. Shun Gongbao's tone softened considerably as he patiently explained. If your beloved has not yet been possessed by a malevolent spirit, you need only protect her closely, ensuring that the spirit dares not approach. It will retreat of its own accord. Souls cannot remain detached from their bodies for too long, lest they dissipate entirely. If your beloved has just been possessed, and the spirit is attempting to seize control, you may perform the rites of affection, utilizing the energy of the blazing sun to dispel the foreign soul. This is most effective if the spirit is still in its original form. However, should your beloved have been possessed for an extended period, with her original soul absent and the malevolent spirit fully merged with her body, then even divine intervention would struggle to save her. Do you understand? Ning Yuan bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Ning Yuan expresses profound gratitude for your guidance, esteemed elder. Shun Gongbao smiled with satisfaction, recognizing the sincerity in Ning Yuan's plea for help regarding his beloved. Our fates intertwine have reached their conclusion. May you walk the righteous path and remain true to your heart in the future. With that, Shun Gongbao lifted off the ground, carrying the bound wolf demon. Soaring towards the cliff, Shortly thereafter, several streaks of golden light ascended rapidly towards the west, soon vanishing into the vastness of the sky. Chapter 45. The Arrival of the Demon Child? The Heart of the Tao Infested by Demons. Ning Yuan gazed at the golden lights, a slight smile gracing his lips. The righteous path? Does this imply you have a father named Xinjingdao? The captain of the demon-catching squad, Shengongbao? It seems this realm is indeed the divine world of the demon child, causes chaos in the sea. Thankfully, this divine realm is not entirely devoid of virtue. Shengongbao, despite being a leopard spirit, can still be considered a decent individual, albeit one prone to mischief. Yet, he is certainly not a stutterer, perhaps from his perspective. I, an ordinary mortal, do not warrant his disdain. Ning Yuan chuckled softly. At that moment, a small white horse emerged from the edge of the clearing, revealing itself to be his beloved steed, Bai Shui. Patting his horse affectionately, Ning Yuan laughed. Bai Shui, oh Bai Shui, you have arrived late. You missed witnessing your master display his prowess, nearly forcing even a fully transformed leopard spirit back into its original form. Swallowing hard, he added, though he did not utilize his true abilities. The small white horse's gaze was complex and inscrutable. Ning Yuan failed to discern any particular significance in Bai Shui's gaze. He mounted his horse, urging it forward with a gentle squeeze of its flanks, galloping towards the horizon, where the sun hung low in the western sky. As he raced onward, Ning Yuan pondered silently. Although their earlier sparring appeared evenly matched, he was acutely aware that Shengongbao had not unleashed the true powers of a cultivator, relying instead on mere mortal techniques to engage with a junior. Even so, Ning Yuan could perceive the disparity between the systematic martial arts and the formidable combat capabilities of the divine, excluding the scenario of severed lineages. When it comes to the profundity of techniques, the newer generations undoubtedly surpass the older ones. The martial skills refined over centuries by ordinary mortals must surely eclipse ancient practices. Take, for instance, Yang Jian and Nezha, although merely disciples of the 3 generations of the Chan sect. Their mastery of human martial arts enabled them to easily surpass most disciples of the 2nd generation, even daring to challenge the Heavenly Emperor himself. Without considering magical artifacts, a martial artist among cultivators would inevitably be more formidable than a morally ascetic practitioner. However, the chasm between Ning Yuan and the practitioners of this realm lay in the vast gulf separating acquired internal energy from magical prowess. Cultivators might possess powers accumulated over hundreds or thousands of years, and divine beings often boast lifespans exceeding 10,000 years. Ning Yuan, akin to an ant, could employ the most advanced martial techniques, yet remain incapable of inflicting harm on an elephant. Setting aside the qualitative difference, even in terms of quantity, ordinary mortals, with lifespans barely reaching a century, including renowned figures like the carefree master or the sweeping monk, could hardly exceed 300 years. How could they possibly compare to ancient deities whose lifespans span thousands? It is no wonder that Shengongbao kindly advised Ning Yuan, should he encounter a millennia-old demon, he should not be obstinate, flee as far as possible. Nevertheless, the system had ultimately provided Ning Yuan with an escape route, the North Sea Divine Art. This technique could absorb demonic energy and convert it into internal power. It was even conceivable that it could siphon the magical energy of deities. Yet, after engaging in fisticuffs with Shengongbao, he dared not entertain any thoughts of this, fearing that the truth of his ability to absorb both magical and demonic energies might be revealed. Such a revelation would render him a target akin to Ding Chuanqiu in the Saga of the Divine. Steady now, do not act rashly. With the martial techniques endowed by the system and the immense power that the North Sea Divine Art could potentially offer, Ning Yuan, this ant, harbored the possibility of evolving into a colossal starry ant. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, yet it is a path nonetheless. Even if Ning Yuan possesses a chance at immortality, he must still begin as a chi refining practitioner. In the face of golden immortals and saints, he remains an ant. Furthermore, on the path to transcendence, Ning Yuan is not alone. The future Yang Jian, Nezha, and Ao Bing were once merely mortals and ordinary demons. Yet they rose in rebellion against the oppression of the celestial court. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Ning Yuan finally returned to the wedding procession before the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon entering the princess's fragrant tent with the light wave steps, his gaze immediately fell upon Su Daji, reclining gracefully on a fragrant couch, her eyes still unclosed. Upon seeing her beloved return, the innocent maiden revealed her exquisite beauty, exclaiming softly, "Brother Yuan has returned. Daji, I apologize for keeping you waiting." The dialogue between the two resembled that of newlyweds. with the husband venturing out at dawn for labor, only to return home at dusk, while the wife awaited his arrival at the door. Oh, and there was a maid named Xiao Ling in the tent, though she seemed to be disregarded entirely. Daji slightly lifted the embroidered quilt, revealing her exquisite form clad only in a belly wrap, and smiled enchanting. Brother Yuan, are you tired? Come here. Who could resist such a lure? Ning Yuan and Daji shared the same bed, akin to a couple exchanging nightly whispers. The reason for his daytime excursion was solely to ensure her safety at night. According to the original text, the three demons at Xuanyuan's tomb attacked the bridal procession, with the nine-tailed fox seizing Daji at the Yinzhou post station. However, due to the butterfly effect, Ning Yuan had altered this world significantly, leaving him hesitant to wager whether the nine-tailed fox would act prematurely. Thus, he followed the bridal party, safeguarding Daji, especially during the night. Furthermore, within the plan of covertly swapping day and night, the escape of the man-eating wolf demon was crucial, prompting Ning Yuan to make the arduous journey back to Jizhou during the day. Fortunately, the sun shone brightly, and his trusty steed galloped swiftly, making the trip worthwhile. He encountered Shun Gongbao, which not only resolved several mysteries, but also earned him a system reward, demonic seed of the Tao heart. This technique allowed the release of a demonic seed, which, once nurtured by the practitioner, would absorb their cultivation, vitality, and memories. On his return journey, Ning Yuan took advantage of the evening's system cultivation opportunity and mastered this technique. Cradling the innocent maiden in his arms, he glanced at another bed in the tent, where the maid lay with her head covered, oblivious to whether she was asleep or awake. A slight, mischievous smile crept upon Ning Yuan's lips. The Tao heart demonic seed. What intriguing tales might unfold if this seed were to be planted within the body destined to be possessed by the nine-tailed fox? Brother Yuan, what are you thinking? Your smile seems rather wicked, came Daji's sultry and sweet voice. Ning Yuan tightened his embrace around her delicate form and feigned a fierce demeanor. I was contemplating when I could truly become a husband to Daji. Daji responded, sensing Ning Yuan's fervor, emitting an ambiguous moan, her charm boundless. Her fingertips glided over his chest as she playfully chided. Daji has long allowed Brother Yuan to tease her. Anytime you wish. Ning Yuan felt a rush of heat. Nevertheless, he resolved to hold back. Initially, he had intended to consummate their union after truly defying fate for Daji, becoming a joyful couple. Now, with the celestial reminder from the Chan sect, he realized that his nine-yang divine skill, combined with Daji's pure essence, formed a protective talisman, making haste unwise. Fortunately, his modern sensibilities endowed him with numerous alternative methods. Ning Yuan glanced at Daji's alluring figure and softly whispered something into her ear. Daji shot him a playful glance, lowering her body slightly. Chapter 46. The True Art of Deception. The pure-hearted girl never rejected the gameplay that Ning Yuan introduced. Instead, she embraced it with delight, continuously innovating. Daji, born with an innate charm, possessed a myriad of captivating expressions. Yet her demeanor remained effortlessly natural in the presence of her sole male audience, never revealing any overtly seductive allure. Although Daji still embodied the essence of innocence, her compatibility with various games was remarkably high, deftly maneuvering through challenges with grace and ease. Ning Yuan lay back, gazing up at the skylight of the tent, where the moonlight flowed like water and the clouds were soft as silk, stirring a sense of longing within him. However, before long, he sensed Daji shifting her position, only to hear the sweet whispers of the pure-hearted maiden. Brother Yuan, I wish to ascend to the celestial realm. With no other recourse, Ning Yuan resorted to his eloquent charm, persuading the celestial maiden to enlighten Daji, allowing her spirit to soar. The night passed in silence, and thus the cycle of moonrise and sunset continued. A few days later, while encamped in the wilderness, Xiao Ling, as was her routine, frequently entered and exited the princess's fragrant tent, bustling about to serve the princess and her beloved with food and drink. Ning Yuan and Daji dined together, sharing laughter and delightful conversation, their beauty captivating. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling could only observe in silence, her gaze betraying a hint of confusion. In terms of appearance, she believed she was not far off from the princess, yet the vast chasm in their statuses condemned her to the role of a mere maid, enduring hunger as she stood by, witnessing the princess indulge in exquisite dishes. During the past fortnight, Ning Yuan had never left the escorting party, guarding the princess's carriage by day and her side by night, never straying even for a moment. Only in the early morning and late evening did he meditate, adhering to this routine with unwavering discipline. After the meal, as Xiao Ling cleared the dishes, Daji gazed into the mirror, exchanging affectionate glances with her beloved. Once she had tidied up, Xiao Ling lifted the dishes, preparing to take them outside for cleaning, when she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Startled yet composed, she turned to see Ning Yuan and asked softly, "What is your command, young Master Ning?" With a smile, he replied, "Nothing much. Just wanted to express my gratitude for your hard work." Xiao Ling felt a calmness wash over her, her face reflecting gratitude. "Thank you, young master. I do not suffer." Just as she was about to turn away, a deep voice reached her ears. "Xiao Ling, do you wish to change your fate?" Xiao Ling looked up in surprise, only to find Ning Yuan had already turned away, returning to the side of the princess, their figures merging into one. "Brother Yuan," she murmured, "the princess is truly beautiful. Can I ever be like her?" With this thought, Xiao Ling lifted the curtain and stepped out, embracing the unparalleled beauty of Su Daji from behind. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The seed of temptation has been sown. System: Demonic Heart Cultivation Method. Current Level 7. Mastery achieved. The Demonic Heart Cultivation Method is a supreme technique from the evil sect of the Huang Yi series, originating from the first volume of Tian Mo Su, a pathway that transcends from the Tao into the demonic, achieving immortality through the embrace of darkness. This technique comprises 12 layers, with the first 10 being entering the path, planting demons, establishing demons, binding demons, demon tribulation, planting others, nurturing demons, urging demons, becoming demons, and reaching the peak of demons. The final transformation is from demon to immortal. Ning Yuan cultivated this art to a point of profound understanding, perfectly corresponding to the 6th layer of planting others. Utilizing this against an untrained young girl is indeed rather despicable. However, Ning Yuan relishes the saying, "Despicability is the passport of the despicable, while nobility serves as the epitaph of the noble." As an ordinary mortal in this world teeming with deities and demons, can one afford to be less than despicable? Days swiftly passed. Anzhou at last arrived. The bridal escort endured the rigors of travel, setting up camp after a long journey. Only when nearing the state city could they find structures for rest, allowing the soldiers a moment's respite. Now that they have reached the vicinity of the Anzhou relay station, it is customary to rest nearby. Although the relay station official warned of nearby demon sightings, the soldiers paid little heed to such tales. Besides, with their vigorous spirits from the march, what demon would dare approach? Had the original text Su Hu been present, passing through this area, he would have dismissed such warnings with scorn. Su Chuanzhong, sharing a temperament akin to that of his father, would similarly scoff. 500 guards camped outside, while noble ladies entered the station to rest. As night fell, a maid instructed the servants outside to heat water for bathing, as the noble ladies wished to cleanse themselves. After several days of camping in the wild, upon entering the relay station, it was only natural for them to indulge in a proper bath. Not solely the noble ladies, but also some fastidious maids discreetly heated water to wash up. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the station, with only the flickering lights swaying in the night breeze, resembling the flickering flames of human hearts. The darkness of the world thickened, while the moonlight remained eternally unchanged. The guards outside gradually relaxed their vigilance, with only the sporadic footsteps of patrolling sentinels breaking the stillness of the night. As the moon hung low, a dark cloud drifted in, obscuring the radiant moonlight. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly along the wall, resembling a weasel scurrying indoors in search of food. The shadow circled the relay station before swiftly identifying the largest and most opulent room, slipping inside. The room was still brightly lit, as if the oil for the lamps were of no cost, filling the space with light akin to that of midday. The shadow was nearly unnoticeable, and it had no need to hide. Upon entering, it immediately fixed its gaze on a young lady adorned in splendid attire before the dressing mirror, trying on jewelry, while another girl, back turned to the entrance, busied herself with the bedding. The shadow mused, "Indeed, human women are shallow. In such times, they remain preoccupied with their appearance and adornments. Surely, they seek to win the favor of the king in a few days, hoping to bask in wealth and glory? Truly superficial." Yet, even as its thoughts raced, it did not forget its purpose. Upon entering the room, it unleashed its demonic power, extinguishing all 4 lights without a breeze. "Ah!" The girl before the mirror uttered a soft gasp, as the shadow swiftly approached and plunged into the back of her head. Wait, something is amiss. Upon making contact with the girl's soul and consuming the first morsel of memory, the shadow, a 9-tailed fox spirit, sensed the anomaly. She was not Sudaji, the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, but rather a girl named Xiao Ling. An hour ago, Xiao Ling had been attending to the bathing of the esteemed Miss Su when she noticed young Master Ning nonchalantly approach, extending his hand. The young maid, with an impassive expression, presented a silk scarf to the gentleman, who then took her place, tenderly cleansing the delicate, unclothed form of his fiancée, Su Daji. The man and woman exchanged laughter and flirtation, leaving Xiao Ling with a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, she heard the infuriatingly charming young man call her name, Xiao Ling. Would you like to replace the princess and enter the palace as a concubine, altering your own fate? Xiao Ling was taken aback. Did young Master Ning perceive the deepest, most hidden thoughts she dared not voice? Chapter 47. A Deception of Day and Night. Daji's Rebirth. Xiao Ling raised her gaze to Ning Yuan, only to find him engrossed in the sight of the enchanting beauty in the bath. Both he and the princess seemed unfazed by his words, lost in their own world. Yet, Xiao Ling's heart raced with trepidation. She suddenly comprehended why, despite receiving the decree for her elevation, the princess remained entwined with young Master Ning, sharing beds as if they were husband and wife. Though they had not yet crossed the final threshold, they were already inseparable. Undeniably, Xiao Ling's heart was in turmoil. With her keen intellect, she instantly recognized the feasibility of young Master Ning's proposition. Having grown up alongside the princess, she knew every nuance of the young lady's demeanor and actions. While she could not claim perfection in imitation, she could certainly replicate it with remarkable accuracy. As for her appearance, she believed herself to be no less attractive than the princess. She could easily manage her attire, jewelry, and hairstyle. Hu and Xiaoga had truly seen the princess face to face. If anyone had, would Xiao Ling not be aware? Thus, if the princess were to consent, could Xiao Ling indeed transform into her? But would the princess agree? How could she possibly refuse? Su Daji longed to surrender herself entirely to young Master Ning, yearning for their shared escape, rather than aspiring to become a grand concubine. Xiao Ling's breath quickened. Ning Yuan's lips curled slightly as he leaned down to lift Su Daji from the bath. He then retrieved a clean towel to dry her off and presented a set of freshly prepared maidservant garments, his tone gentle. From this moment on, you are Xiao Ling. Even without prior planning, Su Daji would unhesitatingly comply with Ning Yuan's directives. Moreover, with her intelligence, she quickly recognized that having Xiao Ling take her place was an exquisite solution. Su Daji obediently replied, young Master Ning is correct, I am Xiao Ling. Without hesitation, she donned the coarse maidservant attire that Ning Yuan had laid out before her. Without the barrier of undergarments, the coarse fabric chafed against her delicate skin, causing a slight discomfort. Yet, Su Daji did not flinch, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the one she adored, awaiting Ning Yuan's next command. Observing this, Xiao Ling instinctively glanced at the resplendent attire the princess had changed out of before her bath, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. At last, the once-made Xiao Ling, now transformed into Su Daji, took her first step towards that splendid garment. She ventured forth into the palace, dreaming of a future filled with favor, bearing children, ascending as consort, and ultimately as empress. A crucial first step towards her aspirations. Time rewinds to the present. Possessed by the fox spirit, Su Daji emitted a muffled groan, her body soon succumbing and collapsing to the ground. A barely perceptible dark light emerged from above her head, seizing the opportunity amidst the shadows of the room. Darting towards the maid standing by the bed, the nine-tailed fox spirit had just devoured a memory that revealed the princess and the maid had exchanged identities. Thus, it was the maid who truly embodied the princess. With her millennia of cultivation, the nine-tailed fox spirit discerned in the darkness that the maid had turned, astonished, to gaze at the princess who had just made a sound upon landing. Attire and hairstyle could deceive, but not one's visage. The maid's beauty was unparalleled, surpassing that of the princess at first glance. The nine-tailed fox spirit's heart finally settled. Indeed, the maid was the true princess. However, just as the dark light was about to engulf the maid, an imposing figure, as mighty as a mountain, emerged from the shadows, shielding her. In the next instant, the dark essence of the nine-tailed fox spirit recoiled as if struck by the sun. It let out a chilling scream, emitting a sound beyond the comprehension of ordinary ears. In that moment, it suffered a loss of at least a century's worth of demonic power. The nine-tailed fox spirit had no time to ponder the identity of the newcomer. Its essence defied the laws of physics, tracing a zigzag in the air, circumventing the sun, and persistently charging towards the maid. If it could infiltrate the true princess's body, victory would be assured. Yet, just as the essence threaded through the maid's hair, the sun-like figure enveloped her, conjuring a steel longsword with a flourish. The Duga 9 sword struck with unthinkable precision and from an improbable angle. Dear audience, you must know that Ning Yuan's steel sword, forged with modern technology, possesses remarkable hardness. Tempered in a furnace at 1500 degrees, its heat is unbearable. A piercing shriek escaped the nine-tailed fox spirit. As if it were engulfed in a sea of molten lava, it was compelled to flee from the tender flesh it had yet to possess. In its hasty escape, it caught a fleeting glimpse of the freshly laid white sheets on the bed, where a solitary red plum blossom quietly bloomed. The essence's retreat had come too late. It had already been grievously wounded by Ning Yuan's steel sword, the blood flowing profusely from the wound, cascading down the blade and staining the sheets, creating a scattering of red blossoms. In the darkness, unseen by any, within the adjoining chamber, a statue of Guanyin sat upon a precious lotus, basking in the offerings of incense. Returning to the princess's chamber, the nine-tailed fox spirit had lingered outside its corporeal form for far too long, and after sustaining such a grievous blow, it was imperative that it return to its physical body. Otherwise, the life force emanating from the human realm would obliterate its soul. Within the chamber, only 3 human bodies remained. The exquisitely beautiful princess and the sword-wielding man moved in perfect harmony, as if they were one entity, leaving no openings for vulnerability. Thus, the nine-tailed fox spirit had no choice but to re-enter the third body, the one it had originally possessed. Before long, Xiaoling opened her eyes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The 4 extinguished lamps, previously snuffed out by an inexplicable force, reignited as 2 of them, still warm, came into contact with the air. Although the room was not as bright as before, it was sufficiently illuminated for visibility. Xiaoling's gaze burned with fury as she fixated on Ning Yuan, who lay on the bed, and the young maiden draped in a thin blanket in his embrace. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox spirit within Xiaoling harbored but one thought. Was she truly deceived? On the bed, the wrapped figure of Su Daji lay nestled against Ning Yuan, who gazed at the glaring princess with a smile. Perhaps it was more appropriate to refer to her as the nine-tailed fox spirit Xiaoling now. Who could truly ascertain the gender of the nine-tailed fox? Ning Yuan certainly did not wish for his beloved to be gazed upon in her vulnerable state by another. Thus, after a month of meticulous planning, Ning Yuan's grand scheme had come to fruition. He had finally altered Su Daji's fate, liberating her from the shackles of destiny. She would not be forced into the palace, nor would she be usurped by the nine-tailed fox spirit. No longer would she be compelled to confound the harem while possessing Su Daji's body, thereby severing the 600 years of fortune that belonged to the Shang dynasty. She would no longer have to endure a future where even King Zhou of Shang could be listed among the deities, while she remained nameless. The pure-hearted maiden Su Daji now embraced a new future, one that belonged solely to Ning Yuan. From this moment forth, the girl known as Su Daji existed solely for Ning Yuan. With the transmutation of fate, she was granted a rebirth. Chapter 48. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Having thoroughly digested the memories of the maid, the nine-tailed fox spirit now comprehended the entirety of the situation. This Xiaoling was conspiring with the man to exchange identities with the true princess. Of course, her emergence had been without warning. Ning Yuan could not have been privy to it beforehand. Yet, the 2 devastating blows aimed directly at her soul were too significant to merely be coincidences. So, was Ning Yuan's plot solely to ensure that he and Su Daji could be together, allowing Xiaoling to replace the princess? Or was the nine-tailed fox also ensnared within his schemes? Ning Yuan's next words shattered her thoughts. The princess is now my woman, and I could never surrender her to King Zhou. Daji has no path of retreat. Xiaoling, the nine-tailed fox, quickly pondered within her mind and spoke in Xiaoling's voice. I have received the sincerity of the young master. So, do the young marquis and the marquis also know of this plan? Integrating the memories of Xiaoling with the centuries-old experiences of the nine-tailed fox, she swiftly comprehended the unfolding events at the Zhuzhou Marquisate. It became evident that as early as when the Su family received the imperial edict, or even prior, Ning Yuan and the Su family had meticulously devised a scheme to substitute the princess with a personal maid for entry into the palace. The escorting team from the Marquisate, which had accompanied them thus far, had merely served to stoke the ambitions of this young maid, making her more amenable to the plan under duress. Ning Yuan nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, the Marquis and his family are already aware. Once you enter the palace, Zhuzhou City shall serve as your familial support. My Ning family will also be your ally. Today you are conferred as consort, and perhaps tomorrow you may supplant the empress, wielding maternal authority over the realm. Upon hearing the young man's vivid depiction of the scenario, the nine-tailed fox felt a stirring within her heart. The task bestowed upon her by Lady Nuwa was to sow discord in the world of Chao Gu, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Her only stipulation was to acquire an identity that would grant her access to the palace. Although Xiao Ling lacked the beauty and status of a true princess, her charm could compensate for her allure, and her identity could be fabricated, as long as the Jojo Marquis did not disavow her. Who could challenge the notion that Xiao Ling, the nine-tailed fox, was not Su Daji? Thus, as a nine-tailed fox, should she not cooperate? Yet, she cast a glance at the enchanting figure in Ning Yuan's embrace and inquired, "What of the princess? With a change of name and identity, she shall become the young mistress of the Ning family. Rest assured, throughout her life, the young mistress of the Ning family shall never step foot in Chaogu. Apart from her parents and elder brother, she shall meet no one else in Jiuzhou City." The nine-tailed fox was indeed captivated. The primary reason lay in the fact that at this moment, the essence of the nine-tailed fox and Xiao Ling was intertwined, inseparable, weakened as she was. She lacked the strength to breach Ning Yuan's protection and reclaim Su Daji. Weighing the options, she realized that to fulfill Lady Inwa's mission and confuse King Zhou, she had to relinquish her original plan to usurp Su Daji and instead adopt Ning Yuan's scheme, masquerading as the maid Xiao Ling in place of the defiled princess. With the identity of the Jojo Marquis princess and the support of the Ning family, she could complete her task. Choosing the former would necessitate maintaining Xiao Ling's guise, refusing Ning Yuan's demands, and hoping he would spare the maid who knew many secrets until her powers were restored, allowing her to seize Su Daji once more and independently accomplish Lady Inwa's mission. Alternatively, she could choose the latter, accepting Ning Yuan's terms as Xiao Ling. Though lacking the breathtaking beauty of Su Daji, she possessed a youthful allure and two formidable allies, enhancing her chances of ascending to the Empress's throne, thereby ensuring the success of her mission. In the realm of powerful demons, right and wrong are of little consequence. Only profit matters. Millennia of experience guided her. The latter was the prudent choice. The nine-tailed fox, after a moment's contemplation, slightly nodded, endeavoring to embody Xiao Ling's persona, and declared, "Then Xiao Ling shall comply with young Master Ning's arrangements." At that moment, even she failed to realize that her demeanor had transformed entirely from that of a mere maid to one that exuded the haughty essence of a nine-tailed fox. Gazing down upon the mortal realm, Ning Yuan chuckled, comfortably seated on the couch, cradling his beloved, and spoke with deference. "Well then, Princess Su Daji, since you are not the esteemed concubine, let us collaborate harmoniously." Although Ning Yuan's modern vernacular struck a peculiar note, the charming little Ling, a nine-tailed fox, revealed a captivating smile, and adorned in her princess attire, she indeed bore the semblance of a favored consort. With their partnership established, Ning Yuan inquired, "By the way, has little Ling considered adopting a new name?" Little Ling looked up in surprise. "Am I not to be Su Daji henceforth?" Ning Yuan replied with a smile, "Indeed. Yet from the perspective of allies, it would be prudent to have a name known solely to me and the couple from Jizhou, as the young lord is aware." In truth, he sought a reward from the system. The nine-tailed fox pondered for a moment. "Why not let the gentleman bestow upon me a new name?" Ning Yuan countered, "Do you have a preferred surname, my lady?" After a brief silence, the nine-tailed fox responded, "Who?" Since she had allowed her second sister, the nine-headed rooster spirit, to take the name Hushime, it seemed fitting for her to also adopt the same surname. Ning Yuan contemplated this. Just as he noticed the clouds parting outside, revealing the moonlight, casting the silhouette of a peach blossom branch against the window, he could not help but exclaim, "When the clouds disperse, the moon emerges, and flowers dance in shadows." Huiying. The nine-tailed fox was touched, her face alight with joy. "Thank you for the cherished name, my lord. Henceforth, in your presence, I shall be known as Huiying." For a spirit, a name holds immense significance. As they transform into human form to continue their cultivation, it is imperative to select a commendable name at the earliest opportunity. Most demonkind aspire to attain human form, and naturally, they are drawn to human names. Rooted in poetry, the name evokes enduring imagery. The nine-tailed fox, as the leader of the three demons of Xianyuan tomb, had delayed naming herself due to her limited knowledge, unable to conjure an elegant name. She certainly did not wish to bear a name as commonplace as her sister's Hushime, which she found somewhat pedestrian. Through Little Ling's memories, the nine-tailed fox recognized Ning Yuan's literary prowess, thus entrusting him with the task of naming her. Indeed, Ning Yuan bestowed upon her a splendid name. When the clouds disperse, the moon emerges, and flowers dance in shadows. Huiying. Ning Yuan beamed brightly, for as the nine-tailed fox embraced her new identity, he received a system notification. The host has made the acquaintance of the nine-tailed fox spirit, Huiying. Obtain Chongqingju. Would you like to learn it immediately? Upon learning, the system's automatic cultivation feature will be available. Naturally, Ning Yuan opted to learn, instantly acquiring the entirety of Chongqingju. He gradually discerned the conditions for the system to acknowledge his acquaintances. Firstly, a genuine desire to befriend, and secondly, mutual recognition of true names. Should the other party lack sincerity, have no name, or fail to accept a name as their true identity, it would not constitute an acquaintance. Thus, he endeavored to bestow a name upon the nine-tailed fox spirit, gaining her recognition. With both conditions met, the system rewarded him. Chapter 49. Hu Yueying, truly shallow. Within the chamber, Ning Yuan and the nine-tailed fox, now to be addressed as Hu Yueying, engaged in a verbal duel, weaving intricate schemes against one another. At this moment, the enchanting figure in his embrace had long surpassed her usual bedtime. Although the fruit had ripened and fallen, and she felt remarkably fulfilled, she had grown accustomed to it, which hardly affected her. Instead, it brought a sense of comfort. Su Daji lay drowsily in her lover's arms. Observing his fiancée in such a state, Ning Yuan remarked, "Your Highness, the beloved Hu Yueying, the night has grown deep, and we shall not disturb your rest any longer. At dawn, I will remind the young lord that due to Xiao Ling's transgressions, she was punished by the princess, and I will send back all maidservants who might expose your identity, retaining only one or two to continue serving the princess." After a brief silence, Hu Yueying smiled gracefully. "You are most considerate, young sir. I admire your thoroughness. May our collaboration be delightful." With a smile, Ning Yuan wrapped the blood-stained sheets tightly around him and the now mature Su Daji, rising to his full height. "If that is the case, Ning Yuan and his fiancée bid farewell to your highness. This bedding shall be returned to you shortly." Hu Yueying replied coolly, "No need for that. If there are any belongings that your fiancée desires within this room, she may take them with her." Su Daji, being astute, understood that the fiancée referred to her, and thus, she murmured, "I desire nothing at all. Only my brother Yuan is sufficient." In other words, she could forsake all the splendid garments, dazzling jewels, exquisite adornments, and even the priceless glass mirror, along with her once noble status as a princess and the illustrious title of a favored consort, even her very name, Su Daji, all for the sake of being with Ning Yuan. This was the heartfelt declaration of the former Su Daji, now a nameless woman. Hu Yueying, possessing keen hearing, discerned the underlying sentiment in Su Daji's words and was slightly moved. Ning Yuan beamed brightly. "If that is the case, your highness, I wish you the fulfillment of your desires. Good night." Once again, he spoke in contemporary terms. Hu Yueying, with an expression of calm grace, replied, "May the virtuous couple have a safe journey. Good night." Ning Yuan, cradling the unadorned Su Daji, departed from the temporary residence of the Princess of Jizhou. Inside the room, Hu Yueying sat alone, quietly reflecting. Her mindset had transformed drastically from that of a former enslaved maidservant. Both her demeanor and posture revealed a profound indifference born from the passage of time. After a considerable duration, a sudden chill swept through the room, and two shadowy figures emerged before Hu Yueying. These two shadows were none other than the second and third of the three demons from Xuanyuan's grave. The trio had previously agreed that after the eldest sister made her move, the second and third sisters would appear half an hour later. Regardless of whether the nine-tailed fox succeeded or not, they would provide support from the nine-headed pheasant spirit and the jade lute spirit. Hu Yueying first recounted the events that had just transpired, then stated, "Second sister, third sister, you both should find an opportunity to probe this Ning Yuan. I cannot shake off a feeling of unease." The shadow on the left inquired, "Eldest sister, what makes you uneasy? Is it that you suspect his plan has flaws?" The shadow on the right added, "Indeed, eldest sister, both second sister and I feel that his plan is flawless." Hu Yueying remarked, "Earlier, Ning Yuan stood in front of that woman, protecting her. This action raises some doubts. From Xiao Ling's memories, I learned he did this to reassure Xiao Ling, effectively severing Su Daji's path to the palace." To her left, the shadowy figure of the nine-headed chicken spirit, Hushime, said, "Sister, you are being naive. Is it not so?" Hu Yueying replied, "But what if he had already discovered our presence, and it was intentional?" To her right, the jade Peepus spirit expressed disbelief. "That cannot be. He is merely immortal." Hu Yueying stated, "Precisely, this is where my uncertainty lies. Ning Yuan is someone we have never scrutinized before. However, the Ning family's commerce spans the world. They would not act without gain. So he should not pose a problem. If there is an issue, it lies solely with Ning Yuan. My concern primarily stems from his constitution. He possesses a vigorous and potent vitality, which is a bane to our demon clan's shadow spirits. If he has already sensed our approach, deliberately interposing himself to prevent me from seizing Su Daji, that would be truly horrifying." Her younger sisters fell silent, having perceived nothing and unable to provide any insight. Hu Shimei inquired, "What should we do, elder sister?" Hu Yueying sighed, feeling exasperated by her sister's lack of intellect, their only virtue being their obedience. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "I estimate they will trail the group until I enter Chaga City. Only then will they depart. Therefore, before I enter the palace, you must adapt and test whether he knows our true identities." Hu Shimei asked, "If he does know, what should we do?" Hu Yueying replied, "Find a way to eliminate him. If you cannot, simply report to me at the Chaga Palace." The Jade Pipa spirit queried, "And if he does not know? Should we inform you, elder sister?" Hu Yueying lamented, "My head aches. What kind of subordinates are these? Truly, they are foolishly shallow." She continued, "If he is unaware, you shall return to Yin Yuan tomb and continue your training until I summon you." The two spirits responded, "Understood, elder sister." Suddenly, Hu Yueying added, after a moment's thought, "If he is oblivious, sister, did you not desire a name? Perhaps you could ask Ning Yuan to bestow one upon you." The Jade Pipa spirit exclaimed, "Oh, splendid. I am on the verge of transformation. I have longed for a human name. The name he gives to elder sister is so beautiful. Moon breaking, moon coming. Flowers casting shadows, how lovely." Hu Yueying instructed, "Then you must find a way to remain by his side, to monitor whether he adheres to our agreement." The Jade Pipa spirit questioned, "Do I need to stay by his side constantly?" Hu Yueying affirmed, 2 years will suffice for me to establish myself within the palace. 2 years is all I need. You may devise any reason to remain by his side." The Jade Pipa spirit replied, "Oh, I understand now." Hu Yueying felt exhausted, burdened by two sisters whose intellect was disappointingly shallow. Hu Shimei then asked, "What about me, elder sister?" Hu Yueying inquired, "Do you wish to change your name?" Hu Shimei responded, "I believe my name is quite lovely." Hu Yueying, "Then it's settled. You shall directly return to Yin Yuan tomb to cultivate." Hu Shimei, "Oh, I understand." Jade Pipa spirit, "Oh, I comprehend." Hu Shimei, "Sister, you have already expressed that once. Is that so?" He. Hu Yueying, "Have they truly understood? Never mind. Let us assume they have." The nine-tailed fox spirit, Hu Yueying, has grown weary of conversing with her two foolish sisters. Ning Yuan, though you are as cunning as a fox, you remain merely a mortal. How dare you fantasize about collaborating with a great demon that has existed for millennia? Just a mere 1,000 years apart, humph. Chapter 50. Questioning King Zhou. Understanding King Zhou from beginning to end, the nine-tailed fox spirit harbored absolute confidence. Believing that Ning Yuan was merely operating within the perspective of a mortal, seeking to ally with a favored concubine. His desires were nothing but to embrace beauty, and perhaps leverage allies within the palace to seize familial benefits. Little did she know, Hu Yueying had lived for 9,000 years, serving only the esteemed Nuwa. Ning Yuan, you mistakenly think you stand on the second tier, while I, in truth, occupy the third. Advantage lies with me. For now, I shall endure. Leveraging the power of the Ning and Su families to gain entry into the palace. Once I establish my position within, we shall see who becomes the pawn and who the player, humph. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan held the nameless Su Daji in his arms, leading her to an empty chamber far from the main quarters. Here, he had already prepared bedding and Su Daji's personal effects. Do not presume that Su Daji would truly leave the inn in utter nakedness, simply because she claimed she wanted nothing. Ning Yuan had anticipated everything. Moreover, while the nine-tailed fox Hu Yueying believed herself to be on the third tier, in reality, Ning Yuan stood on the fourth. From the moment he met Su Daji, he began to plot against the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox sought to infiltrate the palace, beguiling the king and severing the fortune of the Shang dynasty for 6 centuries. This was a strategy decreed by the goddess Nuwa, which the nine-tailed fox dared not defy, and Ning Yuan likewise would not obstruct the saint's design. However, the nine-tailed fox's possession of a body and Su Daji could indeed be viewed separately. Did not the nine-tailed fox desire an identity to infiltrate the palace? Then Ning Yuan would provide her with one. The first crucial point of this elaborate scheme lies in finding a substitute for Su Daji. The personal maid, Xiao Ling, could serve as the perfect replacement for Su Daji and had long since fallen under Ning Yuan's scrutiny. Whether to test her character or provoke her aspirations, ultimately, it was all aimed at ensuring that when the nine-tailed fox initiated her possession, Xiao Ling would be regarded as her primary and final choice. Xiao Ling's betrayal is of little consequence, even if she truly loved Ning Gongzi to the point of self-sacrifice as she claimed during their initial intimacy. For Su Daji's sake, Ning Yuan would not hesitate to sacrifice the maid. As the little fairy often says, "Your love for me is of no concern to me." When it comes to Su Daji's fate, Ning Yuan is no saint. However, upon realizing the possibility of entering the palace as a consort, Xiao Ling resolutely abandoned Ning Gongzi, severing her emotional ties with a swift blade. This ultimately extinguished the last flicker of guilt within Ning Yuan. You have calculated my actions, using me as a stepping stone to ascend to greater heights. Should I still extend my compassion towards you, refraining from causing you harm? Let me reiterate. Ning Yuan is neither a saint nor an unequivocal good person. As long as he can preserve Su Daji, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even an entirely innocent servant girl like Xiao Long, let alone the cunning Xiao Ling. Having chosen Xiao Ling as the target for the nine-tailed fox's possession, the next step is to cultivate her ambition. This is to entice her to shield Su Daji at the most critical moment. As for the other key aspect of this scheme, it is crucial to prevent the nine-tailed fox from realizing the error of its possession, ensuring it does not attempt to seize Su Daji's corporeal form again. The restraining power of the Yin-Yang divine art against the demon race has long been validated through experiments on the man-eating wolf demon. And with the corroboration of the transformed leopard, Shun Gongbao, Ning Yuan can now ascertain that he possesses the ability to safeguard Su Daji from a successful possession. Once Ning Yuan confirms these two focal points, the plan to deceive the heavens will have a 99% chance of success. Moreover, due to an unforeseen variable, Ning Yuan has devised an even grander scheme. Let the demonic seed within Xiao Ling and Hu Yueying's body lie dormant. May I never have to awaken it. Nine-tailed fox. Take heed. Indeed, this is the demonic heart seed method. Utilizing the body of Xiao Ling, the nine-tailed fox Hu Yueying, as a medium, he will implant the demonic seed to transition it to her man, serving as the furnace. Who might that man be? Whose consort will Hu Yueying become? A saying among netizens of the 21st century goes, question the tyrant, understand the tyrant, become the tyrant. The joy of the tyrant is comprehended only by the top supporter in the live stream. Of course, this is merely a casual move made by Ning Yuan. After all, he could not have anticipated that befriending Shun Gongbao would reward him with the exceedingly malevolent technique of the evil extremist sect. Regardless of the existence of this casual move, the plan to deceive the heavens would succeed, and Su Daji would defy fate. However, this seemingly trivial move lays the groundwork for potential future significance, which may reveal itself unexpectedly. Ning Yuan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a delicate call. Brother Yuan, Daji is in pain. The innocent maiden, filled with pure desire, finally succumbed to discomfort due to an improper sitting position, her body tingling, pulling at her wounds, and she could not help but moan in pain. Ning Yuan instantly became tense. I apologize, Brother Yuan is inexperienced in this endeavor. He thought of the ancient fox spirits, the Peepa spirit, and the tyrant king, realizing that it is far more prudent to focus on the enchanting demoness before him. The room was filled with springtime warmth. The following day, seizing the darkest hour before dawn, Ning Yuan forcibly awakened Su Daji. After some tender moments, the pure-hearted maiden, newly graced by his kindness, donned the intimate garments prepared by Ning Yuan, along with convenient outerwear, her cascading black hair flowing down to her waist. She then sweetly exclaimed, Brother Yuan, Daji cannot comb her hair. Ning Yuan replied, Do you think I can? Fortunately, Su Daji currently assumes the role of a maid, thus sparing her from the intricacies of elaborate hairstyles. Ning Yuan simply fashioned her hair into two delightful pigtails. Gazing into a small round mirror, she unexpectedly discovered that the twin tails looked rather charming, simple, and practical. Suddenly, she felt a strong desire to don a little dress. Subsequently, under the cover of the deepest night, Ning Yuan embraced the slender waist of the young maiden, employing her unparalleled agility to traverse the station and arrive at the military camp of the guards, where she sought out her brother-in-law, Su Chuanzhong. Ning Xiaodi, is there a matter concerning my sister? Su Chuanzhong inquired, astonished upon waking to see Ning Yuan and the little sister clad in a maid's garb. Ning Yuan confidently proclaimed, The plan of subterfuge has succeeded. Now, Xiao Ling is Su Daji, and I shall swiftly take Daji away, following closely behind you until we reach Chaoga. Su Chuanzhong, bewildered, responded, The plan of subterfuge has succeeded? No need for my sister to feign death, and the father will submit a formal request to send the adopted daughter? Wait. Xiao Ling. Indeed, initially, it was determined that if a substitute for Su Daji were required, Xiao Ling would be the most fitting choice. So, why was she not included in the original plan? Faced with a barrage of questions from Su Chuanzhong, Ning Yuan decisively stated, In any case, from now on, if anyone inquires, you must firmly assert that the lady residing in the county princess's chamber is your beloved younger sister, Su Daji, whom you have known since childhood. Chapter 51. Hu Yueying. I vanquished both men and women. As the future conversations between the brother-in-law unfolded, the genuine Su Daji leaned contentedly against Ning Yuan, embodying happiness. Observing the joyful expression on his sister's face, Su Chuanzhong felt a sense of relief and finally replied, "I understand, brother-in-law." Initially, he had not grasped the situation upon waking and refrained from addressing Ning Yuan as brother-in-law. Ning Yuan smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured, big brother-in-law, everything is under control." It was not that Ning Yuan wished to withhold the truth from Su Chuanzhong, but rather that the matter was far too complex to convey succinctly, and even if articulated, Su Chuanzhong might not comprehend it. However, in essence, Su Chuanzhong was aware that the subterfuge plan involved Su Daji feigning death to escape while en route to Chaoga, with a new beauty chosen from Jizhou to placate the wrath of King Zhou. Now, having directly located a substitute for his sister on the way, it was indeed fortuitous. Of course, Su Chuanzhong remained oblivious to the fact that his brother-in-law, Ning Yuan, had successfully executed the plan of subterfuge in secret, unbeknownst to everyone, including the demons. He had exchanged a young and beautiful vessel with familial connections and allied support for the nine-tailed fox spirit to possess. Thus, Su Daji completely liberated herself from the fate of the fox demon. The successful dual-layered plan of subterfuge rewarded Ning Yuan with the bountiful prize of Su Daji. However, the intricacies of the situation were far too convoluted for Ning Yuan to elucidate to the stubborn-minded big brother-in-law, Su Chuanzhong, in a short span of time and to ensure his cooperation. Moreover, Ning Yuan was acutely aware that Hu Yueying had two demon sisters. Should the nine-tailed fox become aware of the existence of the three demons in Xuanyuan's tomb, the consequences could be dire. Now, in the eyes of Su Chuanzhong and the nine-tailed fox spirit, Ning Yuan's plan has reached its final phase, to send the substitute, Hu Yueying, into Chaoga and win the favor of King Zhou. In essence, Ning Yuan must convey to this steadfast man the simplest course of action. The current Shaoling, Hu Yueying, is none other than your sister, Su Daji. This point must be firmly established with everyone. Fortunately, Su Chuanzhong harbors unwavering trust in Ning Yuan and, witnessing Su Daji's long-desired rebirth, the young lord, with a military background, is inclined to follow the strategist's directives. Ning Yuan then outlined arrangements for the other maidservants and the guards who might have encountered Shaoling, to which Su Chuanzhong readily acquiesced. As he watched his brother-in-law and sister vanish into the night, a wave of melancholy washed over Su Chuanzhong. After this farewell, he could not fathom when he would see his sister again. Nonetheless, it was certainly better than being deeply ensnared within the palace. For the happiness of his sister, Su Chuanzhong, felt it was his undeniable duty. At dawn, Su Chuanzhong urgently addressed his personal guard, recounting the events of the previous night when Shaoling, having pilfered the princess's jewels, was executed, dismembered, and fed to the dogs. However, since not all of the princess's jewelry had been recovered, it indicated the presence of accomplices. Thus, all remaining maidservants were deemed untrustworthy and placed under house arrest. Only the two young girls, aged merely 11 or 12, who had recently been purchased and had no contact with Shaoling or the princess, were spared and assigned to serve the princess. Led by Su Chuanzhong's deputy, Qin Jizhen, 50 soldiers were immediately dispatched to return the maidservants to Jizhou City for the Lord's judgment. The wedding arrangements could not be delayed. Thus, Commander Su Chuanzhong, accompanied by the remaining 450 soldiers and the two young maidservants, escorted the princess's carriage onward to Chaoga. In an instant, the relay station was filled with anxiety and trepidation. The two fortunate young girls entered the princess's chamber, trembling as they assisted the sole young lady within in dressing and adorning herself. The girls were struck by the princess's beauty and commanding presence, causing them great fear. Yet, after the princess offered gentle reassurances, inexplicably, the two maidservants found her to be quite approachable, shedding their fright and eager to serve her diligently. The allure of the nine-tailed fox's enchantment is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, ensnaring both men and women alike. Subsequently, the two young girls deftly gathered the princess's belongings, cradling them as they stepped outside, where a luxurious carriage awaited. They placed all of the princess's items into the opulent vehicle and returned to assist the newly adorned princess as she exited and boarded the carriage. Amidst the backdrop of weeping maidservants pleading for mercy, the carriage of the Su princess moved forward slowly, merging with the escort team outside the relay station, gradually making its way to Chaoga. Thus, the world no longer remembers Shaoling. Only the nine-tailed fox, Hu Yueying, disguised as Su Daji, enters the palace. Moreover, by Ning Yuan's side, there now exists a breathtakingly beautiful maiden devoid of identity. The grand scheme of substitution has achieved a completion rate of 100. As for the final phase of deception, it remains yet to unfold. On the hillside beside theEnzhou relay station, amidst the undulating terrain. Su Daji held an unusual cylindrical instrument, gazing through it at the serpentine procession ahead. Behind her, Ning Yuan embraced her delicate waist, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. Their faces close in an intimate manner. Brother Yuan, how marvelous. I can see so far. I even spotted the red tassel on my brother's weapon. Observing Su Daji's enchanting beauty, Ning Yuan couldn't resist planting a tender kiss on her earlobe, which elicited delightful giggles from the young maiden. The earlobe, a sensitive spot for a pure-hearted girl, sparked laughter between them. At that moment, Su Daji had shed the layers of vermilion-dyed silk from her days as a county princess, donning instead a simple, long-sleeved linen outfit suitable for a commoner's labor. Absent were the adornments of jewels and precious stones, and the intricate hairstyles of the past were replaced by simple twin ponytails, reminiscent of a modern, vibrant high school girl who had traversed over 3,000 years to the Shang dynasty. Only her jade-like feet were adorned not with the traditional barefoot hemp shoes of rural maidens, but with knee-high silk stockings, layered with 3 tiers of tanned leather soles. The edges punctured with bronze nails, and laced with hemp ropes soaked in pine resin to form waterproof and durable rhinoceros leather boots. After all, Ning Yuan intended to take Su Daji on a leisurely exploration of the mountains and waters, relishing their newfound freedom. For Su Daji, this moment signified total liberation. Unshackled from her identity and imperial edicts, with the vastness of the sky and sea before her, she yearned to return to Jizhou, to visit her childhood home in Shintangwan with her betrothed. However, as her fiancé, Ning Yuan could not afford to relax, for the specter of King Zhou's threat loomed ahead, and her elder brother still had unfinished business. They could not simply walk away, should they encounter a situation that Su Chuanzhong could not manage. Ning Yuan would need to adapt swiftly. Nonetheless, with the wedding procession's pace, covering merely 40 to 50 miles a day, the little white horse could easily catch up in an hour. Ning Yuan and Su Daji had ample time to frolic each day. As for the night, if the procession reached a town, Ning Yuan would find accommodations at the Ning family shop and replenish supplies, if they had to camp in the wild. He had prepared a simple tent and sleeping bags. However, the young maiden was not without her worries. On the second morning of her liberation from fate's constraints, Su Daji awoke from her spring slumber, realizing that the warm embrace she had enjoyed through the night was no longer beside her. Chapter 52. Understanding King Zhou. Becoming King Zhou, Su Daji remained unperturbed, lazily rising to don the garments she had worn the previous day before stepping out of the small tent. On the sunlit grass beside the tent, the little white horse was leisurely grazing, and Su Daji affectionately patted its soft mane, cheerfully greeting it with a good morning, to which the horse responded with a whinny. The maiden laughed heartily and then scanned the surroundings, seeking the familiar figure. Indeed, Ning Yuan was by the river, practicing his swordsmanship. Su Daji felt a deep sense of shyness regarding her fiancé's boundless energy. He could not only engage in a night of revelry, but also rise early the next day to practice diligently. The pure and innocent girl, savoring the flavors of the night before, shook her head gently, trying to shake off the enchanting memories. With her hands propping up her chin, she admired her fiancé's remarkable swordsmanship, lost in a reverie. What was she pondering? Unbeknownst to her, Ning Yuan had concluded his morning exercises and approached his fiancée. Noticing her still in a daze, he teasingly remarked, "Is your fiancé too handsome?" "Of course." Su Daji snapped back to reality, nodding her head in agreement, then added earnestly, "Brother Yuan, I wish to learn martial arts from you." Ning Yuan fell silent. Su Daji's expression became serious as she declared, "I do not wish to be a burden. I believe I must at least possess the ability to protect myself." Ning Yuan recalled the numerous times she had silently approached him, piquing his interest. What innate talents did the renowned beauty of the Fengshan era, Su Daji, truly possess? "Very well. What would you like to learn?" he inquired. "I want to learn swordsmanship." Ning Yuan smiled broadly. "Swordsmanship, huh? Let me think. Currently, there isn't a technique particularly suited for you." Observing the disappointment on her face, he continued, "However, we can start with the fundamentals." Ning Yuan contemplated the martial arts he possessed within his system, identifying the most appropriate one to teach Su Daji, the longevity technique. The girl had already missed the optimal time for foundational training, and Ning Yuan was reluctant to see her toil away at basic practices. What if she ended up as a muscle-bound girl? Yet, the longevity technique was a method suitable for mortals of any age. One need only look to the legendary duo of the Tang dynasty, young ruffians who, after acquiring the longevity technique, caught up with those who had trained from childhood. More importantly, the longevity technique was a dual cultivation method. Ning Yuan could assist her, fostering mutual growth and enabling Su Daji to enhance her abilities swiftly. The brilliance of the longevity technique lies in the fact that if two cultivators possess similar levels of skill, not exceeding a single realm's difference, they can mutually elevate each other until they attain the same level of mastery. With Ning Yuan's unique advantages, as they practiced the longevity technique together, he could utilize the system to enhance his own cultivation, allowing Su Daji to indirectly benefit from the system's advantages as well. Without further ado, after breakfast and seeing off the wedding procession, Ning Yuan and Su Daji remained behind to begin their training in the longevity technique. Assisting the girl in assuming the proper posture, Ning Yuan recited the original text of the longevity technique from memory. Almost simultaneously, Su Daji entered a state of focus. Her innate talent was astounding. Ning Yuan was speechless. Could it be that she truly was the destined daughter of the Fengshan world? Indeed, in the original narrative, Su Daji exited too early. Had she remained, amidst the heroes aiding Zhou in the destruction of Shang, she would have surely secured a place among the protagonists. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Daji finally opened her eyes, instantly realizing that the world around her had transformed in ways she had never perceived before. The sound of flowing water resonated with a clearer timbre, the fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air with greater intensity, and the intricate veins of the leaves were vividly apparent, as if the entire world had come to life before her eyes. She gazed at Ning Yuan with astonishment, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Brother Yuan, I feel so much lighter," Su Daji exclaimed with exuberance, rising to her feet to gracefully pirouette in place, executing a series of dance movements akin to a delicate crane in flight. Ning Yuan's eyes brightened. Su Daji's dance was nothing short of enchanting. He resolved silently that tonight she would first dance to enliven the atmosphere before they engaged in their unorthodox cultivation. Though the wilderness seemed deserted, who could tell if an ancient sage lurked among the clouds above? There were matters of greater importance to attend to. Steadying his thoughts, Ning Yuan remarked, "This is the wondrous aspect of the Eternal Life Sutra. Its unique attributes can complement our joint cultivation. With persistent training, your abilities will soon rival mine." This was indeed a comforting sentiment. No matter how gifted Su Daji was, relying solely on the Eternal Life Sutra would not allow her to surpass Ning Yuan, who possessed the advantage of a system. Upon hearing they could cultivate together, Su Daji smiled brightly. "Brother Yuan, let us hasten to cultivate together. I wish to be of assistance to you." Observing her spirited demeanor, Ning Yuan felt a warm surge within. He gently clasped Su Daji's hand, and they once more settled into a meditative position to embark on their earnest cultivation. They practiced for an entire day, leaving the matter of her elder brother for another time. By evening, Ning Yuan utilized the system's cultivation opportunities to elevate the Eternal Life Sutra to a new level, achieving a breakthrough. That night, within the confines of their modest tent, Ning Yuan and Su Daji engaged in their more playful cultivation. Naturally, Su Daji's dance captivated all, enchanting both city and nation. Music followed, and the dance continued. Just as Ning Yuan reveled in this delightful experience, a notification echoed in his mind. System has detected the host is engaged in joint cultivation, triggering a new system feature. The host may, during joint cultivation, expend one automatic cultivation opportunity, skill point, to elevate the partner's proficiency in any martial art of the host by one level. Wait a moment. Does this mean that elevating Su Daji's Eternal Life Sutra from the 9th to the 10th level requires only a single skill point from Ning Yuan? Yet for himself to ascend from the 9th to the 10th level, he would need 10 skill points? This was no longer Ning Yuan's system. It was clearly an enhancement for his partner. It is important to note that the elevation of lower realms cannot be compared to that of higher realms. With this new system feature, breaking through the bottleneck for his cultivation partner posed no challenge whatsoever. With this revelation, Ning Yuan devoted himself even more diligently to joint cultivation with Su Daji. By the end, it became indistinguishable whether they were practicing or tending to a field. The Yin-Yang divine art reached completion, marking him as a true man among men. Consequently, by the following morning, Ning Yuan had not even heard the system's fixed alarm. Having already fallen 2 days behind the wedding procession, Ning Yuan remained unperturbed. After breakfast, the two mounted their white steed and journeyed towards Chaoga, enjoying the picturesque landscapes along the way. However, as they reached a serene and beautiful area, intending to revel in nature's splendor, Ning Yuan suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and looked up at the sky. Chapter 53. Encounter with an immortal. To his astonishment, he beheld a shooting star traversing the sky. No, that could not be. A shooting star does not fly horizontally. Channeling his Yin-Yang divine art into his eyes, he quickly discerned that it was a Taoist in a white robe, soaring above the clouds. Indeed, while Western superhumans recline as they fly and Arab sorcerers sit. Only the exalted immortals of our great Huaxiao insist on standing while airborne. This has been the tradition since ancient times. The Taoist seemed to have noticed the couple on the white horse, perhaps intrigued by Ning Yuan's gaze. He gracefully descended, landing almost instantaneously in the path of the horse. To an observer, it appeared as though the celestial being had anticipated the couple's arrival, intentionally waiting for these destined souls. Ning Yuan mused, "Why are these immortals so adept at theatrics?" He guided the white steed to a slow stop a short distance from the Taoist. The gallant young hero dismounted first, then gallantly assisted Su Daji down before respectfully clasping his fists towards the Taoist and inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, are you here to await this humble couple?" Upon closer inspection, the Taoist was clad in a simple white robe, its hem adorned with lightning patterns that seemed to devour the morning light, while the cuffs shimmered with the cool radiance of silken threads. Adorning his head was a jade bagua crown, and draped across his back was a crane cloak. The snow-white whisk he wielded exuded an ethereal grace, its countless silver strands moving as if stirred by a gentle breeze. What an embodiment of celestial elegance! Compared to the hapless Xinguang leopard, this Taoist truly embodied Ning Yuan's ideal image of an immortal. Of course, true immortals reside in the heavenly court and upon the investiture of the gods. There remains a distinction between immortals and cultivators. After all, if all cultivators aspired to become celestial beings, there would be no need for the great investiture war. With a flick of his whisk, the Taoist's demeanor was both approachable and dignified as he spoke plainly. Indeed, this humble Taoist, upon seeing such a handsome couple in the mountains, wondered if you too are not wary of encountering mountain spirits, wild beasts, or malevolent entities. It appeared the Taoist was concerned for Ning Yuan and Su Daji's safety. How kind-hearted he seemed. Indeed, beauty grants one a voice. Although Su Daji wore a veil, her exquisite figure and pure, enchanting eyes revealed her undeniable allure. Yet, her pride was apparent, as she refrained from introducing herself. Ning Yuan pondered many thoughts regarding the Taoist's identity, but did not allow his curiosity to hinder his manners. He deliberately drew attention to the long sword at his waist, and continued politely, "Esteemed immortal, your compassion is evident. I am Ning Yuan, and my fiancé Yi and I are both martial practitioners, unafraid of wild beasts. As for demons, they are merely tales of old. May I inquire your honorable name?" The Taoist seemed to chuckle softly, perhaps feeling a sense of helplessness at Ning Yuan's ignorance of the vastness of the world. Upon hearing the final question, he casually replied, "I am the Cloud Child of the Chan sect." Indeed, it was the Cloud Child, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, the only one who did not participate in the cataclysm of the investiture of the gods. However, before Ning Yuan could utter another word, the Cloud Child flicked his dust whisk and declared, "Our fates part here." With that, he made to leave. The absence of a system prompt indicated that he had no intention of befriending an ordinary mortal, without a sincere desire for acquaintance. Even the sharing of true names could not trigger any rewards. Moreover, from Ning Yuan's perspective, the Cloud Child's expression had been consistently insincere, his gaze indifferent, viewing the handsome men and beautiful women much like the stones, trees, and flowers by the roadside. In the pursuit of immortality, one often forgets their humanity. Jin Jia and Mu Jia were similar, having cultivated for over a decade. They remained oblivious while their mother was transformed into an elixir by the heavenly Yuan cauldron following the destruction of Qintang Pass. These two fools were still in their respective masters' caves, oblivious to the plight of the human world. The Cloud Child before him likely mirrored this. He had cultivated to the point of forgetting he was once a member of the human race. Disregarding the suffering of the common people, there was no sense of the socialist spirit of helping the less fortunate. Nonetheless, this was the second immortal Ning Yuan had encountered, and he could not afford to miss the opportunity for rewards. Who holds enmity towards system rewards? Although the chances were high that they would only yield martial arts techniques, any reward was better than none. Fortunately, Ning Yuan estimated that until the calamity of Ji Chang's 7th year concluded and Huang Feihu crossed the 5 passes, the immortal realm would not truly interfere with the mortal world. He still had time to cultivate and see if the North Sea's divine abilities could create miracles. Thus, Ning Yuan hastily called out, "Senior, please wait." He swiftly appropriated Shun Gongbao's 5-character mantra. The Cloud Child indeed paused, yet he did not turn around. He merely tilted his head and inquired, "What else is there?" The expression on the Taoist's face bore 8 parts calm, 1 part impatience, and 1 part curiosity, as if Ning Yuan's next words would compel him to depart without hesitation. The indifference of immortals towards mortals was evident. Were it not for the occasional emergence of exceptional talents with extraordinary roots and deep fortunes among the human race, they might not even recognize that the current humanity once belonged to the same lineage as themselves. Yet, still, there was no system prompt. Thus, Ning Yuan could only resort to his trump card. May I inquire, esteemed immortal of the Chan sect, are you a fellow disciple of the venerable Manjushri of the Five Dragon Mountains Cloud Cavern, the venerable Samanabhadra of the White Crane Cave on Nine Palaces Mountain, and the Taoist Shingongbao of the Demon Hunting Squad? From the very first sentence, the Cloud Child's expression gradually transformed to one of astonishment. And as Ning Yuan continued to name a series of familiar titles, his astonishment deepened. The Chan sect immortal could not help but ask curiously, how does this young lad know my fellow disciples? Ning Yuan revealed his signature smile and replied, indeed, it appears you are all fellow disciples. To be honest, I recently had an encounter with Taoist Shingongbao and sought his guidance for a time. Moreover, Jin Jia, disciple of Venerable Manjushri, and Mu Jia, disciple of Venerable Samanabhadra, are both childhood friends of mine. To forge connections is an essential skill for the people of Huaxia. It is akin to a modern salesman attempting to pitch products to influential figures. If one approaches as a novice, the magnate is likely to perceive the encounter as a mere waste of time, showing little interest. However, if one promptly asserts familiarity with even greater luminaries, such as the two illustrious Ma patriarchs, and provides photographic evidence to substantiate this claim, immediate attention and respect from the magnate will ensue. Yun Zhongzi, stroking his beard, nodded in agreement. The mention of these names indicated that Ning Yuan indeed had some affiliation with the teachings of the Chan sect, making it a matter not to be dismissed lightly. Consequently, the expression on the face of this celestial being showed increased interest as he inquired. You mentioned your name is Ning Yuan, correct? From where do you hail? Qintang Pass, Ning Yuan replied. Yun Zhongzi's smile widened. Ah, I see. The brothers Jin Jia and Mu Jia hail from Qintang Pass. You must have been childhood friends with them. And surely you have connections with the Li Jing couple as well. Excellent. Ning Yuan's seamless response affirmed his genuine ties to the Chan sect, rather than a mere pretense of connection. Given this, there was no harm in exchanging a few more words. Chapter 54. The inevitable encounter with Yun Zhongzi. Yun Zhongzi performed a respectful bow and continued, I, a humble practitioner, have been cultivating in the Yuzhu cave of the Zhongnan Mountains. Today's encounter with a younger generation is indeed a stroke of fate. Yet, there was still no system prompt. This indicated that if Ning Yuan's subsequent replies failed to sustain Yun Zhongzi's interest, this so-called fate would come to an abrupt end. Much like the demon hunting captain, Shen Gongbao, who exchanged a mere quarter hour of guidance for a man-eating wolf demon, it was a mutual debt, neither side owing anything further. After all, the concept of fate as understood by cultivators is akin to cause and effect. One never knows when one might have to account for it. Otherwise, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect would not predominantly practice in remote mountains and caves, rarely taking on disciples. In light of this auspicious encounter, Ning Yuan seized the moment, maintaining a humble yet confident demeanor, and replied, It is indeed a privilege for me to behold the visage of an immortal. Might I inquire what important matters bring you to this locale? Oh, what leads you to believe that I have business here? Yun Zhongzi's interest was piqued once more. Ning Yuan's suspicions grew clearer. The immortal had just mentioned demons. However, upon hearing that the young man merely regarded them as legends, the immortal seemed ready to depart. Ning Yuan speculated that the immortal might be inclined to eradicate demons, subtly probing him for information. However, when Ning Yuan expressed he had not encountered any, the immortal appeared disinclined to linger, intent on continuing the pursuit of ridding the world of malevolence and safeguarding the populace. Was Ning Yuan's conjecture correct? Yun Zhongzi nodded repeatedly, contemplating that this young human was not only astute, but also possessed a captivating eloquence that compelled one to listen further. He exclaimed, You are indeed perceptive, with a mind beyond your years. In my 1,000 years of cultivation, I have yet to encounter someone quite like you. To be candid, based solely on Yun Zhongzi's brief remarks, Ning Yuan could not ascertain his true intentions. Nevertheless, within the original text of Feng Shun, there exists a detail. After the fox demon entered the palace for 3 months, King Zhou neglected state affairs, resulting in chaos throughout the realm. Upon encountering the ethereal peaks of Mount Zhongnan, the practitioner known as Yun Zhongzi was gathering medicinal herbs when he caught sight of an ominous aura rising from the southeast. He astutely deduced that it was the mischief of a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, and armed himself with a peachwood sword to confront the malevolent entity within the palace. However, his efforts ultimately culminated in failure. What led Yun Zhongzi to ascertain the nature of the sinister presence with merely a glance? The original text is somewhat vague. Yet if one considers the distinct classifications among demon species, such an instant recognition seems improbable. Although the celestial beings of the Fengshan era possessed various supernatural abilities, such as the ability to see for miles and hear the faintest of sounds, Yanzongzi was not particularly renowned for such powers. Rather, he excelled in the art of artifact refinement, possessing a plethora of treasures that could rival even the esteemed master Taoist Duobao of the. If any casual practitioner could discern the origins, species, and strength of a millennia-old demon with a mere glance, how would the demon tribes on the ground survive? They would have long been exterminated. Thus, it is plausible that Yanzongzi had already acquired clues regarding the nine-tailed fox, and may have even conducted searches around the Yin-Yang tomb, allowing him to sense the demon's aura closely and thus identify the target from miles away. In light of this event, one can speculate that Ning Yuan's chance encounter with Yanzongzi at this particular time and place, before the fox spirit had entered the palace, was not mere coincidence, but rather an inevitable occurrence. In response to Yanzongzi's commendation, Ning Yuan humbly clasped his hands and replied, "Senior, your praise is unwarranted. Might I inquire what sort of demon you seek?" After a moment of contemplation, Yanzongzi replied, "A few days ago, while passing near the Yin-Yang tomb, I stumbled upon 3 lingering auras of demons, yet no trace of the creatures themselves. I am concerned that the demon kin have emerged to cause harm, and thus I am searching far and wide. Do you possess any leads, young one?" Indeed, he was in pursuit of the 3 demons from the Yin-Yang tomb. Furthermore, even the celestial beings of the Chan sect are not omniscient. They still rely on observation and inquiry. To locate a demon, one must engage in a thorough search. Ning Yuan pretended to ponder briefly before responding. "If there are 3, I believe I may have some clues." Yanzongzi immediately perked up with interest and asked, "Oh, please, do share." Ning Yuan continued, "A couple of days ago, while my companion and I were in Inzhou, we happened to overhear the courier mention that 3 demons have recently been sighted near the relay station. I wonder if these are the very demons you seek." Upon hearing this, Yanzongzi was filled with delight. Initially, he had assumed that the youthful couple was merely enjoying a leisurely outing without any expectation of leads. Yet here was evidence of a promising clue. Accustomed to a more exalted existence, he found little patience for inquiring one by one among mortals for information. Had it not been for Ning Yuan's timely hint, who knows how long it would have taken to locate the Inzhou relay station. Little did he know that in future cultivation games, one would need to engage in dialogue with each individual or rummage through various items to trigger task clues. "In that case, I shall venture near the relay station," exclaimed Yanzongzi. "Young one, you have been an immense help." He scrutinized Ning Yuan closely once more and finally stated, "Since you are friends with Jin Jia and Mu Jia, you may address me as senior. My urgency to vanquish the demon leaves little time for formality. May our paths cross again in the future." The host has made the acquaintance of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Yanzongzi, and has acquired the Mingyu skill. Shall I learn it immediately? Upon learning, I may cultivate automatically once in the morning and once in the evening each day. Indeed, this is the proper approach to forging connections. Even if a cultivator initially seeks to distance themselves from mortals, claiming a lack of fate, I can still cultivate a bond. As the saying goes, we were never meant to be. It is all thanks to my generous offerings. No, rather, it is through the pursuit of friendship. Essential skills for the people of Huaxia, particularly for the unfortunate working class. Ning Yuan felt a surge of joy, yet an undercurrent of disappointment lingered within him. Despite having encountered the 12 golden immortals, this rudimentary and foolish internal testing system remained steadfast in providing only martial arts techniques. However, what held greater significance at this moment was Yanzongzi. Thus, Ning Yuan hastily expressed, "Esteemed elder, your noble heart is truly commendable. I wish you triumph over the demons and the safeguarding of our lands." This individual was a direct disciple of the primordial supreme being, distinct from Shun Gongbao, who toiled as a black hand in the demon hunting brigade, merely acquiring a handful of elixirs. Yanzongzi, being a master of artifact refinement, might indeed possess a cultivation method suitable for Ning Yuan. After all, having traversed to this realm, the world of cultivation was what the people of Huaxia yearned for most. Ning Yuan ultimately found it unsatisfactory to be confined to the mundane. With the bond formed, he was untroubled by the prospect of encountering Yanzongzi again. Ning Yuan was aware that Yanzongzi's journey to Inzhou Post would likely yield no results. In the future, Yanzongzi would meander nearby, searching until he found Chaoga, thus uncovering the lurking demons within the palace with unclear intentions. Even though Ning Yuan had previously assured the nine-tailed fox, Hu Yueying, that Su Daji would never step foot in Chaoga, he had not declared that he himself would abstain from going. Ultimately, if all else failed, Ning Yuan could always make a trip to Zhongnan Mountain to meet this celestial being of the Chanjiao sect. With a satisfied smile, Yun Zhongzi ascended upon his magical flying sword and soared towards the horizon. After Yun Zhongzi departed, Ning Yuan and Su Daji mounted their steeds and continued their journey. During the recent dialogue between her fiancé and the cultivator, Su Daji stood beside Ning Yuan, displaying an admirable understanding. Beneath her veil, her delicate visage bore no sign of impatience or interruption. She remained quietly poised, akin to an exquisite vase. For Su Daji, being by Ning Yuan's side rendered her life complete, with no further desires. To save her, Ning Yuan had committed a transgression that mere mortals could scarcely imagine. Chapter 55. The sorrow of the two demons at Xuanyuan's tomb defying the imperial decree. A new favored consort for the king. Even a lowly bloodline slave was to be presented before King Zhou. In this primordial tribal civilization where the words of the Shang king dictated life and death, such a reckless scheme was beyond the wildest imaginations of ordinary folk. Yet Ning Yuan dared to pursue it. Which young maiden does not harbor romantic dreams? Which woman can resist such profound sentiments? Ning Yuan fulfilled his promise, and Su Daji reciprocated with her devotion. Thus, over the past few days, Su Daji has loosened her restraints, skillfully flattering him, yearning to intertwine her very essence with the husband destined for her in this life. For these days spent in Ning Yuan's company, Su Daji felt no regrets. Regardless of the outcome of their ultimate endeavor, she had already found fulfillment in this life. Su Daji understood that, for the time being, she could not assist Ning Yuan. At the very least, she must not become a burden to him. This was the awareness of a virtuous partner. The little white horse had just begun its journey. Sensing Ning Yuan's waning interest, Su Daji instinctively leaned back, gently rotating her supple waist, bringing her delicate face close to his ear. With slightly parted lips, she breathed softly, like the fragrance of orchids, and tenderly inquired, "Brother Yuan, you seem to be troubled?" Ning Yuan gently embraced his stunning fiancée, her slender waist fitting snugly within his grasp. His large hand caressed the slight indentation of her abdomen, and with a relaxed expression, he smiled warmly, saying, "It is nothing. I merely felt a twinge of melancholy upon witnessing the esteemed Yin Zhongzi soaring through the skies while I, tethered to the ground, can only ride my horse." In response, the little white horse beneath him let out a long neigh, seemingly stirred by his sentiments, and quickened its pace. Su Daji pondered for a moment before breaking into a playful smile, teasingly asking, "If given the choice between cultivating immortality and being with Daji, which would you choose?" "My husband?" Ning Yuan paused, taken aback by her question, then burst into laughter without providing a direct answer. Instead, he drew in a breath and sang aloud. "Only the osmanthus blooms on Nanshan, fluttering and dancing in the air. If we become inseparable, why should we fear death? I would rather be a mandarin duck than envy the immortals." Upon hearing these verses, Su Daji giggled heartily, clearly delighted. At that moment, a voice echoed from the horizon. Yun Zhongzi's voice. "Haha, young man, splendid poetry. Should fate allow us to meet again, I shall impart to you the art of sword forging." The youth was overjoyed at the prospect, but then he heard Yun Zhongzi add, "However, whether you can learn it or not depends on your own fortune." Ning Yuan mused. Indeed, in a world filled with deities and demons, one must refrain from speaking carelessly behind closed doors. One never knows if they may feign departure only to return stealthily. Testing the sincerity of the young, the little white horse hastened its pace, and within just an hour, it caught up with the wedding procession that had already traveled for 2 days. The journey from Jizhou City to Chaoga spanned over 1,200 miles, a seemingly insurmountable distance for the common folk. Even the wedding carriages would require over 20 days to traverse. As they journeyed, a sense of nostalgia for the Jizhou Marquis began to well up. Yet, no matter how great the distance, there would come a day when it would be traversed. Ning Yuan and Su Daji, riding lightly, soon caught up with the wedding party. Now only 100 miles from Chaoga City, approximately 2 days' journey ahead. Although Ning Yuan and Su Daji had indulged in leisurely sightseeing for 2 days, Su Chuanzhong remained unperturbed, firmly believing that his brother-in-law possessed the ability to safeguard his sister. However, others were anxious, perhaps other creatures of the supernatural realm, tasked by their elder sister. The 2 millennia-old spirits, a 9-headed chicken demon and a jade peepa spirit, were sharpening their blades, preparing to test Ning Yuan, only to discover that the couple had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that their sister had misjudged the situation, and this pair had no intention of accompanying the wedding procession, instead eloping in secret? The 2 female demons felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, just yesterday, the younger sister, the Jade Peepa spirit had successfully transformed, marking the wait as worthwhile. To better fulfill their elder sister's mission, the Jade Peepa spirit had deliberately altered her appearance to distinguish herself from the second sister. Recently, in pursuit of improving her skills for the task assigned by the goddess Nuwa, the nine-tailed fox spirit had ventured into human towns to study human aesthetics and how to enhance her transformation. As devoted little sisters, the nine-headed chicken demon and the Jade Peepa spirit naturally accompanied her to observe. As for the places of further study, they are certainly found in towns with the highest concentration of women, with merely 2 days remaining until the destination. A period dictated by the orders of the nine-tailed fox spirit, the two demons finally awaited the tardy target. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, amidst the dense forest, roughly 10 miles from the wedding procession's camp, Hushime and her younger sister observed the swaying makeshift tent and the listless little white horse, their expressions filled with confusion. The Jade Peepa spirit quietly inquired of her second sister, "How long has that woman been moaning?" Hushime, with eyes wide in astonishment, replied, "Perhaps for an hour?" The youngest of the three demons, from the Yin-Yang grave, exclaimed, "Wow, young Master Ning is remarkably brave. When we were honing our skills in the brothels of human towns, those patrons could only last a mere quarter of an hour." Hushime added, "And young Master Ning has so many techniques. That human girl as well. With an innate charm and a body as soft as if it were boneless, she can adapt to any position." A faint light flickered within the small tent, casting shadows of figures upon the fabric, their movements a dance of ecstasy, boundless and enchanting. The two demons exchanged glances, clearly perceiving the glimmer of longing in each other's eyes. As the second sister among the trio, Hushime was somewhat more mature, forcibly snapping herself back to reality. "Younger sister, awaken. Recall our forthcoming plans. This is the command of our eldest sister." The Jade Peepa spirit replied, "Oh, I had originally intended to reward myself a little." After a considerable time, the small tent finally came to a halt. The two demons exhaled in relief, holding their breath in anticipation for the love-struck couple to emerge. As they waited, another half-hour passed. The two demons exchanged glances, both turning their gaze towards the sunlit little white horse beside the tent, fervently wishing it were also of their kind so they could inquire, "What is your master up to now?" The sunlit little white horse snorted, seemingly responding, "The indecorous dual cultivation has concluded. Now it is time for the earnest dual cultivation." Inside the small tent, Ning Yuan and Su Daji sat facing each other, their knees drawn up, hands pressed together, as the yin and yang attributes of their life forces flowed between them, continuously amplifying. Since their relationship had transcended the final barrier, Su Daji appeared to have liberated herself from her seals, evolving from a limited edition of youthful allure to one graced by the blessings of rain and dew. The world-renowned enchanting concubine, Su Daji, had thus manifested. Yet, the king of Zhou and Chaoga was destined to be deprived of her. What he longed for was merely a 1,000-year-old fox spirit disguised in the form of a female servant. In truth, it was now Ning Yuan who stood as Su Daji's sovereign. Having witnessed the celestial beings soaring through the heavens, Ning Yuan, invigorated by the experience, cherished his greatest reliance in this world even more. Although the system remained indifferent to worldly affairs, being a chivalrous hero among mortals was certainly a more favorable position than merely being a languidly prosperous second-generation heir, was it not? The world's foremost merchant, languidly prosperous? Chapter 56. The Two Fairies. In summary, the two individuals practiced the longevity technique. With the innate talent of the destined daughter, Su Daji, combined with Ning Yuan's external assistance, they achieved astonishing results. Su Daji progressed rapidly in her yin techniques, while Ning Yuan, excelling in his yang techniques, maintained an upper hand. Their combined efforts in dual cultivation surpassed even the legendary bond of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, progressing at a pace that was exponentially faster. Moreover, the synergy of their genders rendered their endeavors less burdensome. Thus, during these few days of respite, Ning Yuan laid a solid foundation for his fiancée in the longevity technique, eagerly awaiting system rewards for other martial arts suitable for Su Daji's cultivation. With his external assistance, he merely needed to help her break through her bottlenecks. After all, according to the strategy of deception, in the long days ahead, Su Daji would need to remain hidden from the public eye, even refraining from presenting herself under her own name before her future in-laws. Therefore, it was imperative to keep her occupied, lest she languish in idleness, incessantly calling out for her beloved, seeking companionship. Ning Yuan mused, to question King Zhou, to comprehend King Zhou, to ultimately become King Zhou. Yet, should they retreat to Chintang Pass, engaging solely in their cultivation, serious by day and unorthodox by night. They might find themselves unable to navigate the trials of the demon child's heavenly tribulation. Development was crucial. Time passed, and Ning Yuan and Su Daji concluded their lessons for the day, basking in affection as they emerged from their tent, only to encounter a pair of distressed sisters. On the left stood a woman adorned with feathers, exuding a beguiling yet sinister charm. Her slanting, alluring eyes were accentuated with 3 crimson feather patterns at the corners, radiating a cold, fierce brilliance. Her raven-black hair was styled into an intricate headdress, and her gossamer garment flowed like smoke, revealing her voluptuous figure, an embodiment of sensuality. To her right was another woman, clad in white, with skin as frosty as ice. She was as pale as jade, with delicate fingers tinted a frost-like pink. Her hair was arranged in a low bun, interspersed with 3 white jade hairpins, and her silhouette hinted at elegant bone structure beneath her sheer attire, a true epitome of slender beauty. The voluptuous beauty cast a flirtatious glance and pleaded, "Young master, save us. My sister and I have been sold to the brothel." The slender beauty, with an air of aloofness, added, "We have only just managed to escape today." The voluptuous one continued, "We have nowhere to go," while the slender one lamented, "We are without a penny." The voluptuous beauty implored, "We beseech you, kind sir, to take us in," and the slender beauty promised, "We will repay your kindness." Su Daji felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Ning Yuan remarked, "What script are you two following? Do you truly believe I cannot see through your ruse? One of you is a 9-headed chicken spirit, and the other a jade pipa spirit. Whose intelligence are you insulting? It appears you present 2 contrasting styles, one hot, one cold, one seductive, one proud. Clearly unable to discern my preferences, you offer both, leaving me to choose. Is that it?" Ning Yuan sighed, embracing the infinitely charming Su Daji, and replied helplessly, "As you can see, I have a fiancé by my side, making it inconvenient to accommodate both of you young ladies. I shall provide you with some travel expenses. It would be best for you to seek another suitor." Su Daji smiled shyly, exuding an alluring grace, radiating an aura of purity from within, which starkly contrasted with the seductive demeanor of the two before her. Akin to the tale of Dong, Shi imitating the beauty of Shi. Without comparison, there can be no pain. The two were taken aback. "Why aren't you following the script?" The one on the right, the Jade Peepa Fairy, whispered to the left, the 9-headed Rooster Fairy, "Sister. Does this mean the test is over?" Hushime replied, "It should be. She didn't realize we are not human, so she naturally cannot discern our elder sister." Ning Yuan interjected, "Could you keep your voices down a bit more? Though it may be inaudible to ordinary people. Even the recently enlightened Su Daji cannot comprehend what you are saying, but for someone who has mastered the 9-sun divine skill, every word you utter is crystal clear." The woman to the left, resembling a rooster, replied, "Then I thank you, young master. I am called Hushime. May I inquire your esteemed name, so that I may repay your kindness in the future?" Ning Yuan responded, "My name is Ning Yuan." Indeed, a system prompt followed. The host has met the 9-headed Rooster Fairy Hushime, gaining the celestial demon technique. Would you like to learn it immediately? After learning, you may cultivate automatically once every morning and evening. Following this, Ning Yuan turned his gaze to the right, to the Jade Peepa Fairy. What was her name again? It seems that in the original text, she was known solely by her surname and her rank in the palace, Wang Guerin. The fairy on the right, cold as ice, blushed and sorrowfully said, "Young master, I was sold into the Yihong courtyard since childhood and do not know my own name. Now that I have escaped the dust of the world and washed away the superficiality, I wish to abandon my flower name. Might you bestow a name upon me? I shall surely repay your great kindness." Ning Yuan replied, "Is this entire act of a fallen woman seeking redemption from her past learned in the Yihong courtyard? Furthermore, why do I get the impression that you have received guidance from some fox spirit, specifically to come to me for a name? Ning's naming parlor has become a sensation in the... You ought to compensate for the naming fee." Su Daji gently parted her cherry lips, a hint of confusion in her mind. The aura of these two women resembles that of a certain ambitious maid after changing her identity. Is it merely an illusion? Since the Jade Peepa Fairy lacked a name, the system reward could not be triggered, and Ning Yuan had no choice but to think of one. "Then, like your sister, let us give you the surname Hu. As for your name, let it be Hu Ingluo." Both characters bear the radical, undoubtedly linked to jade. Ingluo refers to a type of ornament worn around the neck, cascading down the chest, crafted from various delicate flowers strung together. Originating from Tianzhu, it was introduced to China during the Tang dynasty, often embedded with gemstones or jade, hence the name Ingluo. It perfectly corresponds to the Jade Peepa Fairy. However, the Jade Peepa spirit seemed to have deviated from the focal point of her inquiry, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she asked, "Is there a poetic title?" Ning Yuan replied, "Without a poetic title, there is no prestige, is there? If there is no prestige, you want to acknowledge it, right? If you don't acknowledge it, there will be no rewards." Nevertheless, the cultivators in the divine realm or the ancient demons of millennia often possessed a certain elegance, reciting poems and introducing themselves upon their entrance. After a moment's contemplation, he casually uttered, "Ingluo droops, green blossoms sway, brilliance lingers, establishing its own abode." Upon hearing this verse, the jade Pipa spirit's eyes sparkled with delight. She repeated it several times, ensuring it was firmly etched in her memory, before exclaiming, "So melodious. From now on, I shall be known as Hu Ingluo." "Thank you, young master." The host has formed an acquaintance with the jade Pipa spirit, Hu Ingluo, gaining the compassionate navigation sword cannon. Shall I study it immediately? After studying, one automatic cultivation session can be performed each morning and evening. Ning Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Well said, well said. Chapter 57, The Benevolent Jade Pipa? With Ning Yuan's bestowed name and verse, Hu Ingluo, who bore a striking resemblance to the jade Pipa spirit, was instantly filled with joy. She embraced the arm of Hu Shimei, who was almost certainly the nine-headed pheasant spirit. Her happiness evident. "Sister, sister, I now have a name and a poetic title. Moreover, it consists of 14 characters, 7 more than eldest sister." Hu Shimei replied, "Congratulations, little sister." Ning Yuan interjected, "Come now, tell me, what are the 7 characters of your eldest sister's poetic title? Do you believe I could instantly relay to you the 7 characters before and after the moon breaks and the flowers cast shadows? You two spirits, are you not just a tad foolish?" Having received some benefits, Ning Yuan tossed a handful of coins to them. Spirits do not subscribe to the notion of refusing free offerings. Receiving thrown valuables was hardly an insult. The two spirits, with charming glances, turned and vanished into the woods. Just then, the 2 female spirits, who proclaimed to have escaped from the brothel, reappeared before Ning Yuan and Su Daji. However, only Hu Shimei was present. Now cradling a vibrant green pipa, she approached gracefully, swaying delicately, and presented the pipa to Ning Yuan, saying, "Young master, your kindness is overwhelming. I have no means to repay you. This is my sister Ingluo's most cherished pipa, offered to you as a token of my appreciation." The pipa, crafted from jade, shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the moonlight, exuding an ethereal beauty. Hold on, this does not resemble a benevolent pipa in the slightest. When has a jade pipa ever emitted a spectrum of colors? Even if the light is refracted from a source, it would require sunlight, would it not? The moon merely reflects sunlight. It is not a source itself. This is stated in elementary science textbooks. Ning Yuan was at a loss for words. Since this is Miss Hu's treasured item, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. I suggest you keep it. Miss Hu Shimei responded. Is Ning Yuan truly such a gentleman? He refuses even a gift? Oh, right, he is quite affluent. He likely does not care for gold or jade. Hu Shimei, since you refuse to accept it, would you be so kind as to temporarily safeguard it for my younger sister? We are about to embark on a tumultuous journey, and I fear it may be lost along the way. Ning Yuan, by the way, where is Miss Hu-san? Why does she not come personally to deliver it? Relying instead on her elder sister? Hu Shimei, indeed, why does my sister not present her beloved pipa herself? Where is she? How shall I explain this? I ask you, dear sister? Hu Shimei bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on the pipa being offered, as if it were capable of speech. To her surprise, it indeed spoke, echoing the voice of Hu Ingluo. Finally, Hu Shimei confessed, it is precisely because it is cherished that my sister cannot bear to part with it. However, should it be lost, she would be even more distressed. Thus, noble sir, I beseech you to guard it for 2 years. Ning Yuan, very well. Let me summarize. The 9-tailed fox spirit Hu Yueying has dispatched her 9-headed chicken spirit, Hu Shimei, and the jade pipa spirit, Hu Ingluo, to test whether I, Ning Yuan, can discern your true forms, thereby determining if I can uncover her identity. Should it be proven that I can see through the 3 spirits, I surmise you would be quite ungracious. Yet, lacking evidence of my insight, you wish to leave Miss San as a spy to observe me for a period of 2 years. Thank you for sharing all this intelligence with me. Bad news. Allies suspect me and have sent spies. Good news. Their companions are incompetent. Not only have they failed to uncover the truth, but they have exposed themselves. In the original tale, the 9-tailed fox spirit has 2 such foolish companions, akin to swine. Failure would be a miracle. That they could endure until the grand conclusion only attests to the profound bloodline of the Yinshang royal family. whose fortunes accumulated over 6 centuries cannot be swiftly dissipated. Finally, Ning Yuan sighed and accepted the jade pipa. According to the original historical trajectory, 2 years hence, in the 10th year of King Zhou, the pipa spirit would foolishly seek out Jiang Zia for divination in human form, only to be revealed in flames, ultimately becoming a stepping stone for Jiang Taigong to enter the court as a minister. Unexpectedly, this jade pipa has now come into my possession. This year marks the 8th year of King Zhou. A 2-year term aligns perfectly. Ning Yuan, eager to witness history, felt compelled to pause, accepting the jade pipa with a sense of resignation. Thus, if it must be so, Ning Yuan's words trailed off as Hu Shimei turned away, covering her face and hastily departing. Was she so anxious that I might change my mind? Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, unparalleled in his lifetime, excluding his past existence. He casually placed the jade pipa into the satchel of his little white horse, which suddenly sneezed, causing the pipa to be enveloped and its radiance to dim. Su Daji, that seemingly cold and frosty woman in white, does Hu Yingluo's essence linger nearby? Ning Yuan exchanged a glance with Daji, and they understood one another's sentiments. My dear, the night is long, and I find myself devoid of sleep. Beautiful one. Then let us engage in another 300 rounds. The small tent began to sway once more under the radiant sunlight. The gentle white horse and the exquisite jade pipa resonated with harmony. Although the 3 fairies still posed a considerable threat, the rewards bestowed by the system were rather pleasing to Ning Yuan's disposition. 2.5 of the 4 great tomes of the Tang dynasty had been unveiled. The reason it was termed as 2.5 is that both the Longevity Sutra and the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic were complete texts, while the Celestial Demon Grand Art was merely one of the components of the Celestial Demon strategy. The remaining portions of the techniques, such as the Demonic Heart Seed Technique, Undying Seal Method, and Celestial Heart Lotus Ring, all originated from the Celestial Demon strategy. It seems that the demonic sect has quite an array of methods. No, they refer to themselves as the Holy Sect. When applied to Su Daji, it becomes a dual cultivation of the sacred and the demonic. Thus, the future techniques for Su Daji were well-rounded. Ning Yuan contemplated in silence. The future Su Daji would be rooted in the Longevity Sutra, Yin. Utilizing the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic as her primary offensive method, with the Celestial Demon Force Field and Dance from the Celestial Demon Grand Art serving as auxiliary. Could it be that Ning Yuan, cultivating the Longevity Sutra, Yang, would be akin to Su Xiling, Ko Zhong, or even Su Daji herself? It seemed promising indeed. As 2 more days passed, 5 miles outside of Chaoga City, the treacherous ministers Fei Zhong and Yu Han, or rather, the esteemed inner court officials, gathered to welcome the newly conferred consort Su into the royal palace. Once entering the palace, the maiden's family name can no longer be used. One cannot overlook that the sister of King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, is called the rightful consort of the Western Palace. Yet she can only be referred to as the Huang family. On one side of the procession, the 2 treacherous inner ministers, the palace guards, and a retinue of maidens. On the other side, Su Chuanzhong and 450 soldiers. The third party, Ning Wulong, the chief steward of the Ning family in Chaoga. Among the onlookers were Ning Yuan and Su Daji, the gentle white horse, and the jade pipa. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the debut of the consort Su, adorned in her royal attire, as she emerged from the carriage. Chapter 58. The new consort enters the palace. The lethality of the white moonlight. The reason Ning Wulong was present was solely due to the message from his nephew, urging a humble citizen's loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, thereby presenting a set of battle robes to the new consort. Finally, as the carriage curtains were drawn open, a profound silence enveloped the area. Fei Zhong and Yu Han were visibly shaken, though only the latter seemed to discern something amiss. Outside, the veiled Su Daji set down her monocular telescope and expressed her concern. Brother Yuan, I suddenly recalled that I had seen him in my childhood. Who? That rather portly, repulsive individual. That must be Yuan. How old were you then? Su Daji pondered for a moment and replied, I believe I was around 6 or 7 years of age, though my memory is hazy. It was during the reign of the late King Di when my father and I visited Chaoga. I think the princess of the Yi family, who later became a princess herself, was playing in the garden, and I encountered that person. Someone had introduced my identity at that time. Ning Yuan reassured her, it's of no consequence. That was a long time ago. Moreover, we have preemptively secured the cooperation of all those we could. The garments and bells sent by Uncle Wu will also play a pivotal role. Su Daji giggled. Hee, Brother Yuan, you are quite mischievous. In the hall, all were awestruck by the beauty and grace of King Zhou's new concubine. Fei Zhong, filled with self-satisfaction, reveled in his role as the imperial envoy. Only Yu Huan quietly approached Su Chuanzhong, whispering, "Is this your sister?" Su Chuanzhong, with an imposing demeanor, replied resolutely, "Indeed, she is my sister. Once the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, today she is the esteemed concubine, Su Daji." Unfortunately, Yu Huan could not perceive the punctuation. With a hint of doubt, Yu Huan reflected carefully, observing the gaze of those present, particularly the visitors from Jizhou. After a moment's contemplation, he could not help but shake his head slightly, lamenting that age had dulled his memory. For the ancients in this world could hardly conceive, or dare to believe, that anyone would risk the crime of deceiving the sovereign, shrouding the truth, and swapping identities. How different it was from the 21st century, where photographs, identification cards, QR codes, and facial recognition rendered imposters powerless to hide. Most importantly, the maiden in the carriage, clad in new garments, was simply breathtaking. Not long after, in the grand hall of the palace, King Zhou sat upon his golden throne, anxiously awaiting. At last, Fei Zhong and Yu Huan entered the hall, kneeling on the ground, their faces alight with joy, each exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The esteemed concubine Su awaits outside. Rejoice, Your Majesty, for today we welcome a beauty." King Zhou was overjoyed. "Summon her," the eunuch proclaimed loudly, announcing the arrival of the esteemed consort Su to meet His Majesty. As the new concubine approached, all held their breath, especially King Zhou, who wore an expression of anticipation. Sunlight cascaded over the 30-tiered jade steps of the hall, while blossoms from the pear trees danced in the wind, drifting towards the imperial path. From behind the hall, the new concubine ascended the white jade steps. Her deep crimson robes, intricately flowing, moved gracefully with her. The hem brushed against the bronze dragon patterns, unfurling like layers of madder-dyed silk, reminiscent of the peach blossoms in full bloom beside Nuwa's palace. The attire from the Warring States period, transcending 5 centuries, appeared in the twilight of the Shang dynasty, causing the observing officials to silently admire. The new concubine possessed the bearing of one destined to be revered by all. Yet, she concealed her youthful beauty within her robes, revealing only her fair legs as she faced the throne. Her hair, unadorned with pearls or jade, was simply tied with a pale yellow ribbon. Strands of hair were sprinkled with pearls, catching the morning light, more lively than a gold hairpin crafted by artisans. Her brows, untouched by embellishment, naturally bore a hint of azure. The silk tassels cascading from her chest swayed gently with her steps, subtly revealing the apricot-hued garment beneath, hinting at her delicate figure, causing the historians in the front row to hurriedly avert their eyes, a drop of ink trembling on their bamboo slips. Ultimately, only King Zhou, DXIN, gazed unabashedly from below, taking in the new concubine in her entirety. She stood barefoot in azure footwear, the red cord bells at her ankles chiming softly with her breath, a sound more enchanting than the ritual bells of the past at Nuwa's palace. As he looked higher, he beheld her slender waist, flat abdomen, and alluring cleavage, culminating in a youthful visage that seemed to whisper to King Zhou, "Your Majesty, after all these years apart, have you forgotten me?" In a moment of reverie, King Zhou found himself transported back a year, as a gentle breeze lifted the curtains, revealing the divine visage of the Empress, gradually merging with the figure of the woman before him. It was as though the ethereal light of his heart's desire had manifested in reality. Overwhelmed with anticipation, King Zhou's nostrils flared, releasing a warm breath that caressed the new concubine's crimson lips. He erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My beloved concubine has arrived." Without hesitation, he swept Su Guifei into his arms and strode toward the inner palace. Within the main hall, the enchanting laughter of the concubine echoed softly. Indeed, the young maiden, in the bloom of youth, transformed into a vision of beauty with but a touch of adornment. Moreover, Hu Yueying's inherent allure was enhanced by her attire, accessories, and the ambience surrounding her, complemented by the innate charm of a nine-tailed fox, which would undoubtedly leave King Zhou utterly entranced. In the natural order of time, the seductive arts of the nine-tailed fox had secured her unmatched favor for 27 years. The captivating essence of her voice, gaze, and movements was beyond the grasp of any mere 16-year-old girl. It could be said that the nine-tailed fox, possessing the essence of any beauty rated 90, would yield an effect exceeding 100. On the mountains beyond Chaoga, overlooking the royal city, Ning Yuan faintly sensed the stirring of the demonic essence within Hu Yueying. Though it left no trace, he had done all that was necessary. Whether through the tinkling of bells mimicking the rituals of the Nuwa Palace or the solemnity of the Warring States robe contrasting with the nine-tailed fox's allure, every action was designed to evoke a psychological response in King Zhou, prompting him to recall the ethereal light that had entered his heart a year prior, and to transfer those affections onto the new arrival before him. The most insidious aspect of this scheme was that even if the original light were to return, it may not surpass the beguiling Hu Yueying, let alone the daughter of the Jizhou Marquis, whom King Zhou had never met. In this grand deception, the one who would ultimately be replaced was the person King Zhou Xian cherished most deeply. As Ning Yuan took one last glance at Chaoga, devoid of any signs of military mobilization, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, silently vowing, "Chaoga, I shall return." Cradling the exquisite Su Daji, he gracefully mounted his steed, and with the sound of hooves echoing, he departed towards the northeast. 3 days later, the imperial decree of King Zhou reverberated throughout the realm, with the blessings of our ancestors and the divination of the shaman. The king proclaims, Su who has raised his daughter well, endowed with martial virtue, and is as vigorous as ever. He is hereby promoted to the rank of Zhongbo Marquis, overseeing 160 marquises. His son, Su Chuanzhong, shall succeed him as the Marquis of Jizhou. Thus it is decreed. The announcement sent shockwaves through the court and the populace alike. Zhongbo Marquis? In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Shang dynasty, Su Hu's eldest son, Su Chuanzhong, inheriting the title of Marquis of Jizhou was one matter. But the real concern for court officials and other lords lay in the origin of the 160 marquises under the jurisdiction of the newly minted Zhongbo Marquis. Where in the great merchant nation can one find 160 marquises to command? Or is it that the sovereign has generously bestowed upon 160 new marquises? Such a notion seems implausible, setting aside the fact that there are not even 160 marquises with military achievements. From whence would these 160 new cities arise? Thus, it is evident that the imperial decree conferring 160 marquises upon the central marquis must have originated from the other 4 grand marquises. It is most probable that each of the 4 houses contributed 40 marquises to the central marquis, resulting in all 5 grand marquises each commanding 160 marquises. For the newly appointed central marquis, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Originally, he was on par with the other 800 marquises in Jizhou, but now he ascends to a superior status. However, for the other marquises, and indeed for the 4 grand marquises, this is a momentous upheaval. Could it be that King Zhou believes the 800 marquises are akin to 800 cattle, to be distributed at his whim? Yet, the common folk are oblivious to such intricacies. They only perceive the dual marquis titles held by the Su family, a manifestation of royal favor. A long poem began to circulate in the city of Chaoga. King Zhou, enamored by beauty, desires to enthrall the realm. The Su family has a daughter coming of age, stirring the hearts of parents everywhere, prioritizing daughters over sons. Central Marquis, Su Hu. Jizhou Marquis, Su Chuanzhong. From this moment, their names resound throughout the land. At this juncture, except for the time traveler, no one is aware that, according to the original history, Su Hu, after rebelling against the Shang, was compelled to offer his daughter. Although his daughter, possessing unparalleled beauty, captivated King Zhou, it merely absolved him of rebellion, restoring him to his former position as Jizhou Marquis, along with an additional 2,000 measures of rice's salary, thus concluding the matter. As for Su Chuanzhong, an insignificant figure, aside from a few fleeting moments of glory in battle against the Marquis of Chaozhou, he later became a burden as a captive, nearly forgotten by King Zhou. Yet now, everything has changed. In other words, the opening act of the divine deification narrative, featuring the 9-tailed fox entering the palace, has proven most beneficial for the time traveler Ning Yuan. Not only has he substituted his fate, seizing the youth of the enchanting Su Daji, who remains unmarried, capturing her heart and essence, he has also gained a marquis brother-in-law and a father-in-law among the grand marquises. However, the royal decree from the Shang king is a matter for later discussion. For, prior to receiving this news, Ning Yuan and the veiled Su Daji encountered another marquis, just as the 9-tailed fox spirit, Hu Yueying, masqueraded as a favored concubine, captivating the aging and lascivious King Zhou. Ning Yuan and Su Daji had yet to depart from the borders of Chaoga, traversing the woodlands. Suddenly, the radiant sun shone upon their little white steed, which came to an abrupt halt as Ning Yuan and Su Daji simultaneously cast their gaze towards a grand tree, beneath which 2 players were engrossed in a game of chess. The legend states that Yao created the game of Go, indicating its existence during the era of Yao and Shan, although later scholars have yet to uncover conclusive archaeological evidence of Go's emergence prior to the spring and autumn period. And the rigorous scientific approach of the Huaxiao people remains cautious regarding this matter. Ning Yuan can presently assert, Go indeed existed during the late Shang dynasty. Thus, the assertion that Yao created Go holds true. One cannot simply claim the heritage of Yao, Shun, and Yu as their own, can they? It is uncertain whether there are even wild men in that region. I digress. Observing the participants of the chess match, Ning Yuan pondered deeply. Generally speaking, those who can play Go nowadays are either refined hermits or nobility, while the struggling common folk or slaves remain blissfully unaware of such pursuits. Thus, on the path that Ning Yuan and Su Daji must take as they prepare to leave the borders of Chaoga, it is indeed curious that someone is engaged in a game of chess in the wilderness. How could this possibly be unrelated to him? Fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade destiny. Dismounting his horse, Ning Yuan gallantly extended a hand toward the veiled Su Daji, aiming for her slender waist. The graceful beauty, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the willow, leaned into his embrace. Consequently, Ning Yuan half embraced, half supported her, as they approached the chess table together. This scene resembled that of a wealthy young master from Chaoga hosting a grand banquet, or perhaps akin to a modern-day affluent heir driving a Ferrari with a newly acquired high school beauty by his side. At this moment, the player on the left side of the board furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in contemplation, while the player on the right appeared even more wrinkled than before. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Ning Yuan's lips. Indeed, the drunken man's intentions lie not in the wine. The peculiar behavior of the players was not merely a game of chess. They were evidently awaiting his arrival. Although Ning Yuan did not comprehend the intricacies of chess, he was adept at discerning human nature. He observed that the player on the left was a refined gentleman in his 30s, exuding an air of cultured sophistication, while the player on the right was an elderly man, aged around 80 or 90, yet full of vitality despite his frailty. Behind each player stood a youth, approximately 11 or 12 years old, with indistinguishable features, clearly twin siblings, silently observing the game and counting the moves. Fortunately, the game had reached its conclusion, and Ning Yuan did not have to wait long. More likely, regardless of whether the match had ended, the moment Ning Yuan arrived, a resolution was inevitable. Indeed, the middle-aged man conceded defeat. Your Excellency, you remain vigorous despite your years. I have lost. The elderly gentleman chuckled, a stroke of luck. The future still belongs to the youth. The middle-aged man turned to Ning Yuan and smiled wryly. I am no longer young. There are even younger individuals here. The elderly man seemed oblivious to the unexpected guest, initially directing his gaze toward the middle-aged player and then to the youth behind him, as if to ascertain the accuracy of their counting. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on Ning Yuan and Su Daji. Despite the apparent cloudiness of his eyes, there was a hidden sharpness, as if he could peer into the depths of one's soul. Suddenly, he casually remarked, the heavens shift and the days change. How do you interpret this, young friend? With merely 8 characters, he stirred the air with profound implications. However, to his disappointment, even with the veil obscuring her features, Su Daji's gaze remained unchanged, still tenderly fixed upon her beloved, as if the 4 individuals beside the chessboard were non-existent. As for Ning Yuan, he exhibited a remarkable composure, even upon hearing an alternative version that resembled a cunning deception. Internally, Ning Yuan rolled his eyes and took the initiative to clasp his fists in greeting, stating, I am Ning Yuan, here with my fiancée. I did not anticipate intruding upon the sage's game. May I inquire your esteemed name, venerable elder? If you wish to impart knowledge, a favor would be appreciated. The elder's eyes instantly gleamed with admiration as he replied with a resonant voice. I am Ji Chong of Shichi. You possess a commendable disposition, young friend. Chapter 60, The Trial from King 1 of Zhou. The host meets the Marquis of Jinshi, Ji Chong, and acquires the Washing Marrow Classic. Would you like to learn it? Learn. The Washing Marrow Classic is currently at level 0, completely uncomprehended. Ning Yuan then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man, who, seeing that his lord had already revealed his identity, did not wish to remain unacknowledged. He clasped his hands in salute and stated, I am San Yixing, honored to meet the esteemed young master of the first merchant in the world. The host meets the Grand Minister San Yixing of the Ji family in Shichi and acquires the Yijinjing. Would you like to learn it? Learn. The Yijinjing is currently at level 0, completely uncomprehended. Both the Shang and Zhou dynasties operated under a feudal system, wherein the vassals did not owe allegiance to the king. Each vassal's minor court possessed its own political framework and appointed officials, as long as they could afford the salaries. This is akin to the noble laws of medieval Europe. The vassal of a vassal is not beholden to the king. Therefore, San Yixing, this so-called Grand Minister, was not dispatched by Chaoga to demand the true princess from Ning Yuan, which left Ning Yuan entirely unperturbed. He was an official of Shichi, unrelated to Chaoga. For instance, the protagonist of the Investiture of the Gods, Jiang Shang, initially descended to Chaoga, serving as a minor official for several years before proceeding to Shiqi. Feigning a recluse while fishing by the river with a straightforward hook, eventually ensnaring the great fish, Ji Chang of Jinqi. Nevertheless, Jiang Taigong's desired target came directly to his door, voluntarily seeking out Ning Yuan, which underscored the adage, different individuals, different fates. Ning Yuan casually clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "My humble family does not dare to claim the title of the best in the world. The Grand Minister should exercise caution," in his words. Ji Chang and San Yixing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Before the assembly of the 800 feudal lords at Chaoga, San Yixing had been appointed as the Grand Minister of the Shiqi court, a decision known only to a select few high-ranking officials such as Ji Boikao, the eldest son of the Marquis, and Ji Fa, the second son. Yet, this Ning Yuan had called it out so effortlessly? Could the intelligence network of the Ning family be that formidable, capable of acquiring even the latest personnel appointments from Shiqi and promptly relaying them to the eldest son? Observing these two, Ning Yuan discreetly tightened his embrace around Su Daji, secretly lamenting, were it not for his presence, the city of Jizhou would be besieged by the forces of the northern Marquis Chong Hohu and the western Marquis Ji Chang before the Grand Minister San Yixing entered the city to persuade Su Hu to surrender and offer his daughter. As of now, King Zhou has acquired a new concubine, and the city of Jizhou remains untouched by the ravages of war. Su Daji still resides beside Ning Yuan, yet unexpectedly encounters Ji Chang and San Yixing, both intricately linked to this affair. Is it truly fate that possesses a corrective power? As the winds of fortune conspire, all the remarkable heroes of both civil and martial prowess from the original tale make their grand appearances, becoming the reward extraction mechanism for Ning Yuan. Not wishing to squander any further time, Ning Yuan directly inquired, "Esteemed elders, have you intentionally awaited my arrival? What wisdom do you wish to impart?" He deliberately refrained from mentioning his fiancée to avoid appearing overly contrived. However, in the presence of Su Daji and anticipating the future king Wen of Zhou and his esteemed ministers, Ning Yuan felt a delightful sense of mocking fate. Regrettably, Su Daji, veiled and quietly playing the role of a decorative figure, offered no solace. In truth, there was no cause for concern, for in this world, Ji Chang and San Yixing had never encountered the daughter of Su Hu. It seemed entirely reasonable for the eldest son of the esteemed Ning family to ride forth and revel in the beauty of nature, accompanied by a lovely maiden. Even under the guise of being betrothed to Su Daji, with the rights of Zhou yet unestablished, love between men and women is but a natural inclination. Ji Chang then spoke, "Young Master Ning, are you aware that prior to the April audience in Chaoga, I divined using turtle shells and discerned signs of impending conflict, suggesting that the king would dispatch me to battle? I pondered deeply, and with the pacification of the North Sea, I heard of the Grand Tutor's exploits. In other regions, tranquility reigns, and thus I remained troubled, uncertain where strife might arise." Pausing for breath, Ji Chang seemed to embody the weariness of age. San Yixing interjected with a smile. "During my studies, I often stated that one cannot defy the will of heaven, yet human effort can prevail against it. The example of Yu taming the waters stands testament to this. I advised the Lord not to distress himself. Indeed, there were no hostilities in Chaoga. Just yesterday, the king decreed that the lords must vacate Chaoga within 10 days. Ji Chang shook his head. "My divinations have consistently proven accurate, with only the process varying. However, last night, after bathing and burning incense, I rose this morning to find the omens altered, transforming into the phrase 'the heavens and the sun shall shift.' In ancient times, when diviners or astrologers beheld such celestial signs, they inevitably associated them with the ruler." As he uttered these 4 words, Ji Chang's murky eyes fixed intently upon Ning Yuan. Recently, the singular momentous event concerning the human king is the ascendance of the new favored concubine, the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, Su. Moreover, the 5th son of the Ning household was present at the welcoming ceremony for the concubine, leading me to form certain conjectures and conduct another divination. The signs indicate it is propitious in the northeast. Thus, the old man and his strategists set forth lightly, indulging in a leisurely outing during the summer, playing a game of chess. Indeed, this led to the arrival of the eldest son of the Ning family. Breathing heavily, Ji Chang exclaimed, "I hope, young friend, that you do not disappoint this old man." Ji Chang's mastery of the Zhou-Tian Bagua was astonishing. Ning Yuan, through meticulous calculations and the thorough utilization of all available resources, executed a covert exchange of fate. Neither the members of the Su family nor the nine-tailed fox, Hu Yueying, nor even his own stronghold, the Ning family, were privy to the full extent of this scheme. Only he held dominion over the grand design. Ultimately, amidst the bewilderment of all, King Zhou attained his beloved. Hu Yueying successfully entered the palace. The Su family produced 2 marquises, and the Su woman defied the odds to alter her destiny. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan acquired the unparalleled beauty that is Su Daji. Everyone possesses a radiant future. Is it not preferable to part ways amicably? Henceforth, Ning Yuan shall take Su Daji and Sword of Freedom, first paying his respects to the Su couple in Jizhou, then returning home with his fiancée to meet his parents. Ultimately, they shall dwell quietly in Shintangwan, cherishing a few years of blissful seclusion, content to live as lovebirds, unenvying the immortal life, before addressing the chaos wrought by the demonic child and the turmoil of the malevolent peach of longevity. Yet, just as the celestial switch was successfully executed, out sprang Ji Chong, proclaiming, "I have discerned the omens. The king shall soon bestow titles upon his consorts. And the Ning family is implicated in this matter. Furthermore, I have foreseen a curious occurrence in the northeast, where I observed the young master Ning lurking outside Chaoga City. An act most suspicious, especially with a captivating young lady veiled by his side. Thus, what shall you say in your defense? Indeed, the oracle stands as the mightiest in the assembly. No matter how cunning or articulate one may be, they cannot rival the oracle's profound revelations. Ji Chong's divination does not offer direct answers, but provides a pathway for contemplation. Coupled with his own sagacity and the presence of an astute strategist, he invariably weaves every thread of evidence into a coherent narrative. In this world, does one truly require proof to cast aspersions? As long as Ji Chong presents his insights to King Zhou, he need not trap Ning Yuan in this manner. Most crucially, the future King Wen of Zhou has never been a loyal subject of King Zhou of Shang. Chapter 61. The debate with Ji Chong, as the saying goes. Time is of the essence. This applies not only to action, but also to contemplation. Ning Yuan remained silent for a moment, fully aware that the greatest trial had arrived since his journey from Jizhou. A single misstep in his response might safeguard Su Daji, yet he himself would forfeit his autonomy, becoming a mere pawn. However, to regain the initiative, he must not yield to Ji Chang's inquiries. To the outside observer, Ning Yuan appeared to ponder little, bowing gracefully and responding with composure. Elder, if fate is ascertained for humankind, does this pertain to our species as a whole or to individuals? You inquire about conspiracies, and I shall reply with grand truths. Surely, Ji Chong has never partaken in a university debate. As anticipated, Ji Chong's eyes sparkled with insight upon hearing this. And after clearing his throat twice, he insisted, "Continue." Ning Yuan smiled lightly and commenced his performance. Earlier, the esteemed minister mentioned the efforts of DU in managing the floods, a notion I wholeheartedly endorse. Simultaneously, he offered a respectful gesture towards Sen Yixing, ostensibly in gratitude, yet providing the young man an opportunity to shine. San Yixing's eyes brightened, and he felt an immediate fondness. Since the dawn of creation, from Pangu's separation of heaven and earth to Nuwa's mending of the sky and crafting of humanity, our race has persevered through arduous paths. In the face of nature's adversities, calamities, plagues, and famines, we united as one, navigating through the eras of the 3 sovereigns, gradually forming tribes and nations. Ultimately, it all distills down to the essence of unity. Together, we stand strong. Ji Chong and San Yixing relished the final 6 words, their eyes brightening in profound agreement. Ning Yuan continued, however, the elements of wind, fire, water, earth, and the timing of heaven are all predetermined. The affairs of human marriage are inscribed in the annals. Birth, aging, illness, and death are recorded in the ledger. If this is the case, what purpose do we serve, if not to simply recline and accept our fate? The annals referred to the fabled Mandarin duck register, symbolizing the red thread of fate woven by the celestial matchmaker, while the ledger denoted the book of life and death in the netherworld. Both dictate the destinies of mortals. It is indeed laughable that due to a haphazard pairing in the register, Deng Chanyu was forced to unite with a hideous old man over a century old. Even Princess Longji had to humbly marry a defeated foe. How absurd. Ning Yuan nearly tore the page in disgust upon reading this. Its repulsion was akin to a beloved aunt marrying a man like Yin Jiping or Gong Sunji. Ning Yuan's expression was somewhat convoluted, a reflection of his limited eloquence. Nonetheless, this colloquial style intrigued the audience with its refreshing candor and succinctness. Observing Ji Chong and San Yixing nodding, Ning Yuan continued, elders should know. The rise of humanity is indeed a decree of heaven's will. Yet, I contend that the fortunes of the human race and the fates of individuals are distinctly separate. Life is but a fleeting century, regardless of one's rank. All return to a mere handful of earth, their souls to drink the Mengpa soup. Crossing the bridge of forgetfulness, reincarnating and erasing past lives, a cycle from which even the greatest heroes cannot escape. Humanity trudges forward, perpetually repeating its mistakes. This is the lament of human history. Had luminaries like Einstein, Newton, and Qian Shuisen been granted even a fraction of the longevity of celestial beings, the ultimate truths of the universe might have been unveiled by them. Thus, I assert, while humanity may prosper, each individual's fate seems tightly bound by an unseen hand. Akin to a puppet controlled by strings, deprived of freedom. The puppet metaphor alludes to shadow puppetry, where each character is maneuvered by strings, shackled in their existence. Ji Chang and San Yixing were visibly moved, their countenances reflecting uncertainty and despondency. However, Ning Yuan shifted his tone. But can we truly attribute our current prosperity solely to destiny? Is it merely a matter of fate? Absolutely not. Every inch of land is stained with blood. Today, as the demon tribes retreat, the dragon clan conceals itself, and the celestial beings scatter, it is only we, the human race, who occupy this vast expanse of land. It cannot simply be said that humanity is destined to rise. It is the relentless efforts of countless righteous souls that have forged our present. The path of heaven is not to be relied upon, nor the way of the immortals. Only humanity stands as our sole bastion of support. The audience was visibly stirred. After a lengthy silence, Ji Chang and San Yixing erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming in unison, "The younger generation is indeed formidable." Ji Chang then inquired, "My young friend, what are your insights regarding the realm of the Yin and Shang?" Ning Yuan recognized that the pivotal moment had arrived. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "A fierce blaze consumes the oil, yet the strength to continue wanes. We may witness the resurgence of the old tales of Xiajia. Rest assured, I fear not your recording and reporting." This old man, in his pursuit to recruit talents for his own West Qi, has even encroached upon the son-in-law of the Marquis of Jizhou. Hearing this, San Yixing was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Your words resonate exactly with my own sentiments. Does the noble scion of the Ning family harbor grand ambitions to assist a wise ruler and restore humanity?" Ning Yuan remained silent for a moment, deliberately tightening his embrace around Su Daji's waist, and with a smile, remarked, "Though I lack talent, I am content to be a mandarin duck, coveting not the immortals." San Yixing expressed his disappointment. Women only serve to impede the speed of one's thoughts. However, Ji Chang appeared contemplative, gazing into the star-like beauty concealed beneath Su Daji's veil, nodding gently, lost in thought. After a pause, Ning Yuan continued, "A civilization devoid of humanity is utterly meaningless. I have heard that the Marquis of Shibua has 99 sons, contributing tremendously to our human cause. I am most curious about the secret to his progeny." Ahem. Ji Chang coughed violently, while San Yixing appeared pensive. A civilization without humanity is indeed meaningless? Such straightforward words resonate profoundly. How is it that every utterance from this young master of the Ning family is so logically sound, yet easily comprehensible? If one were to conquer the world by slaughtering all, what value would human civilization hold? None. It is said that in ancient times, during the battle between witches and demons, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked, precisely because the vast numbers of the weak human race struggled to survive, ultimately becoming masters of the land. And where are the scarce witch and demon races now? Yet, Ning Yuan maintained his smile. The legend of the Marquis of Shibua's 100 sons is indeed a great omen for the West Qi. Yet, Ning Yuan knew that statistically, the probability of having 100 sons is 12 raised to the power of 100. The numerator is 1, while the denominator is 12, 630, or 126 yadas. By the way, 1 yada is followed by 28 zeros. This denominator is larger than the number of years since Pangu split the heavens and the earth. Thus, it can be concluded that the probability of Ji Chang siring 100 sons approaches 0. Mathematics is the truth of the universe and will never deceive. Even among golden immortals, 1 plus 1 will forever equal 2. There must be some hidden intrigue in West Qi, though not explicitly stated. Ning Yuan hinted at using this secret to negotiate the Marquis of Shibua's non-interference in the future of the Ning family, which certainly includes Ning Xiao and his lady. Indeed, Ji Chang clapped his hands and said, "The younger generation is formidable." This marked the second time he uttered the same phrase. However, rather than addressing Ning Yuan's skepticism, He glanced at the two young attendants who had finished arranging the chess pieces and stood silently, saying, "In that case, my young friend, I entrust you with these twins. How shall we proceed?" The final rhetorical question was accompanied by an overwhelming pressure akin to that experienced by an ordinary woodcutter confronting a fierce tiger in the forest. The tiger, having just dozed off, half closed its eyes, fixating on the unsuspecting meal that had wandered into its grasp. Ji Chong, being the Marquis of Shibua and the future King Wen of Zhou, spoke and acted with the dignity of one in power. What seemed like a proposal was, in truth, a matter of no debate. The twins, treated as mere commodities, bore calm expressions, as if accepting their master's every arrangement, resigned to the predetermined fate of mortals, or perhaps to a chaotic tapestry of entangled destinies. Ning Yuan, with a hint of disdain in his heart, exclaimed in astonishment, "My lord, it is rather inconvenient for me and my humble companion to travel with a child." Ji Chong, restored to his amiable elder self, responded with a smile. Take another look at the two of them. Upon closer inspection, Ning Yuan discovered that the twin sisters possessed delicate features, smooth necks, and subtly rounded chests, resembling a pair of blossoming flowers. If the sisters were to accompany his newly betrothed, who had just broken free from her previous engagement, it would not be entirely unacceptable, especially since her personal maid had defected and left her without attendants. Yet, even if he were to select new attendants, why must they be the sugary temptations sent by Ji Chong? Ning Yuan would not allow his rationality to be clouded by desire. After all, they were merely two young girls. No matter how desperate he felt, he would never stoop to the level of certain infamous figures who preyed upon the innocent. Moreover, was the pure-hearted maiden Su Daji truly unattractive or lacking in grace? Ning Yuan clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "I fail to grasp your intentions, my lord, and I humbly beseech you for clarification. Otherwise, I must respectfully decline your command." His meaning was clear. He required a justifiable reason that would convince him, or else the matter was closed. It was absurd. His household was not a nursery for just anyone to be thrust upon him. The same could be said for the fox demon concubine and the West Bee, both of whom had sent women and female demons his way. While Hu Luo was a quiet presence, nestled within his belongings like a benevolent jade pipa, Ji Chong's offering of two young girls would necessitate his care and sustenance. The West Bee Ji Chong sighed. Twins are considered inauspicious. Their mother perished during childbirth. My wife, Taiji, could not bear the thought of her friend's lineage ceasing. Thus she raised them as maidservants. To avoid the world discovering their twin status, they share a single name, Yunzhao. Under Ji Chong's description, the two little girls, sharing a name, maintained a serene expression as if they had already accepted their fate of being passed from one master to another. Ancient beliefs held that twins, with identical destinies, would bring misfortune upon each other, leading to the grim necessity of drowning one to spare the other. The death of the mother during childbirth rendered the twins all the more pitiable. San Yixing remarked, "The world is filled with ignorance. My lord bears a heavy burden, and I admire you greatly." Yet, Ning Yuan remained speechless. He understood that the notion of 100 sons being auspicious was nothing but a ruse. Even if 99 sons were born, the last one would be an adopted child, Laziency. Statistically, such an occurrence was utterly implausible. Thus, there was only one possibility. Ji Chong had cheated. Ji Chong had only one legitimate wife, Taiji, yet numerous concubines, publicly acknowledged to number 24. The so-called King of Shang, known for his misrule, was a profound irony. The sovereign, ostentatiously surrounded by 3 women, had now increased to 4. And compared to the West Bee, he was hardly significant. Consequently, as long as Ji Chong had a sufficiently large number of concubines to bear 200 or 300 children, he would inevitably achieve the 100 sons. After all, no one knew the identities of Ji Chong's concubines, their true numbers, or their whereabouts. It was entirely plausible that Ji Chong secretly maintained a vast harem of female slaves dedicated to bearing his children. After all, with Ji Chang's vigorous disposition, what was wrong with him fathering children at will? For instance, the man with the most children in history is Sultan Moulay Ismail of the Alawite dynasty in Morocco, who fathered a staggering 867 offspring, comprising 525 sons and 342 daughters. Is it not permissible for the illustrious King Wen of Zhou to have a few more children? In any case, among the countless women of Ji Chong, only those who bore sons could elevate their status and become recognized concubines. As for the others, should they give birth to daughters, those infants would be disposed of, and the women would be treated merely as vessels for reproduction until they finally produced male heirs. If fate were particularly unkind, and they continued to bear only daughters, they would be relegated to the status of female slaves until they too met a similar fate. As for the newborn girls, those fortunate enough might find themselves adopted by benevolent families or serve as maids, perhaps even as attendants to Ji Chang's legitimate wife, while those less fortunate might meet an untimely demise. Ning Yuan's thoughts raced, and he quickly responded, "Why me? Is this also divined by the boho?" "Not at all," replied Ji Chang with a smile. "It is because of your affection. They shall become your concubines or female slaves, subject to your whims." The old fox's grin was truly nauseating. What? Is he offering up daughters? This man must be 85 years old. And those two little girls are merely a little over 10, suggesting Ji Chang retained his virility at 75? The crux of the matter is, could he still be productive at that age? In summary, Ji Chang's preference for sons had reached a grotesque extreme. Daughters born into his household were indeed cursed with misfortune. They did not come into this world of their own volition, and before they could even open their eyes, they were clandestinely disposed of, sent away, or abandoned as if they had never existed. Alternatively, as illustrated in Ji Chang's recent story, they might be falsely claimed as the illegitimate daughters of a lawful wife's friend, raised as maids to serve him. Perhaps initially, it was merely Ji Chang's own bias towards sons, but eventually, in light of the prophecy of Fengming Qishan, the upper echelons of Western Qi unanimously accepted the notion of 100 sons as an auspicious sign. This concept of 100 sons is not a blessing or a curse. The deities governing reproduction have yet to be officially recognized. Even if a sage possessed such power to manipulate probabilities to the extent of 1 in 126, would they be so idle as to intervene in the affairs of Western Qi? This scenario merely represents a human-imposed gender selection. Ning Yuan had no tangible evidence to substantiate this theory. However, the boho had no proof to assert whether the beautiful women surrounding Ning Yuan were Su Daji or someone else. Yet it did not prevent him from posing a threat to Ning Yuan. Similarly, Ning Yuan merely needed to subtly propagate his suspicions to the court of Chaoga, among the 800 feudal lords, or even to the 4 great Bo house, and naturally, someone would be able to provide evidence of Western Qi's deceit. Thus, at this moment, Ji Chang, devoid of any other resources, was compelled to offer the pair of twin sisters as a bargaining chip with Ning Yuan. They understood each other without words. To put it more plainly, he intended to use the illegitimate daughters of a nobleman as female slaves to placate Ning Yuan, who appeared to be more enamored with beauty than power. The notion alone is enough to stir any man's blood, suppressing the vulgar thoughts within. Ning Yuan observed the expressions of the two young girls, noticing that when Ji Chang decided their fate, the two exhibited no sorrow, only tranquility and submission, as if they had grown accustomed to their plight. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within him. This abhorrent institution of slavery. Chapter 63. In the name of stars and moon. Ning Yuan was neither a saint nor hypocritical, nor was he a proponent of false morality. Otherwise, he would not have so readily offered Su Daji's maidservant to the nine-tailed fox for possession. He, along with the Ning family behind him, were beneficiaries of the slave system. After all, who excavated the vast quantities of sand needed for glass production? The steel sword in his hand was forged from, or that had been tirelessly mined by slaves. Were it not for coal's lack of technical barriers, easily extracted for burning, the northeastern coal mines would have long been worked by the Ning family's slaves. Coal mines were indeed the most perilous of pits. Ning Yuan's opposition was not to the concept of slavery itself, but rather to the denial of humanity to slaves, and the barbaric practice of living sacrifice. These two practices were, regrettably, the most prevalent among the slave masters of his time. Even King Zhou was somewhat better, having abolished the practice of slave sacrifice. This led to a scandal during the reign of King Yi, where the absence of slaves at the burial of the late king was deemed a violation of ancestral customs, becoming a rallying cry for the future King Wu's campaign against Zhou. At this moment, Ning Yuan felt a profound injustice for the fate of the twin sisters, as well as indignation towards the heinous actions of the West B. From a young age, Ning Yuan had never even had a maid. This lack of experience led to a whimsical creation of various maid costumes, nurse outfits, and kipeos during his second life, all of which lay gathering dust in his private study. This detail, however, is trivial. What truly matters is the patriarchal society where the status of women is woefully inferior to that of men. Even the daughters of lords, counts, and even royalty are often reduced to mere tools for marriage and procreation. While Ning Yuan had no intention of igniting a women's liberation movement within this enslaved society, he secretly harbored aspirations of becoming a seraph, adorned with 12 pairs of wings. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished to regard women as flesh and blood beings. rather than mere commodities or breeding machines. Finally, Ning Yuan inquired, "What are your thoughts, you two?" Indeed, they were human, descendants of the ancient goddess Nuwa. The two maidens replied in unison, "We shall obey Lord B's commands. From now on, you are our master. We greet you, master." Synchronously, could they possess some form of telepathy? Ning Yuan maintained a stoic demeanor. "Do not call me master, kneel." The twin maidens approached him, one on each side, and simultaneously knelt before him, silent, awaiting their new master's instructions. They bowed thrice, obediently sharing the same name. Rising, then kneeling again, they bowed thrice once more. The twins, originally named Yun Zhao, complied without a hint of impatience, as if they would continue to kneel and bow at Ning Yuan's command until the end of time. After 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, Ning Yuan declared, "Call me master." "Master," he continued, "today, I shall take you both as my disciples and will bestow upon you new names. Who among you is the elder sister and who is the younger sister?" The girl on the left replied, "I am the elder sister." "I am the younger sister," said the other. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan made his decision. "Your name shall be Yao Yu," pointing to the girl on the left. The elder sister responded, "I, Xiao Nu, am Yao Yu. I thank my master for the bestowed name." Lian Xing, the younger sister added, "I, Xiao Nu, am Lian Xing. I thank my master for the bestowed name." The pairing of Ming Yugong with Yao Yu and Lian Xing seemed to be a twist of fate. However, Ji Chong and San Yisheng found great interest in witnessing Ning Yuan's disciple ceremony, feeling it was both amusing and meaningful. Upon hearing the names, they were moved. They are merely 2 female servants. Could they not have received simpler names like Xiao Chao or Bai Yun? Must they bear such splendid names? Yao Yu and Lian Xing. These names, concealing stars and harboring the moon, seemed more befitting of a noble princess than mere servants. Little did they know, the daughter of the master of the flower-moving palace was far more formidable. Regardless of how the West Beau Marquis and his confidant perceived it, Ning Yuan ultimately proclaimed. As for surnames, with parents absent, having been born and nurtured by the earth, what surname do they have? Rise. The twin lowly Yao Yu and Lian Xing simultaneously replied, "We thank our master," and rose accordingly. Ning Yuan then bowed respectfully to the aging West Beau Marquis Ji Chong, leading the 3 girls and guiding the white horse as they proceeded northeast, circumventing the chessboard. The little white horse lamented, "Once again, I shall bear the burden." Observing the retreating figures of the 4 and their steed, San Yisheng's expression turned grave, inquiring, "My lord, what of that masked woman?" The West Beau Marquis Ji Chong chuckled lightly, "An unknown individual, the young wife of Ning." The student remained perplexed, questioning the significance of the day. 7 years of calamity. This child is a variable. The 7-year calamity was a divination result Ji Chong had once drawn for himself, though he remained uncertain of its implications. However, due to the presence of the esteemed young Master Ning, the ominous signs of war seemed to transform into a shift of fortunes, compelling Ji Chong to prepare for the omens of the future, culminating in today's events. Originally, Ji Chang's script read, "Decapitate, kneel, behave like a dog," yet unexpectedly, it evolved into a sharp debate, ultimately leaving Ji Chong at a disadvantage. For the West Qi, the secret of the 100 Suns' auspicious signs was far more critical than the foremost merchant in the realm. Thus, the West Beau Marquis found himself compelled to send forth his most cherished and exquisite female servants' twin daughters to win over Ning Yuan. San Yisheng inquired further, "Is there a chance to bring the Ning family into our fold?" The Ning family, with its branches scattered across the 800 cities of the Great Shang, had long been regarded as a prime prize by the various lords. With the support of the Ning clan, the West Qi would find it challenging not to thrive. Alas, the main branch of the Ning family remained secluded in the remote Qintang Pass, far beyond the reach of the feudal lords, who could only gaze upon them in longing. The West Beau Marquis shook his head. I wished to offer him a favor, to forge a union, yet unexpectedly, he did not succumb to such temptations, but rather accepted them as disciples. It is indeed a surprise. Concealing stars and harboring the moon, Yao Yu and Lian Xing? Unfathomable. Very well, very well. Yisheng, the student is present. The order was given to the soldiers to pack their belongings and return to the Western Qi. Acknowledged. Moments later, from the forest behind them emerged a formidable contingent of warriors, the household guards of the Western Prince Ji Chong, numbering 1,000 strong. Their presence was as steadfast as a mountain and their movements as graceful as a forest. This was indeed the mightiest force under King Zhou, the army of the Western Prince, Ji Chong. Though currently, the Grand Master Wenzhong was leading a northern campaign, King Zhou still commanded 200,000 troops in the vicinity of Chaoga. Yet, The 1,000 soldiers from Western Qi remained silently concealed outside the city, their training evident in their discipline. This would ultimately be a fundamental reason for the rise of the Western Zhou and the demise of the Shang within the next 30 years. As Ning Yuan bid farewell to Ji Chang and San Yishang, the bright sunshine made the little white horse feel as though the sky had collapsed. On its back, from head to tail, sat Yao Yu, Su Daji, Ning Yuan, and Lian Xing. Without considering the weight, the sheer length of their connected forms occupied the entirety of the horse's back. Fortunately, both Ning Yuan and Su Daji were of tall stature, and the two little girls were small enough to fit comfortably. Yao Yu and Lian Xing appeared to be experiencing horseback riding for the first time, too timid to open their eyes. Chapter 64. Arrival at Wind Cloud Town. Yao Yu nestled tightly into Su Daji's embrace, resting her head against her soft bosom, while Lian Xing clung to Ning Yuan's robust waist, fearful of being tossed off. Eventually, Ning Yuan decided to secure the four of them together with a rope, fashioning a safety harness that provided the two little girls with a sense of security. Gathering their courage, Yao Yu and Lian Xing opened their eyes, curiously watching the retreating shadows of the trees. What you perceive as the trees moving backward is merely a result of your own frame of reference. If we consider the stationary Earth as our reference point, it is we who are advancing forward. Thus, in motion, it is crucial to establish an appropriate reference point. Noticing the two little girls' initial shyness, Ning Yuan, with nothing else to occupy his time, began to explain the concepts of relative and absolute velocity, transmitting his voice through his energy to the ears of the three girls, while also diverting attention from the allure of holding beauty close. The fully developed, pure-hearted maiden was indeed a walking enchantress. Fortunately, the presence of the two little girls alleviated the potential for unrestrained antics between Ning Yuan and Su Daji on the horse's back. The little white horse, unaware of the future phenomena of vehicular intimacy, trotted along the eastern Lu Avenue and soon arrived at Windcloud Town. In the town, they replenished their supplies and procured a complete set of new clothing and shoes for Yao Yu and Lian Xing, discarding the slave garments that had been sent from Western Qi. Now rejuvenated, Yao Yu and Lian Xing bore the appearance befitting the personal attendants of the world's foremost merchant's young wife, adorned in exquisite silk garments and embroidered soft-soled shoes. Their hair styled in twin buns, the girls radiated a lively and sprightly charm, starkly contrasting their previous demeanor as slaves in Western Qi. However, their grace, expressions, and speech had yet to catch up. They remained timid, addressing Ning Yuan as master and referring to themselves as little slaves. Thus, Ning Yuan, feeling helpless, began to correct their forms of address, insisting that they refer to themselves by their names rather than as little servants. Did you understand? Xiao Yao Yu comprehended. Yao Yu was the first to amend her speech. Lian Xing understood as well. Following her sister's lead, Lian Xing changed her manner of address. Only then was Ning Yuan satisfied. After departing from Fengyun Town, Ning Yuan guided the little white horse, traversing over 10 miles until he came across a residence, at which point he turned the horse's head northward. There, he beheld the plaque bearing the name, Grand Preceptor's Mansion. This was the abode where Shang Rong would reside upon his retirement. Regrettably, this system did not function as a check-in system. As the sun rose and set, and the stars shifted in the heavens, Ning Yuan, Daji, Yao Yu, and Lian Xing journeyed northward, traversing Yin Prefecture and heading straight for Ji Prefecture. Whenever they were not pressed for time, Ning Yuan took the opportunity to impart martial arts to Su Daji and his two female disciples. The teachings imparted to Yao Yu and Lian Xing were, of course, the Mingyu Gong. Meanwhile, Su Daji practiced the Ci Hang Sword Classic and the Heavenly Demon Technique. Yao Yu and Lian Xing, being at the tender age of development, were obedient and understanding, unaware of the concept of a master-disciple relationship, still perceiving Ning Yuan merely as their master, obediently following his commands. It must be said that the presence of the two diligent young girls made Ning Yuan and Su Daji's journey back home considerably more comfortable. Many trivial matters required no instruction, as the two little girls managed everything adeptly, their servitude skills impeccable. Even when their initial attempts did not align with Su Daji's preferences, the twin sisters would promptly rectify their actions and improve on the next try, as if they feared their new master might reject them or gift them away. Ning Yuan reassured them with words, "You are my disciples. I would never abandon you." Yet, the twins remained steadfast in their own ways. One day, after setting up camp, Yao Yu and Lian Xing voluntarily took on tasks. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged in the small tent while Su Daji, resembling a cat, napped on her master's lap. Idly toying with the finely crafted steel sword from modern craftsmanship, curiously inquired, why must they refer to themselves by their names? It feels rather peculiar. In psychological terms, referring to oneself by name is a form of self-affirmation. I hope they develop a greater sense of self-awareness and comfort rather than continuing to see themselves as slaves. Su Daji, multitasking, pondered thoughtfully, and with a charming smile, remarked, "Oh, my husband, you are quite remarkable. I admire you." Su Daji had not forgotten that she currently bore no name. Ning Yuan tenderly brushed his fingers against the youthful maiden's slightly blushing cheek, saying gently, "When we return to Ji Prefecture City, we shall have your father and mother-in-law bestow upon you a new name." "Yes, my husband. I desire to taste the candied hawthorn you make," she replied. Ning Yuan responded, "My dear girl, is this candied hawthorn truly appropriate? Besides, are you not already enjoying some? Why ask me? Then, let the music play on. Let the dance continue." In short, the twins, possessing simple hearts and unwavering focus, diligently practiced the Ming Gong, thus making swift progress. Su Daji adeptly cultivates 3 unparalleled martial arts, which might appear to be a flaw. However, she engages in dual cultivation with her fiancé day after day. The latter possesses a remarkable advantage, not only enhancing the longevity technique, but also elevating his fiancé's prowess through their shared practice. In the future, he could even expend his skill points to assist Su Daji in breaking through her martial limits. This very reason propels Su Daji's advancement in mastering these 3 extraordinary martial arts far more swiftly than Yao Yu and Lian Xing, who focus solely on the Mingyu technique. Perhaps another factor contributes to this. Each night, the twin sisters residing in their small tent hear the breathless moans from the adjacent tent, which are both enticing and tinged with a semblance of pain and pleasure. The source of these sounds is Su Daji. No, she is referred to as the master by her students. Fortunately, the twins, being quite young, remain oblivious to the true meaning behind those sounds, akin to children who inadvertently witness their parents' affectionate moments without comprehension or concern. They soon delve into their own internal cultivation, which resembles a form of meditation akin to a light slumber. By diligently practicing their martial arts through the night, followed by a brief rest, they ensure they wake up rejuvenated for the following day. With his fiancée and female disciples' training arranged, Ning Yuan dedicates the remaining time to his own progress. Returning from the outskirts of Chaogu to Jizhou City, he could have arrived in merely 2 or 3 days at the speed of the snow-white steed. However, burdened with excessive weight and constrained by the circumstances of his honeymoon, its potential was severely limited. During this period, Ning Yuan took advantage of the system's enhancements to specialize in a singular technique, the Northern Underworld Divine Skill, which allows him to absorb the demonic energy of the monstrous races. Accompanying him is a 1,000-year-old demoness, the Jade Stone Pipa spirit, Hu Ing Luo, a pure and simple creature, albeit not necessarily sweet, who remains in her original form, nestled within a satchel by the horse's belly. After more than 20 days, the system announces, host's Northern Underworld Divine Skill has reached peak level 10, deliberately prolonging his journey. Ning Yuan maximized his cultivation of the Northern Underworld Divine Skill before finally laying eyes upon Jizhou City. However, he refrained from immediately draining the Jade Stone Pipa spirit dry, for Hu Ing Luo had yet to cause any tangible destruction, and keeping such a naive, unassuming spy demoness at his side might prove pivotal in the future, perhaps even for executing a counter-scheme. Thus, he decided to observe the situation further. Although he arrived at Jizhou City's outskirts at dusk, Ning Yuan opted against entering the city. Instead, he rode to a secluded valley outside the East Gate, the very place where he once shared a private moment with Su Daji. Upon seeing the familiar scenery, Su Daji felt a surge of sweetness within her heart, soft and tender, wishing fervently to press every inch of her delicate skin against Ning Yuan's body. Ning Yuan specifically instructed Yao Yu and Lian Xing not to sleep soundly together that night. The twins, though puzzled, obediently complied. As the night deepened and the hour grew late, Ning Yuan left the 2 maidens and the little white horse behind. Seizing the opportunity of the ever-thickening darkness, he hoisted Su Daji onto his back and employed the graceful skill of Lingbo Weibu. The towering city walls of Jizhou appeared as mere flat ground beneath his feet as he leapt into the city. With remarkable speed, he made his way directly to the Marquis's residence. Unbeknownst to him, after their departure from the valley, a wisp of blue smoke emerged from the white horse's satchel, coalescing into the form of a beautiful woman, the Jade Pipa spirit, Hu Ing Luo. This ethereal beauty, or rather, enchanting demon, whose face was once as cold as ice, instantly transformed as she muttered through gritted teeth, "Humph. My elder sister has tasked me with closely monitoring you, yet you abandoned me? Sneaking out at this hour surely harbors a sinister plot." Does Miss Ingluo not possess the means to track you down? With that, she abruptly turned to face the little white horse, only to find it gazing back at her. In a fit of irritation, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Keep that up, and I shall devour you." The little white horse let out a baffling neigh, seemingly mocking her. This surreal exchange between the demon and the horse inevitably raised the alertness of the twin maidens. "Why did Baishuane?" Yuanyue asked cautiously. "Could someone be approaching?" Lianqing added. Suddenly, two small heads peeked out from behind the curtain, only to witness a fleeting white shadow. "There are ghosts," echoed the terrified screams of the twin maidens within the silent valley, accompanied by the little white horse's mocking whinnies, which seemed to resonate with laughter. In Jizhou City, at the Marquis's residence, Su Daji exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Yuan, we have returned." Upon seeing the familiar gate, she felt as though she had traversed through time. Little did she know, without Ning Yuan's intervention, she would never have returned in this lifetime. "Come, let me take you back to your family." Ning Yuan jested. Su Daji understood and shot him a playful glance, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. They stealthily made their way to the quarters of the Marquis and his wife. Outside the door, Ning Yuan deliberately suppressed his aura, awakening her future parents-in-law, awaiting their startled response to open the door. Su Daji immediately rushed into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, it's me, Daji." The two women wept tears of joy, yet were mindful to stifle their cries. Once a favored concubine in the royal palace, Su Daji had to seek the king's permission even for a brief visit home, a privilege known as a familial visit. Although she had complete faith in Ning Yuan, Mrs. Su had long prepared herself for such a possibility. Yet, she never anticipated that her son-in-law would actually bring her daughter back. How could Mrs. Su not express her genuine emotions? At the same time, her gratitude towards Ning Yuan was immense. Inside, Su Daji and her mother shared their heartfelt reunion, while the future father-in-law and Ning Yuan conversed quietly outside. As soon as they settled, Su could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired, "Son-in-law, what is the situation?" Just days ago, Chun Jizhen returned with a maid, mentioning that Xiao Ling had betrayed her master and was executed. The remaining maids are suspected of complicity, and all were ordered to return to Jizhou. I sensed that something was amiss, yet I remained under your and Xuanzhong's control, merely placing the maids under house arrest. Ning Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Although Su was impulsive, he had been a lord for many years and possessed a keen ability to perceive subtlety. Su continued, "Today, I received a decree from the king, proclaiming that I have educated my daughter well, and thus I am bestowed the title of Zhongbo Marquis, while Quanzhong will inherit the position of Jizhou Marquis. Yet, your mother and I are deeply concerned for you." And it was not until late at night that we could finally rest. Though it was the first time Ning Yuan had heard the imperial edict, he was not taken aback. Rather, seeing the bloodshot eyes of Su filled him with guilt. He expressed his apologies. "I am truly sorry, esteemed father-in-law. Delays on my journey caused me to miss your summons, and I regret causing you and my mother-in-law to worry." His honeymoon with Su Daji was only one aspect. The more significant reason was the time required for the system to refresh skill points, enabling him to elevate the northern underworld divine art from its nascent level to its pinnacle. However, such genuine reasons were difficult to articulate. Su replied, "As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Our concerns for a day amount to little, especially when the decree is a reward." With a gaze full of concern, Su earnestly said, "I am worried about you, my virtuous son-in-law." Ning Yuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Indeed, judging from the imperial edict that conferred dual titles upon the Su family, not only was Su Daji unharmed, but both Su and Quanzhong were also promoted, indicating that the Su family was safe. However, the other main character in this scheme, his adopted daughter Xiao Long, remained in the Marquisate for training. Could it be that Su Daji herself had truly entered the palace? If their daughter had indeed gone to the palace, Ning Yuan, given his relationship with Su Daji, would never let the matter rest. If he were to act recklessly, it might very well bring ruin upon the Ning family. Seeing the genuine concern etched on his prospective father-in-law's face warmed Ning Yuan's heart. The love of parents for their children is timeless. Thus, the parents of this world were also akin to his own. It was time to return to Qintang Pass. At this moment, the memories and emotions from Ning Yuan's two lives finally merged as one, indistinguishable from each other. No, it would not be accurate to say they merged. Rather, they had never truly been apart, as if a young man, long at odds with himself, had finally come to understand the connection between his past and present lives. Thus, Ning Yuan spoke, "I apologize for causing you and my mother-in-law distress. Circumstances have changed unexpectedly, yet our objectives have ultimately been fulfilled. Allow me to explain in detail. Brother Yuan, the Jizhou Marquis should now be addressed as Zhongguo Marquis. Su Daji exclaimed, startled. When did our daughter arrive? It was as if she had suddenly appeared at her husband's side. When Suhu glanced at his wife, he found her wearing a similarly astonished expression. Before any questions could be posed, their daughter swiftly declared, I sense the presence of Hu Ingluo. She has just entered the Marquis and is approaching us. Decisive and swift. Suhu had never witnessed such an expression on his daughter's face before. Had the journey to Chaoga finally catalyzed her maturation? As he blinked, his vision blurred momentarily. And in the next instant, his daughter wavered before him, only to return to her mother's embrace, her face radiant with innocence, unchanged from her usual self. Mother, Daji. How I long for you. Suhu's couple remarked, daughter, has your personality split? Ning Yuan added, my Daji, your innate talent seems rather exaggerated. Chapter 66. A late-night visit to the maternal home concerning the outward manifestations of his fiancée, Su Daji, even Ning Yuan, who had personally measured her prowess and imparted martial skills to her, could not help but feel astonished. Daji, although I am aware of your rapid progress in the longevity art, is your talent for stealth and perception not a tad excessive? Especially against the demon clan. May I dub you the radar of the demon race? Furthermore, with the demonic practices of the holy sect, you are beginning to resemble a certain air of the celestial demons. However, since the jade and stone peepa spirit was trailing them, many matters could not be discussed openly. Fortunately, in the scheme of subterfuge, only he, Ning Yuan, was privy to the entire picture. Given Hu Ingluo's foolishness, it was reasonable to assume she would not detect anything amiss. Indeed, it would be quite illogical if even Su Hu were unaware of the complete plan. Thus, Ning Yuan succinctly conveyed, Dear father-in-law, to put it simply, I have activated the contingency plan. Xiao Ling will impersonate the favored concubine and enter the palace. The reason for her initial exclusion from the plan is her extensive knowledge of the Marquis. Should she betray us, the consequences would be dire. At the moment Ning Yuan spoke his first words, he sensed a chilling, sinister presence infiltrating the room, lurking in the shadows with malicious intent. Though he was not overly concerned about information leakage, the sensation of being secretly spied upon was rather bothersome. He resolved to take action upon his return. Of course, to err on the side of caution, he decided to conceal half of the circumstances when explaining to his father-in-law tonight. After listening to Ning Yuan's account, Su Hu nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. The wise elder understood that his daughter's warnings were undoubtedly justified. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes. So he suppressed his curiosity and waited patiently for his son-in-law to finish. This journey, it seems, began when I sensed that Xiao Ling wished to enter the palace and approach King Zhou, thus prompting me to take action, subtly enticing her, ultimately igniting her greater ambitions, not merely to replace the favored concubine, but to even aspire to the position of queen. Once she agreed to collaborate, both the Marquis and my Ning family would become her allies. Ultimately, Xiao Ling consented to my terms and successfully entered the palace, winning King Zhou's favor. In this manner, Daji need not enter the palace, and both you and your brother-in-law shall be elevated in rank. It is indeed a triple triumph. Su Hu clapped his thigh, a brilliant plan, concise and devoid of substantial information, thus ensuring no errors. Ning Yuan continued, Now, we shall proceed according to plan. Daji will disappear from this world, adopting a new name, as I take her to Qintang Pass. Once circumstances change, the Marquis will feign discovering a lost, illegitimate daughter, acknowledging her as his own. I shall then publicly reveal myself as your son-in-law, allowing you to reunite with Daji. Su Hu responded with enthusiasm. Excellent. Ning Yuan concluded. Daybreak approaches. We must depart the city before nightfall. If the lord and lady are reluctant to part, they might seek an excuse to venture outside the city during the day, seizing the opportunity to evade their guards and rendezvous with us for a farewell. Su Hu nodded in agreement. Good. Ning Yuan continued. There is still a bit of time. Perhaps the lord and lady could contemplate a name for the lord's illegitimate daughter. Although Su Hu's response was succinct, he remained vigilant of his surroundings during Ning Yuan's explanation, pondering the whereabouts of Hu Ingluo, who instilled such trepidation even in his daughter and son-in-law, yet she remained unseen, stirring a vague suspicion within him. Given that his son-in-law had posed the question publicly, it signified that the topic of naming the illegitimate daughter could be elaborated upon. Thus, Su Hu exchanged glances with his wife and spoke. Esteemed son-in-law, in truth, the Quan siblings should have had a brother or sister. Su Daji interjected. I have a sister? What could that possibly mean? Su Hu sighed. When Daji was just over a year old, my wife was pregnant with another child, who was lost due to misfortune. At that time, We had already deliberated on names for that child. If it had been a boy, he would have been named Quan Xiao, and if a girl, she would have been called Aig. Now, since we need to name another daughter, let us call her Su Aig. Quan Zhong, Quan Xiao, Daji Aig. Quite fitting indeed. In the inner chamber, Su Daji rested in her mother's embrace, offering comfort. Mother has suffered. Lady Su gently caressed her daughter's twin braids. Her heart aching for Daji, who had lost her maidservants and had no one to tend to her hair, leaving it disheveled, resembling a village girl raised in the countryside. A tender smile graced her features as she softly replied, Mother has not suffered. Having you two siblings and being able to accompany your growth is the greatest happiness for me. In the outer chamber, Ning Yuan interrupted the affectionate exchange. That name is inappropriate. A hush fell over the room. Ning Yuan continued, Father-in-law. Consider this. Daji's identity is that of your illegitimate daughter who has lived among common folk. Therefore, she must have another mother of humble status, perhaps a commoner or a slave. It follows that this mother would not bestow upon her daughter a name as elegant as Aig. Hence, Daji's alias should be a simple character or a reduplicated character, something exceedingly plain and practical, perhaps even devoid of a surname, yet subtly reflecting the birth mother's aspirations for her beloved daughter. Such a name would align with the premise of an illegitimate child. Ning Yuan's analysis was astute, prompting nods of agreement from Su Daji and the Su couple. They had been solely focused on bestowing a grand name filled with hope upon their biological illegitimate daughter, neglecting the fact that it did not conform to her grassroots identity. The construction of character is paramount. Repeat it thrice. In the corner, Huing Luo could not help but think, this human is remarkably clever. If only my second sister and I possessed such intellect, we would not be a burden to the eldest sister and could assist her instead. As a 1,000-year-old jade lute spirit, Huing Luo may have been somewhat sluggish in her cognitive processes, yet she was not incapable of discerning right from wrong, and she possessed her own judgment regarding the reasonableness of human discourse. Fortunately, Ning Yuan has always been cautious and never dared to underestimate the ancient demon. Since receiving the jade pipa, he has never shown any trepidation towards the benevolent instrument, whether in the presence of Yao Yu or Su Daji, nor has he ever mentioned the three demons of Xinyuan tomb. After pondering for a moment, Su Hu relinquished the task, saying, Son-in-law, I cannot think of an appropriate pseudonym. You are endowed with talent. I shall leave it to you. He added with a gentle jest, as the saying goes, a woman awaits in her boudoir. In the future, you shall be Daji's husband, and you might select a charming name for her, which would be quite delightful. Father, you jest, came Su Daji's playful protest from within the chamber. Her tone shifted as she continued, Brother Yuan, my dear husband, you must choose a lovely name for me. The notion of a husband bestowing a name upon his wife, while she awaits in her chamber, epitomizes the greatest romance of ancient China. Alas, such traditions have largely been cast aside by later generations. Even though the daughter and son-in-law have yet to formally wed, and the in-laws have not yet made their visit, the repeated address of husband from the beloved daughter did not displease the couple, Su Hu and his wife. Even Huing Luo, who was eavesdropping from the corner, found Su Daji to be quite endearing. This coquetry is worth learning. I shall remember it for future use, she thought, for she was an exceptionally eager learner. Just as she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge from the human pleasure quarters, she was keen to acquire more. At that moment, Ning Yuan smiled and declared, Then let the name of the noble lord's illegitimate daughter, my future wife, be publicly known as Wanwan. It shall not bear a surname. Upon acknowledging the Su family, she will be called Su Wanwan. The name Wan signifies grace and virtuous character, embodying a mother's aspirations for her daughter. Su Daji and her parents mulled over the name repeatedly, finding themselves exceedingly pleased with it. Henceforth, during her time of anonymity, she shall be known to outsiders as Wanwan. Wanwan and the dance of the celestial demon are indeed a perfect match. Having settled on what seemed an important yet trivial matter upon reflection, Ning Yuan rose to take his leave. Esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, it is getting late. Daji and I shall depart the city now. Tomorrow we shall head to Chintang Pass. He wished to avoid giving Huing Luo any erroneous signals that might suggest Su Daji was reluctant to part from her identity. Su Hu replied, Very well. The jade pipa spirit, concealed in the corner, sensed that no valuable information could be gleaned and was the first to exit the room. She aimed to return to the valley outside the city before Ning Yuan and Su Daji. Suddenly, Su Daji remarked, Huing Luo's aura has left the Marquis's residence. I can no longer sense it. A shiver ran through Su Hu and his wife, followed by a sense of relief. In a hushed tone, audible only to Su Hu, Ning Yuan swiftly stated, We must not linger too long, or she will grow suspicious. Father-in-law, please listen without asking questions. And do not let mother worry that Xiao Ling may be possessed by a demon with ulterior motives. The one monitoring us is also a demon. And I will devise a plan to handle it upon our return. Tomorrow morning, please find a way for you both to leave the city for leisure. If all goes well, I shall reveal myself to you for a thorough discussion. If not, we shall depart by afternoon. He spoke a string of words in less than 20 seconds. The mention of demon elicited a look of shock and fear from Su Hu. However, before Su Hu could fully digest the torrent of information, Ning Yuan grasped Su Daji's hand and swiftly departed the residence, gliding away like a wisp of smoke. Su Hu gazed into the dark night outside, silently lamenting. First the king, and now the demon clan? Have they all set their sights on the Su family? What sins have we committed? Fortunately, there is a capable son-in-law who has neutralized the threat posed by the king and possesses a strategy to confront the demon clan. Although Ning Yuan spoke of finding a solution, this son-in-law has repeatedly wrought miracles, instilling in Su Hu a profound, almost blind faith. As long as the son-in-law takes action, there is no problem that cannot be resolved. Little did Su Hu know that were it not for Ning Yuan, he would not only be stripped of his title, but would also lose his beloved daughter to the possession of the nine-tailed fox, leading to her demise and the obliteration of her soul from the world, rendering him incapable of ascending to the god ranking. Ning Yuan wished to shield Su Daji and the members of the Su household from the grim future, ensuring they would remain oblivious to the fact that the arrival of a time traveler heralded a chance to defy fate. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Su Hu's unwavering trust in Ning Yuan, whom he regarded as a son, even placing greater importance on him than his own biological offspring. As soon as they exited the Ho residence, Su Daji discreetly informed Ning Yuan that she sensed the presence of Hu Ingluo just ahead, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Indeed, the Jade Pipa spirit had realized she could not stray too far from Ning Yuan. Should she depart first? What if the humans conspired in secret? Thus, she paused to wait for them. Had Ning Yuan delayed even a moment longer, Hu Ingluo would likely have returned, her suspicions mounting. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was inherently cautious. Seizing the opportunity before dawn, he carried Su Daji over the city wall, moving swiftly as the wind. Aside from Su Hu and his wife, not a soul in Jizhou City perceived that their county princess and her betrothed had ever returned. In a concealed valley beyond the city, Ning Yuan and Su Daji beheld the small white horse standing motionless, its eyelids drooping, clearly in slumber. A portion of a jade pipa protruded from the satchel at the horse's side. Yet, Ning Yuan distinctly recalled that in recent days, the jade pipa entrusted to them by Hushime had always remained at the bottom of their satchel, never to be taken out. The sudden appearance of a fragment raised suspicions. One could only deduce that something was amiss. This spirit seems to lack even the basic understanding of returning items to their rightful place. Her espionage skills are decidedly inadequate. Of course, there remained the possibility that Ning Yuan's twin female disciples had secretly taken out the jade pipa to play with and forgotten to return it. Abiding by the principle of not wronging an innocent, Ning Yuan directed his gaze toward the small tent of Yao Yu and Lian Xing, only to notice the tent quivering slightly. Was it familiar? Meeting Su Daji's enchanting gaze, Ning Yuan comprehended his fiancée's thoughts and cleared his throat. Ahem, unruly disciples. Lilies are not meant for such purposes. Hearing their master's deliberate cough, the tent echoed with the sisters' voices, tinged with surprise and a hint of tears. Master? Mistress? It is I, replied Ning Yuan. Soon, two young girls emerged from the small tent, rushing towards them, crying out, Master, Mistress, there are monsters. They promptly dove into the embraces of Ning Yuan and Su Daji, trembling with fear. Yao Yu remarked, after you left. We heard Bai Shui call out for no apparent reason. Lian Xing added, we thought someone had stolen the horses and hurried out to investigate. Yao Yu continued, but we found a white figure vanish into thin air. Lian Xing exclaimed, both my sister and I saw it. We were not imagining things. The little sisters exchanged their eerie tale of midnight encounters with ghosts, demonstrating an unexpected talent for storytelling. Su Daji chimed in, Yao Yu is so adorable. Ning Yuan smirked. Lian Xing's delicate figure is rather enchanting. His gaze fell upon the jade pipa peeking from the satchel, shimmering faintly in the starlit night. Ning Yuan shot at a glare, as if questioning, did you frighten them? The jade pipa remained silent, seemingly retorting, still watching me? Keep staring, and I might transform. Suddenly, Bai Shui appeared to awaken from the conversations of her masters, sneezing and adding echoes to the stillness of the valley. The little girls trembled even more. Recognizing the need to pacify the jade pipa spirit, Hu Ingluo, Ning Yuan gently patted Yao Yu's small back, soothingly saying, You all were merely imagining things, mistaking Bai Shui for a ghostly figure. Remember, human vision can deceive when one is weary. The visual system consists of several components. Ning Yuan proceeded to elaborate on the intricate processes involving the lens, vitreous body, retina, optic nerve, and the brain. In essence, what you perceive is not the reality, but rather a response from your brain. During the transmission through the optic nerve, the brain inadvertently receives erroneous signals mixed with correct ones, resulting in your misidentification of the white horse as a specter. Oh, ancient people are so superstitious, science must save them. Chapter 68. Ning Yuan conquers demons. The heart of Daji. Su Daji covered her mouth with a light laugh. Brother Yuan, you've spun a grand tale to deceive the children. Something seems amiss. Daji overlooked a detail. The Jade Pipa and Hu Ingluo shared a similar aura. Yao Yu and Lian Xing exchanged glances, feeling an unexplainable intensity. The white horse mused. Is it my fault? Did I give them the impression I resembled a human? The Jade Pipa spirit quipped. Just a bunch of underachievers. As Ning Yuan continued his elaborate explanation, he gradually guided the two young girls closer to the white horse, strolling leisurely, as if a teacher leading students on an outing. Upon nearing the satchel, Ning Yuan first caressed the white horse's mane, soothing it for being startled by the sudden return of its masters. Slowly, he reached for the exposed Jade Pipa. With a swift movement, he grasped the Jade Pipa with one hand, employing both hands to engage with the mysterious foe. Behold, the northern underworld divine skill. The Jade Pipa trembled violently, as if a shadow were struggling to break free. Ning Yuan immediately activated the Nine Suns divine art, restraining Hu Ingluo from moving. The system guarantees exceptional quality. Regardless of any potential conflicts between the Beiming Divine Art, the Nine Suns True Scripture, or the longevity formula, it is simply possible to utilize them simultaneously. All rights of explanation belong to the system. The twin Loli's ears faintly echoed with piercing screams. Suddenly, she felt her body lighten, as she was swept into a warm and fragrant embrace, retreating swiftly. It turned out to be Su Daji, who shared a deep connection with her fiancé, pulling Lian Xing from Ning Yuan's arms into her own, cradling the two Lolas on either side, retreating several paces like a ghostly apparition. The Heavenly Demon Dance within the Heavenly Demon Great Law is a form of lightness skill that not only captivates the mind, but also follows like a shadow. It can be likened to an exceptionally swift and seductive dance, far more exhilarating than a late-night bar party. After Su Daji retreated with her twin disciples, Ning Yuan was free to unleash his full power, with the pinnacle of the Nine Suns True Scripture and Beiming Divine Art in full force. The Jade Pipa quivered even more wildly. A figure composed of azure smoke suddenly materialized, struggling incessantly, as if attempting to escape confinement. Yet her lower half remained firmly bound to the Jade Pipa, unable to break free. The beautiful demon could only emit heart-wrenching cries, as though she were being ravaged. The Nine Suns suppressed the female demon, while Beiming absorbed the demonic energy. Countless streams of demonic energy flowed into Ning Yuan's body through his hands, fully transformed into internal energy by the Beiming Divine Art, coursing through the meridians and the dantian. Ning Yuan felt his internal power rapidly expanding. The Jade Pipa, with its millennium of cultivation, gradually dissipated like spring's melting snow, merging into Ning Yuan's dantian, resembling the vastness of the Beiming Sea. Long before experimenting on the man-eating wolf demon, Ning Yuan discovered that the demon race lacked the human concept of meridians. Any part of their body could be tapped into for absorbing demonic power using the Beiming Divine Art, unlike Duan Yu, who had to focus on vital points. Moreover, even the fully transformed leopard spirit also lacked human-like meridians. The peculiarities of the master and the Jade Pipa were naturally noticed by the twin Lolas, who peeked out from their mother's embrace, stunned to witness the strange interaction between their master and the Pipa. There truly is a ghost. Lunar, star, do not fear. Your master is subduing the demons. Be quiet and observe, Su Daji commanded, her voice sharp as a spinning gem, with a tone as steep as cutting fine silk, carrying a subtle sense of both softness and strength. This was the voice of a pure and aspiring maiden in that moment, especially when speaking to women alone. Su Daji's tone no longer seduced the soul, but brimmed with the essence of a strong heroine. The pure maiden, who had perished after being possessed by the nine-tailed fox in the original tale, was now revealing the unparalleled beauty of the true Su Daji with Ning Yuan's assistance. Lian Xing, timid and with a troubled expression, exclaimed, "Are there really fairies?" The thought of having been so close to a demon for half the night filled her with dread. Yao Yu, emboldened, inquired, "Mistress, is this the Jade Pipa demon?" I have heard that those capable of transformation are at least millennia-old great demons. Daji paused for a moment before affirmatively responding. Indeed. It seemed she had long been aware of the truth. Yao Yu and Lian Xing chorused. Master is truly remarkable. Even a 1,000-year-old spirit can be subdued. With a slight curl of her lips, Daji remarked, this is her fiancé, though no wedding had yet taken place, in both word and sentiment. Daji regarded Ning Yuan as her eternal husband. In reality, she had only just discovered that there truly were demons in the presence of herself and Ning Yuan. The twin stars. For various reasons, Ning Yuan had never disclosed the existence of the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb to Daji. However, it did not hinder Daji's keen intellect. In an instant, she pieced together the sequence of events, the reminder from the station master upon entering Anzhou Post. The peculiar behavior of her maid Xiaoling, the search by Yun Zhongzi for the 3 demons, the appearances of Hu Shimei and Hu Yingluo, the oddity of the jade pipa, and the inexplicable sensation of Hu Yingluo's aura from her parents. Most importantly, after mastering the longevity technique, she had become capable of discerning the similar auras of Xiaoling, Hu Yueying, Hu Shimei, and Hu Yingluo. So that was it. I had been puzzled by Xiaoling's sudden peculiarity. It seemed she had been possessed by one of those 3 great demons. No wonder Brother Yuan chose to give her a new name, Hu Yueying. Wait, connecting Brother Yuan's various strange actions, such as insisting Xiaoling wear my splendid attire at the post, and his not-so-gentle treatment of Daji, which starkly contrasted with his previous and subsequent demeanor, suggested that Hu Yueying's target for possession had originally been me, Daji. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of Hu Shimei and Hu Yingluo, along with their bizarre words and actions, culminating in the insistence on gifting this jade pipa to Brother Yuan, now confirmed that this pipa demon was indeed Hu Yingluo. At last, Daji understood. Brother Yuan had been contending with these adversaries all along, not only that tyrant of a ruler, but also 3 millennia-old demons. How hard it must have been for Brother Yuan, having to outwit and outmaneuver such foes while also safeguarding the naive and oblivious me. Brother Yuan, rest assured, Daji shall diligently cultivate her martial prowess and will no longer be your burden. In the future, I shall stand by your side, fighting together. From the ends of the earth to the depths of the underworld, Daji shall walk alongside her husband. In the unseen realm, the deified realm of mortals, the destined daughter, Daji, shall fulfill this grand aspiration. Meanwhile, the silent battle between Ning Yuan and the Jade Pipa demon reached its most critical juncture. The figures in the smoky haze grew increasingly faint. Concurrently, the ethereal voice of Hu Yingluo echoed. Ah, what are you doing? My demonic energy, my magical power. Release me. My elder and second sisters will not let you off. Gradually, her pleas transformed into a desperate cry. Spare me. Chapter 69. Absorbing the Jade Pipa Demon. Young Master Ning, in consideration of my arduous millennium of cultivation, I beseech you, spare me. The lament of Hu Yingluo is hauntingly poignant, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, such pleas fall on deaf ears. Ning Yuan's voice is resolute as he murmurs, Hu Yingluo, do not waste your breath. I cannot control you, and I must kill you. Although Ning Yuan is not devoid of compassion, he is no saint. He is an ordinary mortal, lacking the plethora of techniques possessed by adept cultivators capable of subduing a millennium-old spirit. He possesses no soul-controlling arts to compel the Jade Pipa spirit to submit. His only reliance lies in the Northern Underworld Divine Art and the Nine Suns Divine Technique, both of which are martial skills suited for mortals, inferior to the powers wielded by cultivators or demonic beings. In essence, apart from utilizing the Northern Underworld Divine Art to drain this ancient demon, Ning Yuan has no means to control Hu Yingluo. For the safety of himself and those around him, Ning Yuan disregards Hu Yingluo's pleas for mercy, resolute in his decision to eliminate her. He is not like certain saints from his past life, whose moral compass sways with their perceptions. Xiaoling Hu Yueying is an exquisite beauty, radiating charm and elegance. Hu Yingluo, though seemingly frosty, possesses a beguiling innocence. However, what does that matter? If anyone poses a threat to me or my loved ones, be they demon or immortal, male or female, given the opportunity, I shall annihilate them without hesitation. A standoff ensues between the human and the demon, with the little white horse raising its eyelids slightly, its mouth curling, as if enjoying a splendid performance. As night gives way to dawn, the sun rises, casting its light upon the valley, dispelling the eerie shadows with the beauty of morning glow. At last, the Jade Pipa ceases its tremor, and Hu Yingluo's ethereal smoke dissipates. The little white horse calls out several times, as if to say, the dust has settled. Well done, my master. Truly, my master of snow is decisively resolute. How dare that seductive creature linger near my master of snow? Feeling the northern underworld divine art unable to siphon any more demonic energy, Ning Yuan finally exhales in relief, loosening his grip on the jade pipa. Under the morning light, the originally resplendent pipa loses its luster, revealing only its jade hue, devoid of any ripples. Fortunately, it did not retain even a trace, unlike the stone goddess Shurji, who had a sliver left. In the next moment, Ning Yuan's expression shifts. The immense, unresolved demonic energy wreaks havoc within him. Cold and chilling, a millennium of solitude, Daji. Summon them to assist me. Before his words could fade, Ning Yuan had already dashed into the small tent, scarcely pausing to set down the jade pipa. Upon hearing his command, Su Daji's face pales, her body instinctively reacting, but out of obedience to Ning Yuan. She swiftly instructs Yao Yu and Lian Xing. You shall ride by Shui to a concealed spot outside the eastern gate of Jizhou City. Monitor for any carriages from the Marquis's residence departing. Regardless of the outcome, return here by noon. The telescope in your pack is available for use. With that, Su Daji sways, resembling a celestial maiden reborn, gracefully entering the small tent. The twin lowly exchanged a glance, diligently pondering the instructions given by their master. At last, Yao Yu regained her composure first, seizing her sister's hand as they dashed towards the little white horse. They rummaged through their satchel and unearthed a long-tube telescope. Its structure was quite simple, and the astute twins quickly discerned its use. Lian Xing exclaimed, Wow, Lian Xing can see so far. Could this be a celestial treasure? How wondrous. Yao Yu added, Yao Yu can also spot the little birds perched atop the treetops. So this is a telescope. The meaning is straightforward. Master is truly remarkable. After mastering the telescope's function, the twin Lolas cautiously communicated with the little white horse, imploring it to permit them to ride. The little white horse, impatient, let out a snort and bent its forelegs, half squatting down. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yu and Lian Xing immediately understood its intent and scrambled onto its back in unison. Given their diminutive stature, it would have been quite the challenge to mount without the cooperation of the snow-white steed. Should Ning Yuan have observed this, he would surely ponder, has their white snow truly become sentient? If so, it ought to speak up. We harbor no prejudice against spirits. The absorbed Hu Ingluo mused. Although the three demons from Xuan Yuan's tomb had been cleverly outwitted, with the jade pipa serving as testament to their demise, the former Ning Yuan genuinely believed that the world of Demon Child still harbored many benevolent spirits. With a graceful trot, the snow-white horse set off, its long legs moving in a rhythmic cadence towards the city of Jizhou beyond the valley. Unbeknownst to the twins, just before departing, the horse cast a glance towards the little tent, seemingly spotting the jade pipa that appeared devoid of spirit, its mouth agape in what seemed to be schadenfreude. A millennium-old demon, particularly those adept in the arts of Yin and spirits, cannot be so easily obliterated. One must recognize that their journey from awakening intelligence to achieving form has been fraught with innumerable tribulations. Their demonic power is merely a fade. The innate essence of their being is the very heart of their existence. Within the confines of the tent, Su Daji and Ning Yuan pressed their palms together, engaged in the dual cultivation of the longevity technique, harmonizing their energies as Yin and Yang intertwined, their vital forces merging seamlessly as they became one. Within Ning Yuan's body, the immense demonic energy was first transmuted by the northern underworld divine art into magical internal power. A portion of it transformed into his own true energy and integrated into his chi-si, while another segment had its demonic nature purged, converting into inattribute true energy, which was then channeled through the operation of the longevity technique into Su Daji's meridians. Su Daji's longevity technique assimilated the true energy transferred from Ning Yuan, primarily directing it along the path of the heavenly demon great method, while a smaller portion flowed back to her dual cultivation partner. Thus, the man and woman, through the medium of the longevity technique, initiated by the northern underworld divine art, and culminating in the heavenly demon great method, jointly digested the painstakingly accumulated demonic power of the jade pipa, which had been nurtured over a millennium by the essence of sun and moon. In the corner of the tent, the jade pipa lamented, Are you not being courteous? To absorb the power of the demon body before its very essence? However, at that moment, it was merely an ordinary yet extraordinary jade pipa. Time passed, as the last trace of demonic energy was refined by the northern underworld divine art. Ning Yuan turned his gaze inward to his dantian and discovered not only an increase of approximately 900 years of internal power, but also a transformation from acquired to innate energy. All his internal force, Jiuyang energy, Beiming energy, and various other demonic techniques, had converged into innate true qi, circulating endlessly within him. Furthermore, leveraging the unique characteristics of the longevity formula, he examined the internal state of his dual cultivation partner, Daji, and found that her cultivation in the longevity formula and Tianma true qi had grown by nearly a century. In other words, a major demon with around 1,000 years of demonic power, after being refined by the northern underworld divine art, would grant the practitioner an equivalent of 1,000 years of strength, and it would be innate true qi. Thus, Ning Yuan and Daji together ascended to become innate masters far surpassing the combined might of the three elders of the Xianyao sect. In the realm of Feng Shan, those disciples of the Chan sect, even the second-generation cannon fodder, had cultivated for barely a century. For instance, when the Holy Mother of Golden Light wielded 21 mirrors to annihilate the second-generation disciple Xiaozhan, a verse proclaimed, "A century of Taoist cultivation has now perished. The garments and shadows vanish without a trace." While internal energy and true qi may not rival the mystical powers of cultivators in quality, what if their quantity exceeded 10-fold or 100-fold? One force can overcome 10 weaknesses. With this in mind, Ning Yuan felt a surge of eagerness. Why toil endlessly on internal cultivation or systematic point allocation when he could swiftly absorb a major demon through the northern underworld divine art? Yet, he soon regained his composure, realizing that the successful absorption of the Jadestone Pipa demon was a rare coincidence. Not all demons were as foolish as Huang Luo. Moreover, combat prowess could not be simplistically equated with longevity or power. The complex spells, incantations, and even magical artifacts of cultivators and demons significantly bolster their strength. The formidable spirit child Nezha and the extraordinary combat prowess of Lingzhu Ao Bing could even overpower the boundless immortal. Yet they too were ultimately forced into the Tianyuan Ding by a heart-piercing spell. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. He must proceed cautiously and develop steadily, biding his time. Of course, enhancing martial arts through systematic point allocation, elevating cultivation via the northern underworld's demon absorption technique, and resolving demonic energy through the longevity formula constituted a perfect and innocuous ladder to ascend to greater heights. Furthermore, since Ning Yuan had truly traversed into this realm and commenced his cultivation, it had been merely 3 months. Who could predict what opportunities might arise in the future, enabling him to acquire the cultivation methods of true immortals or even surpass them? Regaining his tranquility, Ning Yuan opened his eyes to behold Daji's enchanting smile. He must be mindful of how he addressed her in the future. As Daji's eyes sparkled, she lightly bit her rosy lips. Truly remarkable, he thought. A fairy. This is what a fairy looks like. Whenever alone with Ning Yuan, Daji unconsciously radiated an alluring charm, as though the legendary fox spirit Daji of history blossomed solely for him. However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment. Daji was aware of this, and, with a slight adjustment of her demeanor, stated, "I have instructed Wan to invite you and Lianxing to ride on the white snow to the vicinity of the city, using a telescope to observe whether father has exited the city. Regardless of the outcome, they shall return to report before noon." Regarding the innate true energy burgeoning within her, Daji remained oblivious, entirely unaware that such power is a reward that martial practitioners earn through relentless training over a century in later times. Just moments ago, Daji had felt elated, for she could finally assist her beloved brother Yuan. Ning Yuan poked his head out of the tent, realizing the sun had already risen high in the sky, akin to the hour of 9 or 10 in later generations. The valley was tranquil and devoid of people, indicating that the twin Loli and Bai Shui had yet to return. Today was filled with numerous events, and the automatic cultivation refresh from the system had not yet been utilized this morning. Thus, he retreated back into the tent and smiled. "There is still some time, Daji. How has your martial arts progress been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties?" "Indeed," Daji replied, her delicate face displaying a hint of distress. "The longevity technique can be cultivated alongside brother Yuan, without question. The heavenly demon great method flows smoothly, and I have made rapid progress, now reaching the second heaven. Yet, as for the Zihong Sword Classic, I find myself at a loss, as if it does not resonate with my spirit." Ning Yuan remarked, "It seems naming you Daji as Wan was indeed a wise choice. Pure-hearted maidens are inherently aligned with the demonic sect, clashing with the sanctimonious and compassionate false nuns. Then let us abandon it, and focus on perfecting the heavenly demon great method. Mastering it to its utmost will render it on par with the Zihong Sword Classic." Daji pouted playfully. "No, I have expressed my desire to learn the sword. Therefore, I must practice swordsmanship. Brother Yuan, Please teach me. But I cannot teach the Zihong sword classic that emerges from the nunnery. Upon this thought, Ning Yuan felt a stir within. Although he lacked that knowledge, he possessed an external aid. The system's skill points could enable his dual cultivation partner to break through martial bottlenecks, directly elevating her by one level. Su Daji was at odds with the Zihong sword classic, unable to grasp it. No matter, Ning Yuan would grant her an external boost. Very well. I shall guide you in practicing this sword classic, he declared. Su Daji smiled contentedly, just as she was about to rise and step outside the tent. She was embraced by Ning Yuan, who assumed the dual cultivation posture. Brother Yuan, I want to learn the sword. Let us dual cultivate later in the evening. Ning Yuan replied, you can learn the sword during dual cultivation. Be serious. Half an hour later, at a clearing by the riverside, Su Daji, holding Ning Yuan's fine steel sword, struck a starting pose, and instantly her aura transformed. She seemed to merge with the sword in her grasp. The inheritor of the Zihong quiet chamber, Wanwan Su Daji, thus descended. The first move of the sword classic, Sword Chi of the Long River. In the next moment, Su Daji transitioned from a serene maiden to a swift and agile hare. The sword light surged forth like the waters of a great river, continuously bursting from the tip of Su Daji's sword, shattering the serenity of the valley. The sound of the sword resonated, creating explosive waves that scattered clouds. The shadows of the sword multiplied, as if a true river were rushing from the heavens, its grandeur instilling awe in all who beheld it. With this strike, countless water curtains soared from the river's surface, reminiscent of a grand fountain opera, each wave surpassing the last. Countless fish and shrimp leaped from the water, their bodies transformed into a crimson froth by the sword's aura, turning the cascading water into a curtain of blood. In the interplay of sword light, water reflections, and the glimmer of blood, Su Daji's figure appeared ethereal, resembling a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm, or perhaps a sorceress descending from the heavens. Her beauty transcending that of ordinary beings. As the sword's brilliance gradually diminished, Su Daji stood poised, her countenance radiating purity and compassion, reminiscent of the revered Shifeishuan or Qin Mengyao gracing this world. Yet, behind her, the river flowed a deep scarlet hue, the holy maiden of compassion, with a heart as fierce as a bloody hand. However, within the gaze of the compassionate Su Daji directed at Ning Yuan, there lingered a profound affection and admiration, shimmering with gratitude, starkly contrasting Shifeishuan's indifference towards Su Xiling. Is this the martial prowess bestowed upon Daji by her elder brother? How formidable! Daji, at last, possesses the strength to safeguard herself, no longer a burden to her brother. The exquisite and innocent maiden remained blissfully unaware that her newfound abilities encompassed far more than mere self-defense. If one were to draw an analogy, she could grasp, at the very least, her brother Su Chuanzhong would no longer be her equal in combat. Of course, in a life-and-death struggle, Su Chuanzhong wielding his silver-tipped spear could fell even cultivators. Yet, it was inconceivable for siblings to engage in such a deadly contest. Confined to the realm of martial competition, with a century's worth of innate true chi coupled with top-tier swordsmanship, Su Daji had ascended to the pinnacle among mortals. When encountering the man-eating wolf demon, which had presumably transformed into a celestial elixir by now, Su Daji could effortlessly defend herself with just this technique. And with a favorable mindset, perhaps even turn the tables. After all, the demon's power merely augmented its physical form, devoid of any intricate sorcery or sinister possession. Gazing upon Su Daji, who resembled a chivalrous swordswoman descended from the heavens, Ning Yuan smiled and nodded in approval, inwardly rejoicing. Chapter 71, The Valley's Encounter. Thankfully, Ning Yuan had the foresight to utilize the system's assistance to help Su Daji master the compassionate navigation sword classic. Otherwise, such a breathtaking spectacle would have remained unseen. Yet, this was merely the first stance. Once Su Daji achieved a harmonious connection with her heart and sword, she would undoubtedly astonish even further. With the addition of the celestial demon force field and the celestial demon dance, Su Daji would become the unparalleled practitioner of Tao, Buddhism, and demon arts within the martial world of the Central Plains, a rarity throughout history. The once ordinary woman, Su Daji, finally radiated her brilliance within the world of deities. Returning to her senses, Su Daji's demeanor shifted from sanctity to seduction, her ethereal movements drawing her into Ning Yuan's embrace, her voice sweet yet refined, inherently captivating. Brother Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, after our dual cultivation, I, Wan Jun, have learned. Will further cultivation yield even greater prowess? I desire more. My dear girl, you are being excessive. A naive and innocent 1,000-year-old spirit is a rarity in the world. Where else could one find a second? It seems there truly is another. Moreover, this one possesses even thicker demonic energy than Hu Ying Luo. Meanwhile, deep within the Yin-Yuan tomb, the nine-tailed phoenix spirit Hu Shimei pondered. Why do I suddenly feel a chill in the air? In the valley outside Jizhou City, at that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from beyond the valley. As I gazed into the distance, a streak of white lightning approached, revealing two young maidens riding on horseback, reminiscent of schoolchildren racing to avoid tardiness. Upon spotting them, the maiden at the forefront waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Master, Yao Yu has returned." The maiden behind chimed in, "And Mistress Lian Xing is back too." Ning Yuan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Indeed, the most compelling reason a man might have for avoiding responsibilities is the arrival of children. Half an hour later, a luxurious carriage made its way into the secluded valley. The coachman, Zhao Da, was moved to tears upon seeing the figures within the valley. So it is, he mused. I, Zhao Da, have been pondering why young Master Ning and the princess share such profound feelings, yet remain silent upon hearing the king's decree. Such a grave matter of confiscation and extermination should not have been disclosed to me. It seems I am indeed a trusted confidant of the Marquis. Though I am not a scholar would die for a true friend. A moment later, Zhao Da stood vigilant at the valley's entrance, keenly observing the surroundings for any passers-by. By the riverside, Su Daji sat side by side with the Marquis's wife, occasionally glancing at the two sons-in-law across the riverbank, who were engaged in lively conversation. More often, however, they watched the twin maidens frolicking by the river, as if peering through time and envisioning future scenes. Who are they? Lady Su pondered, perplexed by the sudden appearance of two young girls alongside her daughter and son-in-law upon their return from Chaoga. Surely they cannot have given birth so quickly. Though her daughter, Yin-Yang, had blossomed from a naive girl into a charming young woman, it seemed almost certain she had lost her innocence to Ning Yuan. Unfazed, Su Daji spoke casually. When we left Chaoga, we encountered an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man playing chess. Ning Yuan engaged them in conversation, and eventually, the old man gifted these sisters to him, suggesting they serve as maids initially, with the potential to become concubines later. Lady Su inquired, "Is my son-in-law so well-liked?" Su Daji replied, "Indeed, Wan. Did they mention who they were?" Lady Su asked cautiously, fearing her questions might upset her daughter or son-in-law. After a moment's thought, Su Daji answered, "The middle-aged man spoke little. I cannot recall his name. However, the old man introduced himself as Shi Chong." Lady Su's expression shifted dramatically, gasping, "The Marquis of Shibua?" Meanwhile, the two men, both substantial figures and sons-in-law, engaged in serious conversation, steering clear of the topic of women. Suhu scanned the area, ensuring they were alone, and remarked, "At last, we can speak freely. The demon has been dealt with, hasn't it?" Ning Yuan smiled easily and nodded, "Yes. It has been resolved." "Excellent," Suhu replied. "I have confidence in you, knowing that with your involvement, success is assured." His expression darkened as he stepped forward, then spoke with concern. "This time, our family holds 2 marquis titles, and the imperial edict allows me to govern 160 marquises. I am uncertain how to choose. Can you offer me guidance, my young friend?" At this moment, it was no longer a simple exchange between father-in-law and son-in-law, but rather a strategic consultation between a sovereign and his trusted advisor. Ning Yuan had already contemplated the intricacies of the situation and promptly countered, "That depends on your father's ambitions." Suhu inquired, "Oh, what if I wish to preserve my family legacy and live in peace?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yuan replied, "Then you should assume the title of Zhongbuoho, leading 160 lords to safeguard a region. This would ensure at least 30 years of tranquility. 30 years hence, Suhu would be approaching the age of the esteemed Shibo Hoji Chong, likely ready to embrace his eternal rest. Furthermore, with the fall of Shangzhou and the rise of the Zhou dynasty, Su Quanzhong of Jizhou would eventually join the ranks of the Zhou monarch's vassals at Mengjing. This aligns with the natural order of the world. However, Suhu posed another question. If I harbored ambitions of pursuing power, could the Ning family assist me? Ning Yuan beamed with a radiant smile and replied, "Is this not the very reason you are eager to see me once more before I return to my family?" "Indeed," Suhu readily acknowledged, then sighed. "The events of Chaoga's court visit remain vivid in my memory. Even as I remained loyal to the court, once King Zhou became resolute in his tyranny, I found myself powerless. At that moment, I realized, this Emperor Xin is no Tang or Wu Ding. The great Shang dynasty exists in name only for the rulers of Jizhou. Yet, if King Zhou occupies the throne, must I, Suhu, be denied the same privilege?" Ning Yuan gently responded, It is better to hold one's fate in one's own hands than to leave it in the hands of others. In the original narrative, Su Hu's poetic lament against the Shang was mostly an expression of frustration, yet he still faced the devastating consequences of Chaoga's downfall. Jizhou suffered heavy losses, descending from a top-tier power to a second-rate lordship. To his surprise, in this lifetime, the unexpected intervention of Ning Yuan prevented the encirclement of Jizhou by rival lords, allowing Jizhou to preserve its strength and, paradoxically, igniting Su Hu's ambition to rebel. Once again, Su Hu gazed into Ning Yuan's eyes, praising, "You speak with great wisdom. Yet, I find myself pondering the complexities of Chaoga, Beihai, the lords, and foreign tribes, and I see no advantage for Jizhou. Might you offer your guidance?" Ning Yuan smiled. "Let us return to the initial question. If you indeed aspire to pursue power, then the edict of King Zhou would require a different response." Su Hu awaited his son-in-law's elaboration. Ning Yuan, not one to withhold information, continued directly. "You should accept the decree graciously and accept the title of Zhongguohou. However, you must write a petition to decline the command over 160 lords." Su Hu, perplexed, questioned, "If I pursue power, the support of these 160 lords would be invaluable. Why refuse?" Ning Yuan, with a strategic demeanor, confidently asserted, "The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Accepting this command would place you squarely in the crosshairs of public scrutiny, beset by both internal strife and external threats." Chapter 72, The Triumvirate in the Valley. Before my journey through time, I encountered a notion online suggesting that when individuals from the Han realm traverse through time, they often aspire for dominion over the world, while those from other cultures might seek to annihilate or escape reality, and Caucasians dream of becoming superheroes. The citizens of the Han dynasty engage in political discourse even on the streets, where the elderly can eloquently debate historical figures and regional matters, as well as the overt and covert strategies of rival factions. Ultimately, the root of this phenomenon is clear. It is because the people of the Han dynasty study history. In the grand tapestry of civilization spanning 8 millennia at Dongda, the events, both domestic and foreign, are far from novel. The rebellion against King Zhou by the feudal lords during the late Shang and early Zhou dynasties has echoed countless times, both before and after, over a span of 5,000 and 3,000 years respectively. Indeed, Ning Yuan seems to be engaged in an open book examination. His gaze is profound, as if he can pierce through the mists of history and the future. Internally, the allegiance of 160 lords is in flux. Externally, he becomes a thorn in the flesh and an eyesore to the 4 great lords. In Jizhou, the only path to survival is to tightly embrace Chaoga. There are also prophetic insights that Ning Yuan refrains from articulating. According to the original narrative, in the latter half of the 8th year of King Zhou, the territories of the eastern and southern lords will rise in rebellion, leading their vassals against the tyrant. This insurrection would drag on for 7 years without resolution. Had Su Hu managed to consolidate the 160 lords at that time, gaining a measure of military strength, he would undoubtedly be dispatched by King Zhou to attack Donglu or Nanchu, once embroiled in the feudal strife. How could one hope to preserve strength and aspire for greater ambitions? The conflicts among the eastern, central, and southern lords would instead enable the western Qi to conserve their power and reap the benefits. Furthermore, historically, the western duke, Ji Chong, endured 7 years of tribulations confined in Yoli, yet his domain's strength remained unscathed and even continued to thrive. Ning Yuan's words plunged Su Hu into deep contemplation. The more he pondered, the more rational they appeared, leaving him with a chill running down his back, prompting a noticeable shift in his tone to one of sincerity. "Please, esteemed son-in-law, enlighten me." In that moment, Su Hu could no longer regard Ning Yuan merely as his son-in-law or a junior, but rather as a learned strategist. A son-in-law of true talent is not a source of shame for a father-in-law. Ning Yuan hurriedly replied, "You honor me too greatly, esteemed father-in-law. I shall speak candidly and without reservation." After a moment of reflection, he continued, "As for the merits and demerits of Jizhou, you are undoubtedly most aware. Since you seek my counsel, allow me to directly advise you on how Jizhou can ultimately prevail amidst the chaos of the next 30 years. Su Hu was overjoyed. Ning Yuan organized his thoughts and stated, "Firstly, solidify the strategic foundation. Secondly, reshape political alliances. Lastly, venerate religious influences." Ning Yuan's straightforward language left Su Hu in a fog. He comprehended each word individually and even understood them collectively, yet the execution eluded his grasp. Fortunately, Ning Yuan merely initiated the discourse. The structured approach he employed is a staple of modern professional and academic writing, a narrative style to which he is accustomed. The first point, when put into practice. Translates to attract talent and liberate slaves, encourage reproduction to amass military resources, promote agriculture and sericulture to stockpile provisions. The late Shang and early Zhou dynasties were at the twilight of a slave society. Liberating slaves equates to liberating productivity and is an inevitable trend. The second point, ally with the favored consort and skillfully utilize sycophants. Leverage Chowga to forge marital ties with the lords. Navigate the currents to wield influence without the title of king. In fact, the first 2 points find their answers in history, merely adapting the principles of building high walls, amassing grain, and delaying the claim to kingship according to local conditions. Yet, these seemingly trivial strategic decisions, from the perspective of a time traveler, deeply moved Su Hu, as if illuminating a broad and prosperous path. A profound understanding of history is indeed the greatest advantage of a time traveler. Article 3. Attracting the populace and winning their hearts, consolidating humanitarian efforts and respecting human teachings, the 9 tripods of Du, one of which resides in Ji. Allow me to digress momentarily. At this juncture, Ning Yuan is misled by the later chaotic tales of the wilderness. For the original text of Fengshen contains no teachings of men, only the principles of humanity, alongside the doctrines of Chan, Jia, and the Western teachings. Su Hu's spirit is invigorated, yet he remains perplexed. Son-in-law, why is this not kingship yet still kingship? And why must we revere the teachings of humanity? Ning Yuan smiled gently. Father-in-law, your insight is indeed profound. You have grasped the crux of the matter. The pursuit of supremacy is not accomplished overnight. Father-in-law's current endeavor is, in truth, somewhat belated. The Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, has gathered a multitude of talents through auspicious signs, for where there are people, there is fortune. A greater number equates to greater strength. Frankly speaking, in ancient times, the conquest of the realm ultimately hinged on who possessed more followers and talents. Only when military technology or productive forces bridged the gap of numbers could one extend beyond that point without transgression. Therefore, the best outcome for the quest to seize the tripods would be to achieve it in this generation of Brother Quanzhong. Though father-in-law cannot claim kingship, he may act in accordance with royal principles, effectively becoming a de facto sovereign. This path mirrors that of Cao Cao, who wielded the emperor's authority to command the lords without ever declaring himself emperor. Su Hu is not truly eager to occupy the dragon throne. The practical significance of kingship suffices, and is it not enough for him to be a great king? As for the teachings of humanity, they are a reciprocal arrangement. The teachings of humanity, in the name of the human race, leverage the fortune of our kind, existing alongside Chan and Jia without genuinely contributing to our people. However, should father-in-law respect the teachings of humanity and adopt them as the national doctrine, he could harness the influence of their leader to alleviate the pressures from Chan and Jia. Although Su Hu does not fully comprehend, he nods slowly in agreement. Ning Yuan feels somewhat helpless. For the Su family aims to vie for supremacy in the realms of demonic child and Fengshen, necessitating consideration of the involvement of cultivators. In the conflict between Shang and Zhou, the Shang dynasty has the backing of Jia, while Zhou is supported by Chan. If Su Hu does not forcibly align the teachings of humanity with their cause, should the leaders of Shang and Zhou clash, they might obliterate the third party, leaving Su Daji without a maternal home. He reassures, it is not essential for the teachings of humanity to truly take center stage. However, in the future, in the territories, towns, and villages under your jurisdiction, as long as you revere the teachings of humanity, erect temples for Lao Jun, and offer incense. Outsiders will naturally perceive us as under the governance of the teachings of humanity. Su Hu nods, suddenly recalling another matter. Son-in-law, you wish for me to form an alliance with that concubine, the little Ling. Yet she is a servant who left my household. Even if a great demon possesses her, how can she be worthy of an alliance with me? Su Hu. Ning Yuan chuckles. Times change. Little Ling is now known as Hu Yueying, having gained the favor of the great king, Dixin, and gradually establishing her position within the palace. With Dixin and the influence of Chaoga, it becomes convenient for us to conceal our true strength. The concubine serves as the ideal link. To outsiders, father-in-law should regard her as a true daughter and respond accordingly. Though Su Hu struggles to grasp this initially, he ultimately nods in acceptance of Ning Yuan's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, his expression becomes troubled. Moreover, son-in-law, I have only Quanzhong as my son for alliances with the lords. Ning Yuan inwardly sighs, recognizing the peculiar advantages of Ji Cheng's numerous sons, branching out and establishing deep roots. Through strategic marriages, we shall unite the lords. Ning Yuan, appearing at ease, remarked, this is straightforward. Let my uncle marry dozens more to expand the Su family. Chapter 73. In the valley, Wang Quan had been rigorously trained by her esteemed husband. Su Hu's expression shifted slightly, his demeanor peculiar. Dozens? I have but one lawful wife, not even a concubine, yet I must seek numerous marriages for my son? Where's the justice in this? Then, he heard his son-in-law Ning Yuan assertively state, Father-in-law, while you refuse to oversee 160 lords, you still wish to forge alliances among them. This hinges upon the marriages of Quan Zhong. Remember, father-in-law, Quan Zhong's primary wife should not be selected from the 4 major marquises. It is preferable for her to have a lower status, making her easier to manage. However, she must not be too lowly, lest we eliminate the possibility of concubinage. Thus, we should choose from the second daughters or illegitimate daughters of the 800 minor lords, who are more amenable to control, to marry Quan Zhong. The more concubines, the better. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Marquis Su Quan Zhong, on his return to Jizhou City, expressed his gratitude. I thank you, brother-in-law. You are actively persuading my father to allow me to establish a harem. And more is indeed better? Su Hu's expression darkened, as he seemed to be calculating whether his family's resources could suffice for such a multitude of betrothal gifts. Ning Yuan then recalled another matter. Ah, father-in-law, there is one last vital point. Please ensure you take care of your health, and aim to live to the age of the Marquis of Shibua. In the next 20 years, if the elder generation of the 4 great marquises passes away, the next generation lacks any capable of comparing with King Wu Gfa. At the time of the Lord's Assembly, should one elder marquis still be present, it would be quite advantageous. Su Hu appeared somewhat troubled. Son-in-law, I am 48 this year. Though my health is decent, I should manage another 20 or 30 years, yet the Marquis of Shibua is 85. He is nearly 40 years my senior. Father-in-law, you may not know, but he has survived the calamity of 7 years and only passed after returning to the West Qi. He nearly outlasted King Zhou. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Here's what we shall do. I will provide you and Quan Zhong each a copy of a cultivation method that strengthens the foundation and nurtures the essence. Quan Zhong can practice it. But in terms of personal life, he should focus on prolificacy. Ning Yuan intended to present the Yijing Jing and Shisui Jing, Shaolin techniques that do not emphasize talent or age. Their advantage lies in stability, while their drawback is their slow progress. Regardless, Ning Yuan's external assistance would not benefit the same gender. The Su father and son would have to practice diligently over time. Su Hu, however, was exceedingly pleased, indeed. I see that Wang Quan has been rigorously trained by you, son-in-law. Her agility is so swift that I can hardly perceive her movements. Ning Yuan replied, Father-in-law, is the training you refer to truly appropriate? Indeed, in ancient times, this term carried a neutral, somewhat positive connotation, though later generations have misused it. Ning Yuan continued, Father-in-law, please note that the latter 2 points are merely temporary measures for quick stability. To fulfill your ambitions, the foremost priority remains your own strength. For that is the true path to dominance. Upon hearing this, Su Hu's expression became grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, regarding the accumulation of troops. While I trust in the military training capabilities of myself and the father-son duo of Quan Zhong, I would still like to hear my esteemed son-in-law's thoughts. In truth, Su Hu was uncertain of Ning Yuan's limits. In terms of commerce, swordsmanship, eloquence, knowledge, and strategy, he was a man of exceptional talent. If he possessed insights into military affairs, then Su Hu would have indeed discovered a treasure. Little did he expect that his daughter's singular act of defiance would yield such a golden son-in-law. Ning Yuan, a time-traveling netizen from Huaxia, pondered for a moment before responding. I am not particularly versed in military training. However, I personally suggest developing war chariots, with infantry as support and cavalry for mobility. Su Hu furrowed his brow. War chariots? Are you referring to long-shafted vehicles? It seemed that there were many names for war chariots during the spring and autumn periods, and Ning Yuan was unsure of what such weapons were called in the late Shang dynasty. So he refrained from making a definitive statement. Perhaps they could be called war vehicles, leather chariots, armed chariots, or light chariots. In any case, the more the better. Of course, this is merely a personal suggestion, and my esteemed father-in-law may adjust according to actual circumstances. I can only assert that this is the trend of future warfare. Su Hu did not pursue the matter further and nodded in agreement. War chariots were not the tanks of World War II, but rather a type of military apparatus that flourished during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, typically drawn by horses or oxen, with 3 to 4 armored soldiers wielding halberds atop, along with their accompanying infantry, forming a basic combat unit. Such chariots existed during the Shang dynasty, albeit on a small scale. After all, these contraptions were costly to produce, and having only a few dozen would hold little significance. Yet Ning Yuan knew that in the forthcoming Eastern Zhou period, the quantity of war chariots would serve as a pivotal indicator of a feudal lord's strength. Not to mention cavalry. At this time, the Central Plains did not produce horses, and the primary military forces of Chaoga and the 800 feudal lords consisted of infantry and enslaved soldiers. Only by adhering to the currents of history could one hope to organize a formidable military. Of course, regardless of the weaponry developed. Any encounter with the magical artifacts of cultivators would render all efforts moot. Strategic large-scale weapons of mass destruction fell outside the realm of mortal competition, as contemplating their existence was of no use. Ning Yuan continued. As for cavalry, esteemed father-in-law, being in Jizhou, you could trade with the northern tribes for horses. They lack tea and salt. Additionally, it would be prudent to learn the nomadic people's techniques of clothing and mounted archery. The practice of mounted archery was introduced to the Central Plains during the reign of Zhao Wuling Wang in the Warring States period. And now Ning Yuan had imparted this concept to his father-in-law. One could only say that Su Daji was truly invaluable. Su, who sensed that Ning Yuan might not fully grasp the intricacies of cavalry warfare and could not help but remind him, esteemed son-in-law. Controlling the horse itself during combat is quite challenging. If it involves mounted archery, it may prove counterproductive, as the arrows lack sufficient force. Ning Yuan blinked, recalling his initial encounter with his brother-in-law, where the first move was indeed to halt the horse before launching an attack. It dawned on him that they lacked saddles and stirrups. I shall devise a solution. It is indeed feasible to launch an assault while the warhorse is in motion. Su, who was overjoyed. He knew Ning Yuan never spoke lightly. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, esteemed son-in-law. If this issue can be resolved, the effectiveness of our cavalry will be significantly enhanced. Unbeknownst to him, upon seeing his father-in-law's anxious demeanor, Ning Yuan waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not fret, esteemed father-in-law. Once I return to Qintang Pass, I shall attend to this matter. The next time I pass through Jizhou, I will deliver it." Jizhou is indeed the essential thoroughfare from Qintang Pass to the Central Plains. Su Hu, feeling a renewed sense of hope, gazed at Ning Yuan with anticipation and said, "Then I leave everything in your capable hands, my worthy son-in-law. Furthermore, I wish to make one last appeal. Might your Ning family lend me their support? With your father's assistance, Jizhou would undoubtedly gain a formidable advantage." This was undeniably true. Should the affluent Ning family wholeheartedly aid Jizhou, preparations for war would be exponentially more efficient. In fact, within the strategy devised by Ning Yuan, there was an element concerning one of the 9 tripods of Daiyu located in Jizhou. Yet both he and his father-in-law tacitly refrained from mentioning it. After all, the notion of artificially creating auspicious signs is better left unspoken. Articulating it would render it devoid of meaning. Confronted with the earnest plea from his father-in-law, Ning Yuan replied with a tone of resignation, "Esteemed father-in-law, our Ning family is deeply entangled with the various feudal lords of Chaoga. Should we openly declare our support for one faction, we would inevitably face a coalition of the others, rendering our efforts futile. Thus, the Ning family must maintain neutrality, focusing solely on profit without entangling ourselves in the hunt for supremacy." Chapter 74. The world awaits the unleashing of martial might. Upon hearing this, Su Hu was profoundly disheartened. Yet he recognized the validity of Ning Yuan's words. In times of peace, the Ning family could indeed amass great wealth, even leveraging their riches to sway the ruling class in their favor. However, once the struggle for dominance commenced, the Ning family's strength could swiftly diminish. If they were to step into the limelight under the banner of any particular faction, they would find themselves at their most vulnerable, with all other families eager to seize a piece of them. The lessons from the demise of the Mi and Jin families during the Three Kingdoms period were still fresh. They could only conduct business within the confines of the factions they supported. Yet the current Ning family was intricately woven into the fabric of Chaoga and the 800 lords. No matter which side they leaned toward, they would become the target of collective predation from the others. Conversely, if the Ning family remained neutral, they would not easily be provoked. For others would fear the formation of a lasting enmity that might drive them into the arms of their adversaries. Noticing the disappointment in his father-in-law's eyes, Ning Yuan smiled and added, "However, as your son-in-law, I can discreetly provide you with certain advantages." Su Hu's eyes brightened at this prospect. Indeed, compared to other factions, the Su family had someone within the Ning family. His only daughter was the lady of the Ning family, and quite possibly, the future matriarch. Yet Ning Yuan's subsequent clarification brought renewed disappointment. Such assistance can only be rendered through my personal capabilities, without involving the family or its branches. Su Hu's hopes were dashed. What could Ning Yuan achieve alone? Despite being unparalleled in wisdom, strategy, and martial prowess, he remained but one individual. Upon my return to Chintang Pass, I plan to establish a martial academy, Ning Yuan revealed, sharing a long-considered possibility. A martial academy? In response to Su Hu's puzzled expression, Ning Yuan calmly explained. Regardless of one's background, be it slave, commoner, or noble, anyone under the age of 18 may enter my academy to learn martial arts and literacy. Upon graduation, their paths are open to them. However, I will assist you, father-in-law, by secretly nurturing talent. This institution shall be named the Extraordinary Martial Academy. Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed at the vast sky. This rudimentary system of his only provided martial arts techniques. Yet the individuals he would encounter in the future would be countless, and the rewards he would reap innumerable. However, the essence of martial arts lies in quality rather than quantity. Mastery of one can lead to mastery of all. Aside from a few exceptional martial arts with unique abilities, the rest are dispensable. Even with the enchanting beauties of his harem, there was little martial training to be had. Take the Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills, for instance. They sound grand, yet there is no necessity to learn them personally. It is evident that the system recognizes the incompatibility of Shaolin's martial arts with the host's attributes. Harem? What harem? I never mentioned that. Thus, if this system remains merely a beta version in the future, what other purposes could it serve? Ning Yuan contemplated the idea of benefiting humanity, for unity breeds strength. If he were to impart the martial arts from the system to the people of this world, it might yield unforeseen effects. After all, there were still over a decade until the cataclysmic battle of deities, and humanity is the race that evolves the fastest. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sages are indifferent, regarding the populace as mere tools. Many cultivators transcend to immortality, yet forget their origins as humans. The demon race lurks in the shadows, ever watchful. Across the vast expanse of Huaxia, countless ordinary citizens are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, reduced to mere sustenance for ravenous beasts. The demon-hunting teams of the teaching sect? Undeniably lofty in their stance, yet the puppeteers behind the scenes harbor nefarious intentions. Thus, Ning Yuan resolved to disseminate the martial arts meticulously honed by mortals over millennia during the era of spiritual depletion. In this momentous year heralding the divine calamity, let martial prowess reign supreme across the land. He sought to ensure that the countless villages, as numerous as stars yet devoid of fortifications, would no longer tremble in fear of malevolent demons. No longer would children be offered as tributes in desperate pleas for mercy. He aspired for the celestial beings to behold the human race, refining themselves, step by step ascending to the extraordinary. May the light of humanity illuminate the earth, and the power of righteousness shake the heavens. Su Hu, oblivious to Ning Yuan's grand aspirations, mused that if all the soldiers under his command possessed Ning Yuan's prowess, vanquishing demons and even challenging deities, then there was great potential. The two, father-in-law and son-in-law, conversed for an extended time until the sun dipped low, casting shadows as twilight enveloped the sky, leaving them with a lingering desire for more discourse. Su Hu lamented, "Alas, you and Wan must return to Chintang Pass tomorrow. Otherwise, I would wish to converse with my esteemed son-in-law for 3 days and nights." Ning Yuan chuckled lightly. "There is ample time ahead for us, dear father-in-law. In the future, I shall continue my travels, engaging with lords, forging connections with remarkable individuals, and seeking out those worthy of cultivation. Chintang Pass lies in the far northeast. To reach the central plains, one must pass through Jizhou. When the time comes, I shall once more converse with you and my esteemed uncle." Su Hu nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the astute counsel of such a fine son-in-law. However, a thought struck him. Would he truly strategize with just anyone? Then he recalled something, posing a question akin to that of his wife. What is the origin of those twin sisters? He referred, of course, to the pair, Yao Yu and Lian Xing. Ning Yuan replied, "They are currently my disciples." Su Hu, perplexed, exclaimed, "What do you mean by disciples?" Fortunately, Ning Yuan did not allow him to probe further and directly explained, "Oh, they are the first batch of students from our martial arts academy. As for their identity, they might be the biological daughters of Ji Chang." Su Hu's expression changed dramatically. Among the 4 great lords, the most powerful is the West Baihu? Does he not have 99 sons? Where could he possibly have daughters? Regarding his esteemed father-in-law, Ning Yuan had nothing to conceal and elaborated on his analysis. He concluded, Ji Chang gathers the people's hearts with the auspiciousness of 100 sons, hence he cannot let the world know he has daughters. By now, He should suspect that the favored concubine in the palace is not the true Su Daji. I also surmise he has many daughters scattered among the common folk. Although there is no evidence, it is tantamount to possessing mutual leverage over each other. In the future, our Ji province, or rather, my father-in-law, the Zhongguohou, can collaborate with the West Baihu to deepen political trust. In truth, Su Hu did not pay much attention to the lengthy discourse of his son-in-law. As a sudden thought flickered through his mind, West Baihu Ji Chong is using 2 biological daughters equivalent to the princesses of the West Qi as leverage to win over Ning Yuan. The future identity of Daji would merely be that of Su Wan Yuan, the illegitimate daughter of Zhongguohou. Even if she were to acknowledge her ancestry, her status would still be somewhat diminished. However, the old man pondered, what daughter do I have left to secure Ning Yuan? Suddenly, he recalled the adopted daughter nurtured through a scheme of deception. Unbeknownst to him, Su Hu realized that, considering Ning Yuan's future aspirations, a single daughter, Su Daji, could no longer hold him back. After all, the cunning old fox, Ji Chong, stubbornly sought to place women by his son-in-law's side, even presenting a pair of twins. One must remember that twins are ominous, yet the joy of having twins is unparalleled. It would not be long before other lords learned of Ning Yuan's talents and likewise sent their daughters and sisters to him. Could Su Daji stand alone? Rather, noble daughters could be married off together with their sisters to solidify their affection. Chapter 75. Conversations of Fate. In the valley, the son-in-law and daughter-in-law conversed for a while longer before returning to the mother and daughter. Preparing to head back to the city, Ning Yuan then observed Su Hu and his wife whispering for quite some time before the lady of the house returned. Taking Su Daji aside for a prolonged discussion. Once Su Hu's carriage disappeared beyond the valley, Ning Yuan gazed at Su Daji, whose expression was one of unspoken words, a mix of annoyance and anger, leaving him feeling perplexed. However, Su Daji remained silent, only revealing her extraordinary prowess during their nighttime training sessions. Alas, despite Ning Yuan's mastery of the 9 suns and the northern underworld divine skill, his vital energy was immensely potent. Su Daji, unwilling to accept defeat, persisted in her attempts. But ultimately her gaze dimmed, and she fainted. Was this the legendary? The dark divine countenance? Ning Yuan remarked. I must say, Daji, you truly overestimate yourself. The techniques you possess, I too have. What I possess, you do not. Even if you were to master the celestial demon art and its celestial demon queen technique, you could still return to challenge me later, though the outcome would remain unchanged. Ultimately, after a prolonged moment of introspection, Su Daji gradually revealed the circumstances. Mother mentioned that father was concerned about my lack of attendance once Xiao Ling, Hu Yuang, entered the palace, and thus intended to bestow Xiao Long upon me. Who is Xiao Long? Indeed. To execute the scheme of substitution, after Su Daji feigned her death to escape. The lady of the marquis meticulously selected a beauty from the populace, adopting her as a foster daughter to present to King Zhou, fulfilling the obligations between sovereign and subject. Xiao Long was the beauty who emerged from this selection. Ning Yuan recalled that he could no longer vividly remember what Xiao Long looked like, only that she bore some resemblance to Daji. Indifferently, he remarked, your attendant, you decide. Su Daji, with a half-smile, replied. But mother also said that father intends to give her the name Aig and change her surname to Su. Ning Yuan casually responded, it's just a name. Wait, Su Aig? Isn't that the name prepared for your yet-to-be-born sister? Indeed, though she is currently referred to as my maid. My parents do not intend to place her in my care immediately. Instead, they wish to keep her by their side, diligently teaching her etiquette and needlework, to serve my parents on my behalf. When the day of our wedding arrives, she will be adopted as a foster daughter, taking on the identity of Su Aig, either as a wife or a concubine, to be married alongside me. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and chuckled. This is a compensation to elevate your status. After all, you cannot marry me as Su Daji, the esteemed daughter of the Su family, but rather as Su Wan, the illegitimate daughter, bringing along a maid from your family as a dowry, thereby becoming the future lady of the Ning family. Su Daji gazed at Ning Yuan with her sparkling eyes and complained, Brother Yuan, you are mischievous. Do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to? Ning Yuan. Su Daji patiently explained, originally, I did not mind the title, as long as I could be with my husband. I do not favor children. I merely desire our marital affection to last a lifetime, without interference from others. After all, a couple's love is genuine, while children are merely an accident, right? It was unexpected that Su Daji possessed such advanced thinking, even grasping the essence of a child-free lifestyle. Historically, the nine-tailed fox lived her life without children, not from a lack of desire, but from indifference. Now, Having just emerged from her youthful days, Su Daji mirrored this sentiment. It seemed that the bond between the nine-tailed fox and Su Daji ran profoundly deep. Despite the disparity between humans and spirits, certain ideologies resonated harmoniously. Su Daji continued, however, my parents do not share this perspective. They hope to strengthen the kinship between our families, seemingly concerned about the possibility of you being swayed by other factions. This is not merely what Mother conveyed, but rather my own deduction. Ning Yuan, holding his fiancée, warm and gentle, contemplated, that will not happen. My ambitions lie far beyond the lords or dynasties. Su Daji countered, yet others may not think so. Otherwise, the Western Marquis would not have entrusted both Jiao Yu and Lian Xing to you. Ning Yuan laughed. I see now. The root of the matter lies here. It is a response to Ji Chang's movements. My esteemed father-in-law is anxious. Su Daji affirmed, indeed. Although my husband is merely the young master of the Ning family, he adeptly navigates the dual threats posed by King Zhou and the ancient demon, successfully ensuring my safety. Your husband is but 17. What extraordinary achievements await him in the future? He shall not be confined to the diminutive realms of Qintang Pass or Jizhou City, but will ascend to grander stages. Radiating brilliance. When that time arrives, how will the feudal lords regard your husband's remarkable intellect? The Duke of Shibua has already set a precedent. In the future, will the Dukes of Jinan, the Yi family, the Duke of Jindong, the Jiang family, and the Duke of Jinbei, the Chong family, not consider marrying their daughters to him? However, soon 2 of the 4 great dukes will perish, and their sons shall rise in rebellion. Moreover, I have already charted a grand path for my brother-in-law. The newly appointed Duke of Jizhou, Su Qianzhong, need not express gratitude towards me. At this moment, the formerly enchanting gaze of Su Daji now sparkles with wisdom as she continues. In summary, the future of your husband knows no bounds. Yet, my identity as Su Wanwan is insufficient. Thus, my father has contemplated adopting another daughter to serve as a dowry for the wife or as a concubine, thereby deepening the ties between the Ning and Su families. The status of a legitimate daughter varies immensely from that of an illegitimate one. Take for instance King Zhou. Dexine. He had 2 elder brothers, Wei Ziqi and Wei Ziyan, both of whom shared the same father and mother, while Dexine was merely the 3rd son of the late King Yi and the late Queen. Yet, despite the presence of Wei Ziqi and Wei Ziyan, Dexine was directly established as the crown prince, a decision that garnered recognition within the court without contest. This was due to the fact that the late queen had not been named queen when she bore her first 2 children. Dexine, however, was the first child born after she was crowned. Thus he was regarded as the legitimate son. Despite Wei Ziqi and Wei Ziyan being of the same bloodline, their status as illegitimate sons necessitated their relinquishment of the throne, rendering them ineligible for the succession. They were destined to become mere members of the royal family, fading into obscurity in the 600 years of the Shang dynasty. Should they possess talent, they might have a chance to become a second Yin. If not, they would remain mediocre, with their descendants gradually declining. This reflects the societal norms of that era. In the framework of these rituals, children born of the legitimate wife are considered legitimate, those from concubines are deemed illegitimate, while those born from indiscriminate unions are classified as outcasts. This principle of union between the sexes was established by the Yellow Emperor. Similarly, on the surface, the nine-tailed fox, Hu Yueying, has become the favored consort, while Su Daji, merely an illegitimate daughter of the noble Su Hu, holds a lesser status within the family, even inferior to that of a legitimate daughter accepted by the lawful wife. Hence, from Ning Yuan's perspective, the arrangement by the in-laws to elevate Su Wanwan's status as an adopted daughter for the illegitimate child serves to enhance her standing. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan sighed and embraced the innocent maiden more tightly. Regardless of whether you are Daji or Wanwan, you shall undoubtedly be my wife. Chapter 76. Ning Yuan's journey encounters the white crane. Su Daji looked up with her beautiful gaze in Ning Yuan's arms, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Really? Is it possible that I am your only wife? Ning Yuan remained silent. The thought of the childhood sweetheart he had entangled himself with before fully regaining his memories in Qintang Pass brought him a headache. Perhaps, upon recovering his memories, he applied for a traveling merchant, seeking to untangle the emotions of the past 17 years. Now, he is on the verge of returning from Jizhou to Qintang Pass, where he will inevitably encounter his earthly parents, as well as the echoes of his childhood memories that belong to Ning Yuan, a small temple amidst a storm, 2 children. Yet, Su Daji would not let him dwell in nostalgia, interrupting his reverie. Consider carefully, my husband. Your current response will determine whether Daji will agree to welcome new sisters into our lives. If you speak the truth to me, I shall not blame you, but rather assist you. I desire to see your genuine smile, hence I shall support all your endeavors, even if it entails sharing you with other women. Su Daji pledges to you this life without regrets. You may treat me poorly, take advantage of me, and indulge in all manner of intimate escapades, but you must never deceive me. We are bound as husband and wife, sharing both burdens and joys, slaying demons together, and contending with celestial beings. Ning Yuan felt utterly bewildered. This Su Daji was increasingly resembling a formidable heroine. Yet, a true heroine would not grant the male protagonist a harem. She would forge her own reverse harem. Therefore, I remain the central figure. In truth, back in my hometown, I have a childhood companion. Previously, I was unaware. But now it is clear she has always harbored feelings for me, a sentiment known even to her aunt, uncle, and my own parents. Thus, upon returning to Chintang Pass, I must provide her with an explanation. Su Daji smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Brother Yuan, you are also greedy, wishing to emulate King Zhou by possessing a harem of beauties. But who could blame Daji for falling in love with you? My affection for you is boundless, willing to descend into the depths of hell for your sake. It is merely the case of a Huang and Yin-Yang sharing a husband. Fear not, Brother Yuan. Your harem shall be entrusted to my care. What right does a girl from a humble village possess to aspire to the lofty ambitions of Brother Yuan? She is but another small Ling. This is the unspoken sentiment of Su Daji at that moment. A night passed in silence. The following day, Ning Yuan, Su Daji, and the others departed from Jizhou, continuing their journey on the little white horse, retracing the path taken by the Ning family caravan from Chintang Pass to Jizhou City, heading northward. Su Daji never inquired about Ning Yuan's childhood experiences or his relationship with that childhood companion. Instead, she was profoundly interested in Ning Yuan's encounters while traveling from Chintang Pass to Jizhou City. Throughout the journey, Ning Yuan shared with Su Daji the observations he made along the way. Although they were trivial matters, the young girl listened with rapt attention. Following a night of heartfelt conversation, it seemed as if something had changed, yet, paradoxically, nothing had altered. Su Daji remained infatuated, constantly entwined with Ning Yuan, brimming with allure and creativity, showing no trace of the authoritative heroine she had embodied the previous night. It is worth considering. For Su Daji was merely a blossoming high school girl, her life experiences exceedingly limited. The 16 years prior had not accumulated as much as the 2 months spent with Ning Yuan. Undoubtedly, if Su Daji were to arrive in a future world, she would be the most beautiful flower of her high school. Moreover, the young maiden possesses an innate charm, every inch of her skin seemingly crafted for the delights of a playful boudoir. She revels in the pleasures of life, indulging in joy and amusement, much to the satisfaction of Ning Yuan. Thus, this unwed couple, embarking on their journey from the bride's family to the groom's, once again transforms the path into a honeymoon adventure, their feelings flourishing with every step. Yet, the twin lowly bears the burden of not only serving as a maid, but also diligently practicing the Mingyu technique, enduring nightly trials imposed by her master and mistress. Had it not been for her modest success in the technique, allowing her inner energy to circulate, replacing much of her needed rest with meditation, she might have struggled to keep pace. On one particular day, as the quartet traveled, Ning Yuan suddenly halted by Shui, surveying the surroundings with a smile as he recounted, "Speaking of which, during our journey here, I encountered an amusing incident while practicing my swordsmanship nearby." "Oh, pray tell." Dear Brother Yuan, Su Daji, ever the source of emotional support, encouraged him, which is one of the reasons for her cherished place in Ning Yuan's heart. Guiding the horse towards the edge of the woods, Ning Yuan continued, "At that time, it had only been 4 or 5 days since we left Chintang Pass. And while practicing in the morning, I chanced upon a deer and a crane engaged in a tussle. And then, Su Daji, a most attentive listener, provided her feedback. The twin lowly perked up her ears, their youthful hearts eager for tales, particularly those imbued with wonder. At that moment, the deer lowered its head and crouched, relentlessly attacking with its antlers, while the crane simply spread its wings, crouching in defense, losing quite a few feathers to the deer's assault, its wings injured. Indeed, the poor little crane, Su Daji exclaimed. I couldn't abide the deer's bullying of the weaker creature, so I drew my sword and drove it away. Brother Yuan acted rightly, Su Daji affirmed. To bully the weak is to be a wicked deer. Yet, the crane had lost too much blood and was nearly devoid of strength. Fearing that abandoning it would lead to its demise, I took it back to the merchant caravan to nurse its wounds. Brother Yuan acted rightly, Su Daji praised. You are so compassionate. In the days that followed, I cared for the crane, which exhibited remarkable sensitivity, understanding that I would protect it. Wherever I went, it followed, even accompanying me during my early morning and evening sword practice, terrified of being forsaken. And then, what happened next? Daji inquired eagerly. Ultimately, as the caravan neared the edge of the forest, the crane's wounds healed. Reluctant to leave its homeland, it bid me farewell, soaring in the direction we now traveled. Oh, is Brother Yuan now in search of it, perhaps hoping it has returned home? Indeed, we have arrived. After navigating around a few trees, the four companions beheld a serene lake. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with light, as a few waterfowl frolicked upon its surface, and occasionally, fish leaped from the depths, creating ripples that danced across the water. At the lakeside stood a magnificent phoenix tree, its canopy extending over the water, with the occasional leaf detaching and drifting down, causing gentle ripples. Were a celestial being to grace this place, they might clap in awe, exclaiming, "What a splendid phoenix lake, akin to a paradise of ethereal realms." Suddenly, a melodious call resonated from the horizon, shattering the tranquility of the lake's surface. A white figure swooped down from the sky, skimming across the water, and with the precision of lightning, it seized a plump fish, effortlessly tossing it towards the shore. Then, it ascended gracefully, circling above the lake, showcasing its hunting prowess. The twins clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Master and mistress, behold the celestial crane." Chapter 77, The Origin of the White Crane. Camping and grilled fish. The celestial crane, with its elegant form and wings as pristine as snow, shimmered brilliantly under the sun. It appeared to recognize Ning Yuan, its calls infused with joy and excitement. After circling a few times, the crane gently descended into a nearby thicket of reeds, gazing at them as if to express its happiness at Ning Yuan's return. Ning Yuan smiled broadly, remarking, "Indeed, it has returned to this Wudong Lake. Since the lakeside boasts Wudong trees, we shall call it Wudong Lake." Ning Yuan and Daji exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's sentiments. Together with the twins, they dismounted and strolled towards the lakeside, resembling a family of four enjoying a summer outing, camping by the lake, and delighting in the encounter with the auspicious crane. As they approached, the white crane retreated a couple of steps, seemingly cautious and wary upon seeing strangers. Ning Yuan halted, speaking softly, "Little crane, do you recognize me?" The crane nodded, as if to say yes. "You are my benefactor." It tilted its head, seemingly inquiring, "Who are these people?" Ning Yuan began to introduce his companions. "This is my fiancée Yi, and these two are my disciples, gentle and kind-hearted girls." The crane, appearing to understand Ning Yuan's introduction, then approached. As it passed the shore with the floundering fish, it deftly picked it up with its long beak, bringing it to Ning Yuan's feet and calling out twice, as if seeking his assistance. Ning Yuan laughed heartily. "You wish for me to help you grill the fish?" The crane flapped its wings, the white feathers reflecting the midday sun, captivating and radiant, its vibrant beak opened to utter a few sounds, before gracefully dancing above the azure waves. With each light step, it created ripples upon the water's surface, akin to a graceful fairy in dance, every movement infused with fluidity and elegance, seemingly a natural masterpiece. The white crane, a dancer of the animal kingdom by nature, delighted in dance and song, exhibiting a remarkable affinity for humans. Yu and Xing, still youthful and playful, were enchanted by the crane's elegant performance and instinctively began to mimic its movements and gestures. Observing this, the crane's rhythm became even more jubilant, as if a skilled dance instructor, eager to impart its lifelong knowledge to eager pupils. Ning Yuan and Daji stood side by side, fingers intertwined, quietly admiring this rare spectacle, their hearts filled with admiration for the wonders of nature. At last, the crane ceased its dance, extending its graceful neck towards the struggling fish on the shore, tilting its head as if to urge Ning Yuan onward. Ning Yuan laughed heartily, explaining to the three girls, "During the days I spent with the little crane, there was an occasion when I kindled a fire to roast fish. Out of curiosity, it tasted a piece, and thereafter, it refused to eat raw fish. However, I never anticipated it would also perform a dance. It seems it had already paid in advance for the roasted fish." Daji, with poise and grace, delicately covered her lips with one hand and chuckled lightly. "What a clever little crane." As she spoke, she extended her other fair hand, attempting to stroke the crane's head. The crane, having grown accustomed to Ning Yuan's companions, no longer harbored fear and became quite affectionate, observing Daji's every move as if learning her demeanor and speech. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan steadied his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, while with his left, he flung the plump fish into the air. The fish traced a graceful arc as it soared, its scales glistening like silver in the sunlight. With piercing eyes, Ning Yuan made a slight motion with his right hand, unsheathing his sword. Sharp beams of sword light sliced through the air. With precision, he gutted, scaled, and trimmed the fish's tail. Ning Yuan resembled a master chef, wielding his sword like a culinary knife, skillfully preparing the fish in a breathtaking display of artistry. In mere moments, only a clean fish carcass remained, landing in his left hand. Brother Yuan, such exquisite swordsmanship. Daji clapped in praise, her innocent demeanor reflecting the prowess she had attained in martial arts. Now at an innate level, her discerning eye recognizing the extraordinary skill embodied in Ning Yuan's technique, which appeared entirely natural. The twin little girls gazed up in admiration, their eyes sparkling. Though they had only learned the Mingyu technique, their innate reverence for formidable older boys, or rather, their idols, remained undiminished. Although they did not yet understand the nature of such feelings, it was undeniable that Master Ning Yuan was the idol in the hearts of both Yaoyue and Lianxing. Even the inconspicuous little white horse exhibited a vibrant spirit, neighing in awe, as if marveling at the growth of its companion's swordsmanship, which had evolved from a novice's awkwardness to the pinnacle of excellence. As for the little crane, it flapped its wings and danced in anticipation of the forthcoming feast. Under the watchful gaze of 3 pairs of beautiful eyes and 1 pair of crane-like eyes, Ning Yuan smiled gently, maintaining his stance with the sword. With his left hand, he channeled energy, the warmth of the Jiuyang divine skill enveloping the fish. Before long, the air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of roasted fish. The little crane flapped its wings excitedly, seemingly astonished that Ning Yuan's culinary skills had advanced to the point of not requiring a fire. It appeared filled with eager anticipation for the delightful treat that awaited. Ning Yuan then instructed Yaoyue to retrieve the seasonings from the saddlebag of the horse, sprinkling them over the fish before handing it to the crane, playfully scolding, "You little rascal. You're so impatient. This is for you. Once you're done, hurry back to work." The crane, with its long beak, picked up the roasted fish and swallowed it in one gulp, but the fish was too hot, causing it to choke for a moment. Finally, in a fit of urgency, it exclaimed, "Ah, it's scorching, I'm dying." Ning Yuan, Daji, and the twins stood in stunned silence. Has it truly attained sentience? The little white horse, however, remained unfazed, its eyes twinkling with amusement, as if to say, "I knew it all along." However, why is it that the crane's spirit can articulate human speech without transforming? This leaves Bai Shui in a state of melancholy, aware that all beings present are observing her. The white crane, realizing its slip of the tongue, refrains from further concealment, speaking in a somewhat clumsy and peculiar accent. "Ah, I am about to transform. Ah, I am not yet proficient. I have never dared to reveal myself before humans. Please forgive me." Ning Yuan, with a resigned shake of his head, having witnessed many oddities, remains unfazed by the revelation of a crane spirit. His tone remains unchanged, commanding as he addresses his old friend, "Get to work. We are still hungry." "Ah, all right." The crane spirit exclaims excitedly, flapping its wings and returning to its old profession of fishing. One by one, it retrieves lively, plump fish from the lake, tossing them ashore. The twin Lolas scurry about, collecting the fish to present to their master, while Daji, employing the newly learned techniques of the compassionate river sword art, mimics Ning Yuan's method to scale the fish, remove their fins, and extract their entrails, skillfully directing the discarded remains towards Ning Yuan. Fortunately, Daji has mastered the control of her true energy output. Otherwise, the area around Wudong Lake would have erupted in chaos. Ning Yuan, utilizing the Yin-Yang divine skill, roasts the fish with both hands. In mere seconds, he completes 2, tossing them onto the clean, sun-dried camping cloth, which has been thoroughly sanitized. Do not inquire how Bai Shui's seemingly small bag contains everything one could desire. It merely holds the essentials, as science dictates. Without a 4th-dimensional space bag, life would be quite inconvenient. The 4, along with the crane, work in unison, creating a production line of roasted fish. Before long, the number of roasted fish increases dramatically, piling into 2 small mountains. Observing the 3 women and the crane becoming increasingly engrossed in their task, Ning Yuan hastily calls for a halt. "That's enough. Enough. There are too many." It is a jest, for the twin Lolas possess small appetites. Daji, being an adult and engaging in martial arts, can consume more, yet her stomach has its limits. The delicate curves of the pure and innocent young girl, with her subtly concave navel and slender waist, are dear to Ning Yuan's heart. She simply cannot hold much food. The white crane, circling above, finally alights on the lakeshore and tilts its head in confusion. "Is it too much? I typically consume over 20 at once. Ning Yuan glances at its belly, wondering how it could possibly hold that many. The physiology of a 1,000-year-old demon is indeed perplexing. The white crane, annoyed, pecks at Ning Yuan's leg. I sense you are thinking something quite impolite. Without hesitation, it begins to devour one of the piles of roasted fish. Seeing this, the little white horse trots over, lowers its head, snatches up 2 roasted fish, and scampers off to a corner, reminiscent of a puppy stealing food. But wait. You are a horse, and horses are herbivores. Although, there are indeed horses that drink alcohol. Bai Shui, if you truly become sentient, let out a few calls. And we promise not to hold it against you. Bai Shui ignores him, continuing to eat. Ning Yuan feels utterly powerless to critique the absurdities of this world. Ultimately, Ning Yuan, Su Daji, and the twins each enjoy a few roasted fish, leaving the remainder for the white crane and the little horse. The 4 in one spirit engage in lively conversation as they dine. The primary dialogue unfolds between the crane spirit and Ning Yuan, while the 3 maidens listen attentively. As the conversation progresses, it reaches the moment of Su Daji's midday repose, with the pure and innocent maiden resting her head on her fiancé's thigh, her exquisite eyes gently closing. Excluding the incomplete utterances from the crane spirit, the exchange proceeds as follows. This lake is truly splendid. Crane spirit. Indeed, this is my territory. Yours? Call it out and see if it responds. Ning Yuan, the true Qi crane, I cannot best you in words. And this phoenix tree? It must be several hundred years old. I wonder if it might attain sentience. Crane spirit. For flowers and trees to begin to develop intelligence, they must first exist for at least 1,000 years. To truly become sentient might take 2 to 3,000 years. This forest hasn't even reached 500. Ning Yuan reflects. Crane spirits that have lived long have indeed seen much. It bears a resemblance to Zhang Sanfeng's critique of the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber. Zhang Chui Shan. In the martial world, the supreme heavenly sword is unmatched. Who can rival it? This phrase has echoed through the ages for centuries. Zhang Sanfeng at most. It has been 70 or 80 years. I had not heard these 6 phrases in my youth. At that moment, Zhang Chui Shan likely mused, Master, your longevity grants you wisdom. I shall bestow a name upon your territory. Let it henceforth be known as Wudong Lake. Crane Spirit, wonderful. That is a splendid name. My home now has a name. Hooray, Crane Spirit. By the way, the swordsmanship you taught me is quite effective. That spotted deer can no longer best me. Wait, when did I teach you swordsmanship? During those days, you practiced your swordplay morning and evening, performing the entire set of techniques. Was that not instructing me? Ning Yuan pondered. The time he spent with the crane spirit coincided with the merchant caravan's recent departure from Chintang Pass. Similarly, he had only just activated his system a few days prior, and he was still unskilled with the Dugu 9 swords, thus utilizing the system to enhance his sword practice daily. He had not anticipated that the crane spirit would misconstrue his efforts as instruction. Moreover, this crane spirit learned swiftly, far surpassing Ling Huchong. However, explaining the matter seemed too cumbersome, so he chose to concede. Very well, let us consider it as if I taught you. Crane spirit, what do you mean consider? You humans are so hypocritical. All right, it was indeed I who taught you. However, how do you employ human sword techniques without a sword? Crane spirit chuckled heartily. My long beak serves as my sword. First, I use my wings for defense, employing your taut stance to protect my head. And when it is unawares, I peck at it. The crane spirit beamed with pride. And Ning Yuan felt a desire to remark that the head-protecting stance merely illustrated its cowardice, but he refrained and instead encouraged it. Balanced offense and defense, quite commendable. Crane spirit, indeed. I adore that final move of yours, striking each branch of the deer antlers. Oh, that is called the arrow breaker stance. Most suitable for taking on multiple opponents, a sword to thrash a throng. Is it? Your terminology is rather archaic and intricate. I do not quite comprehend. Regardless, it no longer dares to provoke me. This lake is now my domain. Haha. But do be cautious. We humans believe in a gentleman's revenge, which is never too late. I'm not afraid of it. Previously, I had only my beak, while its antlers were numerous. I could not contend with it and had to defend with my wings, adopting the head-protecting stance. Now that I have mastered your sword technique, I fear it no longer. That is because you possess the courage to fight back. Otherwise, even if you lack swordsmanship or only have a long beak, you would still peck until your opponent is bloodied and bruised. Haha, that is indeed true. In the past, I had a rather gentle disposition and shied away from conflict. However, being with you has taught me so much. Unfortunately, I lack companions. Otherwise, I could put into practice the group combat techniques you have imparted to me. Haha. Your memory is truly remarkable. Remember, in group battles, losing is acceptable, but the archer must perish. Haha. And as for the 3-3 formation, once I find companions, I shall certainly give it a try. That indeed is a technique of blood and fire. By mastering my swordsmanship, you must not bully the weak. I intervened to rescue you because I saw you being bullied. If you learn it and use it to torment other little demons, I shall not spare you. Haha. I understand. I will cherish your swordsmanship, ensuring you are not embarrassed, nor will I divulge it to others. That is not necessary. If you truly encounter peers or companions who are amiable, you may freely share my swordsmanship, for I possess even more formidable techniques. Crane Demon, will you still teach me in the future? The techniques are no issue. You can learn them once you attain a human form. However, internal energy is unattainable for your kind, as your internal structure differs from that of humans and lacks meridians. I did not comprehend the latter part. But as long as there are techniques, that is sufficient. I possess demon energy. By the way, you demons and immortals have magical powers that can substitute for internal energy. Does this not imply that once you learn my martial arts techniques, I might soon find myself unable to contend with you? Haha, I will never fight with you, never. I shall only assist you in battle. Time passes swiftly, and the fish have been consumed. Ning Yuan clapped his hands. All right, Brother Crane. It is time for us to depart. You are to continue your training here at Wutong Lake, correct? Since you are about to transform, it is likely that your training has spanned nearly a millennium. Addressing you as Brother Crane is quite an honor for me. Chapter 79. The Origin of the White Crane and the Half-Demon. The White Crane glanced at him, hesitating to speak, ultimately expressing with reluctance, Are we really leaving? Indeed. We must return to the realm of humans, while Wutong Lake remains your home. Parting is inevitable. The White Crane pondered for a moment and said, Then once I transform into human form, I shall seek you out. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yuan replied, That sounds splendid. I plan to establish a martial arts academy, at which point you can serve as my instructor, imparting sword techniques to the disciples. After a brief contemplation, he added, However, my initial intention was to accept mortal apprentices. Since you are here, I shall not discriminate. All races may come to seek knowledge. Of course, malevolent demons are excluded. Should anyone trained by us commit wicked acts, their martial arts will be revoked, and they shall be expelled from the school. Crane Demon, excellent. Additionally, the first lesson should be teaching them how to endure a beating. Crane Demon, please, be human. Haha. By the way, my name is Ning Yuan, hailing from Qintang Pass. Do not forget. Crane Demon, hello Ning Yuan. I am called O. I do not yet have a name. Could you help me choose one? Oh, then let us call you He. Crane Demon, be serious. I shall be a girl in the future. Oh, you are female? I concede defeat. I cannot believe I did not realize sooner. The names of demons hold profound significance. Quickly, think of a melodious name for me. A demon must not forget its roots. Dear Xia, even if you become human, you are still a white crane demon. What is so admirable about being a demon? I long to be human. Let me ponder. Humans do not bear the surname Crane, but a homophone could be. Here we stand beneath the Wutong tree, where there is a saying, plant a Wutong tree, and the phoenix will come. Since you are of avian kin, a phoenix's companion, let us use Tong to symbolize the phoenix. The flourishing branches and leaves of the Wutong signify abundance. Thus, you shall be named Tongzhen. This denotes the prosperity of the Wutong tree while also sounding like childlike innocence, reflecting your pure and benevolent nature, a harbinger of good fortune. Ning Yuan casually inscribed a few characters upon the riverbank, elucidating each one to the Crane Demon. Thank you, Ning Yuan. Henceforth, I shall bear this name. Inevitably, the moment of parting arrived. The white crane, He Tongzhen, gracefully flapped her wings, dancing lightly upon the shimmering surface of the water, bidding farewell to Ning Yuan and the others. After traversing several miles, while riding atop a galloping steed, Ning Yuan had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Su Daji when a sudden recollection struck him. He turned abruptly, gazing back, a contemplative expression gracing his brow. What troubles you, Brother Yuan? The perceptive maiden, Pure Desire, inquired, sensing his unease. Having recently savored delicious roasted fish, Su Daji rested her head upon Ning Yuan's shoulder, basking in the warm sunlight, succumbing to a brief slumber. The innocent exchange between him and the crane demon was lost on her, merely a backdrop of white noise. Similarly, the sisters, Yue and Lianxing, lay nestled on their master's lap, awakening with a sense of trepidation. After all, the twin fairies had yet to fully shed their identities as maidens, merely recognizing that their master and mistress were kind-hearted figures, yet they understood the need to remain humble. In response to Su Daji's inquiry, Ning Yuan chuckled lightly. Oh, nothing much, just recalling some nearly forgotten details. Let us be on our way. With a smile that refused to fade, he squeezed the horse's flank and began to hum a whimsical tune. On a sunny day, the little white horse. La 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 la. He Tongjin, the crane maiden? Have I truly rescued a maiden who is yet to transform into human form? And we have agreed that she shall instruct at my martial academy? Does this not signify that I've undermined the formidable peach of immortality? Ning Yuan attempted to recollect his past life's memories of the crane maiden, but found them to be rather hazy. After all, 17 years had passed since his transmigration, and many memories were on the brink of oblivion. That he could still recall the crane maiden was a small fortune. He remembered only that the crane maiden was a long-legged beauty, capable of unfurling a pair of celestial wings in her human form, a sight to behold. And what of that spotted deer? Could it be the deer maiden? This world certainly grows ever more intriguing. Days passed once more, and at long last, a magnificent military stronghold came into view. Chintang Pass, we have arrived. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, at this very moment, just a few days' journey behind him, an unexpected yet entirely plausible turn of events was unfolding. At the lakeside of the Wutong, beneath the tree, a white crane, emanating a gentle, luminous glow, gracefully ascended into the air. Its formerly slender avian legs transformed into the elongated, delicate limbs of a young maiden, with calves exquisitely fair from the neck down. It had entirely metamorphosed into the form of a human girl. Were a traveler present, they would witness a scene reminiscent of an anime magical girl transformation, bathed in holy light, as her body shifted and donned a sailor's suit. Yet, despite the divine radiance, the magical girl had not fully completed her transformation. Her figure remained largely cloaked in pristine white feathers, as immaculate as freshly fallen snow, veiling the translucent, alabaster skin that contemporary netizens have come to admire. The crucial areas, such as the graceful curves of her chest and the skin that extended from her slender waist to the realms of her absolute domain, were tenderly concealed beneath a black feathered garment. Moreover, the crane girl retained numerous distinctly non-human traits that could not be masked by mere human attire. For instance, the pair of black-tipped, snowy wings on her back, poised as if ready to take flight. Ultimately, the crane spirit girl covered her face with her hands, gently caressing the elongated red beak, her expression one of despondency. Lowering her gaze to the crystal-clear surface of Wutong Lake, she beheld her reflection, an unmistakable visage of a crane-headed maiden. In a hushed voice, the crane spirit girl, He Tongjin, murmured to herself, "This half-human, half-demon appearance is far too unsightly to present to Ning Yuan. I must strive harder. Come on, fate." Once more, the half-demon girl recalled Ning Yuan's peculiar words, involuntarily breaking into a strange smile. Suddenly, He Tongjin noticed a brilliant golden light shimmering at the lake's bottom, poised to break the surface. Could there be a treasure emerging from the depths? No, it was merely a reflection. The true source of the golden glow originated from the sky. Instinctively, the crane spirit girl evaded, and in that fleeting moment as the golden light brushed past her, she discerned it to be a golden arrow. The arrow pierced the ground, swiftly dissipating in the air, leaving only a deep pit and a faint aura of demonic energy. This arrow was evidently infused with the magical power of the demon race. Who was it? Who dared to ambush me? Before the half-demon girl could comprehend the situation, more golden arrows rained down upon her in rapid succession. Relying on instinct, she moved with agility, her remarkable flexibility enabling her to dance upon the razor's edge, evading the arrows by sensing the demonic energy around her. However, the deluge of arrows grew increasingly relentless and dense. The crane spirit girl found herself at a disadvantage, gradually overwhelmed. Chapter 80. The White Crane's Counterattack. Faced with the relentless onslaught of light arrows, the half-demon girl realized she could no longer evade. Resolute, she unfurled the wings behind her, enveloping her entire form with the broad span of her wings to withstand the continuous barrage of arrows. She crouched down, bracing for impact. After a millennium of cultivation, the half-demon He Tongjin had mastered the utilization of her powers with unparalleled finesse, embodying them instinctively. The strength of her wings did not stem from the hardness of their feathers, but rather from the formidable demon energy enveloping her, which was the true essence of their indestructibility. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly striking against the wings of the crane demon girl, producing a series of crisp, resonant impacts. Each golden arrow contained an overwhelming force, as if intent on piercing her through, leaving her feeling like a pincushion. Who could hold such deep-seated enmity against me? The crane demon girl was filled with trepidation. Despite her millennia of training and expertise in defense with her wings, her demon energy was sometimes insufficient. Confronted with this unceasing barrage, she knew that prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. The enemy demon had launched a surprise attack from an advantageous elevated position. He Tongjin continued to evade and defend, maintaining her ground, her endurance already astonishing to any onlooker. If there were spectators to witness this exchange of offense and defense, they would perceive the ferocity of the enemy's assault. Aware of the futility of prolonged resistance, He Tongjin remained calm, simultaneously defending and calculating the origin of the attacks based on the trajectory of the arrows. Yet, it was evident that the adversary was not foolish. They continually shifted positions. However, the angles of their movements were not extensive, suggesting their physical space was limited. The crane demon felt her arms growing weary, nearly unable to grip her wings any longer. Nonetheless, she dared not relax her vigilance, resolutely guarding her entire being. At last, she pinpointed the location of her assailant. It was atop a high cliff, merely 100 paces from Wudong Lake, her domain, a place she knew intimately. In the eyes of an imagined observer, this skirmish transpired in mere moments. The crane demon girl, with her long legs, propelled herself powerfully, her wing shield bracing against the deluge of arrows as she charged toward her attacker. He Tongjin moved with the swiftness of a shooting star. As she approached her target, she steeled her resolve, seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the sparse arrows, relinquishing her defense. In midair, she twisted her slender crane waist, dodging, evading, unfolding her wings, accelerating, further accelerating. There was no retreat, only advance. With a determination to strike without turning back, her only remaining weapon, her long beak, was unleashed in the form of the piercing technique taught by Ning Yuan. She shattered the last arrow, and suddenly, there were no barriers left between her and the assailant. The half-demon girl finally discerned her adversary, a strikingly handsome young man who bore a human form yet possessed an air of otherworldliness, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Antlers faintly emerged from his head, revealing he was not of the human race. Though those antlers seemed somewhat familiar, the crane demon girl had no time to ponder. She launched a decisive strike without hesitation. With unparalleled speed, the half-demon girl advanced, leaving the antlered youth no option but to hastily raise his bow in defense. The technique of the solitary 9 swords pierced through the air. The crane demon girl, empowered by a millennium of arduous cultivation, unleashed her formidable demonic energy through her elongated beak, directly shattering the longbow. Simultaneously, she pierced through the protective demonic barrier hastily erected by the young man with antlers, penetrating deep into his left eye. Freeze! The crane demon girl realized her body was no longer under her control, abruptly halting as if the command possessed an unfathomable power, instantly binding her half-demon form. However, the crane demon's beak had already breached the cornea of the young man's left eye, embedding itself 3 points deep. Consequently, the crane demon girl plummeted from the air, descending into the dust. Perspective shifts to Chintang Pass. Being a pass, the most crucial core of Chintang Pass faces the East China Sea, situated at the military outpost where the Nine meets the ocean, tasked with defending against the ancient mythical beasts of the East Sea Dragon Clan. The threat posed by the Dragon Clan has lingered for a millennium. During that time, not even the Shang dynasty had emerged, and the Xia dynasty was yet to be established. It is likely a matter of the Yu dynasty. The Yu dynasty remains unverified in later generations. We should refrain from propagating historical nihilism and treat it as a mere tale. In any case, the ancestors of the people of Chintang Pass were soldiers dispatched during the era of Emperor Shun of the Yu dynasty, stationed here to guard against the disturbances caused by the East Sea Dragon Clan and the underwater demons. A millennium has passed, and Chintang Pass has seen no warfare. The soldiers stationed here have settled down, established families, and thrived. Their descendants formed a human tribe, attracting nearby refugees, fishermen, and common folk fleeing the chaos of the Central Plains. Over the course of 20 generations, the population within the pass has grown to several tens of thousands. In the former Ning Yuan, such a number would merely constitute a medium-sized town. However, during the Shang dynasty, it could be deemed a small city. Nevertheless, the court invested little in this area, failing to establish a fortified city, thus retaining the ancient name of Chintang Pass. Furthermore, after a millennium of peace, the inhabitants of Chintang Pass have long forgotten their mission and the threat posed by the sea demons, no longer perceiving it as a military stronghold. The military preparedness has waned, and the soldiers are disbanded, merely existing to make a living, even leading to incidents of military oppression against the civilians. It was not until 25 years ago that Chintang Pass welcomed a new general, Jing. His innate sense of responsibility compelled him to rebuild the garrison, training troops at Wild Horse Ridge, reorganizing military provisions within the pass, and constructing seawalls beyond the fortifications. This ultimately led to the magnificent scene of Chintang Pass during the tumult caused by the arrival of the demon child, a grand wall of brick and stone dividing land and sea. Beyond the pass lay the azure waves of the East Sea, while within was a peninsula bustling with life. The inner river of Nine connected the continent. Upon returning to the boundaries of the pass, Ning Yuan did not immediately cross the Nine to reach Chintang Pass, but instead, he first visited the research facility situated closer to the mainland. Glassworks, breweries, ironworks, and cement workshops flourished in a dazzling array, akin to stars encircling the moon. This was the manufacturing base where the golden ideas from the mind of the traveler Ning Yuan transformed into reality. Within a few short years, its scale had rapidly expanded, nearly evolving into an emerging small city. Almost every household in Chintang Pass had someone employed by the Ning family, working for Ning Yuan. The facility was aptly named by the young master of the Ning family, the Black Technology Research Institute, in response to the peculiar lexicon perpetually emerging from the eldest son. The Ning family has long since become accustomed to such eccentricities. Following his lead, they have adopted similar vernacular, referring to this place as the Research Institute or simply the Institute. The administrative jargon has flourished throughout the Ning household in Xintangwan. As the chief technical expert of the Research Institute, Ning Yuan resides here, and within the depths of the institute lies a secluded courtyard comprised of 3 sections. In his childhood, after tinkering with various inventions, he constructed this secret base outside the city, both to safeguard his technological secrets and to obscure his eccentric memories. Subsequently, centered around the courtyard of the eldest son, various manufacturing workshops of the Ning family gradually expanded outward, ultimately forming the Ning family's clandestine research institute dedicated to cutting-edge technology. Naturally, Ning Yuan placed workshops that could potentially generate pollution downwind of the courtyard to avoid exposure to secondhand smoke, while also establishing a private passageway that connects the outer perimeter of the institute directly to his secret base. The Research Institute is of paramount importance to the Ning family, with sentinels guarding it around the clock and patrols operating day and night, creating a formidable fortress. Without Ning Yuan's leadership, even the 3 women would find entry impossible. However, upon arrival, they donned veils, which were removed once they entered the courtyard. Is this truly my elder brother's home? Upon entering Ning Yuan's courtyard, Su Daji curiously surveyed her surroundings, while the twin lowly girls proceeded with caution. Ning Yuan smiled and explained, "Indeed, it has been a while since my last visit. It may be a bit untidy." As if alerted by their presence, a woman suddenly emerged from within, encountering the 4 of them. It was none other than Ning Yuan's mother, who in this life is referred to as Wang. Ning Yuan realized, within his recollections, he only knew his mother's surname, unaware of her given name. Having grown accustomed to calling her mother, Ning Yuan, as a reincarnated soul, had no difficulty in addressing her. However, in this world, once a woman marries, her maiden name is seldom used. She is typically referred to by her husband's surname. For instance, Ning Yuan's mother, Wang, would be addressed as Ning Wang. Upon first laying eyes on her son, Ning Wang seemed to confirm that he was whole and unharmed. Shifting her focus toward the 3 unfamiliar faces, her gaze brightened at the sight of the 2 young maidens, which she dismissed as mere servants. Yet, her attention was captivated by the fair-skinned, tall young lady following closely behind her son. She was undeniably beautiful. It seemed this was indeed the beloved whom Judai had mentioned, the one with whom Yuan had progressed to the stage of meeting the parents. What a stunning girl. Ning Wang approached warmly, greeting Su Daji, taking her hand and appraising her with evident satisfaction. "Dear girl, I am this rascal's mother. Should he ever mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall stand up for you." Ning Yuan interjected, and Su Daji instantly embraced the moment, her smile radiant. "Wonderful. If Yuan Gu ever bullies me, I shall seek your assistance, dear mother." Indeed, possessing beauty always confers certain advantages. Upon hearing Su Daji's affectionate address towards Ning Yuan, Lady Ning's smile deepened. Ning Yuan, however, inquired, "Mother, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home within the borders? By the way, where's father?" His barrage of questions came forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Typically, one would return home and ask, "Father, where's mother?" Yet, for Ning Yuan, it was reversed. He genuinely wished to communicate the origins of the 3 women he brought back before encountering his mother. This modest courtyard, a sanctuary belonging solely to Ning Yuan, was initially intended for the accommodation of Su Daji and the twins, before venturing to the family home within the Chintang Pass to seek out his parents. To his surprise, his biological mother was present, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Your father is at the general's residence. Lady Ning interjected sharply. You scoundrel. You've been away for 2 or 3 months. This courtyard lacks even a servant girl, and if I didn't come to tidy up regularly, how would you endure your return? Having endured many hardships in her youth, Lady Ning took it upon herself to oversee her son's abode. Upon hearing the mention of a servant girl, the twins, Yao Yu and Lian Xing, sprang into action, immediately feeling the urgency to prepare tea. In their brief 10 years in West Qi City, such tasks were second nature to them. They were merely fulfilling their duties. Lady Ning cast a satisfied glance at the 2 girls before gracefully seating herself alongside Su Daji in the main hall and warmly inquired, My dear girl, what is your name? How old are you this year? Su Daji, with a bashful smile, replied, Auntie, I have just turned 18 last month. As for my name. She glanced at Ning Yuan. Lady Ning felt a surge of joy upon hearing Su Daji's age, thinking that she was slightly younger than her son, and indeed, it appeared that her son favored younger women. However, upon witnessing the beautiful girl hesitating to disclose her name without Ning Yuan's approval, her temper flared. You little rascal. Why are you bullying this young lady? She can't even state her name without seeking your permission? Ning Yuan sighed. Mother, Uncle Gio must have spoken to father about it. Didn't father mention it to you? Lady Ning's eyes widened. That old scoundrel. He only mentioned that your beloved in Jizhou has a noble identity. But he didn't even divulge her name. How can we introduce ourselves properly when she is visiting for the first time? You must speak up. Ning Yuan felt relieved that Uncle Gio and his father had maintained discretion. He pondered, Mother, I assure you I cannot deceive you. But Wan's background is indeed somewhat intricate. Lady Ning scoffed at her son. What is so complicated about it? Surely, you did not bring back the Princess Zixian from the Yabi family of Chaoga City, did you? Lady Ning, from the depths of her heart, never believed that her son could win the affections of someone of such high status. Hence she mentioned the least likely candidate. Yet, to her astonishment, upon hearing the name Zixian Princess, Su Daji's lips curled into a subtle smile. Lady Ning's eyes widened in realization. Heavens, could she truly be the Zixian Princess? Fortunately, the young lady herself denied it. My elder brother Ning Yuan indeed does not know Sister Zixian. However, I did reside in Chaoga for a few days during my childhood. Lady Ning breathed a sigh of relief, yet soon found herself puzzled. Sister Zixian? How could one who refers to the princess of the reigning royal family as a sister possess a simple background? Do not be under the illusion that the circles of a rural woman, having defied destiny, remain unchanged. She is a frequent guest at the general's residence, a close confidant. Ning Yuan felt quite helpless. He had intended to discuss matters with his father first, but unexpectedly, his mother had intervened, leaving him at a loss for how to fabricate a story. The notion that Wan Yuan might be acquainted with the princess was easily explainable. As long as he did not mention both Wan Yuan and Su Daji in the same breath, no one would be aware of their respective social ties. Furthermore, in a remote place like Shintangwan, the highest military official would not likely send a report. The eldest son of the Ning family has brought back a common girl named Wan Yuan who knows Princess Zixian. Suspected to be Su Daji. Has he lost his senses? Moreover, Li Jing was undoubtedly an ally. At present, Ning Yuan certainly could not concoct a nonsensical tale to deceive his own mother, yet he could not openly disclose her true identity, which might stir up trouble. Thus, he could only say, I can only tell you that she is the illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhong, named Wan Yuan. Lady Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Duke? You scoundrel. If you were to casually mention a local lord from a province, I might not even be aware. How could you trick me so easily? Chapter 82, Su Daji. Aunt, I also have a dowry. However, in our mighty Shang kingdom, there are 4 major dukes from the north, south, east, and west. Where does this Duke of Zhong come from? Besides, you went to Jizhou, not Chaoga? Wait a moment. Originally, the 4 great lords of Shang were all dukes. And this was common knowledge. Lady Ning seemed to recall something, muttering to herself. I remember seeing a copy of the king's edict at Sister Yin's house a couple of days ago, stating that the Shang has gained an additional town duke. The edict holds the utmost power because once issued, it is disseminated throughout the realm, and all official institutions within Shang would receive the news. Otherwise, if the king were to bestow titles upon his subjects, yet no one in a remote province knew, would that not be a source of mockery? Ning Yuan, feeling helpless, began to boast about his fiancée's illustrious lineage. Indeed, Wan Yuan's biological father was once the Duke of Jizhou, and now he is the 5th Duke of Shang. The current Duke of Jizhou is her brother. Furthermore, as for me, I share a close bond with the Duke of Jizhou, frequently engaging in friendly sparring. Lady Ning was momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the somewhat bashful Su Daji. Her precious son had actually brought home a daughter of a duke, a sister of a lord? Although she was an illegitimate child, was she not akin to a princess? Unaware of the princess's arrival, Lady Ning, recovering from her shock, trembled and prepared to pay her respects to Daji, who quickly supported her. Lady Ning realized she could not kneel. How could this seemingly delicate girl possess such strength? She had merely used her fingertips to support me, coming from a humble background. Lady Ning had become quite portly after her husband's success, and by rights, Daji should not have been able to hold her up. Yet, the young ladies of today are no longer the delicate noble women of yore. Within them flows a vital energy accumulated over a century, rendering them capable of feats beyond the strength of ordinary individuals. With remarkable resolve, she assisted the Lady Ning back to her seat. Ning Yuan hastily remarked, "Mother, there is no need for such concern. She is merely a natural daughter at present, not a princess, and has yet to acknowledge her ancestry or publicly declare her identity. However, the noble couple and the young lord already recognize her. Thus, her dowry will be substantial." Upon hearing the initial part, Lady Ning felt relieved. Yet a tinge of regret lingered. But upon hearing the mention of the dowry, she swiftly ignited with indignation. "You rascal! You dare say you haven't wronged the girl? Before she even steps through the door, you are already scheming about her dowry?" Ning Yuan could only chuckle in exasperation. Daji, unable to contain her amusement, observed Lady Ning's fervor and, with a playful demeanor, feigned tears, saying, "That dowry includes my personal maid. My parents have declared their intention to adopt her as a goddaughter, destined to be Ning Yuan's wife or concubine." Lady Ning exclaimed, "A daughter of a noble family marrying in, with a goddaughter of a marquis as her dowry?" Daji fanned the flames further. "Indeed. My father's biological princess now holds the title of the Grand Emperor's favored concubine, known as Daji, while my future sister will be named Daji." Lady Ning, bewildered, questioned, "The blood-related sister of the Grand Emperor's favored concubine and the goddaughter with such a distinguished name are all marrying you? What on earth have you been up to outside?" Ning Yuan, feeling overwhelmed, made a hasty retreat. Exiting the small courtyard, he mounted his resplendent white horse and resolved to visit the general's residence at Chintang Pass, seeking out his wealthy father. He also intended to pay his respects to the region's highest official, General Li Jing of Chintang Pass. With both the bureaucratic and commercial titans as my allies, I possess more than enough standing to navigate this realm with confidence. Yet, it is a pity that I have yet to experience the exploits of dominance. Having spent 17 years as a mere tech enthusiast, a true embarrassment for a time traveler. No sooner had he left the courtyard than he encountered a robust figure emerging from a workshop. Spotting the young horseman, the sturdy man immediately stood at attention, exclaiming with vigor, "Young master, you have returned. Daniel? Perfect timing. If you are free, accompany me within the pass," Ning Yuan said casually. The brawny figure was indeed Daniel. Since Ning Yuan's visit to Jizhou City to meet Su Hu, he had been preoccupied with the dual threats posed by the tyrant and the nine-tailed fox, neglecting the movements of the Ning family's merchant caravan. To his surprise, Daniel had returned to Chintang Pass ahead of him. In truth, Daniel had other pressing matters to attend to, but since the young master had summoned him, all other tasks faded into insignificance. Daniel swiftly secured a horse, trailing Ning Yuan by half a horse's length as they rode in tandem. Along the way, craftsmen from the Research Institute and guards alike paused to greet the young master upon sighting him, to which Ning Yuan graciously acknowledged each of them, recalling their names with ease. The Ning family, as slaveholders, had unearthed numerous talents from among the enslaved, who originally bore no names, all of which had been bestowed by Ning Yuan himself, ensuring he remembered them all. Many guards and craftsmen of humble origins sought out Ning Yuan for new names. Ning Yuan truly wished to inform them, "My Ning family naming establishment has extended its services to the demon realm. The fee for naming is the essence of a formidable demon's millennia of cultivation. You are fortunate to have arrived during our grand opening celebration, where all services are complimentary." Once they exited the Research Institute area, finding themselves in solitude, Ning Yuan felt at ease to inquire, "Daniel, have my previous arrangements been executed?" Daniel promptly responded, "All has been accomplished. The members of the merchant caravan who accompanied you to Jizhou have been returned to Chintang Pass and placed in the Ning family shop. I have issued strict orders for them to forget anyone they encountered in Jizhou and not to utter a single word about it. Otherwise, they shall face the family's disciplinary measures." "Good work," Ning Yuan acknowledged. "However, young master, there is one matter I must forewarn you about. You should brace yourself." "Go ahead," Ning Yuan urged. Daniel, visibly anxious, confessed, upon completing Master Zhou's task and returning home, I learned that your encounter with your beloved in Jizhou has become common knowledge, although no one knows the identity of the other party. The entire Qintang Pass is aware of this news. I investigated, and it appears to have originated from a slave who was part of the caravan for the first time. After receiving his wages, he drunkenly let slip the information. Fortunately, he does not know her name or identity. Rest assured, I have sent him to the iron mines. Ning Yuan replied, well done. Ensure the mine overseer looks after him, and do not squander too much food. Do not forget that the wealthy in a slave society are not philanthropists. Once they enter the mines, it is nearly impossible to emerge again, unless they rank among the top 3 in mining. Ning Yuan's true identity is that of a second-generation slave owner of the Shang dynasty. Does he truly appear to be a benevolent gentleman who liberates slaves and provides them with high wages? Such actions require your obedience and discretion. Do not speak of what Inyo has disclosed. The gossip of the master's household should remain buried within. To let it escape would be perilous. As for the remaining guards, disband their ranks and assign them to various posts within Qintang Pass. If they are willing, integrate them into the general's office, recommending them under my father's name for minor positions. Moreover, you are to personally select a team to protect my small courtyard. Chapter 83, Qintang Pass. The young knight rides a bamboo horse. Aside from my parents, no one is permitted to enter. By the way, I have brought back a pair of twin maidservants to reside in the courtyard. They are easily distinguishable. They will oversee daily necessities and responsibilities. Ning Yuan grimaced. Lastly, emphasize my words to your brothers. All must remain vigilant. There are crucial technical documents in my courtyard. If there is even a slight mishap, or if any ordinary citizen learns of it, they shall all be sent to the mines, including you. Denyo jolted, immediately standing at attention to salute. Yes, young master. Ning Yuan, still simmering with anger, rendered Denyo speechless. The remainder of their journey was devoid of conversation. Finally, after traversing the waterways of the Nine Curves Bay, Ning Yuan and Denyo arrived at the dock within the pass, where the magical child Nezha followed Taiji Fist to Yushu Palace to participate in the Ascension examination. Bidding farewell to his kin and villagers, Ning Yuan felt he had checked off a classic cinematic landmark. In truth, the region of Qintang Pass and its inhabitants is characterized by a peninsula-like terrain, with a narrow strip of land connecting it to the mainland. However, this route is rather circuitous and seldom taken by travelers. In contrast, the choice to ferry across the winding bay offers a more direct and expedient passage. As foot traffic gradually increased, the two dismounted and led their horses on foot towards the direction of the general's office. The little white horse required no guidance, displaying an innate sense of direction as it followed Ning Yuan closely. Seemingly having adjusted his mood, Ning Yuan's demeanor towards his trusted aide softened, and he inquired about Dainya's recent circumstances. The latter provided a detailed account, sharing observations from their journey. Young master, after departing from Jizhou City, I led a team to protect Lord Ningjiu and traveled to Donglu for trade. By the way, when we passed by Shizhou City, we heard from the locals about a place called Phoenix Mountain, said to be the dwelling of fairies. Are you interested, young master? Ning Yuan replied, Phoenix Mountain? Oh, you refer to Princess Longji, the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, who was banished to the mortal realm for transgressing celestial laws. I wonder how much innate vital energy she possesses. Surely at least 3,000 years, one would jest. Speaking of celestial laws, even the slightest infraction, like spilling wine, leads to punishment on earth. The existence of deities is utterly shackled by stringent laws, devoid of any joy. It is far more delightful to embrace a fragrant and gentle maiden. No wonder that practitioners of the three teachings recoil at the mention of the divine war. It is not a chance to serve as deities in the heavenly court, but rather akin to a sentence in prison. Unlike the mortal dynasties, where Ji Chong would eagerly accept an official position from San Yixing, for mortals associate their titles with power, status, wealth, and love, intertwining careers with romance. As Ning Yuan pondered these thoughts, he continued to listen to Daini recount his experiences. Later on, Lord Zhou mentioned that he needed to visit Sanshan Pass and instructed me to take 2 individuals back to Qintang Pass to report safety. Hence my return just a few days ago. Sanshan Pass. I believe the general is referred to as Lord Dengjiu, is he not? The father of Deng Chanyu. How old is she now? Ah, it seems she is yet to be born. During the campaign against Zhou, when King Wu reached Sanshan Pass, Deng Chanyu was just emerging. A young maiden of 16 or 17, akin in age to the current Su Daji. This implies that Deng Chanyu will not be born until approximately 10 years after the fall of King Zhou, placing her a generation apart from Crown Prince Yin Jiao. What do I wish for Deng Chanyu? I am no fool to meddle in matters of affection. Of course, the original tale was far more ruthless. pairing Ding Chanyu with a disciple from the third generation of the Chan sect, one old enough to be her great-grandfather. But such matters are irrelevant to the present. As they proceeded towards the general's office, the throngs of people grew denser. Yet, upon catching sight of Ning Yuan, the common folk engaged in hushed whispers, as if they were beholding a villain, particularly the elders who had watched him grow. In the past, encounters would often involve inquiries about the well-being of young Master Ning. Yet not a single person dared to do so now. I, Ning the young master, have never bullied the weak nor oppressed the meek. My reputation is impeccable. How is it that a mere outing has transformed me into the second incarnation of the mischievous Nezha? Alas, Nezha has not yet even been born. Ning Yuan abruptly halted, his gaze fixated upon a shop by the roadside. A throng of commoners queued outside, each emerging from the establishment with a coarse burlap pouch in hand, exuding the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. The shop was named Wen Ning Tang. Upon noticing Ning Yuan's pause, Denyo also came to a stop, following his line of sight, and grinned, saying, "Young master, Miss Suin is currently attending to patients. Would you like to wait for her? She is rather busy at the moment." Just then, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of Wen Ning Tang, pausing to gaze at Ning Yuan with a gentle smile, softly calling out to him, Yuan, you have returned. It has been quite a while." "Ah, Suin, I am back." Since their eyes had met, Ning Yuan could not simply walk away. He instructed Denyo to return to his duties. Once Denyo departed, Ning Yuan continued to lock eyes with the young woman. The midday sun poured down upon Wen Ning Tang, illuminating the girl who stood elegantly before the half-rolled bamboo curtain of the apothecary. A bamboo hairpin, polished to a shine, was delicately inserted in her hair. Her pale blue linen robe was adorned with dried mugwort, while the sleeves stained with madder root juice glimmered in the sunlight, reminiscent of mottled rouge. Years of grinding herbs had rendered her fingers slender and long, with prominent knuckles. Yet her palms bore the thin calluses of one accustomed to wielding a stone pestle. Beholding this unpretentious maiden of medicine, Ning Yuan's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Her beauty, though perhaps slightly less striking than that of Su Daji, was illuminated by her large, sparkling eyes, filled with vivacity, standing at merely the height of his chest. Her round face, adorned with rosy apple cheeks, belied her maturity, as the fullness of her bosom indicated she had come of age. In Ning Yuan's previous life, there existed a specific term to encapsulate such a description: youthful visage with ample curves. At this moment, the youthful maiden beamed at Ning Yuan, her eyes brimming with joy and concern. She was, indeed, Ning Yuan's childhood companion, Suin. The youthful maiden gently brushed aside her damp bangs, revealing her naturally delicate brows, and inquired with genuine concern, "You have been away for a total of 87 days, Yuan. How is your health? Have you been eating regularly?" Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow and teased, "Suin, are you perhaps the long-lost sister of my mother? Why do you inquire so?" To be fair, considering their height and appearance, it was rather perplexing. In truth, Suin was a year older than Ning Yuan, at the tender age of 18. During their usual interactions, Ning Yuan would never address her as sister, opting instead for her name, and Suin would similarly refrain from adopting such a maternal tone. Yet, Suin continued softly, "Oh, I'm sorry. Yuan, I should not have asked." She adopted the demeanor of a chastised young wife. In that instant, Ning Yuan felt the weight of the surrounding crowd's gaze, particularly from the neighbors waiting in line, as if an invisible net had ensnared him, rendering him utterly exposed. Chapter 84, Chintang Pass. The innocence of childhood friends. The predicament of childhood sweethearts is that, upon returning to their hometown, everyone is acutely aware of their relationship. Furthermore, the tales of Ning Yuan's romantic escapades have already spread throughout Chintang Pass. Ultimately, only Ning Yuan knows that the seemingly innocent and charming girl before him, resembling a small potato from the south, is, in fact, a fade of naivety, concealing a heart as dark as the depths of the abyss. Her recent dialogue was nothing but a deliberate performance, embodying the tragic narrative of a rural maiden deceived by a heartless lover, who later abandoned her for another, leaving her in tears of despair. Speaking of the heartless lover, who could that be but Ning Yuan himself? The final outcome was that, taking advantage of the elder's authority, he was chastised for leaving without a word, while also bringing back another woman from the outside world. "Suin, your medical talents have been wasted. You should return to your hometown to inherit the family business and embrace the promising vocation of a shaman. Who knows? If you acquire the legendary 7 arrowhead text from Luya, you might one day soar to great heights." From his memories, Ning Yuan recalls that his childhood companion was once a shaman. In modern terms, The shamans of the Yin and Shang dynasties can be likened to the temple priests of later generations. For instance, Taoist priests in Taoist temples, monks in Buddhist monasteries, nuns in convents, and sisters in holy orders. All are essentially clergy, responsible for offerings, cleanliness, receiving worshippers, collecting donations, and occasionally serving as spiritual guides to save lost souls. However, during the Great Shang dynasty, such roles were non-existent. Only shamans held official titles. Females served as shamans, while males were designated as priests. As for the present, Su Wen's attire clearly indicates that she is a female physician, or as the Koreans would say, a medical woman. Inverting the characters back to Chinese serves as a means of distinction. Although in the Yin and Shang eras, shamans and physicians were indistinguishable, a mere physician, such as the military doctor in the garrison of Chintang Pass, held far less societal status than a shaman. How did her childhood companion transition from the esteemed position of a shaman to that of a female physician? Was it a matter of a skewed talent tree or a misallocated attribute point? Ning Yuan never dared to inquire, nor did Su Wen bring it up. Before the age of 17, Ning Yuan's emotional memories from his past life had yet to awaken, and the culture of the Yin and Shang era remained a blind spot in his knowledge. In other words, the childhood companions had no understanding of the issues surrounding Su Wen's identity transformation. I must head to the general's residence. Su Wen, you may continue with your tasks. Recognizing that he was in the opponent's territory, Ning Yuan decided to retreat. Half of the Shura field was already challenging. What if his childhood companion encountered the heavenly maiden directly? Wait a moment, a Yuan. Su Wen called out to Ning Yuan, turning back to the hall and shouting, Master. A Yuan has returned and intends to go to the general's residence. I shall also seek out my aunt. Thank you for your hard work. An elderly yet robust voice responded from within. That brat finally decided to come back. Humph. This is his medical clinic, yet he leaves it to you. I'm burdened with earning money for him. Disciple, go ahead. I shall assist you. Hearing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, this Ning Hall is a combination of Su Wen and Ning Yuan's names. When he first met Su Wen, her official identity was that of a shamanist dispatched here by the Chao Go. Later, Ning Yuan learned of her aspiration to delve into the art of medicine and thus offered his unwavering support. The term Wu Mei refers to a branch of the Yin Shang medical practitioners, primarily dedicated to treating children and often represented by women, hence the designation Mei. Akin to modern pediatricians. At that time, Ning Yuan had already ascended to the ranks of the affluent second generation of the Shang dynasty and personally financed the establishment of this medical clinic, with Yin Su Wen presiding over the consultations. The funds for the clinic originated from research grants obtained from his family, and there was no need for invoices, as no one dared scrutinize the accounts of the esteemed engineer Ning. It was merely a clinic, a trivial affair. When Su Wen found herself overwhelmed with patients, she would summon her master for assistance. The old gentleman, known as Shizhan, was in his 60s or 70s and had once served as a military doctor for the garrison at Chintang Pass. After Yin Su Wen was exiled to Chintang Pass by her family, she sought to support herself by apprenticing in the military medical camp led by her uncle and aunt, where she trained under Master Shizhan. Once invited to Wenting Hall, Master Shizhan typically refrained from consulting, only stepping in when Su Wen was unable to manage alone. One day, Ning Yuan overheard the old man bellowing with vigor, "The proprietor has decreed that today our clinic shall only charge for consultations. All medication is complimentary." Cheers erupted. Long live Dr. Shi. Long live Miss Su Wen. Su Wen, with a twinkle in her eye, chuckled, "I am not the proprietor. The proprietor is right here." However, no one believed her, for Dr. Su Wen often administered medicine to Ning Yuan, which was surely a tonic. Nevertheless, the clinic was never intended to be profitable. Ning Yuan chuckled ruefully. "Since you are also going to seek out your aunt, then let us be on our way." Su Wen beckoned, and a young assistant brought forth a small box adorned with a red and white cross, designed by Ning Yuan. Yet, the young physician did not accept it, merely gazing at him with a teasing smile. Ning Yuan sighed, taking the specially designed medicine box and expertly slinging it over his shoulder. Su Wen led the way, followed closely by Ning Yuan. A nearby bull seemed to cower at a distance, casting a sympathetic glance at their retreating figures. It is one thing to offend the young master, but to cross the female physician is another matter entirely. Who knows what kind of concoction she might add to your food and drink? The young master has inexplicably suffered from a bout of diarrhea for days. "What business do you have with your aunt?" Ning Yuan casually inquired. Su Wen's delicate face clouded with worry and confusion. "My aunt has been pregnant for 19 months without any sign of labor. I must check her pulse every 3 to 5 days. The fetal heartbeat is perfectly normal. Yet, she still does not give birth. This cannot continue, Ning Yuan suggested. Perhaps I should explain to you the procedure for a cesarean section? You could intervene and facilitate the birth before the spirit pearl orchestrated by the primordial supreme being is reincarnated. By the way, Suin's surname is Yin, and her aunt refers to the wife of the general at Chintang Pass, whose full name seems to be Yin Shenyang. Ning Yuan's memories from his previous life are rather distant, making it difficult to recall specifics. In Fengshen, the role of the Li Yin clan is minimal, while in Mo Tong Nezha, they have numerous shining moments, albeit still nameless. In other words, this naturally cunning and youthful-looking maiden, Yin Suin, is actually the cousin of Li Jinjia and Li Muza, making her the first cousin of Li Nezha. The cousins are formidable figures in the realm of divinity, thus rendering Yin Suin not easily approached. On their way to the general's residence, Ning Yuan and Yin Suin engaged in light-hearted conversation. Their childhood camaraderie allowed them to understand each other with mere hints, resulting in dialogues that seemed to meander. What prompted your departure? The world is vast. I yearn to explore it. Yin Suin admitted, you've bested me. No wonder I found your absence upon my return. Madame Li Yinshi, wife of the general, and Madame Ning, a wealthy matron, shared a close friendship. The former held a great fondness for her friend's son, lamenting the absence of a daughter, and thus sought to match her niece with Ning Yuan. In essence, Yin Suin was regarded by Li Yinshi as a daughter of her own. However, prior to the awakening of his memories, Ning Yuan was hopelessly oblivious to romantic nuances, and afterward, he had not yet encountered Suin in person, leaving him unaware of her feelings towards him. Ning Yuan inquired, where have you been? Yin Suin replied, I traveled to Danzhou to gather almonds, only to discover upon my return that you had already departed 3 days prior. Did I not instruct the merchant caravan to procure whatever you needed? They lacked knowledge of pharmacology. The last batch of almonds they brought back was of poor quality and toxic. By the way, I seized the opportunity to develop a new product. Would you care to sample it? Absolutely not. Bitter almonds contain cyanide. Such a substance is lethal. The toxic properties of bitter almonds aren't mentioned in the Shinong Benchao Jing. How do you know this, Yuan? Never mind, I must jot this down. In the future, should you compose a medical treatise, let it be titled Yin Suin Classic. It's too late. A Yuan, the venerable Xian Yuan wrote the Huangdi Neijing, which already includes the Suin chapter. Why does the medical text authored by the Yellow Emperor bear your name? Because my current name is derived from the Huangdi Neijing. Oh, that explains it. Such a melodious name, a legacy from our esteemed ancestors. Your medical book could be titled Benchao Gongmu, perhaps making Master Shijin weep. How did you know that Master Jin harbors such an idea? I shall bestow that title upon him. Remember to ask for my royalties. By the way, Yuan, will you be venturing far in the future? A true man aspires to roam the world. Speak plainly. In truth, I have scarcely traversed a tenth of the merchant nation. I have only visited Jizhou City. I have yet to behold the gates of Chaoga City. Seizing the opportunity as a traveling merchant, Ning Yuan rode beyond Chintang Pass. Hoping to clarify his thoughts, before the age of 17, he possessed solely the knowledge and worldview from his past life, while the awakened Ning Yuan bore both the emotions and memories of his previous existence. Thus, he pondered, were these two versions of Ning Yuan truly one and the same? How would he confront the parents, relatives, and friends of this life? Was the childhood companion of his youth still the same cherished friend he knew now? The existence of the system, the awakening of emotions, and the uncertainty regarding the future of the Fengshen world led him to a state of inner turmoil, compelling him to step outside for a moment of reflection. To his astonishment, during this brief excursion, he returned with an enchanting fiancée, none other than the renowned Su Daji from the annals of Fengshen history. A celestial maiden had descended upon him. Yin Suin, do you wish to visit Chaoga? Indeed. To witness the prominent figures of this era. Very well, inform me when you intend to go, and I shall advise you on what to be cautious of. Yes. The esteemed priestess of Chaoga City. Thus, you must not abandon me. Spare me. It was your absence from Chintang Pass that prompted my spontaneous journey, thinking I would return in 10 or 20 days. Yet, you have been away for 87 days, and I find myself quite bored. Miss Priestess of Chintang Pass, your boredom stems from the lack of someone to test your medicine, does it not? As Ning Yuan traveled from Chintang Pass to Chaoga, he realized that there were not two versions of himself. All were manifestations of his soul. There was no need for pretense. He would not forget his past life, but would embrace the present. His adoptive father was still his father, and his adoptive mother remained his mother. Regardless of the life he lived, the bond of parental love was indelible. Moreover, Ning Yuan came to understand that Suin likely harbored feelings for him. Their childhood bond was well regarded by everyone in Chintang Pass. There was no need to choose between a cherished memory or a hidden treasure. There was no concept of polygamy in their current context. The Ning family was certainly capable of nurturing 2 young mistresses. At this moment, with the absence of Zhou Li, a man could have several legitimate wives. The tales of a Huang and Yin-Yang had merely passed a millennium. There was no precedence of hierarchy in relationships. However, the thought of his relationship with Yin Suan transforming into that of brother-in-law to Jin Jia and Mu Jia, and then to Nezha, alongside the implications of Su Chuanzhong, filled Ning Yuan with trepidation regarding his future entanglements with the illustrious figures of the Fengshan realm. Yin Suan, to rephrase, I miss you dearly. You should have said so earlier. I presumed we were childhood friends, comrades, yet you were scheming against my innocent youth. Girls are naturally more mature than boys. And Suan was already a year older than Ning Yuan. I always hoped things would unfold naturally. Yet, I did not expect you to be so naive and lacking in resolve. Very well, let it be as it is. The girl's casual tone concealed a multitude of emotions, reflecting a certain acceptance regarding her childhood affection, while also gauging whether he had truly lost his heart to the captivating women of the world. The once reticent youth, a tech-savvy figure cloaked in white, fell silent, while the youthful girl had already stepped through the grand entrance of the general's mansion. You have worked hard. To the left and right stood 2 peculiar green creatures, resembling bronze statues adorned with golden masks, immediately standing at attention. We are not weary. We offer our regards to the esteemed miss. You did not prioritize public matters before private ones. You did not extend your greetings first. Clang, 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 clang. 2 diminutive monsters, resembling bronze vessels, engaged in a fierce brawl. Ning Yuan exclaimed, Enough, you 2 beasts of the barrier. Reflecting on his departure from Chintang Pass, he realized he had failed to recall the presence of these 2 fools from his memory. Had he done so, he would have recognized this realm as that of magic child Nezha much earlier. There was no need for Shun Gongbao and the demon-capturing team to remind him. However, it was not too late. The Chintang Pass could not be obliterated in an instant. Upon entering the general's residence, the doorman greeted them, informing that the general and Lord Ning were currently discussing matters in the main hall. Yin Suan promptly took the medicine box from Ning Yuan's shoulder, playfully stating, I'll go check on my aunt first. With that, she gracefully turned and headed toward the courtyard. Yet, after taking a few steps, she paused, turned back, and approached Ning Yuan once more. Looking up at him with half-closed eyes, she scrutinized his expression and inquired earnestly, Yuan, do you have something on your mind? Is it difficult? Ning Yuan remained silent. Indeed, their childhood bond allowed her to see through his troubled demeanor, recognizing his struggle with a challenging dilemma. To Yin Suan, regardless of whom or what Ning Yuan encountered outside, or whether he had forgotten their childhood friendship, they would forever be childhood sweethearts. If he faced difficulties, she would undoubtedly assist him, just as he would give his all if she were in need. Perhaps this friendship, teetering between camaraderie and romance, was the most splendid outcome? Can I be of assistance? You are aware of my former identity, Yin Suan earnestly inquired, as the legitimate daughter of a prominent family of diviners within the Shang dynasty. Despite being exiled from Chaoga for abandoning her role as a priestess to pursue medicine, she could still return to her esteemed position among the many diviners of the Shang dynasty, becoming a high-ranking member of the Nuwa Palace if she so wished. Ning Yuan exhaled deeply. Thank you, but I fear you may not be able to help. I must first meet with the general. The youthful-looking Yin Suan nodded, turning once more, the waves of the azure sea rising and falling. Ning Yuan mused, my childhood sweetheart possesses such grandeur? The girl, recently identified as youthful and charming, chuckled. Yuan, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will always be here to help you. With that, she departed. Ning Yuan watched her receding figure with a hint of self-deprecation, murmuring to himself, only children make choices. Adults, of course, desire them all. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze piercing through the gates of the general's residence, focused on the Chintang Pass's city walls at the horizon where the sea met the sky. A chill ran through him. If nothing changed, for years from now, the area within Chintang Pass, spanning over 10 miles, would transform into a hellish inferno. All he had seen and everyone he had encountered since navigating the waters of Juku Bay would be reduced to cinders. In his former life, he was merely an observer, unaware that among the ordinary folk of Chintang Pass, there existed the abandoned shaman turned physician, Yin Suan, the venerable Shurjin who dedicated his life to healing. The inconspicuous fishmonger from the Ning family with his 9 brothers, and a multitude of vibrant faces. Yet now, Ning Yuan finds himself amidst them. He could certainly lead his companions, including his parents and Suan, to seek refuge in the research institute, thereby evading the encroaching clutches of the Rift Claw and securing a precarious survival. But what of the countless innocent commoners? What of the little girl, sheltered in the embrace of her mother and brother, whose family was ultimately reduced to ashes upon the rooftop? How tragically innocent the people are. Although soldiers who died defending their homeland are bestowed with unparalleled honor, such deaths are ultimately devoid of meaning. Indeed, Ning Yuan is acutely aware that the cataclysmic magma descending from the depths of the sea, obliterating Chintang Pass, is the result of the malevolent scheme orchestrated by the boundless Immortal who has framed the Dragon Clan. The instrument of this calamity is none other than the innate divine power, the Rift Claw, possessed by the Dragon King Ao Run of the Western Seas. Yet, at this moment, Ning Yuan is but a mortal, unable to reach the exalted, boundless Immortal, nor can he confront the abyssal and infernal Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. As a mere human, how can he extricate the present Chintang Pass from the machinations of the cultivators and the Dragon Kings? Though it may seem audacious. In a time of strife akin to the struggles of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, how can Ning Yuan hope to rescue the countless ordinary souls of Huaxia? Time seemed to stretch like an eternity, yet passed in a fleeting moment. Ning Yuan retrieved his long sword from the side of his steed, fastening it to his waist, and strode purposefully towards the main hall. Within the main hall of the general's residence, a robust middle-aged martial general was engaged in a heated argument with a corpulent landowner, their faces flushed with contention. Suddenly, the steward announced, "My lord, young Master Ning has arrived." Without awaiting permission from the host, a young man entered unceremoniously. The general turned to see the youth, tall and imposing, adorned with a precious weapon, one hand resting confidently on his sword, striding in with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, exuding an air of gallant vigor. Jing could not help but be struck with admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent! Young Yuan has returned from his 2-month expedition, brimming with masculine vigor. This is the true spirit of a fine son of Chintang Pass." Ning Yuan replied, "What is more than mere masculine vigor? Were it not for the mastery of the Yin-Yang divine art, returning to my primal state, and an additional 900 years of innate vital essence, I would be the mightiest man of the great Shang." Speaking of which, Jing, what obsession do you have with masculinity? No wonder that in the future, the demon child Nezha, sculpted from lotus paste, could provoke you to drop your sword in fury. Due to their amicable relations, Jing affectionately referred to Ning Yuan as Little Yuan. The middle-aged landowner, however, cast a sidelong glance and muttered, "More handsome than I was in my youth. Indeed, he is my son." Jing, what are you so pleased about? He is not your son. Jing, irked by the landowner's arrogance, retorted, "Ning darling, enough of this. When my third son is born, I shall train him to be the mightiest man of the great Shang." The landowner, unyielding, shot back, "Who knows if your third will be a son? It might very well be a daughter." Ning Yuan thought to himself, "My head aches." Since the Ning family voluntarily donated and took responsibility for half of the military supplies at Chintang Pass upon his suggestion, they sought the support of the general's office, thereby integrating the Ning family into the military supply chain of the great merchant's strategic stronghold. Consequently, disagreements frequently arose between the elder and Jing over the military expenses of Chintang Pass. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan spoke up. Just as Jing was about to erupt in anger, he heard the youth say, "General, I believe there is an oversight on your part." Jing was taken aback. Ning Dalu opened his mouth in surprise. Having watched Ning Yuan grow up, Jing, who shared a relationship akin to that of an uncle and nephew, would not be angered by the straightforwardness of his junior, although he felt a tinge of irritation. He replied, "Xiao Yuan, speak your mind." Ning Yuan eloquently asserted, "Within Chintang Pass, the military and civilians are intertwined. In the event of conflict, innocent lives will inevitably be harmed. Thus, the general is at fault." Upon hearing this, Jing fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he responded helplessly, "This has been the case for a millennium. I have been in this position for 25 years. What can be done?" This statement was indeed factual. Chintang Pass had enjoyed peace for 1,000 years, leading to complacency among the military and comfort among the populace. Jing had only been there for a little over 20 years. It was already commendable that he managed to rebuild and train the garrison. In fact, for years later, when Shun Gongbao led the underwater beasts to attack Chintang Pass, the naval forces outside and the garrison on the seawall were indeed well trained, allowing them to withstand the initial wave of the beast army's assault. This was largely thanks to Jing and his wife. Had another individual held the position of general, it was uncertain whether they would have undertaken the effort to rebuild the military or simply allowed stagnation to continue. As for the inhabitants residing in this strategic military location, Jing could hardly evict them from the land they had inhabited for generations. Ning Yuan was acutely aware of these challenges, Yet in his pursuit to save countless innocents, he felt compelled to make some mortal efforts. General, an emergency evacuation mechanism could be established. Li Jing and Ning Dalu both looked perplexed. The latter part of the statement, when dissected into individual characters, was comprehensible, yet when pieced together, it became baffling. Ning Yuan articulated concepts from the future, such as establishing shelters, air raid alarms, and emergency drills, in a manner that could be grasped by the Yinshang people. Li Jing and Ning Dalu exchanged glances. After processing Ning Yuan's information, Li Jing hesitated and stated, I have no doubt that with Ning Yuan's plan, we could maximize the protection of civilians during wartime and minimize harm to the innocent. But is it truly necessary? Ning Dalu furrowed his brow, approaching the matter from an economic perspective. If Ning Yuan's system were to be implemented, the most substantial financial burden would arise from constructing underground shelters. Given the Ning family's cement production capacity, it would likely take 1 to 2 years' worth of output to complete several underground refuge sites capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Such extensive efforts and expenditures for a threat that had not materialized in a millennium, was it worth it? Ning Dalu harbored doubts in his heart. Ning Yuan understood that the most daunting aspect of this matter was not its execution, but rather convincing the highest military commander of Chintang Pass and Ning Laodi's financial supervisor of its necessity. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan exhaled and spoke. General, you have devoted 2 decades to training troops and preparing for battle. Do you truly believe that the Dragon Clan will rise up and attack? Li Jing hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. He was not so arrogant as to consider himself the chosen one. Chintang Pass had endured through the epics of Yu, Xia, and Shang for a millennium. How could it be that the Dragon Clan would suddenly strike now that he, Li Jing, had arrived? My father, Ning Dalao said solemnly. We, the Ning family, support thousands of guards. Do we truly face bandits at every turn when conducting trade? Ning Dalao's expression was grave. He knew that when his son addressed him as father in such a serious tone, it signified a matter of great importance. He too could not refute the truth. Preparation before calamity is indeed an essential quality of a leader. Ning Yuan exhaled once more and stated, War necessitates the best of preparations and the worst of contingencies. Chintang Pass is situated on the northeastern edge of the Great Shang, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Should we come under attack, we would be left defenseless. With no reinforcements or logistics for an extended period, the tens of thousands of citizens within the pass would be the very foundation, hope, and faith of our frontline soldiers. To preserve lives while losing territory is preferable. Losing both life and land spells complete disaster. Chintang Pass must maximize the preservation of its viable forces against the enemy's initial wave of assault to have any chance of counterattack, or even victory. Both Li Jing and Ning Dalao were moved by his words. Before they could respond, a commanding female voice resonated from the inner hall. Well said. The citizens within the pass are indeed the foundation, hope, and faith of our frontline soldiers. As her words lingered, a robust woman emerged from the inner hall, supported by Yin Yuan, who was 2 decades her junior. The resemblance between the two was striking enough that an uninformed observer might mistakenly believe they were mother and daughter, rather than aunt and niece. In truth, Li Jing had previously informed Ning Yuan that his wife's niece bore an uncanny resemblance to her aunt in her youth, a testament to the Yin family lineage. Young Ning Yuan had quietly noted at the time, their cup size is different. What is a cup size? Why does such a peculiar term linger in my memory? Upon seeing the pregnant woman, Li Jing quickly rose to assist her. My lady, why have you come out? You are still with child. Lady Yin, however, shrugged off Li Jing's arm with a glare. I do not require your assistance. Suan is here to support me. Besides, she has just checked my pulse and listened to my diagnosis. Your little one is doing just fine. The principle of the stethoscope was simple, and Ning Yuan had long taught the young physician, Yin Yuan, its use. However, Yin Yuan typically reserved this device for close female relatives and children, relying primarily on the traditional methods of observation, questioning, and diagnosis in her practice. At that moment, Yin Yuan, standing beside Lady Yin, arched her brows at Ning Yuan, raised 3 fingers with her petite hand, and pointed at herself. Ning Yuan realized that the girl was likely recalling his earlier remark that little 3 referred to an extramarital lover, and she currently found herself in the role of the little 3 between Ning Yuan and his rumored romantic interest. The bond of childhood friends can be quite inconvenient, as they know each other too intimately to conceal anything. At the moment when innocent glances exchanged between them, Inshur had already strided towards a chair and plopped down. I am utterly exhausted. My back. Oh dear, Suan, please help me massage it. Insuan promptly complied, dutifully tending to her aunt's back while Ho stood by. In the era of the Yin dynasty, there were no wooden stools, Yet with Ning Yuan's arrival, simple furnishings had certainly been devised. Such innovations posed no significant technological barriers, merely overlooked by the ancients. The Ning family furniture workshop was thriving. The persona of the wealthy second generation in the Fengshan world was merely a facade. Ning Yuan's aspirations consistently soared beyond mundane riches, reaching towards the heavens. Li Jing felt a tinge of embarrassment at the fierce demeanor of his pregnant wife. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stand or sit, and could only repeat, "I am discussing serious matters here." Upon hearing this, Li Yin raised an eyebrow. "Serious matters? Then I should certainly be present. As a general of Qintang Pass, what matters could I possibly not be privy to? By the way, I wholeheartedly agree with Yuan's suggestion. We must consider how to prioritize the protection of the civilians in the event that Qintang Pass comes under attack. The safety of military families is paramount. Only then can the soldiers fight with abandon. I support this." Upon hearing her words, Ning Yuan glanced at the obediently demure girl and thought to himself that it was no surprise they were childhood friends. Even if she were unable to assist directly, she could still summon formidable allies. Li Yin was a paragon of strength, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Jing, safeguarding Qintang Pass for a remarkable 25 years, earning immense respect both within the military and among the populace. Moreover, both her eldest and second sons had already joined the ranks of immortals, promising a bright future ahead. Therefore, when she chose to speak, her words commanded unwavering attention. Nonetheless, Li Jing expressed his reservations. "My lady, this method requires multiple rehearsals to become a standard practice. Only then can we ensure a swift evacuation during a surprise attack. This may disturb the populace repeatedly, making it difficult for them to understand." Li Yin turned to Ning Yuan, who, without hesitation, interjected, "During military drills, we can first acclimate the soldiers to the alarm and evacuation procedures. When the entire garrison practices, the soldiers can lead and instruct, perhaps once a year or even biannually. Additionally, we can concurrently construct shelters with clear signage and simple maps. This way, the civilians will remember the nearest shelter in their daily lives, allowing them to remain composed in the face of sudden danger, ultimately preserving many lives." As he spoke, Ning Yuan inadvertently glanced at Yinshi's abdomen, pondering the existence of a fetus that had yet to be born after 3 years. Indeed, in a realm steeped in high magic and cultivation, anything was possible. However, as long as Yinshi had not given birth, there remained at least 3 to 4 years before the sea demons would assault Qintang Pass, ample time for the populace to develop muscle memory. This was the only feasible method Ning Yuan could conceive to maximize the salvation of the citizens of Qintang Pass. He lacked the power to command the elements at will. Even the likes of Taiji, one of the 12 golden immortals, would likely struggle to protect the people when faced with the inferno of magma beneath the sea during an assault. Surely, there must be magical artifacts wielded by cultivators capable of such feats. However, let us set aside the question of whether Ning Yuan can, within 4 years, forge connections with cultivators who possess such extraordinary artifacts. The crux of the matter lies in how he could have foreseen this and sought out individuals to borrow these remarkable treasures. Is the supreme master of the Chan sect, Wuyang Xinwang, a fool? Or does he lack a network of informants? If Ning Yuan were indeed so strategically inclined in the cultivation realm, collecting artifacts to counteract assaults on the city, would Wuyang Xinwang still adhere to the conventional strategies of attack? Should there be a shift in the method of assault, such as employing toxic waters or plagues, the entire emergency response mechanism would falter.